Chapter 1: A beautiful woman falls from the sky, a rare opportunity. System loading. Congratulations to the host for awakening the infinite contract system. System introduction. Each contract with a woman grants 2 chances to draw a lottery and boost basic stats. You can choose your own skills or equipment for the draw. The higher the quality of the woman you contract, the higher the reward level. Contracts are divided into initial and secondary contracts. After the initial contract, the woman cannot harm the host. After the secondary contract, the woman's favorability is directly increased to 100 points, and you can force commands on her. Contract method. The initial contract is a kiss, which will give you 1 chance to draw a prize. The second contract will give you a second chance to draw a prize. Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift package. The big gift package is opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability observation, can detect the quality and information of women. The quality is divided into top quality, high quality, ordinary, and low quality. Host information is loading. What's going on? Suhao listened to the mechanical sound coming from his mind. He remembered, he was eating hot pot with his friends. After getting drunk, he urinated on the traffic light on the side of the road. I accidentally peed on the electrical wires. Later, he died. Host information loaded. Name, Suhao. Gender, male. Age, 20. Strength, 3. Agility, 2. Endurance, 3. Defense, 3. Spiritual power, 3. Spiritual power, 13. Talent, 99. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Special ability, exploring eyes. Current realm, ordinary person. Number of contractors, 0. Assignable value, 0. Could it be, I really traveled through time? Suhao widened his eyes and muttered to himself. Ah, my head is about to split open. He suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if countless steel needles were piercing his head at the same time. At this moment, a huge amount of memories came flooding in like a tide, instantly filling his entire mind. This is Blue Star. In this world, the strong can call the wind and rain, the omnipotent, and enjoy supreme glory. The weak can only linger on, living at the bottom of society and leading a precarious life. The country he lives in is called the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. In addition to humans, there are many powerful races. Everyone here awakens special abilities at birth. Suhao was originally born in the Feng family. He was the eldest son of the Feng family and was born with the legendary Emperor's Eye. Later, his eyes were gouged out by his half-brother. He changed his name to Suhao, following his mother's surname. The mother's whereabouts are still unknown. Becoming a waste, he was imprisoned and tortured. It was difficult to escape. A genius fell, suffering endless torture, his mother disappeared, barely surviving. What a tragic start! Suhao smiled wryly and shook his head. And this plot seems a little familiar. He touched his eyes. Sure enough, he was wearing an eye patch on his left eye. Under the eye patch is the left eye with the eyeball missing. Damn it, I traveled through time and became a one-eyed dragon. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Bang! A muffled sound reached his ears. Suhao immediately looked back. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be an object shining with silver light in the grass not far away. He walked closer and took a look. It turned out to be a warrior wearing silver armor. Even though that person was wearing armor, her graceful and perfect body proportions could still be seen. A woman? A warrior? Where did she come from? Suhao was puzzled. Whoosh! The armor slowly began to fade from the feet. The first thing that catches the eye is her pair of lovely naked feet, each toe is like a round pearl. Looking up from her jade feet, you can see her calves with graceful lines, firm skin, and perfect proportions. Going further up, the flat belly is fully exposed. There is not a single wrinkle, and the faintly visible abdominal muscle lines add a touch of heroism to her sexiness. The most eye-catching thing is the silver hair behind her, every strand of which exudes a noble and cold aura. Until the whole face is revealed. Her facial features are even more beautiful, with eyebrows like willow branches, eyes like autumn water, a straight and delicate nose, and lips like cherries. Name, Ling Yao. Race, human. Age, 29. Attribute, cold. Strength, 39,800. Agility, 36,950. Endurance, 36,600. Defense, 35,080. Spiritual power, 38800. Quality, top quality. Spiritual power, 116. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 0. After seeing her message, Suhao's eyes widened and he shouted excitedly, she's actually a gorgeous lady. I just traveled through time, and I didn't expect to meet such a stunning beauty so soon. This is a rare opportunity, so let's sign a contract first. How could Suhao miss such a good opportunity? His eyes were fixed on Ling Yao's rosy, moist, and lovely lips. Don't forget to thank the system for its gift. He lay on Ling Yao and lowered his head, getting closer and closer to her lips. He could clearly feel the warm breath from Ling Yao's mouth brushing across his face, with a hint of ambiguous itchiness. The moment his lips finally touched hers, it was as if an electric current instantly spread throughout her body. It's truly top-notch, it smells so good. Congratulations to the host for the initial contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, stamina plus 1000, defense plus 1000. Host, please select skills or equipment. Is it going straight to 4 digits? The best choice now should be skills. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Supernova Burn. Skill introduction. Using the host's body as a carrier, one can convert one's own spiritual power into thermonuclear energy, or release nuclear energy. Consumption, spiritual power. That sounds impressive. Let's complete the deep contract next. I'm sure she won't mind. Since you didn't refuse, I'll take it as your consent. Suhao whispered in her ear, staring at her beautiful face and swallowing. Ling Yao had fainted and completely lost consciousness. But she still let out a tender moan and her body twisted unconsciously. Congratulations to the host for the deep contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, endurance plus 1000, defense plus 1000, spiritual power plus 1000. Host, please choose a special ability or weapon. Suhao still chose skills this time. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Devour. Skill description, ability to construct a unique alternate world within the body, capable of swallowing everything into this alternate world. This alternate world will expand as mental power increases, and objects imagined by the user can appear in this alternate world. Consumption, mental power. It's really a reward only given to the best. It's awesome. Suhao smiled with satisfaction. Right at this moment, Ling Yao gradually regained consciousness and moaned softly, so comfortable, what is this feeling? P.S. The dozens of female protagonists in this book are all adults, aged between 19 and 200 million years old, and the whole book does not have any bad connotations. I would like to ask all readers who like this book to click on the update button and add it to the bookshelf. I would be very grateful. Chapter 2, Calling Sister, Mission Released. Ling Yao, one of the 10 great war gods of the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. Principal of Qinglong College. She is cold, aloof, and unattainable, possessing all the glory in one person. She is a well-deserved genius. Just now, Ling Yao was flying in the air. Suddenly, everything went dark. As a powerful person in the extraordinary realm, it is impossible for her to faint for no reason, and it is even more impossible for her to be shot down silently. What is going on? Her head was still a little confused. It wasn't until she opened her eyes and saw Suhao's abdominal muscles, then raised her head and looked into his eyes that she became even more confused. Suhao smiled slightly. You're awake. Man? Body? This feeling. Ling Yao immediately realized something. During the coma, the man seemed to have done something unspeakable to himself. She is the god of war of the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. Her status is so high that no man dares to even look at her, let alone touch her. But now, in this kind of place, being. Thinking of this, Ling Yao immediately wanted to kill him. But this thought was fleeting. Suhao's handsome face, strong chest, and the feeling of his body fitting tightly against hers. 3 seconds later, Ling Yao's face flushed, and she completely fell in love with him. She didn't know the reason, but she knew that from now on, she could never leave the man who possessed her body. In Suhao's eyes, he could clearly see Ling Yao's favorability rise from 0 to 100 in an instant. It wasn't until he noticed Ling Yao's affectionate eyes that he realized how powerful the system was. The system really didn't lie to me. Ling Yao lowered her head shyly, not daring to meet his gaze. Can you let me go first? Wow, she is so cute. Su Hao didn't expect this either. Just now, she looked as cold as ice, like a cool and arrogant queen. Who would have thought that her expression would become so cute at this moment, even revealing a hint of cuteness? Such a strong contrast was so attractive that he couldn't take his eyes off it. Just staring at Ling Yao. Is there something on my face? Ling Yao glanced at Su Hao secretly, then lowered her head shyly. You're so beautiful. Su Hao whispered, hugging her tighter. No way. Ling Yao was becoming increasingly bewildered, and begged again in a low voice, please, let me go first, okay? Will you blame me if I don't let go? Of course not. Then please, hold me tight. Ling Yao was nervous and embarrassed when she said this. She tapped her toes vigorously, thinking, stupid, what am I talking about? I just met him for the first time and I don't even know his identity yet. She let a stranger hold her so tightly, but I really like him. Why is this happening? Is this the legendary sympathy at first sight, fate? Su Hao looked at her and said slowly, don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for you. Ling Yao scolded, who asked you to be responsible? Then I'm not responsible. Su Hao said with a smile. Ling Yao shuddered, that won't work either. Su Hao raised the corner of his mouth and asked, then what do you want me to do? I want. Ling Yao trembled all over, gasping for breath. I want to be with you, I like you, I really like you, please, be with me, okay? Oh shit. Su Hao knew that this system was very powerful and sent him the most beautiful women, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even the process is saved. Are we going to get married right here on the spot? But it makes sense when you think about it. The maximum level of favorability is 100. This is not just a favorable impression, it should be a love that is to the point of being deeply in love. He suppressed the joy in his heart, pressed down the corners of his slightly raised mouth, and said seriously, don't worry, I like you too, and I will definitely not leave you. Really? Ling Yao gently broke free, staring at him without blinking. My name is Ling Yao, I don't even know your name yet. My name is Su Hao. Su Hao. Su Hao. Ling Yao kept repeating the name, her head pressed tightly against his chest. I like Su Hao. Your eyes. She noticed Su Fan's left eye and his body covered with scars. It seems like he has been subjected to inhuman torture. Does it hurt? Ling Yao's delicate hands touched him cautiously, fearing that she would hurt him, her eyes filled with heartache. Su Hao smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I'm here, no one will dare to bully you in the future. Ling Yao lay in Su Hao's arms and revealed her identity. She is one of the 10 most powerful people in the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. He has the title of Ice Domain War God. He is also the principal of Qinglong College. He is also a martial artist in the extraordinary realm. Su Hao had guessed earlier that Ling Yao had an extraordinary identity. So he did not show too much shock, thinking in his heart, she is really worthy of being a top-notch woman. This time he really won. Not only did he get 2 skills, but he also conquered Ling Yao as his wife. It turns out that free gifts are the best. You don't think I'm frivolous, do you? We've only known each other for a few minutes, and I'm saying something like that. Ling Yao whispered, I don't know why I'm like this, but I really like you. I can't help but like you. How could Su Hao not understand? This was all thanks to the system, but he still had to pretend on the surface. I completely understand. He pressed Ling Yao's head against his chest and said in a deep voice, I also fell in love with you completely the first time I saw you. From this moment on, you are my woman, Su Hao. I'm really so happy. Ling Yaoman closed his eyes and felt Su Hao's heartbeat. She suddenly thought of something and smiled softly. You said you are only 20 years old, then you should call me sister. Sister? Su Hao wrapped his other hand around her waist, stroking her waist. You should call me wife, right? Idiot, we've only known each other for a short time, how can you call me like that? Ling Yao's face turned red instantly, and she lowered her head in shyness. You are my woman, Su Hao. It's only natural for me to call you my wife. Su Hao paused. Although I want to call you that, before that, in order to avoid causing you unnecessary trouble, I'd better call you Sister Yao Yao first. Then I'll call you little brother. Ling Yao gently touched his nose with her fingertips and said in a long tone, cute, little brother. Small? I'm not small. Su Hao looked at her lovingly, let's continue. Continue what? Ling Yao immediately looked aside and asked knowingly. Su Hao pinched her chin with two fingers and kept moving closer to her. Of course, continue to make out with my wife. Now. In a place like this, if we're seen. Ling Yao remained calm on the surface, trying her best to control her heartbeat. She looked into his eyes innocently and said, "We should go home first, take a shower together, and then." Su Hao didn't care about that. He just did what he wanted. Before Ling Yao could finish speaking, he immediately kissed her red lips. He's so domineering. I like him so much. In fact, Ling Yao was very happy inside. Just then, a cry from the sky stopped the two men in their tracks. They all looked up at the sky. Only seen in the clouds. A giant dragon 100 meters long was circling there. Is that Candle Dragon? Ling Yao recognized it immediately and exclaimed. Ding! At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Su Hao's mind. Mission release, contract 10 top-notch individuals within 30 days. Completion reward, 50,000 distributable value. Completion, 1 person. Realm classification, subtle level, spiritual level, creation level, extraordinary level, planetary level, stellar level, nebula level, star field level, cosmic level, god level. Chapter 3, Battle against Julong, leave it to me. 10 top-notch people, and we have to complete it within 30 days? Su Hao stood there in shock, wondering if this meant he had to kiss 10 beauties within 30 days? Failure to complete the contract mission will result in death. Next we have to find 9 more digits. What does it take to be considered top-notch? She has a face value of over 90, has great potential, a unique personality, and excellent character. She can be the best wife. What about the other values? Other values are not included in the evaluation range. I see. Isn't it based on strength? Please rest assured, host, this system's evaluation is objective and true. Therefore, it will judge based on the woman's comprehensive ability. The best woman will definitely help the host become stronger. Su Hao can only trust the system now. Thinking that he encountered a top-notch person just after crossing over, it should not be difficult to find other targets. Whoa! The dragon roar coming from the sky caught Su Hao's attention. His eyes fell on the huge monster in the sky. The giant dragon was 100 meters long. Its body is covered with scales as bright as blood. It shuttled through the clouds, and as it moved, the clouds were stirred up and rolling like the waves of the sea. Yao, what on earth is this thing? Su Hao turned to look at Ling Yao beside him, trying to find an answer. Ling Yao stared at the giant dragon, frowning slightly. That's a candle dragon, a creature that almost never appears before humans. Why did it suddenly appear here? Just when the two were puzzled. Julong seemed to be aware of their presence. A huge figure slowly approached them. No! Go away! Ling Yao shouted immediately when she saw the giant dragon flying towards her. At the same time, a silver light burst out from her chest and her armor unfolded. The silver-white armor quickly covered her entire body like flowing mercury, emitting a cold metallic luster. Leave now. I'm going to stop it and never let it descend upon our human-inhabited city. Before he finished speaking, she decisively turned around and flew towards the dragon. When Su Hao looked up at the approaching dragon again, a string of data information suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Yanlinger. Race, Dragon. Age, 168. Attribute, Fire. Strength, 42,055. Agility, 45,688. Endurance, 39,500. Defense, 46,880. Spiritual power, 48800. Spiritual power, 105. Talent, 91. Appearance, 95. Quality, top quality. Favorability, 50. Su Hao's eyes widened in shock. This dragon is also top grade? Dragons can actually be contracted? But the dragon was too big to be bitten. Forget about kissing, you can just eat him up. And her favorability is negative 50. Negative values indicate strong hatred. He had never seen this Julong, why did he hate him? The dragon's combat power is higher than Ling Yao's. If they really fight, will Ling Yao be in danger? Thinking of this, he opened his personal panel. He discovered that his combat power was only over 3,000. This value is already far higher than that of ordinary people, but there is still a big gap between it and Ling Yao and the dragon. Damn it, I'm still too weak. A deep feeling of powerlessness came over me. In the sky, Ling Yao and the dragon have already started a fierce battle. The cold and the flames intertwined, tearing the sky apart. The situation on the battlefield quickly took a turn for the worse. Ling Yao was gradually suppressed. Finally, the two fell to the ground at the same time. This candle dragon is so strong. Ling Yao stood up with great effort, her eyes fixed on the dragon. What should I do? If I kill her, it might cause disputes between humans and dragons. She was conflicted. Before she could make a decision, the dragon suddenly soared into the air and began to gather hot spiritual power in its mouth. The flames surged, and a huge fireball gradually took shape in Zhulong's mouth, releasing a breath of destruction. No! This is the dragon's wrath. Ling Yao subconsciously wanted to dodge sideways. But at that moment, she stopped herself abruptly. Behind her is a city filled with countless people. Even if I'm torn to pieces, I'll block this attack. Ling Yao swore secretly in her heart, and her originally slightly bent back suddenly straightened up. She quickly put her palms together. Then a powerful cold air gushed out from the palm of his hand continuously, like two white torrents. A biting chill swept towards the dragon. The giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and surging flaming dragon breath spurted out like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, the extremely hot flames collided violently with the bone-chilling cold air. Boom! There was a deafening roar that resounded through the sky. The entire space seemed to tremble. The flames and cold air intertwined and entangled with each other, like two fighting dragons colliding violently in the air. For a moment, flames shot up into the sky and cold light filled the air. This fierce confrontation lasted for a long time, with both sides trying their best until they were both exhausted. Ha ha ha! Ling Yao was breathing heavily. At this moment, she felt as if all her strength had been drained away, and even standing became very difficult. Even so exhausted, she was thinking of Su Hao. He should be safe now. I'm so tired. Ling Yao's body finally couldn't hold on any longer and she fell forward softly. At this moment, a pair of strong hands suddenly appeared and firmly supported her body that was about to fall. Are you okay? A familiar voice came into Ling Yao's ears. She raised her head with difficulty. What came into view was Su Hao's face. You what's wrong with you? Ling Yao couldn't help but widen her eyes. Why did you come back? Do you know it's very dangerous here? Because. Su Hao was about to speak. Do you know how powerful Zhulong is? What if you get hurt by it? Get out of here as soon as possible. The farther the better. I'm still conscious now, so I can hold it back. You. She didn't have time to finish her words. Su Hao reached out and held her head, then kissed her hard on the lips. Ling Yao was startled at first, but the touch of his lips gradually softened her eyes. This is the only way to shut her up. He gently stroked Ling Yao's face, then slowly let go and looked at her lovingly. Because you are my beloved wife, how could I abandon you? But. Ling Yao seemed to still want to say something. Don't worry, I'm here. Su Hao helped her sit down slowly on the ground. You should have a good rest. I will take care of the rest. He turned around and faced the equally exhausted dragon. The dragon was extremely huge. Its head is held high. The two winding dragon horns emitted an alluring red light, and the dragon's eyes were as big as copper bells, flashing a breathtaking light. Su Hao has been single for a long time, and seeing that this dragon has a handsome face, he secretly sighed in his heart. It really deserves to be a dragon with a 95% appearance. Chapter 4, Another Contract, Dragon Transformation. Su Hao faced this giant dragon that was 100 meters long. First, figure out how to complete the contract. No matter what species it is, let us make an appointment first. However, kissing a dragon's mouth is a bit difficult. Through the dragon's numerical value, Su Hao learned that this giant dragon was of fire attribute. His supernova burn is also a fire attribute skill. So in theory, he doesn't need to be afraid of any fire attribute attacks. Yao Yao, find a place to hide first, I will deal with her. Su Hao quickly turned his head and said to Ling Yao. Ling Yao hesitated, then nodded and said with concern, then you must be very careful. She immediately ran to a place not far away, closely watching Su Hao's every move. Su Hao immediately began to activate his skills. He was preparing to release nuclear energy in his body. By increasing your strength, speed, and defense, you might be able to fight this dragon. I saw that his body was slowly changing, and his skin was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, before he could finish activating his skills, who would have expected it? The giant dragon flew in front of him in an instant, opened its bloody mouth, and bit him fiercely. Wait, I haven't. Before Su Hao could finish his words, he was swallowed by the dragon into its huge mouth. This is all because the casting time of this skill is too long, and it is also the first time he uses this skill. So I didn't react at all for a moment. Ling Yao, who was standing by, was shocked by this sudden scene, and then a surge of rage surged from her heart. I'll kill you! Ling Yao roared angrily, and her silver hair stood on end, and a strong chill emanated from her body continuously. She walked slowly towards the dragon, step by step, and with every step she took, the ground beneath her feet quickly froze. It was obvious that she was really angry at this moment. Where am I? Su Hao was holding a soft thing tightly in his hands, and his whole body was lying in a place covered with mucus. I seem to have been swallowed by that dragon. Thinking of this, I feel very ashamed. I wanted to perform well in front of Ling Yao, but I didn't expect that this dragon had no moral ethics and bit me as soon as it came up. Su Hao tried to look into the distance, saw the exit that exuded a strange aura, and then felt the sticky mucus on his body and the strange wet touch. Could it be that this is her tongue? Su Hao just realized that what he was holding in his hand was the sharp barb on the dragon's tongue. As the dragon's body continued to roll and twist, Su Hao was also thrown all over the place. At his feet. It is the bottomless throat of the dragon. If it accidentally falls and slides down the esophagus into the stomach, it will probably turn into lumps in the end. No, I have to find a way to leave here quickly. Su Hao was desperately trying to think of a way to escape. Just when he was racking his brains to find a solution, his hand suddenly slipped and he rolled straight down along the dragon's tongue. Fortunately, it happened at the critical moment. He grasped the edge of his tongue tightly with both hands, thus preventing it from falling directly into that terrible throat. What to do? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Su Hao's mind. Since this is the dragon's tongue, then, with the mentality of giving it a try, he slowly extended his tongue and gently licked the soft flesh next to him. Congratulations to the host for the initial contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, endurance plus 1000, defense plus 1000, spiritual power plus 1000. Host, please select skills or weapons. Fuck, it worked. Listen to the system voice coming from my mind. Su Hao knew he had succeeded. Licking her tongue, this is a proper kiss. This time he chose to draw his weapon. Weapons are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon Dragon Scale Spear. Introduction: a silver spear composed of 1,000 dragon scales, which can split into dragon scale fragments and change its form. After the system introduction, the dragon scale spear appeared in Su Hao's hand. Dragon Scale Spear, go! He threw the spear. The spear spun several times in the air before piercing the blade deep into the dragon's tongue. The dragon suddenly felt pain. The huge body twisted violently, then opened its mouth and spat out Su Hao like phlegm. After landing, Su Hao quickly steadied himself and looked around. Ling Yao, who was not far away, was now furious. She clenched the freezing ice blade in both hands, and her body moved like lightning, slashing at the dragon repeatedly. Kill you, kill you. Ling Yao's eyes narrowed, murderous intent emanating from her. She clasped her hands together and shouted, "Extreme cold field, open." In an instant, an extremely powerful cold air surged in all directions with Ling Yao as the center. Under the cover of this cold air, the entire city was instantly frozen into an ice city. Even the giant dragon was covered by ice and turned into an ice sculpture. Amazing! Su Hao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I didn't expect Ling Yao to have such powerful strength. Yao Yao, he shouted loudly. When Ling Yao heard the sound, she quickly turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. The moment he saw clearly that the person coming was Su Hao, her eyes instantly lit up with surprise, and then she ran towards Su Hao without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Su Hao and hugged him tightly. You're okay, I'm so glad. Just now I thought. I'm sorry for making you worry. Su Hao gently stroked her head. I. Ling Yao was about to say something else, but unexpectedly her body suddenly went limp and she fainted. It seems that it is because too much spiritual energy was consumed just now. At this time, the dragon scale spear fell straight down from the air, and then stood steadily on the ground. Look at the gun barrel, it is slender and straight. Look at the tip of the gun, it is like a sharp blade forged by frost, with a cold and sharp light. The gun body was covered with silver dragon scales, each of which was extremely delicate and shone brightly under the light. It's all thanks to you just now. Su Hao stretched out his hand with joy on his face. The dragon scale spear was immediately sensed and flew into his hands. Suddenly, a squeaking sound was heard. It turned out that the dragon had broken free from the ice, and its slender body began to change, and a cute short-haired girl appeared. Her ear-length red hair fell on both sides of her cheeks, and a few strands of hair in front of her forehead were slightly curled, dancing playfully on her forehead. The girl was wearing a red low-cut top with the burning cuffs slightly tightened, revealing her slender white wrists. The red miniskirt tightly wrapped around her graceful figure. The hem of the skirt was just short enough, just above her hips, showing off her curvy figure. Her face was like a carefully carved jade, with a faint blush on her fair complexion. The bright big eyes blinked, and under the small nose, the slightly pouting lips were like fresh cherries, so beautiful and tempting. The dragon horns on the girl's head make her look even more cute. Ah woo! She let out a dragon roar, aimed in the direction of Su Hao, clenched her fists and flew straight over. Chapter 5, Violent Dragon Girl, Be My Wife. She's so cute. Su Hao held Ling Yao in one hand and held the dragon scale spear in the other. His eyes fell on Yan Linger, looking her up and down. After this dragon girl transformed into a human form, her beauty was no less than Ling Yao's. It also exudes a strong sense of girlishness. If Ling Yao is compared to a cool and aloof older sister with a hint of innocent young woman's charm, then Yan Linger is undoubtedly a pretty young girl in bud, about to bloom. At this moment, Yan Linger suddenly raised her fist and hit Su Hao. Su Hao had no intention of dodging at all. He just stood there straight, allowing Yan Linger's fist to hit him hard. After the punch, Yan Linger's eyes widened instantly, her face full of disbelief. Because she clearly realized that her punch had no effect at all on Su Hao. Immediately afterwards, Yan Linger raised her fist again. This time, countless fist shadows fell on Su Hao like raindrops. Hump, stupid, lowly, weak human, how dare you be so disrespectful to this princess? I will definitely kill you. Yan Linger shouted angrily while beating him. Su Hao just smiled slightly and said slowly, "Don't waste your energy. You can't hurt me. Stop talking nonsense and go to hell." Yan Linger didn't listen to Su Hao at all, and continued to punch Su Hao. Su Hao had already completed the contract with her, so no matter how she attacked, it had no effect on Su Hao. In this way, Yan Linger threw hundreds of punches in one breath, until she was out of breath. Damn it, what the hell is this guy? Why is my attack useless to him? She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Then, with a stern expression, she said in a deep voice, "I am the incomparably noble dragon princess. You lowly human, why don't you kneel down and salute me when you see me?" Dragon princess? Upon hearing this, Su Hao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Looking at you now, you look more like a grumpy little Charmander. You are so hateful. Yan Linger was so angry that she was shaking all over. She clenched her hands into fists and gritted her teeth. If this princess's spiritual power hadn't been completely depleted, how could a mere ant like you be able to defeat me in a single blow? Humph. Oh? So your spiritual power is exhausted. Su Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, a meaningful smile on his face. That's great. What do you want to do? Seeing his evil gaze, Yan Linger shuddered violently and shouted in a timid tone, "I am a princess of the noble dragon clan. Kneel down before me immediately and beg for mercy. Perhaps I will show mercy and forgive your unreasonable crime." Su Hao was worrying about how to reach a deep contract with her, but she unexpectedly transformed into a cute girl, and her spiritual power was exhausted. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Ling Yao is still in a coma. Su Hao's eyes lit up and he immediately thought of a solution. "Charmander, next, just follow me." As Su Hao spoke, he swung out the dragon scale spear. The dragon scale spear instantly transformed into pieces of glittering dragon scales, and flew towards Yan Linger like a nimble fish. In the blink of an eye, she was surrounded tightly. What is this? Yan Linger was startled and quickly raised her fist to hit the dragon scales surrounding her. But she had already left much strength and was unable to break through the layers of dragon scales. Swallow. Su Hao stretched out a hand and let out a low growl. A round black ball similar to a black hole appeared in his palm, and a powerful suction force gushed out from the hole, instantly sucking Yen Linger into the black hole. What the hell is this place? Let me out now. I am a princess of the Dragon Clan, and you dare to treat me like this? When I return, I will definitely tell my father, and then I will make sure that all of you become food for the Dragon Clan. Do you hear me? When I get out, I will definitely kill you, bastard, bastard, bastard. No matter how Yen Linger screamed inside, anything that was swallowed by Su Hao could not escape. Don't worry, Charmander. I won't hurt you. Just take a good rest in there. Su Hao spoke slowly to Yen Linger. At this moment, he was thinking about letting Ling Yao leave this place first, and then going back to complete the deep contract with Yen Linger. Not long after, Ling Yao slowly opened her eyes. She found herself being carried by Su Hao and couldn't help but ask softly, Su Hao, where am I? Yao Yao, you're awake. Su Hao heard her voice and quickly turned around with a gentle smile on his face. How do you feel? I'm fine. Ling Yao had just finished speaking when she suddenly remembered what happened before and asked hurriedly, where's the dragon? It suddenly disappeared. It must have left. Su Hao replied. Is that so? Ling Yao nodded slightly. Afterwards, Ling Yao's gaze remained on Su Hao's face. After a while, she spoke softly, I'm fine now. You, put me down. Su Hao put her down gently as he said. Seeing that she lowered her head and looked thoughtful, he reached out and touched her cheek. Yao Yao, what are you thinking about? What happened between us? Ling Yao hesitated to speak. Yao Yao, I like you. You are already my woman. I will definitely marry you. Su Hao said seriously. I trust you. After hearing what he said, Ling Yao immediately hugged him tightly and said, I have something urgent to do right now, so I can't stay here for long. I really don't want to leave you. I want to be with you every day. Don't worry, we will meet again soon. Su Hao patted her back gently and comforted her. Then come to Qinglong School to find me in a few days. I'll wait for you there. Ling Yao raised her head and looked at Su Hao affectionately. I understand. Su Hao nodded in response. Ling Yao has an extraordinary identity, so naturally she has a lot of things to deal with. After seeing Ling Yao off, Su Hao immediately found a safe place. Because he had just escaped not long ago. If discovered by the Fong family, he would definitely be taken back. Next, we must immediately complete the deep contract with Yen Linger. Once her spiritual power recovers, it will be even more difficult to complete the contract. Thinking of this, he immediately stretched out his hand, activated his ability, and released Yen Linger, who was trapped in the small world. You lowly, weak, shameless human, how dare you imprison Su in that place? Quickly release me, or I will surely make you bear the wrath of our entire dragon clan. Yen Linger was filled with murderous intent, staring at Su Hao with eyes fixed, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Charmander, I didn't expect you to be even cuter when you're angry. Su Hao chuckled softly. If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible, but you have to agree to one condition. Ha ha ha. Yen Linger laughed loudly. Weak, lowly human, how can you have the qualifications to negotiate with this princess? Release me immediately, send me back obediently, and then kneel down to apologize to me. Perhaps I will show mercy and forgive your sins. Otherwise, when I recover my spiritual power, I will turn you into ashes. Su Hao didn't get angry but laughed instead. Such a ferocious and violent little fire dragon made him like her even more, and he wanted to subdue her urgently. He raised his eyebrows and whispered, Charmander, my conditions are very simple. Be my wife. Chapter 6 Eye of the Void, Conquering the Candle Dragon. What? Yen Linger suddenly stood there in a daze. I said, be my wife. Su Hao repeated it loudly again with a serious look on his face. You know what you are talking about. Yen Linger was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She shouted angrily, I am a dragon of extremely noble bloodline, and I am also from the Zhulong dragon royal family. How dare you say such treasonous words to me? Humph, you are dead. Su Hao completely ignored her warning and slowly walked towards Yen Linger, while commanding the dragon scale spear to tie up Yen Linger's body. The dragon scale spear immediately decomposed into thousands of dragon scales. Those dragon scales connected to each other and turned into ropes, wrapping around Yen Linger's body, making her even more unable to move. You stop it right now. Do you know what you are doing? You dare to try to disrespect the noble dragon people? You bastard, stop it now, or you will. There was finally a hint of panic in Yen Linger's eyes. If she were in a normal state, she would never be afraid of humans. After all, humans were just food in her eyes. At this time, her spiritual power was exhausted, her body was trapped, and she was bound by the human she looked down upon, which made her feel even more humiliated. Charmander, don't worry. I will definitely treat you well, just obey me. Su Hao had a wicked smile on his face and continued to approach her slowly. He desperately wanted to conquer this powerful dragon, who could transform into both a dragon and a cute girl. It can be big or small, and it is very powerful. The more he looks at it, the more he likes it. You, don't touch me, let me go, you filthy human. Even if this princess dies, even if her soul and body are annihilated, she will never let a lowly human touch her. Congratulations to the host for contracting a top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, endurance plus 1000, defense plus 1000, spiritual power plus 1000. Host, please select skills or weapons. This time, Su Hao chose skills. After all, he was not familiar with how to use the dragon scale spear. Need to add a few more skills. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Eye of the Void. Skill extraction in progress. Skill description: this skill requires a certain amount of mental energy to use. When used, a void is created with the user as the center, covering the surrounding area. Within the void, everything within sight, whether material or energy, except for space and time, is annihilated, returning to nothingness. Consumption: mental power. Eyes? Su Hao stopped what he was doing and covered his left eye tightly. What on earth is going on? Why do I have such a strange feeling? At this moment, he clearly sensed that his left eye, which had lost its function and could even be said to be almost non-existent, was now occupied by a mysterious energy. Could this be the Eye of the Void? Su Hao slowly took off the eye patch on his left eye. At that moment, a strange realm of space suddenly unfolded. He was astonished to find that his left eye could actually see things. However, what he saw was a world completely different from what he saw with his right eye. Just a quick glance. A strong feeling of dizziness suddenly hit him. Su Hao quickly put his eye mask back on, wondering to himself with lingering fear, what on earth is this skill? After a little thought, Su Hao immediately understood that this was probably a situation caused by insufficient mental strength. This skill can only be studied slowly later. At this moment, his eyes fell on the bed. I saw Yen Linger's body shaking constantly, and she looked very excited. Charmander, are you crying? Did I go a little too far just now? Su Hao couldn't help feeling a little guilty. He stretched out his hand and was about to comfort Yen Linger. But I never expected it. Just as he stretched out his hand, Yen Linger pounced on him like a swift little beast and knocked him to the ground. Now! Yen Linger's eyes were charming, and she licked her pink little tongue gently, saying coquettishly, "Humph, human, you actually dare to do such a thing to this princess? From now on, you will be my slave." Time flies, and 2.5 days have passed in a flash. Husband, you are so amazing. I love you. Yen Linger's soft body was like a spirit snake, gently coiling around Su Hao, her head resting on his chest, her mouth constantly expressing her endless love. Relying on his own abilities, Su Hao successfully rose from being asked to be a slave to becoming the husband affectionately called by Yen Linger. Husband, let's continue. Charmander, it's been 2 days and I'm a little hungry. Su Hao tried to stand up. After all, he knew that he still had many things waiting to be dealt with. Oh, I'm a little hungry too. Yen Linger responded and gently bit Su Hao's ear. My husband, you are so delicious. I really want to eat you up. Hearing this, Su Hao couldn't help but groan inwardly, thinking, this isn't some little Charmander, it's clearly a clinging little lecher. If this continues, I'm afraid I really won't be able to handle it. He broke free from Yen Linger's restraints and stood up. Woo woo woo. You've already done that to me, and now you're starting to despise me? Humph, it turns out that none of the humans are good, they're all bad. As Yen Linger was talking, she actually started to sob. Tears were welling up in her big watery eyes and were about to burst out. Anyone who saw the pitiful look would feel sorry for him. Charmander, I don't dislike you. Su Hao shook his head helplessly, then slowly squatted down. Seeing him squatting, Yen Linger immediately wrapped her arms around his waist, then raised her cute little mouth and kissed him without saying a word. After a few minutes of passionate kissing, Yenlinger lowered her head, her expression suddenly becoming extremely lost. She murmured softly, "I really want to be with you forever, but you are a human." Suhao raised his eyebrows slightly and said nonchalantly, "So what if he's a human? I just like little dragons. We dragons have rules. If a human and a dragon are united, they will definitely be severely punished." Yenlinger hugged Suhao tightly, her voice full of grievance, "But I really, really like you. Don't worry, Charmander. I will definitely marry you and take care of you for the rest of my life." Suhao reached out and stroked her head. "Then you, come back to the Dragon Clan with me and propose marriage to my father, how about that?" Yenlinger looked at him excitedly. Chapter 7 Discovery. Go to the Dragon Clan? Suhao doesn't have time to go to the Dragon Clan. He immediately refused, "I still have a lot of things to deal with. I will definitely go with you in a while." After some time? You. Yenlinger suddenly raised her little fist, stretched it in front of him, and threatened fiercely, "Humph! How dare you not follow me? You have such a guts. Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Little Charmander, I will definitely go back with you in the future, but not now." Suhao stared at her with a smile in his eyes. "Only if you are obedient and behave like a good dragon can you get more love from me, understand?" No. Yenlinger's anger immediately dissipated, and then she asked in a low voice, Then let me follow you, okay? Follow me? Suhao looked at her puzzledly. "Since I am my husband's dragon, I naturally have to follow you, and then find an opportunity to give birth to a little dragon for my husband." Yenlinger put her face close to his and said softly. Suhao originally planned to refuse. He had only escaped a few days ago. Just a few days ago late at night. Suhao escaped from the place where he had been imprisoned for 17 years. He was imprisoned by the Fong family since he was 3 years old. As for the reason, he didn't know either. Originally, he possessed the Eye of the Emperor of Heaven, a mysterious eye that could see through the future. When he was 3 years old, he was poached by his half-brother and later locked up for 17 years. These 17 years were a time of darkness and occasional torture. He only knew that the place where he was imprisoned was a small island. As for why the Fong family didn't kill him and instead built a place to imprison him, he didn't know. At this time, the guards who imprisoned him must be looking for his whereabouts everywhere. Maybe the Fong family also knew about his escape. If he were to be accompanied by such a conspicuous dragon girl at this time, it would definitely attract a lot of attention from others. He is too weak now and can only hide. But Yenlinger had just finished being intimate with him, and looking at her unsatisfied look, it seemed as if she couldn't leave him at all. Thinking of this, Suhao comforted him softly, "Little Charmander, you are only over 100 years old and still a young dragon. We can talk about giving birth to dragon people later. Also, if you want to follow me, you must obey my orders. Can you do that? Don't worry, I will be an obedient dragon. I will never cause trouble for my husband." Yenlinger touched her stomach. "I'm hungry, so my husband will be responsible for feeding me." Suhao was stunned at first, then he smiled and joked, "Charmander, you don't really want to eat people, do you? Is there any problem?" Yenlinger winked at him and licked the corner of her mouth playfully. "My husband, you look so tender and delicate. It must taste delicious when you chew it." Suhao. "Just kidding." Yenlinger covered her mouth and laughed, "I will never eat my husband, but I hope my husband won't mind if I take a few bites." As she spoke, she showed her cute little dragon teeth, opened her tender and moist dragon mouth, and bit his ear. Of course, Suhao has systematic help, so he won't feel any pain or get hurt. Otherwise his ears would definitely be eaten by the little fire dragon. "Charmander, be good." Suhao shook his head helplessly and stroked her back without any resistance. Besides, this feeling is quite comfortable. How could he possibly afford to raise a man-eating dragon? In order to prevent Yenlinger from causing him unnecessary trouble, he decided to devour her and place her in another space. This alien space is a completely independent existence, isolated from the real world. He can clearly perceive everything that happens in it. This is his domain and his rules. "Little fire dragon, stand still and don't move." Su gently stroked Yenlinger's cute dragon head, as if comforting a naughty child. During these 2.5 days, Yenlinger has been completely tamed by Suhao's powerful operation. Her wildness was gradually smoothed out. In addition, her favorability towards Su Hao had reached its maximum at this time, so she would obey any order. Su Hao immediately activated his devouring ability, and a black spot like a black hole appeared in the center of his palm. Yan Linger only felt a powerful suction force surrounding her. Her body began to spin and was gradually sucked into the black spot. Wait until she comes to her senses. It's a completely different world. It's dark here, without any light. Husband, it's so dark here, I'm a little scared. Yan Linger looked around and said in a soft voice. Don't be afraid. Su Hao's mind moved slightly. I saw that the alien space suddenly lit up. There's nothing here. Yan Linger curled her lips and complained dissatisfiedly. Su Hao concentrated his mental strength again and continued to use his imagination. I saw a small room gradually appear in the different space, with a large soft round bed inside. Everything he imagines will appear in the different space. But the more complex the things that appear, the more mental energy is consumed. His current mental strength can only imagine simple things. But this is enough to accommodate Yan Linger. After Su Hao settled the Charmander, he first needs to complete the system task and contract 10 top-notch women within 30 days. It has now been 2.5 days. He was walking down the street. Because I met 2 top-notch people right after I crossed over. I originally thought that it was easy to find a perfect woman. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find the best quality ones, let alone the high quality ones. Most of them were of ordinary quality. It seems that we need to change the place to look for the target. Su Hao lowered his head, thinking. Little did they know. 2 cold eyes locked onto his figure. It's Fong Hao. We finally found him. Notify the higher-ups immediately to come to Jiangnan City and arrest him. Don't worry, he's just a piece of trash. The 2 of us can handle him. If we take him back, we'll have accomplished a great feat. That makes sense. Let's do it. The 2 followed Su Hao quietly. Chapter 8, The Sky Realm Opens. How to find the perfect woman. Maybe Qinglong Academy is a good place. It is where the powerful people of the Holy Kingdom of Heaven gather. There must be no shortage of top-notch women. Besides, that is the college where Ling Yao is studying. I haven't seen Yao Yao for several days. How is she? He thought as he walked on the empty street. As the night deepened, the street lamps on both sides emitted a dim light, guiding him in the direction. Not far behind him, 2 black silk threads were approaching him quietly like lurking poisonous snakes. Although Su Hao was immersed in his own thoughts, his keen intuition told him that danger was approaching. He turned around suddenly and saw the black thread twisting like a living thing and attacking him. He hasn't reacted yet. 2 silk threads instantly passed through his shoulders and began to wrap around his body, instantly tying him to the ground. What is this? Su Hao growled in astonishment, his muscles tensed as he tried to break free. However, the seemingly thin thread was extremely tough. Not only could it not be broken, but it became tighter and tighter, embedding deeply into his flesh, causing bursts of stinging pain. Fong Hao, don't waste your energy. A cold voice came from not far away, which made Su Hao's heart shudder. When he heard the name, he instantly understood that these must be the pursuers sent by the Fong family. As the voice fell, 2 figures slowly walked out. They were Wang Gang and Zhang Wei, who had been the guards of Su Hao when he was imprisoned. My black stockings are not something you can easily break free of. Wang Gang sneered as he approached and mercilessly stepped on Su Hao's face. You're making it easier for us to find you. Why don't you try running again? Zhang Wei stood aside, looking down at Su Hao. You are just a piece of trash, yet you dared to try to escape freedom, causing us brothers to come all the way to capture you. Facing the insults from the 2, Su Hao's eyes remained unusually calm. You too, are you here to die? As soon as these words came out, Wang Gang and Zhang Wei smiled at each other. Ha, you're still being stubborn even at this time. Don't worry, we won't take your life. After all, the order from above is to capture you alive. However, Wang Gang changed the subject, and the silk thread in his hand suddenly tightened. We can cripple your hands and feet, leaving you in a state of being unable to live or die. The silk thread cut into Su Hao's skin like a sharp blade, and blood slowly flowed along the wound, staining his clothes red. Seeing this, Zhang Wei quickly stopped him. That's enough, don't really kill him, bring him back alive to claim the reward. My body hurts so much. These 2 bastards must not be caught by them. Su Hao recalled the torture he had suffered. If he were caught by them, the Fong family would definitely not let him go, and he would probably have no chance to escape again. Resist, escape, revenge, kill. Calm down, you must calm down. He endured the severe pain and tried hard to calm himself down, while thinking about how to kill the two men. If a supernova explosion is used, although it is powerful, it may not be effective immediately when facing a steel like silk thread. Dragon Scale Spear and Devour are not very effective in this situation. As for Charmander, should we let her out? At this time, Suhao finally remembered that he still had an ability that he had not used yet. So, he concentrated his mental strength and used the Eye of Void. Eye of the Void is different from other skills. Using it consumes mental energy. He concentrated his mental strength on his left eye. The left eye slowly began to change, and the ripples generated by the mental power began to spread around. Empty realm, open. He concentrated his mind and whispered softly. With the surge of mental power, the void realm instantly expanded, forming a void realm within a 1-meter range around him. With the current strength of his mental power, even if he releases it with all his strength, the void realm can only cover an area of 1 meter around his body. Within this 1-meter range, no matter what matter or energy can escape his perception. As the blindfold disappears, Suhao's left eye was revealed. Rather than being an eye, it looked more like a devilish black eye socket, completely filled with black. Under the gaze of his left eye, a completely different world appeared, the flow of energy, the nature of matter, and even the figures of some unknown creatures passing by him, he could see them all clearly. This ability is indeed powerful, but it feels a bit strange. Suhao felt dizzy for a moment. He gradually adapted to this new situation. He lowered his head and looked at the silk thread on his body. The threads that bound him vanished like smoke blown away by the wind. This was not a split, but a complete wiping out of existence, leaving no trace in the world. Wang Gangshan wanted to take him away from here. However, the moment Wang Gang looked at Suhao's deep eye sockets made him feel a chill. Everything that just happened in an instant. When Wang Gang reacted, he found that Suhao had broken free from the restraints of his black stockings. What's going on? He was puzzled and stood there, when he suddenly felt a hand tightly gripping his neck. You actually dare to resist. Wang Gang was suddenly startled and opened his palms. Several black threads shot out from his palms, trying to restrain Suhao again. Chapter 9 Return to Nothingness, Xinglong Academy. Wang Gang, his ability is to manipulate black silk threads, which is referred to as black silk manipulation. At the moment when Suhao's iron-like palm was about to strangle his throat, his palm shook violently, and several ink black silk threads shot out, intending to bind Suhao again. However, these seemingly indestructible threads dissipated in mid-air like smoke, leaving no trace. What on earth did you do? Wang Gang said in shock, and at the same time struggled hard, punching Suhao in the face, trying to break free from the restraints. But before his fist could reach the target, his entire arm disappeared out of thin air. My hand! Wang Gang screamed in horror. At this moment, Jiang Wei reacted quickly, unsheathed the sword at his waist, and appeared next to Suhao. He drew his sword and slashed with unstoppable force, aiming directly at the arm that Suhao was holding Wang Gang with. Just as the blade was about to chop down, Suhao raised the corner of his mouth, and the power of the Eye of Void in his left eye was quietly activated. The long sword seemed to have traveled through another dimension and disappeared without a trace, leaving only the handle tightly grasped in Jiang Wei's hand. My knife. Jiang Wei stood there in a daze, looking at the hilt of the knife in his hand. Suhao slowly raised his other arm, and the burning power of the supernova gathered in his palm. Explode for me! He shouted softly, and the moment the light ball touched Jiang Wei, it released a powerful explosive energy, blowing Jiang Wei away. Then, he used the devouring skill, the black hole in his palm opened, and Yanlinger was released from it. Charmander, are you hungry? The prey over there is a reward for you. Suhao pointed at Jiang Wei not far away. Can I really eat him? Yanlinger blinked her curious eyes, as if seeking the final permission. Suhao smiled slightly and gave a positive answer. Of course, it's up to you. Listen to it. Yanlinger leaped happily, and her body gradually expanded as she approached Jiang Wei, turning into a mighty dragon. This little girl, it seems that I need to find more people to feed her in the future. Suhao looked at Yanlinger's excited back, and a doting smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, the atmosphere changed. He turned his sharp gaze towards the restrained Wang Gang and said in a cold voice, the time for interrogation has come. Tell me everything you know. Asshole. Let go. You're just a piece of trash abandoned by the Fong family. How dare you treat me like this? You won't have a good ending. Wang Gang roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes full of resentment. My patience is limited, so I'll just ask you once, where are you from, and how many of you are there in Jiangnan City? Su Hao asked in a cold tone. Delusion. I would rather die than surrender. You can't get any information from me. Wang Gang said, gritting his teeth. You won't say it, right? Su Hao's eyes were fixed on Wang Gang's trembling legs, and he saw that the legs began to disappear from bottom to top. Ah! My leg, what have you done to it? Wang Gang had never seen such an ability before and was shaking with fear. Su Hao released his hand and let Wang Gang fall to the ground. If you still refuse to speak, you will watch your body dissipate into nothingness bit by bit. Wang Gang's body began to slowly dissipate from his limbs until all parts of his body began to disappear. Faced with this fear that went beyond physical pain, Wang Gang's psychological defenses finally collapsed. Stop. I'll tell you. I'm under the command of Fong Xian, the elder of the Fong family. We have deployed over 300 people in Jiangnan City. I really don't know the rest of the details. Wang Gang was just an ordinary guard responsible for watching over him, and I'm afraid we can't get any more information from him. Well, let me be merciful and give you a painless death. Su Hao activated the power of his left eye, and in an instant, Wang Gang completely disappeared from the world without leaving any trace. I didn't expect them to find this place. What to do next? The Fong family is very powerful. With my current abilities, I am afraid it would be difficult to compete with them, not to mention that I still have to complete the contract mission. The Fong family is a large family with strong power, a wide range of influence and huge impact. With my current abilities, it would be a pipe dream to fight them head on and win. Besides, I still have to complete the contract mission. Now is not the time for revenge. Xinglong Academy. It seemed like a good place to go. Xinglong Academy gathers powerful people from all over the Holy Kingdom of Tianqiao, and it can be said that it is full of masters. As long as he could successfully enter Qinglong College for further studies, he could not only hide his identity but also find more contract targets. Besides, that place is Ling Yao's territory. By taking advantage of Ling Yao's influence and status and getting her protection, the Fong family would definitely not dare to attack him there. Isn't this a good opportunity to live off the man? So, his next step was to go to Qinglong Academy. Husband. Yan Linger called softly. She slowly descended from the air and landed lightly on Su Hao's shoulder. She licked the corner of her mouth and said, with only one person, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Su Hao gently stroked her little head and said, don't worry, I will definitely find a chance to let you feast on it. Upon hearing this, Yan Linger's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Then I will wait to enjoy the sumptuous meal. After saying that, she accidentally caught a glimpse of the scars on Su Hao's body and frowned slightly. Huh? Are you injured? Su Hao waved his hand casually and said with a smile, it's okay, just some flesh wounds, not worth mentioning. Yan Linger refused to let it go easily. She stared at the scars, carefully lifted Su Hao's arm, and gently licked his wound with the tip of her tongue. Charmander? Su Hao was a little confused by her sudden action. Looking at her serious and cute expression, he couldn't help but teasing, could it be that you want to eat me again? Yan Linger glared at him and said, idiot, who wants to eat you? I'm helping you heal. Our candle dragon's saliva, called candle saliva, has powerful healing powers. Let me serve you and heal your wounds. Su Hao suddenly realized and began to undress, then I'll trouble you. Please help me with other parts of my body as well. The next morning, Su Hao arrived at the gate of Qinglong Academy. The Holy Kingdom of Heaven, as a place where martial arts flourish, has 4 top academies. Among them, Qinglong College is the first of the 4 colleges. Su Hao planned to find Ling Yao first, maybe he could ask her to help him open a back door and join the academy directly. Are they all ordinary women? He asked himself quietly, his eyes scanning the bustling crowd at the gate, checking the information of each woman. Most women are still ordinary. At this moment, a cry of terror broke the silence. Help! Help! Let go, let go! He looked closely. I saw a man holding a woman's arm tightly, and his behavior was clearly teasing. The man was wearing a shit yellow shirt, and the woman he caught was terrified and kept struggling and shouting. Su Hao frowned slightly, his gaze lingering on the woman for a moment. High level. Too bad she's not my target. He had no intention of getting involved in such trivial matters. Suddenly, bang! A silver spear dropped from the sky and stabbed into the ground with astonishing force, raising a cloud of dust. Immediately following, a woman appeared in the sky at some point, and she landed lightly on the end of the spear. Name, Lin Yi. Race, human. Age, 19. Attribute, water. Strength, 5,300. Agility, 5,800. Endurance, 5,580. Defense, 4,200. Spiritual power, 5,500. Quality, top quality. Spiritual power, 90. Appearance, 94. Favorability, 0. After Suhao saw the data of this woman, the word best seemed particularly eye-catching, and the target finally appeared. Chapter 10, The Hero Saves the Beauty, Ling Yao appears. Lin Yi stood on top of the spear, wearing a blue short skirt, revealing her slender and straight legs. She wore black-framed glasses and stared at the man expressionlessly, shouting, "Wuhan, let go of that girl." Wuhan looked at Lin Yi, a sneer curled up on his lips. "Isn't this Lin Yi, one of the six-pointed stars? Do you want to meddle in other people's business? It's not your turn to intervene." Without saying a word, Lin Yi jumped off the spear, pulled out the spear, and rushed towards Wuhan quickly. "Quick, stop her!" Wuhan ordered loudly. Several men stepped forward and started fighting with Lin Yi. Suhao observed Lin Yi's every move from the side and couldn't help but be attracted by her skillful marksmanship. He also uses a spear as a weapon, but other than the special ability of the dragon scale spear, he does not really use the spear. Lin Yi's movements were smooth and efficient, and he must be an expert in using a gun. It would be nice if I could learn shooting from her. Suhao thought to himself, she seems to be a student of Qinglong College as well. I need to find an opportunity to complete the contract with her. As the battle deepened, Lin Yi's marksmanship became more and more fierce. In just a moment, more than a dozen people fell to the ground. He showed no mercy, pointed the tip of the gun directly at Wuhan's chest and stabbed him swiftly. However, just as the spear was about to pierce Wuhan, an old man with a long beard suddenly stood in front of him. A wooden shield formed on the old man's arm, blocking Lin Yi's spear attack. Wuhan smiled lightly and said to the old man, "Elder son, help me teach her a lesson." Elder son swung his other hand, and several vines waved in the air, lashing towards Lin Yi like poisonous snakes. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately turned his spear to block. The vines and spears intertwined, making crisp collision sounds. Although she temporarily blocked the attack, she also felt the opponent's powerful strength. After a few moves, Lin Yi gradually felt powerless and her body was knocked away by a powerful force. The opportunity has come. Suhao was secretly happy. This was a good opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. He quickly stepped forward, jumped lightly, stretched out one hand to catch Lin Yi's thigh, and put the other hand around her waist, holding her steadily in his arms. "Are you okay?" After landing, Suhao looked at her with concern and smiled slightly. Lin Yi blinked expressionlessly, and her silly look made her look even more adorable. The two of them just stared at each other. There was a subtle scent in the air. Elder son's attack did not stop. He waved his arms and swung out several vines again, heading straight for the two men. "Careful!" Lin Yi reminded immediately. "Don't worry." Suhao comforted him softly, and at the same time stretched out his palm, and the dragon scale spear flew out from the space in his palm. The spear instantly split into a shield formed by dragon scales, blocking the two of them and blocking the whip. "Let me go." Lin Yi gently broke free and stood up, still looking at Suhao curiously. "Who are you? You are probably not a student of Qinglong College. How dare you interfere in my affairs?" Wuhan walked forward slowly and questioned. Suhao ignored Wuhan completely. He was thinking about how to win Lin Yi's favor. He whispered, "My name is Suhao. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Yi's face remained expressionless except for a hint of curiosity. "Why are you helping me?" "Well." Suhao smiled softly, seeing such a lovely woman injured, anyone would come to her rescue, right? He thought that saying this would increase his favorability a little, but to his surprise, Lin Yi's favorability towards him remained at 0. Wouldn't this reason impress her? "Hey, I'm asking you a question, do you hear me?" Wuhan roared angrily. "Who are you?" Suhao turned his head and glanced at him. "I am Wuhan, the young master of the Wu family. If you are not a student of Qinglong College, get out of here as soon as possible to avoid trouble. Wu Han said coldly. Linny rushed towards Wu Han again with the gun in hand. Wu Han, you dare to act wildly in front of the academy? Take my shot. Wu Han looked aside and said, Elder son, I leave it to you. Elder son smiled slightly, it's just a little girl. He stretched out his palm again, and many vines extended from his palm and wrapped around Linny. Linny immediately waved his spear and continued to clear the flying vines. Her movements were swift and powerful, but the number of vines was too great, and she gradually felt a little tired. I'll help you. Su Hao rushed forward with the dragon scale spear in his hand and fought side by side with her. Go away, it's none of your business. Linny shouted while waving his spear. Su Hao said helplessly, I am helping you. Linny said calmly, I don't need your help. Elder son sneered, and more vines attacked from all directions. Two little devils, let's see how long you can hold on. This old man seems to have not used his full strength yet. His combat power is at least over 8,000. If he continues like this, I'm afraid both of us will be defeated by him. Wait, it seems he can manipulate plants. If I use supernova combustion, the power of fire, maybe I can have a chance to defeat him. Su Hao was thinking about how to deal with the current situation when he was accidentally hit in the face by a rattan stick. The huge force knocked him away. When he stood up, he found that there was a long bloody mark on his face, and blood was dripping down his cheek. Hey, are you okay? Lin Yi immediately looked at him. Just when she was distracted, she was also hit by the cane, and she took a few steps back and sat on the ground. Elder son, don't kill him. Wu Han immediately stopped Elder son from attacking again. Lin Yi, the flowing water spear, is a student of Azure Dragon Academy after all. Just teach her a lesson. As for the other person. He looked at Su Hao, raised the corner of his mouth, how dare you meddle in my business? Kill him now. Don't worry, master. I'll take care of him right away. Elder son stroked his beard and walked towards Su Hao. Who is he? How dare he offend the young master of the Wu family? The one who attacked him seems to be son Jin Shui. That's right, he really doesn't know his place. If he offends Wu Han, that young man is probably dead. Does he really dare to kill someone in a place like this? Wu Han belongs to the Xinglong Society. Besides, this happened outside the academy. He will definitely not show mercy. The onlookers around began to talk. It's not that easy to kill me. Su Hao wiped the blood off his face, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He immediately set the supernova into combustion. As the nuclear energy burned, his skin gradually turned red. With this skill, all of his physical values will be greatly increased, so he is not afraid of the old man in front of him at all. This kid doesn't look right. Elder son exclaimed in his heart. He could see that Su Hao seemed to have some strange phenomena. Just as the two were about to fight, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, Look, the principal is here. Inside Qinglong School. Ling Yao walked out slowly in a white long dress. Chapter 11. Ling Yao got angry and was frightened to the point of peeing. It's the principal of Qinglong College. Wu Han was so nervous when he saw Ling Yao that he swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Master Wu, don't worry. Elder son smiled calmly and said comfortingly, as long as I'm here, she won't do anything to you. Ling Yao said calmly, what happened here? Elder son stepped forward and replied respectfully, Principal Ling, you've arrived just in time. This woman attacked our young Master Wu with a spear. Even outside the academy, it's inappropriate for your student to injure someone like this. I hope you will punish her severely. That's right. Wu Han pointed at Lin Yi and said angrily, Lin Yi actually wanted to kill me. If Elder son hadn't protected me in time, I'm afraid I would have died at her hands. And that one-eyed monster. He pointed at Su Hao again, that's him. He's meddling in other people's business. I'm teaching him a lesson. The air was filled with tension, and everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Yao, waiting for her response. Ling Yao glanced at Lin Yi indifferently, then her eyes moved away from Lin Yi and fell on Su Hao. When she saw Su Hao's face clearly, she froze in her tracks and murmured, Really, it's him. She moved forward involuntarily with her lotus steps until she stopped in front of Su Hao, her eyes still fixed on him. This is the first time I've seen Principal Ling like this. The principal must be angry. He's dead. Who made him offend the Xinglong Society? I'm afraid the principal will definitely not let him go easily. After all, the Xinglong Society is a huge force. The whispers around gradually increased, and everyone began to speculate what kind of punishment would be taken against Su Hao next. Su Hao and Ling Yao looked at each other quietly, neither of them spoke. Finally found Yao Yao. He found that Ling Yao's favorability towards him remained at 100, and had not decreased at all. Favorability is not constant. Maintaining it at 100 shows how much Ling Yao misses him. Ling Yao noticed the scars on Su Hao's face. She stretched out her fingers and gently wiped the blood off Su Hao's face. She asked softly, "Who hurt you?" "Principal Ling, this person teamed up with your students at the gate of your college and injured someone with a weapon. I hope you will punish him severely." Elder Sun's voice came from behind. "Wait for me." Ling Yao took a deep breath and turned around. Her gaze was as cold as ice, and it was filled with chilling intent. "Old man, did you hurt him?" Elder Sun smiled and nodded, making no attempt to conceal his actions. "Yes, it was me. I was just giving him a little lesson. If you want to blame someone, blame him for being too weak." He was completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter at this time. Ling Yao had a gloomy face, and her eyes, which were originally as clear as water, now became as cold as ice. Her long hair fluttered slightly in the invisible cold air, and every strand seemed to be endowed with icy power. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. There was a strong chill in the air. This cold air spreads around with Ling Yao as the center? Wherever it went, the grass and trees froze instantly, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground, and even breathing became difficult. She walked slowly towards Elder Sunday. As she walked past, the ground beneath her feet was immediately covered with a thick layer of ice, making a crisp cracking sound. Her figure was wrapped in the cold, like an ice queen walking out of an extremely cold land, which was intimidating. Elder Sun felt this powerful chill and couldn't help but shiver, but he still didn't know what was happening. "Principal Ling, you." Wu Han was about to speak. Whoosh! Ling Yao's figure flashed across the space like lightning and appeared in front of Wu Han in an instant. She moved so fast that no one present had time to react. Wu Han looked up. Ling Yao's cold eyes were filled with murderous intent, which made him feel a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His legs went weak and he sat on the ground, shivering. "Elder Sun." "Elder Sun?" He tried to ask Elder Sun for help, but before he could finish his words, he found that Elder Sun had turned into a lifelike human-shaped ice sculpture, standing motionless in the same place. "Listen carefully." Ling Yao looked down at Wu Han, who was trembling on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "If you dare to hurt him again, this will be your fate." She waved her hand lightly, and Elder Sun, who was frozen in place, completely turned into dust and dissipated in the air. Wu Han was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that Ling Yao would dare to kill Elder Sun in public. "Principal, I'm a student of Azure Dragon Academy." Wu Han mustered his courage and tried to remain calm. "He's just an outsider, and the Xinglong Society, to which our Wu family belongs, has always had good relations with Azure Dragon Academy. Elder Sun is a member of the Xinglong Society." "Xinglongui, so what? I'll say it again, if you dare to hurt him in the slightest, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Ling Yao shot out a slender ice cone from her hand, pressing it tightly against Wu Han's eye, almost piercing it. "Also, no matter what your background is, if I hear the word one-eyed monster again, I will immediately pierce your eye. Even the Xinglong Society can't protect you. Do you understand?" Wu Han looked at the extremely ferocious principal in front of him, and then looked at the sharp ice blade that was almost touching his eyeballs. He felt a fear he had never felt before. As his fear grew, he lost control of his bladder and urine slowly flowed out, dripping down his pants onto the ground, forming a small stream. Su Hao watched all this silently. Seeing Ling Yao show such a strong side in order to protect herself, I like her even more. Ling Yao put away the murderous aura in her body, turned and walked towards Su Hao, took his hand, and said softly, "Let's go." In the surprised eyes of everyone, they entered Xinglong Academy at the same time. Who is he? What's his relationship with Lord God of War? Linny was in disbelief at what was happening before her eyes, and at the same time she was a little curious about Su Hao's identity. Look, he's actually peed himself. He's too brave to pee in public. You were so proud just now, but now you're so embarrassed. When the people around saw Wu Han's wet pants, they couldn't help but laugh. Damn it! It's all his fault. He's the one who made me so embarrassed. Wu Han listened to the harsh laughter around him and was filled with anger. Linny, and that one-eyed monster, I must kill them and let them know how powerful the Xinglong society is. Su Hao was taken into the principal's office by Ling Yao. Ling Yao gently closed the door, isolating herself from the outside world. The moment she turned around, Su Hao couldn't wait to put his arms around her slender waist and pull her into his arms. Wait a moment. Ling Yao tried to push him away gently, but after feeling Su Hao's body temperature, her body suddenly softened. Wait? I can't wait. Su Hao stroked her hair gently. I've been thinking about you all the time these days. Don't you miss me? Ling Yao's heartbeat quickened and her cheeks flushed. Chapter 12, Taste the Sneak Kiss. The moment Ling Yao saw Su Hao, she tried hard to control her emotions. After all, as the principal of Qinglong College, she has to be more reserved in front of her students. But when she saw the wound on Su Hao's face, she still couldn't control her murderous intent, so she took action to deal with elder son who was just there to make a cameo appearance. Until I was alone with Su Hao. She finally couldn't control her inner emotions anymore, snuggled in Su Hao's arms, and whispered softly, "Stupid, why did you come to me just now? I missed you so much, really missed you, I wanted to see you all the time, and I thought you didn't like me anymore. I've already said it, you are my woman, I will never abandon you." Su Hao held her cheeks with both hands and slowly lowered his head. Wait a minute, this is inside the academy. Ling Yao said as she glanced to the side. Su Hao pinched her chin and said, Yao Yao, you are the principal. No one dares to come in without your permission. That being said, but Ling Yao wanted to break free, but she had no strength and didn't know how to refuse him. At this time, Ling Yao was wearing a long skirt, with silver hair draped over her shoulders, and her pure face attracted him. Ling Yao nodded and agreed. Sudden. A rapid knock on the door broke the silence. Wait a moment. Ling Yao tried to break free from Su Hao's arms. However, she, who was so powerful and imposing just now looked extremely weak in Su Hao's arms, like a docile kitten, completely without any strength. She cleared her throat. What's wrong? There are a few things that require your immediate attention, the voice from outside the door replied respectfully. I see. Ling Yao responded, then turned to look at Su Hao. Can you wait for me to finish my business? Let's go home. Su Hao smiled slightly, stood up and walked out. Then I'll wait for you outside. Wait until he leaves. Ling Yao landed from the table and straightened her clothes. Her face was red with shame that could not be concealed, and she muttered to herself, greedy guy. Yao Yao is really good. Su Hao remembered how Ling Yao defended him at the college gate, and then thought of her shy look just now. He thought that it would be great if the next woman he contracted could be so understanding. Find an opportunity to introduce Charmander to her. He had only contracted 2, and he was already thinking about how to make his women live in harmony. After leaving the principal's office, Su Hao had only taken a few steps when he ran into Lin Yi walking towards him. The target has appeared. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he was secretly planning his next move in his mind. Lin Yi walked towards him expressionlessly, stopped in front of him, and asked calmly, What is your relationship with the principal? What's the relationship? Su Hao thought for a moment. They must be a very close relationship. Why? Do you care? If you don't want to die, stay away from the principal. After saying this, Lin Yi turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Su Hao immediately stopped her and said, You didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? That's right. Lin Yi paused for a moment and continued to leave. But how could Su Hao let her go so easily? The woman after the initial contract could not harm him. So, no matter what method you use, just kiss your target, of course, this includes using force. I helped you, I should at least say thank you. Su Hao slowly walked behind her. Snort! Lin Yi snorted coldly and ignored him. As she continued to leave, Su Hao stretched out a hand behind her. Still want to leave? Come here. He thought to himself while using his devouring ability. The devouring ability can suck the target into another space, and can also attract the target directly to his side when necessary. As Su Hao's ability was activated, Lin Yi suddenly felt an invisible force pulling her body, making her fly backwards in an instant. Before she could react, Su Hao put one hand on her waist, licked the corner of his mouth, and kissed her lips accurately. Lin Yi blinked and looked at the sky, her mind going blank. If it were someone else, it probably wouldn't be so easy to be kissed. But Linny was born a little dull and had a slow reaction time. Even after being kissed, she didn't know what was happening. Congratulations to the host for the initial contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, stamina plus 1000, defense plus 1000. Host, please select skills or equipment. He continued to choose to extract skills. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill re-engraving. Skill introduction: observe the opponent's every move, analyze and calculate, and then replicate the same action. Consumption: mental power. After hearing this, Suha was delighted. This is exactly the skill he needs now. Using this skill can greatly improve combat skills. Linny finally came back to her senses from her shock. She tried to push Suha away, but found that her strength seemed to disappear without a trace at this moment. She could only let the man kiss her lips unscrupulously. She had no choice but to try to stick out her tongue, thinking to herself, this tastes not bad. Don't get her wrong, she was completely curious. After Suha gently let her go, Linny stood up straight and stared at him calmly. Why did you kiss me? Give me a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Suha noticed that his favorability towards Linny was still zero, neither hatred nor favor. There seems to be something wrong with her. Faced with Linny's serious gaze, Suha didn't know how to answer for a moment. Answer my question, why did you kiss me? Linny took a step forward and continued to ask. Because, you are so cute, I couldn't help it. Suha became a little uneasy and swallowed his saliva. All right. Linny responded indifferently and turned away. Suha looked at her receding figure and murmured to himself, what on earth is she thinking? Forget it, no matter what, the third woman was successfully contracted. I hope I can find other targets here next. As for the deep contract with Linny, he was in no hurry to finish. Thinking back to how Linny looked just now, she was indeed quite cute. He was even curious, what would it be like if Linny's favorability towards him reached 100? Chapter 13, Mandatory Order, Being Loved. Yao Yao, is this where you live? Suha stood at the door, looking around curiously. That's right. Ling Yao responded softly, her face instantly flushed. She lowered her head slightly, but couldn't help but secretly raised her eyes and quickly glanced at Su Hao. From now on, will you live here with me? Yao Yao, you don't want to support me, do you? Su Hao gently stretched out his arms and put them around Ling Yao's waist. Yes, I'll support you, don't you want to? Ling Yao raised her chin slightly and stared at him expectantly. Of course I am. Su Hao smiled. Then how are you going to support me? What do you need me to do? You don't need to do anything, you just need to accompany me, and be with me, that's all. Ling Yao's voice became softer, her eyes began to avoid a little, and her fingers unconsciously fiddled with the corner of her clothes. Su Hao looked at Ling Yao's cute appearance, and there was no trace of his usual dignity as the principal. Then I will accompany you well now. He raised his hand and placed it on Ling Yao's cheek, feeling the touch of the smooth skin. Ling Yao trembled slightly, and fell into his arms. This is our family, I will listen to you. Su Hao whispered in her ear, Yao Yao. Then I'll go take a shower. After Ling Yao walked into the bathroom, Su Hao sat on the bed, feeling the strange space inside his body. At this moment, Yan Linger was lying quietly in it. It was pitch black all around her. Apart from her, the only thing that could be seen was the dragon scale spear that was slowly spinning, as if it was talking to her. It's been several days, why hasn't my husband let me out yet? It's so boring. Yan Linger complained softly. Su Hao thought to himself, this little fire dragon is quite well behaved, but it's not appropriate to introduce her to Ling Yao yet. After all, if she stays around, it might affect the other people in the contract, so it's better to let her stay in the different space for now. Think of this. He couldn't help but think of the 2 guards he had killed before. If this continues, the Feng family will find him sooner or later. Therefore, it is necessary to improve one's own strength. Currently, based on the skills he has mastered, supernova burn can be performed by consuming only spiritual energy. Spiritual power can naturally be increased through contracts. As for other skills, devour, eye of the void and replicate, they require mental energy to be enhanced. Even a strong person like Ling Yao only has 116 points of mental power, so it is not easy to improve mental power. As the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, Ling Yao walked out slowly, wrapped in a bath towel. Su Hao was immediately attracted by her appearance. At this time, Ling Yao's long silver-white hair fell down wetly, a few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks and meandered down along her delicate contours. Her face was as white as jade, stained by water vapor and with a faint pink and fine water droplets hung on her long eyelashes. The bath towel was wrapped loosely around her, outlining her slender waist and exquisite curves. Especially those white and slender legs. As expected of a war god who often fights, he looked slender and powerful, but a kick from him would either kill him or leave him crippled. She walked barefoot on the ground, taking every step carefully. Her toes were round and cute, leaving small, water-stained footprints on the white ground. I'm done. Ling Yao lowered her head and occasionally looked up at Su Hao. After a brief glance, she seemed even more nervous. It's really top-notch. Su Hao glanced at her body and smiled slightly. At this moment, he thought of what the system said, that after a deep contract, one could order the other party to do anything. Now is the perfect time to try it out. I feel really happy now. Ling Yao snuggled up to Su Hao's chest and held him tightly in her arms. I want you to stay with me forever. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. Su Hao responded while gently stroking her hair. You know what? This is the happiest moment of my life. Ling Yao began to pour out her heart to him. Even though I have the title of war god of the celestial kingdom, I'm actually just an ordinary woman. When I was 20, my family urged me to get married several times, but I always refused. After that, no one dared to pursue me anymore. I thought I would never find someone I truly loved in this life, but I never expected to meet you. Yao Yao, you are at the most attractive age now. Very fragrant and charming. Su Hao licked the corner of his mouth. Hateful, you're the only one who dares to say that. Ling Yao laughed unconsciously. It's because you look too cold. Other men don't dare to get close to you. Su Hao teased. I'm the principal of Qinglong College, and I don't want those malicious suitors. Ling Yao looked at him seriously and asked, then why aren't you afraid of me? Because you are my beloved wife. I love you so much that I can't wait to love you. How could I be afraid of you? Su Hao caressed her body gently. Besides, I like your cool body, it's very sensual. Bad boy, can you keep your hands steady? Your hands are dishonest and your mouth is smooth-talking. Ling Yao closed her eyes, smiled, and hugged him even tighter. By the way, Yao Yao. Su Hao suddenly remembered something and asked, the old man you killed at the academy gate that day looked quite important. Wouldn't that bring you any trouble? Mentioning this, Ling Yao's expression grew slightly more serious. He's an elder of the Xinglong Society's Jiangnan branch, and he does hold some power. But don't worry. Although I'm not the strongest in the entire celestial kingdom, given my status, no one dares to hold me responsible. Besides, he actually dared to hurt you, he asked for it. Anyone who dares to touch you will be crushed to pieces. Yao Yao, you are so good to me. Su Hao's heart was filled with unprecedented emotion. He had never met anyone who treated him so sincerely. Looking back on my previous life, as a corporate slave, he has almost no friends. Life is all about work and paying off the mortgage. Life in this world is even more miserable. He had his eyes gouged out and was imprisoned for 17 years. Living in darkness. This was the first time he felt loved so much. At this moment, his eyes were almost wet. Therefore, he silently decided in his heart that he would put her in the most important position and make her his first wife. If there is someone else in the future, she can only be a concubine. Because you are the most important person in my life. Ling Yao answered softly, and their hearts became closer. Yao Yao, I need your help with something. Su Hao took a deep breath and calmed down. Tell me. I'm willing to do anything for you. Ling Yao said with a smile on her face. Can you let me join your Qinglong Academy? Su Hao made his request. Why do you suddenly want to join the academy? Ling Yao raised her head and looked at him in confusion. Chapter 14 Surprising Identity. Su Hao joins Qinglong Academy. To seek asylum. To become stronger. In order to find the target of the contract. It is also to improve one's own status. However, when he faced Ling Yao's doubtful eyes, he began to hesitate deep in his heart. He couldn't help but wonder, if revenge were needed one day in the future, would she stand by him? And how would she react if she met another woman? Rather than worrying about these complicated questions, it would be better to be honest with her. After all, there are not many people in this world who are truly good to you. So, Su Hao made up his mind, looked at Ling Yao seriously and said, Yao Yao, I actually have something I want to tell you. Then, he told her everything, including the existence of the system, his experience of traveling through time, and the days of imprisonment. After listening to Su Hao's narration, Ling Yao seemed to fall into deep thought. Yao Yao? Su Hao called softly, feeling a little uneasy. Was she angry? When he looked up at Ling Yao, he found that her eyes were filled with tears. Thank you for telling me all this. I feel really lucky to be the first woman you've met. She gently placed Su Hao's head on her chest. You've worked hard over the years. You won't have to be alone anymore. I'll be with you. Feeling Ling Yao's cool and soft body, the fatigue after exercise seemed to disappear at this moment, coupled with her gentle heartbeat, made him feel extremely at ease. Yao Yao, thank you. He hugged her tightly. Su Hao, there is something, can you promise me? Ling Yao suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Su Hao looked at her curiously. In the future, if you find other women, can you tell me everything and don't hide it from me? Of course, you are my first wife. Also, you mentioned that dragon just now, right? That Charmander? You don't want her to follow me? Of course not. Once subdued, Julong is very loyal. I'm happy for you that you were able to subdue her. It's just that the dragon race and us humans lived together a long time ago, tens of thousands of years ago. Later, for unknown reasons, the dragons went into hiding, and due to their immense strength, they became targets of hunting by humans. You said the little fire dragon was a dragon princess. If they discovered her, it would probably cause trouble, Ling Yao explained. You mean, you want me to let her go? Su Hao asked tentatively. How can you let go of the dragon you've already got? I mean, you'd better be able to subdue the entire dragon clan. Before you have that strength, don't let others know that Charmander is with you. Ling Yao said seriously. After hearing this, Su Hao couldn't help but admire inwardly. He didn't expect that Ling Yao had such a long-term vision that he could subdue the entire dragon clan. I see. He nodded and then asked, Yao Yao, you don't seem surprised at all by my system. Of course, isn't it just a system? Ling Yao smiled slightly, I also have a system. Su Hao's eyes widened immediately, you have it too? That's right, this is Blue Star. It's normal to have a system. Otherwise, how could I become a god of war at such a young age? Ling Yao covered her mouth and laughed, this is my secret. I'm only telling you that my system is to gain ability points by killing people, which can be exchanged for ice and water skills. One more thing, I'm also a time traveler, having traveled from Earth. You're from Shandong, and I'm from Beijing. In your Shandong dialect, we're fellow countrymen. Su Hao. He was completely shocked by Ling Yao's words. After a long while, he finally agreed, then your time of travel is? January 1st, 2025. Ling Yao replied with a smile. My birth date is December 31st, 2024. There's only one day difference between us. Su Hao was completely stunned. Seeing his shocked expression, Ling Yao couldn't stop laughing. It's unexpected, right? A pleasant surprise, right? So you can completely rely on me here, and you can start a harem. Next, Ling Yao recounted her experience of time travel. Chapter 15 Combat Power Test, Unexpected. It turns out that she was a high school girl before she traveled through time. Later, he was hit and killed by a truck while walking on the road. Traveling here just happened to be the awakening ceremony. When she regained her memories before crossing over, her name in this world was also Ling Yao. And she was a loser at first. After graduating from high school, she entered Xinglong Academy, where she completed missions and killed enemies continuously, and thus became a female war god at a young age. Wait. Su Hao slapped his head hard. Why does this plot seem so familiar? It seems that the script she is holding is my script. However, Ling Yao would definitely not lie to herself. Yao Yao, I will accompany you from now on. Let's walk the future together. He hugged Ling Yao tightly. Killing system. If the male protagonist got such a script, it would be a completely cool story routine, but she is a woman. In the past 10 years, she has killed countless enemies and has now become a powerful god of war. The moment Su Hao hugged her tightly, she could no longer control her suppressed emotions and tears flowed out. Su Hao, thank you. Meeting you is such a blessing. I never dreamed that I would meet another time traveler in this life. Now, you are everything to me. Then they talked a lot more. Ling Yao naturally agreed to let Su Hao enter Qinglong College and would let him do whatever he wanted in the college. The two determined the next plan, to help Su Hao become stronger, contract more targets, and avenge the Fang family. Early the next morning, Su Hao slowly opened his eyes and found that he was the only one left on the bed. Ling Yao had left at some point. I didn't expect Ling Yao to have traveled through time and space, and even have a system. This is so ridiculous, no one would believe it even if it were written into a novel. He looked at the ceiling, thinking about everything they had said last night, and still found it hard to believe. After getting up, he found that breakfast had already been prepared on the table, with a note next to it. It read, "Husband, you worked hard last night, have a good rest today, I will always love you, my first wife." Yao Yao. It was the first time that Su Hao felt the care from his wife. The loneliness of his previous life and the pain of this life all disappeared along the way. Ling Yao goes to the college to serve as the principal during the day. Keep him company at night. As a result, she looked more and more energetic. As for Su Hao, he accompanied Charmander during the day and Ling Yao at night. After just one day and one night of living like this, he felt extremely tired. This is also normal, the values of the two are too high. His average value is only over 3,000. Among ordinary people, he is quite capable. But one of them is the extremely powerful Zhulong, and the other is a god of war who has experienced hundreds of battles and killed countless enemies. If Su Hao doesn't become stronger, there will be nothing he can do. When Ling Yao saw him wake up, she immediately opened her tender red lips and sucked his cheek. Yao Yao, why did you start again? Su Hao sighed helplessly. His face had just been kissed by Yan Linger. What's wrong? Don't you like this? Ling Yao leaned on his chest with a look of disappointment. You've raised my favorability towards you to 100, making me miss you all the time. You deserve this. I just wanted to hug you, I couldn't help it. Besides, I'm almost 30 and haven't touched a man yet. I'm so frustrated. If you find another concubine in the future, I'll definitely be with you less often, so I have to take advantage of you now to squeeze you hard. What kind of vicious words are these? Don't worry, even if I have someone else, you will always be my first wife, and my love for you will never diminish in the slightest. Su Hao said seriously. Okay, then I'll let my husband have a good rest. Ling Yao held Su Hao in her arms and coaxed him to sleep quietly. Another day passed. They went to Qinglong School together. To join Qinglong College, one must first rank among the top in the college entrance examination at the respective city level. Afterwards, they would go to Jiangnan City to participate in the final combat assessment organized by the academy. The results of the assessment would determine their combat power level, and accordingly, they would be placed in different classes of Qinglong Academy. Therefore, only the real elites are qualified to participate in the selection process of Qinglong Academy, and those who can pass this series of rigorous tests are even rarer. With Ling Yao's strong recommendation, Su Hao finally got the opportunity to participate in the combat power test. This combat power test is divided into two parts, ability level assessment and actual combat drills. Among them, superpowers are divided into 6 levels from the highest level S to level E in the actual combat stage. The challenger is required to defeat 10 opponents. These opponents include not only students from Qinglong Academy, but also life forms of other races. There were originally 20 candidates participating in this test. With Su Hao joining, the total number reached 21. I'm sorry, I can only help you up to this point. On the way, Ling Yao looked at Su Hao with a hint of apology. How could that be, Yao Yao, you've helped me so much, I should be thanking you. Su Hao patted her shoulder gently to comfort her. I will try my best for the next test. Then you must be careful. Ling Yao smiled slightly. Don't worry, don't you know my strength? As he spoke, Su Hao playfully poked her chin with his finger, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Of course I trust your strength, but... Ling Yao held his hand, her tone serious. After all, you don't have much combat experience. What if you get hurt? I'd be heartbroken. I don't want you to get hurt at all. Be careful and stay safe. Seeing her serious look, Su Hao couldn't help but laugh and said, You really look like a sister now. That's right, little brother. Ling Yao raised her hand and gently touched his nose with her fingertips, a gentle smile on her face. Su Hao walked into the spacious hall. There was a huge circular platform in the center. Surrounded by transparent energy barriers, the auditorium was full of people and the atmosphere was bustling. This is not only the place where freshmen take entrance tests, but also one of the important places for martial artists in the academy to compete and communicate. There are a total of 20 students taking the test. After starting the test, first, you will place your hand on the crystal ball to test your ability level, and then start fighting against the opponent in the first level. Until defeat. It's a good opportunity to observe other people's battles. Suhao thought secretly, sitting not far away, staring at the students who came on stage one after another. Bang bang bang. Zhao Yunlong, ability level A, passed the 5th level. Bang bang bang. Zheng Feiyue, ability level A, passed the 6th level. Bang bang bang. Guan Yuma, ability level A, passed the 6th level. Until Su Hao was called onto the court. The students in this class are all quite talented. Some of them can even pass the 6th level. They can at least enter the Xuanzi class. These people are the top scholars in their respective provinces. Whether it's their ability level or their talent, they are all top-notch. Look, another one's coming up. I hope he won't let us down. The people watching the fight around started talking about it. Su Hao stood up and walked to the crystal ball. An old man beside him glanced at him and said calmly, "Put your hand on it." Su Hao placed his hand on the crystal ball and smiled confidently, "I'll let you open your eyes and feel the shock." But just after the crystal ball flashed a few times, something unexpected happened. Chapter 16, Power Showdown, Flame is ineffective. The crystal ball showed 4 big words, level unknown. Su Hao was confused. He was secretly wondering, I clearly have 3 superpowers, so why do the test results show that the level is unknown? Is it because my ability level is too high? This is indeed the case. The 3 abilities he possesses, supernova combustion, devouring, and replication, are each enough to shake the heavens and the earth, and their power has far exceeded conventional detection standards. The teacher next to him was also stunned for a moment. Normally, unknown level means the person being tested does not have any special abilities. If Su Hao really did not have any special abilities, then he would have lost the opportunity to continue participating in subsequent practical assessments. Still want to take the test? Come down now. We don't welcome useless people without special abilities here. Stop embarrassing yourself here and leave now. Various jeers and insults began to be heard from the audience. Su Hao listened to the harsh sounds around him but didn't care. He just didn't know whether he could still take the test. Ling Yao originally wanted to secretly watch Su Hao's performance. Unexpectedly, when she heard the constant mocking voices, her face immediately darkened and her body trembled slightly. She really couldn't bear to see her beloved man being insulted like this, so she could no longer control her spiritual power. Shut up, everyone! Following her roar, the surroundings were quickly covered by a layer of crystal-clear frost. A strong cold air swept across the test site. Before anyone could react, their lower bodies were frozen in ice, unable to move. Ling Yao angrily walked into the testing area and stood next to Su Hao. Anyone who dares to say another word will be killed immediately. The originally noisy venue suddenly became silent. Some people were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats. Some people were so scared that they became incontinent. Some people even foamed at the mouth due to excessive fear. Su Hao immediately walked over to her side. Yao Yao, why are you here? I'm worried about you. Ling Yao glanced at him shyly. Don't worry, I'm here to protect you, no one will dare to say nonsense anymore. Su Hao smiled slightly and soothed. Okay, there's no need to get angry over such a small matter. Ling Yao said with murderous intent in her eyes, this is no small matter, I will not let anyone who dares to insult you go. Su Hao was secretly proud in his heart. Ling Yao was simply his strongest backer. The actual combat test officially began. Ling Yao stood not far away, her eyes fixed on him, as if she would rush over immediately if he was in any danger. Next, let me enjoy the fun of fighting. Su Hao stood in the middle of the venue, waiting for his opponent to come on stage. He also wanted to know how strong he could become. Based on the opponents he watched the first few students fight against, the ones at the beginning were all weaker monsters. Sure enough, as the passage opened, a steppe wolf came out. I saw that the wolf looked like a wolf. It was very excited when it saw Su Hao, and immediately ran over with its hands dancing, drooling, and wagging its tail. Su Hao opened his hand and the dragon scale spear appeared from his palm. Just as the steppe wolf was about to reach him, he stretched out his spear, pointed it at the wolf's mouth, and stabbed it into its mouth with lightning speed. The spear pierced the wolf's body directly, and the tip of the spear came out from the wolf's butt, with a few drops of feces on it. So weak. Su Hao swung the gun lightly and threw the hungry body of the steppe wolf aside. Then a second opponent appeared. It was a huge worm that was 2 meters long. However, this opponent still cannot withstand Su Hao's shot. That's all. Until the first 6 strange beasts were all killed by Su Hao. Wow! My husband looks so handsome when he kills the enemy. Ling Yao in the audience had a crazy smile on her face. Every move of Su Hao attracted her. The 7th opponent appears. The warrior from Qinglong Academy appeared opposite him. With his strong physique, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. He is the burly man known as 8-Foot Brother. He holds a huge hammer, is 8 feet tall, and has muscles as hard as iron and stone. He is undoubtedly a warrior known for his strength. Boy, let me meet you next. Bashij's voice echoed in the field like thunder. Before he finished speaking, he had already swung the huge hammer and rushed towards Su Hao with the force of thunder. The giant hammer drew a deadly arc in the air, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, and headed straight for Su Hao. Facing this attack that could almost tear the air apart, Su Hao appeared unusually calm. He clenched his fists and tensed all his muscles, as if waiting for the best opportunity. Just as Bashij was about to approach, Su Hao suddenly moved, gently throwing the dragon scale spear in his hand into the air, and then he swung a punch with all his strength. Bang! There was a loud bang. Before Bashij could even react, he was hit in the chest by Su Hao's punch. The huge impact force knocked him away and he fell heavily to the ground. Su Hao steadily caught the falling dragon scale spear, a scornful smile on his face, nothing more than that. This scene shocked everyone present. Who would have thought that this seemingly weak young man could defeat Hakushago so easily? Su Hao was malnourished due to his long-term imprisonment, so he didn't look strong. In addition, he had been partying with Ling Yao every night these past few days. Good boy, take another blow from me if you dare. Bashij got up from the ground, his muscles tensed instantly, his body seemed to be several times stronger than Schwarzenegger, like the Hulk. He swung the giant hammer and spun his body, spinning rapidly on the ground like a top, then jumped into the air, continued to spin 780 degrees, and smashed towards Su Hao with the acceleration of gravity. I'll stick with you till the end. Su Hao stood firmly in place, inserted the dragon scale spear into the ground, and readied his legs to take the blow. Boom! Another loud bang. Su Hao's fist collided with the giant hammer again. The result was the same, Bashij was knocked out again, and Su Hao was also knocked back a few steps. After he stood firm, he felt a slight pain in his fist and couldn't help muttering, "My body is still too weak." The 8th opponent to appear was a man dressed in red. He had fiery red hair and deep blue eyes, and was handsome. He introduced himself, "My name is Qin Yan. Next, let me experience your strength." Qin Yan smiled and raised his fist, and flames instantly covered his entire fist, emitting a dazzling red light. Is your ability fire? Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. What a pity, fire doesn't work on me. Qin Yan frowned slightly, obviously angered by Su Hao's words. More powerful flames emanated from his body, gradually covering his entire body, as if he had transformed into a burning human figure. He condensed a ball of fire from his hand, forming a small fireball, aimed at Su Hao and threw it over. Seeing the fireball flying towards him, Su Hao just raised his hand slightly. When the flame touched his palm, it was bounced away by an invisible force and quickly dissipated in the air. How is this possible? Qin Yan widened his eyes and stood there in shock. Chapter 17, Flame Dragon Strangling, Strange Body Movement. Su Hao's supernova burning power comes from the nuclear energy reaction deep inside his body. This power makes him almost immune to the invasion of heat energy. Facing the fire attack that Qin Yan released with all his might, Su Hao seemed calm, as if the heat wave that was enough to melt steel was just a warm breeze to him. Qin Yan saw that his proudest skills were like child's play in front of Su Hao, and the anger in his heart burned more and more fiercely like a wildfire fanned by the strong wind. He clenched his fists, interlocked his fingers, and the aura in his body continued to rise. An even more violent heat wave gushed out from his body, as if to turn everything into ashes. I will never lose to you. In the light of the fire, Qin Yan's figure was like a god of war born from fire, rushing towards Su Hao. Su Hao waited for his arrival. When Qin Yan's fist came with scorching flames, he just raised his hand slightly and took the blow steadily. The burning fist in Su Hao's palm was like a tamed beast, unable to wreak havoc anymore. A faint smile played on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking his opponent's pointless struggle. I told you, fire has no effect on me, and your strength is too weak. Hateful. Xinyan shouted angrily, quickly changed his tactics, raised his foot, and aimed it at Su Hao's head, trying to make up for the disadvantage with this blow. But Su Hao reacted faster. He stretched out his other hand and accurately grasped Xinyan's ankle. Immediately afterwards, Su Hao turned around nonchalantly and threw Xinyan out. Xinyan got up in a panic, staring at the seemingly ordinary yet unfathomable opponent. He appeared calm on the surface, but a storm was brewing in his heart. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Why, you still don't admit defeat? Don't underestimate me. Xinyan clenched his fists, and the flames burning on his fists seemed to respond to his fighting spirit, burning even more vigorously. He swung his fists hard, and flames gathered in the air, turning into two real fire dragons. The two fire dragons circled around Su Hao, tightly surrounding him in the center of the flames. This is my strongest move, the Flame Dragon Strangulation. You should be the one admitting defeat. Xinyan laughed out loud, his eyes flashing with confidence, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. Just then, Su Hao's voice came from the center of the flames. This move is not bad, but it still can't defeat me. Xinyan's laughter stopped abruptly. If that's the case, how about this? He waved his hands, controlling two fire dragons, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards Su Hao. Su Hao opened his arms and blocked the fire dragon's attack. At the same time, he used Devour. When the two fire dragons touched Su Hao's body, they were actually absorbed by the power in his body, and the flames were extinguished instantly. When the flames faded, there were no scars on Su Hao's body, but the clothes on his upper body had been burned clean. This scene left everyone present, including Xinyan, speechless with shock. What kind of monster is he? Xinyan's eyes were filled with fear. He looked at Su Hao walking towards him and subconsciously took a few steps back. Finally, with nothing else to do, Xinyan could only lower his head helplessly and said weakly, I give up. Su Hao easily won the victory in full view of the crowd. At this time, Ling Yao quietly approached from behind Su Hao, holding a clean piece of clothing in her hand. Put on your clothes first. Su Hao took the clothes and put them on. His eyes became softer and he slowly said, Yao Yao, thank you. Ling Yao smiled slightly, her eyes curved into crescents. Do we even need to say thank you between us? Then how about showing it with actions? Su Hao stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Ling Yao's slender and delicate waist. Don't do that, my students are watching us. Ling Yao lowered her head, her face flushed, and she seemed a little at a loss, but she was unwilling to really push Su Hao away. She would not refuse any of Su Hao's actions. Su Hao looked at her shy expression, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He leaned over to her ear and whispered, then go home. How about I thank you with my actions? Ling Yao's face became even redder. She didn't answer, but just looked at him expectantly and nodded slightly. The moment the ninth opponent came on stage, Su Hao keenly noticed that this opponent was completely different from the previous challengers. He was wrapped in a black cloak and had a black mask on his face, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. He held a scimitar in each hand and walked steadily to the opposite side of Su Hao. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blade. I didn't expect you to meet me. Let me have some fun with you. As soon as the words fell, the cloaked man suddenly disappeared from where he was. Su Hao's eyes flashed, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Disappeared? That's not right. He quickly realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, he heard a rushing sound of wind, followed by a flash of cold light. Su Hao reacted extremely quickly, slightly sideways, and narrowly avoided the sudden attack. When the cloaked man appeared again, he had already quietly come behind Su Hao. It's interesting that you were able to dodge my attack. It won't be so easy next time. He licked the blade again, as if this action could bring him some kind of pleasure. Su Hao came to two conclusions through observation and analysis among the electric lights and stones. First, the opponent's speed was extremely fast, and it seemed that he had some advanced body movements. Second, he only shows his mouth, most likely to lick the blade with his tongue. Before Su Hao could come up with a solution, the cloaked man launched another attack, his figure flashing around Su Hao like a phantom. The flashes of swords and the shadows of sabers intertwined into a web of death. The speed of the cloaked man made Su Hao feel more pressured, and he knew he had to come up with a solution as soon as possible. So he immediately activated his replication ability. After using the ability, His brain worked at an astonishing speed, and he observed his opponent's every move, breathing rhythm, body movements, and even the flow of spiritual power in great detail. I see. Is this some kind of physical skill? Su Hao suddenly realized. This replication ability cannot copy other people's special abilities, such as elemental control or superpowers, but for this kind of pure physical skills, it can be mastered through imitation. After observing the cloaked man's movements, Su Hao's body quickly began to imitate. Just as the cloaked man was about to attack him again, his body moved and his figure suddenly became blurred. He used the same body movement to easily avoid the cloaked man's attack, catching the cloaked man off guard. The cloaked man stopped where he was and said in disbelief, "This? How is it possible? You can actually use phantom steps too." Chapter 18, Sneak Attack, Battle against Lin Yi. Su Hao smiled softly, "I see. This form of movement is called phantom steps. It's quite interesting indeed." Seeing that Su Hao could actually use the same body skills as himself, the man in the cloak could no longer remain calm. He looked shocked. "Impossible. You absolutely cannot master this kind of physical skills. It must have been a coincidence." He gripped the double blades tightly in his hands and used the phantom steps again, trying to win with his speed and agility. "You used the same trick again." Su Hao smiled slightly, and with a flicker of his body, he disappeared from the spot using the same phantom steps. In a flash, the two figures reappeared. But this time, Su Hao was faster and almost instantly put the dragon scale spear against the cloaked man's neck. Who are you? How can you have such body movements?" the cloaked man said with cold sweat. "You just taught me that, right?" Su Hao responded calmly. The cloaked man said angrily, "Asshole, how dare you steal my family's secret body movement skills?" Su Hao sneered, "This kind of body movement is actually your family's secret. Your family's secret is really too small. You. The cloaked man was furious, but the cold touch of the spear made him dare not move. "You lose." Su Hao put away the dragon scale spear in his hand and turned around. However, the moment he turned around, a fierce murderous intent flashed in the cloaked man's eyes. It was obvious that he had made up his mind to kill Su Hao. "Go to hell, you bastard." He swung his double blades and slashed at Su Hao's head fiercely. Court death. Su Hao was ready to use the dragon scale spear in his hand, but before he could make a move, the scene on the field made him stop. The cloaked man's body was suddenly frozen in place, with only his head still able to move. He looked at his body in horror and stammered, "My body? What's going on?" Just then, he saw a scene that terrified him. Ling Yao walked towards him with heavy steps, and the extremely cold murderous intent in her eyes immediately made him realize that something was wrong. "Principal, the man in the cloak wanted to argue. "You have murderous intentions, right? This is a competition to test the combat capabilities of the new students. You've already lost, yet you still want to attack from behind." Ling Yao's voice was like ice, making people shudder. I. The man in the cloak was so scared that his face turned pale and he couldn't say a word. "What's the point of keeping you?" Ling Yao's eyes were like frost in the cold winter, ready to end the life of the person in front of her. She did this entirely for Su Hao. She would not let go of anyone who had the intention to kill or hurt Su Hao. The cloaked man looked at Ling Yao's murderous eyes, and the fear in his heart surged like a tide, reaching an unbearable peak. His body began to tremble, his lips turned blue, and finally, with a weak groan, he vomited green water from his mouth. Obviously he was scared to death. Snap. Su Hao couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. He gently comforted her, Yao, calm down." Hearing Su Hao's voice, Ling Yao took a deep breath, as if trying her best to suppress her emotions. She slowly closed her eyes, then opened them again, forcing herself to pull herself away from the murderous intent and calm down. "Was I just scary?" Ling Yao's voice trembled slightly, as if she was a little concerned about her image in Su Hao's mind. Su Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. "How can it be scary? In my eyes, you are only cute." Ling Yao's expression changed instantly after hearing these words, from a cold queen to a shy girl. She lowered her head, her voice softened, and encouraged, "Next, there's one last competition. Come on." I didn't expect the opponents to be so weak." Su Hao stood on the court, feeling a little disappointed. He had been looking forward to a series of fierce battles, but he didn't expect that his opponents would be so vulnerable. Every duel, the opponent is solved in 2 or 3 moves. Hopefully the last one will be more interesting. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar figure slowly walked into his sight. Linny. Suhao was slightly stunned, then smiled. I didn't expect that my final opponent would be you. Linny was wearing a blue tight combat suit, showing off her sexy and petite figure. She held a spear in her hand, her glasses still on her face, her expression calm, as if she was not surprised by Suhao's appearance. Suhao noticed that the system showed that her favorability towards Suhao remained at 1. This woman is indeed a little unusual. He thought that since he had completed the contract with her, there was no need to fight her anymore. After all, as long as there is a preliminary contract, no one can harm him. Suhao sighed. He had thought the final competition would be interesting, but it turned out to be just mediocre. Just when he was distracted, Linny had already swung his spear and attacked him. Suhao quickly came to his senses and also raised his spear to meet the enemy. The two spear tips collided in the air, making a crisp metallic collision sound. He smiled faintly. After all, we are acquainted with each other and have had close contact. You don't intend to show any mercy at all. Linny responded calmly, my mission is to defeat you. Suhao smiled and shook his head, come on then. Although Linny could no longer cause him any harm, Suhao wanted to take this opportunity to learn shooting skills from her. After all, he currently only has the dragon scale spear as his weapon, and he is not good at using a spear. So, Suhao immediately activated his replication ability, carefully observed Linny's every move, and then responded with the same shooting skills. For a moment, the two men fought back and forth, their guns crossed, sparks flew in the air, and the fight was fierce. Ling Yao's eyes followed the two people on the field closely. Looking at him, he looks a little strange, and he doesn't seem to be in a hurry to win. Linny, the flowing water spear, does have some strength, but she seemed to notice that Suhao was a little strange. Suhao and Linny have been fighting for a long time. They fought back and forth, but it was difficult to determine the winner. So that's it. Suhao suddenly realized something during the fight and smiled lightly. Through fighting, he successfully learned the skills of using the spear from Linny. This significantly improved his combat effectiveness. You haven't shown your true strength yet, let me see it, otherwise you won't be able to defeat me. Suhao said this, but he had other plans in mind. He knew that he was protected by the contract and Linny could not defeat him no matter what. He just wanted to see how powerful this water gun Linny was. Hearing this, Linny gently adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and said calmly, okay, as you wish. As she spoke, a stream of blue water suddenly appeared in her palm. The water seemed to have life, flowing slowly along the spear and gradually covering the entire spear body. Chapter 19 True Strength, Academy Rules. Sure enough, she didn't use her full strength. Suhao's eyes were fixed on Lin Yi's spear, and his eyes revealed his anticipation for what was about to happen. He saw water surging at the tip of the gun, creating ripples, foreshadowing that the next attack would be extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Yi's wrist trembled slightly, and the spear in his hand seemed to be given life. Dancing gracefully with her movements, the water seemed to obey her commands. It boils and rolls in an instant, ready to go. Linny shouted softly, and suddenly thrust his spear forward, like a fierce dragon rushing out of the abyss. The blue water shot out from the tip of the gun, forming an extremely sharp water blade, cutting through the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. This is just the prelude to the battle. Lin Yi's attack did not stop there. Her steps were light and her figure was as fast as the wind. The spear in her hand spun and flew, and every swing brought up a curtain of water. The water curtains quickly condensed in the air and turned into solid water guns. Heavy rain of pear blossoms. Lin Yijio shouted, and the water gun poured down towards Suhao like a rainstorm. The scene was extremely spectacular. Suhao did not dare to be careless. He immediately swung the dragon scale spear in his hand and threw it into the air. The spear instantly split into thousands of dragon scale-like fragments in mid-air, colliding violently with the water gun. Before Suhao could retract the dragon scale spear, Linny was following him like a shadow and was right in front of him. She swung her spear from top to bottom, and the powerful water attack instantly cut through the ground, forming a long watermark. Suhao dodged the water's impact by turning sideways and faced Linny's continuous attacks. The spear in her hand was wrapped in the water flow, and its speed and strength were qualitatively improved. The water flow not only has a strong impact, but also has amazing penetrating power, constantly breaking through the solid ground and leaving bottomless pits. Lin Yi's eyes followed her own attack closely. Seeing Suhao dodging the water gun as nimbly as a dragon, she couldn't help but be surprised. This guy is so strong. She took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in her body surged like a tide, gathering on her spear. Driven by spiritual power, the water flow continued to gather and expand. The original spear suddenly became extremely huge, like a water column supporting the sky. Linny said calmly, "Do you dare to take my shot?" Suhao smiled slightly. "Why not? Come on." Linny said no more and exerted force suddenly. The ground beneath her feet cracked instantly. Her figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, and she pierced Suhao's body with a huge spear. The tip of the gun broke through the air, and the storm it brought was enough to tear everything apart. Facing this unstoppable attack, Suhao's expression remained calm. He just raised his hand slightly without any sign of dodging. This guy, he really doesn't hide? Linny witnessed this scene while speeding and was a little surprised. The huge spear arrived in front of Suhao. At this critical moment, Suhao raised his palm and activated his devouring ability. The spear was instantly swallowed by his palm. Immediately following, he gently grasped Linny's fist with his palm, turned his body to the side, and held her soft body in his arms. After Linny was held in Suhao's arms, she blinked her big confused eyes, as if she didn't want to think about what had just happened. At this time, all her attention was attracted by Suhao's mouth, which was so close to her, and she thought of what happened that day. This little sister is really cute. Suhao's eyes fell on her delicate cheeks, and he found that beneath her cute appearance, there was a unique attraction. A thought flashed through his mind that he should find a suitable time to complete a deep contract with her. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If your favorability towards him reaches 100, you will definitely be pestering him every day. It's better to take it slow. I win, he smiled and said softly. Linny blinked her long eyelashes, as if she had just woken up from her trance, and she responded, "Oh." Suhao took out Linny's silver spear and handed it to her. "I'll give you your spear back." After he turned and left, Lingyao came towards him with a smile on her face, as if she was not surprised by the result of the game. "Congratulations, how do you feel?" Suhao shook his head slightly. "It feels like they were too weak." The battle was over before they could really enjoy it. "Too weak?" Lingyao leaned closer to him, hands behind her back, and leaned slightly. "How about I fight with you?" Suhao raised his hand and gently placed it on Lingyao's delicate and fair cheek, saying softly, "Okay, but I still prefer fighting with you at home." Lingyao's cheeks flushed instantly. She lowered her head shyly, her voice becoming a little stammering. You shouldn't do this. My students are all watching us." She glanced around from time to time, worried that their intimate behavior would attract the attention of others. Seeing this, Suhao smiled, withdrew his hand, and nodded, "Okay, then let's go home and talk slowly." As night falls, the sky becomes starlit. There was peace and tranquility in Lingyao's home. Lingyao lay on the bed with her eyes closed, her face filled with a happy smile of satisfaction. Her skin looked even smoother and more delicate under the light, and her whole body exuded an aura of satisfaction. Suhao sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her like this, and couldn't help but think that Lingyao was indeed cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She appears to be as cold as ice on the outside, but the desire in her heart is as hot as a burning flame. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably be difficult to resist. Fortunately, I am strong enough. Lingyao noticed Suhao's deep thought, opened her eyes slightly, and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Suhao came back to his senses and replied with a smile, "Nothing, I was just thinking, I should be able to enter the academy next. I wonder what academy life will be like." Speaking of the academy, Lingyao's spirits perked up a little. She sat up and said, "Speaking of the academy, I'd like to introduce you to the situation there." She began to introduce the situation of Qinglong Academy to Suhao. Qinglong Academy is one of the 4 major academies, a place dedicated to training warriors. The academy is divided into 4 levels of classes. From high to low they are Tian class, D class, Xian class, and Huang class. Since Suhao performed very well in the test, he will be assigned to class 8 of Tianzi. Qinglong Academy has 5 main courses every month. Theoretical courses, learn basic knowledge, including other races, exotic beasts, skills, etc. Training sessions, improve your strength in a dedicated training room. Challenge class, you can challenge any student in the academy to improve the academy ranking. Team battle class, fight in the form of class or team. Mission class, carry out tasks issued by various colleges. Points can be earned for any course. Points can be exchanged for many useful things, such as skills, weapons, tools, money, etc. After introducing the college, Ling Yao hugged him tightly and said, I may have to leave for a while due to work reasons. In the next few days, you can contract with the most beautiful woman yourself. Su Hao smiled calmly, don't worry, I will. Ling Yao continued, you must be decisive in killing. If you meet someone who deserves a beating, hit them. If you deserve to kill someone, kill them. Don't worry about retaliation. If you really can't kill them, wait for me to come back and kill them for you. If I really don't let you go, I will kill his entire family. With me here, you can do anything without hesitation. Chapter 20 I believe in you, 6-person meeting. Oh shit. Ling Yao's murderous intention is even stronger than mine. Ling Yao's words surprised him. Yao Yao is indeed a god of war with a system for killing enemies. If he were in a female-oriented novel, he would definitely be the protagonist. Yao Yao, don't worry, I will kill decisively. Hearing this, Ling Yao smiled with satisfaction, this is the man I like. He is brave and knowledgeable, and he lives up to my heart. She suddenly remembered the fight between Su Hao and Lin Yi. Curious, she asked, by the way, what was that fight between you and Lin Yi? You and her. Su Hao coughed lightly and spoke awkwardly, oh, you mean her? We had an intimate contact a few days ago and kissed, but we didn't have time to sleep yet. Ling Yao nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, that girl is only interested in practicing spearmanship and has no interest in anything else. I don't know how much she likes you. However, you have to note that she and the other 5 people in the academy are known as the hexagram, and are among the strongest people in the academy. Moreover, I hold a very high position in their hearts. Now that they see how close I am to you, I'm afraid they might do something bad to you. You should be careful of being attacked by them. She paused, then added, if they are all top-notch women, you might as well take them all in the end. Does this help me find a good target? Su Hao looked at her with a smile on his face, Yao Yao, you are really my good wife. Ling Yao smiled slightly, of course, I am your first wife, so it is only natural that I should find a concubine for you. Su Hao asked curiously, aren't you jealous at all? Jealous? Ling Yao covered her mouth and laughed, do you think I'm one of those vulgar women on earth who only know how to be jealous? Because I like you, I will do anything for you, including helping you complete the system tasks. Also, this is Blue Star, and there's no monogamy. You can have as many wives as you want. You're not only my beloved man, but also the king in my heart. As long as you're willing, not just women, I'll help you get everything on Blue Star. Su Hao was very relieved to hear her say this. It would be great if other wives were like Ling Yao. Yao Yao. At this moment, no words could express his love for Ling Yao, he could only hold her tightly in his arms. Oh, by the way, this is for you. This is a must-have warrior system for warriors in the Celestial Kingdom. It has multiple functions such as communication, tasks, search, storage, etc. Ling Yao took out a golden bracelet and put it on him. As she spoke, she opened it and demonstrated it again. I saw a blue virtual screen appear in the air. I've been completing missions and killing enemies for the past 10 years, and I've earned about 18 billion points. I'll give you half of them now. If you use them all, you can come back for more. Ling Yao immediately transferred 9 billion points. Su Hao was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, I didn't expect you were a wealthy woman. Yao Yao, if you do this, won't I really be kept by you? Ling Yao glanced at him shyly, yes, I like you, and I want to support you forever. My dear wife, don't worry. One day I will be strong enough to protect you. Su Hao promised. Yeah. I believe you. Ling Yao snuggled into his chest. At this time, in a conference room of Qinglong College, there were several people sitting around the round table. They are the 6 people known as the hexagram. They are Heaven-Shaking Guan Yu, Thundering Sword Ziling, Earth-Shaking Stick Xiaoyun, Soul-Chasing Whip Su Mei, and Fire Cloud Knife Qin Wu. Plus Lin Yi with the water gun. In the middle of the round table was placed a human model of Ling Yao, which was decorated very delicately. The 6 of them stared at it intently. Looking at their infatuated expressions, there is no doubt that they are Ling Yao's die-hard fans. Xiaoyun spoke first, the Lord God of War actually has a younger brother. Is this true? Ziling shook her head. Idiot, how is this possible? I've never heard that Lord God of War has a younger brother. Lord God of War must have been deceived by a man. None of these men are good. Qin Wu's body erupted in flames as he gritted his teeth and said, that man. I will definitely not let him go. Sume laughed a few times. Sister Chinwoo, why get angry? Since this person has joined our academy, we should find an opportunity to kill him. Don't forget our purpose. That's right. I swear to protect the Lord God of War until my death. Any man who approaches her must die. Guan Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light, which made people shudder. She then looked at Lin Yi, who remained silent, and said, Sister Lin Yi, you fought with her before. How strong is she? Lin Yi sat there blankly and didn't answer the question. Xia Yun, who was standing by, gently patted her shoulder and reminded her, Sister Lin Yi, the boss is asking you a question. Lin Yi just said calmly, he is very strong. Is he very strong? That's great, let him try my sword. Xinwu said as he drew out the red sword from his waist. Fong Ro covered her mouth and laughed, even Lin Yi might not be able to beat her. I think you should just forget it. What did you say? Xinwu said angrily, would you like to try and see if I can turn you into ashes? Sume smiled softly and said, I said, you may not be able to beat him. Bastard! A powerful flame instantly burst out from Xinwu's body, and he drew his sword and slashed at Fong Yan. But the knife passed through Fong Yan's body. Sume appeared behind Xinwu without her knowing, and taunted him, your knife is still not fast enough. Then let you try again. Xinwu prepared to draw his sword again. Okay, quiet down. Guan Yu shouted angrily, and the two of them sat down obediently. She then looked at Xia Yun, there will be a class battle in a few days. I heard that he has been assigned to class 8. Sister Yun, you can go and test his strength. Xia Yun immediately responded, no problem, just watch me. Guan Yu looked at Lin Yi again, Sister Lin Yi, you are the only one who has fought with him here, so you should go with Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't say anything and nodded mechanically. After everyone left, she remained seated. Sister Lin Yi, what's wrong with you? Xia Yun walked to her side and looked at her curiously. Although Lin Yi is usually a little dull, everyone else can see that there is something wrong with Lin Yi. Sister Yun, have you ever kissed a man? Lin Yi's eyes were fixed on Xia Yun's face. Xia Yun's face flushed instantly when she heard this. She stammered, mouth to mouth. How is this possible? I'm still a child. Without saying a word, Lin Yi suddenly stood up, moving so quickly that no one had time to react. She went straight to Xia Yun and kissed her on the mouth. Their lips pressed tightly together. Xia Yun widened his eyes, his face full of shock. A few seconds seemed like a century. Lin Yi gently pushed Xia Yun away and muttered to herself, the smell isn't right. Could it be because of the posture? Just as Lin Yi was about to try again, she found that Xia Yun had fainted on the ground due to excessive stimulation. Chapter 21 Follow me. After Ling Yao left, Su Hao sat alone on the bed. I stayed up all night every night for the past few days. Now that he is the only one left, he is not used to it. He sat on the bed and opened the system panel with a thought. Name, Su Hao. Gender, male. Age, 20. Strength, 5023. Agility, 5018. Endurance, 5035. Defense, 5025. Spiritual power, 5089. Spiritual power, 14. Talent, 99. Skills, supernova burning, devouring, replication. Equipment, dragon scale spear. Special ability, exploring eyes. Current realm, creation level. Number of contractors, 3. Current task, contract 10 people, 3 people have completed it. 24 days left. You must contract 7 top-notch women within 24 days. Su Hao's stats have already surpassed most of the students at Qinglong Academy, but compared to a war god like Ling Yao, the gap is still very large. And there are people on Blue Star who are stronger than Ling Yao. If you don't improve your strength, it will be difficult to survive. Besides, he is being hunted by someone, so he can't just rely on Ling Yao's protection, although he doesn't mind being a gigolo. Fortunately, as long as you contract with a top-quality woman, you can improve your strength. This brainless system is much stronger than practicing. Su Hao stared at the system. The dragon scale spear was his only weapon now, and he had to learn to use it skillfully. Fortunately, he had learned how to shoot from Lin Yi. Now we just need to master more variations of the dragon scale spear. He took out the dragon scale spear with his backhand, and the spear body turned into fragments, constantly spinning around his body. After a day of practice, he became more proficient in using the dragon scale spear, and it had many attack methods. Until the next day, Su Hao was finally able to enter Qinglong Academy. As soon as he reached the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a white robe standing there. "I'm Zhou Jieluan, a teacher at Qinglong Academy. You must be Principal Ling's younger brother, Su Hao, right?" Su Hao nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." "Oh, it looks pretty good." Zhou Jiaren took out an exquisite badge and gently threw it to Su Hao. Su Hao took it swiftly. The badge was engraved with a lifelike green dragon and the character 8 in the middle. Zhou Jieluan looked at him seriously. "Put it on. This is your exclusive identity badge. Now, you will begin your first lesson at Qinglong Academy Team Combat." Su Hao pinned the badge on his chest. He had heard that the team battle classes at Qinglong Academy were conducted in groups of classes or teams, and points were earned by defeating other classes or teams. As soon as he entered the academy, he immediately heard various sounds of battle nearby, the clang of swords clashing, the roar of elements colliding, and the shouts of the students. Su Hao couldn't help but frown and muttered quietly, "What the hell? I came here to find a woman, but I'm not in the mood to participate in these boring battles." But he didn't notice that several unfriendly glances quietly fell on him. While Su Hao was still thinking about how to find a woman to contract, suddenly, 3 figures jumped out from the shadows around him and quickly surrounded Su Hao. He subconsciously stopped and glanced at the 3 people vigilantly. One of them laughed excitedly and said, "Ha, I'm so lucky today. There's actually a lone kid here." Another person looked at the badge on Su Hao's chest and said coldly, "He has the badge of the Tianzi 8th class. Let's go together and take him down. That'll earn us points for today. No extra nonsense." They acted almost at the same time, each drawing their own weapon and preparing to attack Su Hao. Facing the sudden threat, Su Hao's eyes flashed with a cold light, looking for death. He quickly extended the dragon scale spear from his palm. Boom! A huge vibration sounded, and the ground was instantly shattered into pieces, with smoke and dust filling the air. What is going on? Su Hao looked around with some confusion. A figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. "He is my prey, all of you get out of here." As the sound faded, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. A woman with a mask on her face appeared. The 3 of them took a closer look and immediately recognized her. They turned pale with fear and without the slightest hesitation, they immediately turned around and fled like stray dogs. Su Hao's gaze fell on the woman. The woman wore a playful rabbit mask with rabbit ears swaying gently, adding a touch of cuteness. The mask only covered the upper half of her face, revealing a pair of large eyes that were as clear as water and sparkled with a lively light. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail, swaying gently behind her, with a few strands of hair occasionally showing through. The woman was wearing a tight pink and white combat uniform. The material clung to her skin, outlining her well-proportioned figure. In her hand she held a long stick, which formed a sharp contrast with her petite figure. Name, Xia Yun. Race, human. Age, 19. Attribute, gold. Strength, 5,100. Agility, 3,000. Endurance, 3,490. Defense, 3,800. Spiritual power, 3,100. Quality, top quality. Spiritual power, 90. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 10. Finally found it. An expression of uncontrollable joy appeared on Su Hao's face. He didn't expect that he would meet a woman with whom he could form a contract as soon as he stepped into the gate of Qinglong Academy. "You are Su Hao, right? Tell me, what is your relationship with the principal?" Xia Yun's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He exerted force suddenly and thrust the long stick in his hand into the ground, making a muffled sound. Her favorability towards him was negative, so how should he contract her? Su Hao shook his head slightly, an idea already in mind. "Of course, I would try to forcefully kiss her. This is the fastest and most effective method." "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Xia Yun asked Su Hao while staring at him closely. Su Hao smiled and said, "This seems to have nothing to do with you. How can it not matter?" Xia Yun roared angrily, "Principal Ling is powerful, noble, and beautiful. She is my idol, and you, actually dared to defile her. I will never let you go." "Defile? Yao Yao is very happy with me." Su Hao smiled slightly, "Why don't you follow me? Then you can not only become a family with Yao Yao, but also enjoy the same happiness with Yao Yao. You, bastard, I'll kill you. As Xia Yun spoke, he raised his stick and rushed towards Su Hao, leaving a long trail on the ground. When he was about to reach Su Hao, he jumped up with all his strength. She raised the long stick high and smashed it towards Su Hao's head with thunderous force. Chapter 22 tastes good, powerful. Xia Yun held the long stick tightly, with great momentum, like a rampaging little beast. Each of her movements was full of power, and the long stick made a harsh sizzling sound as it slid across the hard ground. If it's delivered to my door, I won't be polite. Su Hao was calm and composed, observing Xia Yun's every move calmly. He was mentally prepared that when she attacked, he would subdue her and force a kiss on her. Xia Yun suddenly jumped up. The long stick in her hand raised above her head? However, just as the long stick was about to fall, a figure appeared from nowhere and steadily blocked the fierce attack. Bang! There was a sound of collision between the stick and the spear. After the two landed, Su Hao looked closely and found that the person who came to the rescue was Lin Yi. Sister Lin Yi, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Xia Yun asked with a puzzled look on his face, obviously puzzled by Lin Yi's sudden intervention. Lin Yi did not answer. She turned and looked straight at Su Hao, walking towards him step by step until she stood in front of Su Hao. The two were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Su Hao smiled slightly. Sister Lin Yi, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Lin Yi said calmly, stop talking nonsense and kiss me. Su Hao was slightly stunned. Ah! What? Before he could react, Lin Yi had already gently stood on tiptoe and gently pressed her lips against Su Hao's. The kiss came so suddenly. It actually caught Su Hao off guard. What's wrong with this guy? Lin Yi's favorability seems to be only 10 points, but with only 10 points of favorability, would she initiate a kiss like this? He was a little confused. However, when the tip of his tongue touched Lin Yi's warm tongue, all his doubts were thrown behind his mind, and he naturally responded to the kiss. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and held Lin Yi in his arms. Sister Lin Yi, you, what are you doing? You actually kissed him. Xia Yun was stunned, and the stick in his hand fell to the ground in shock, making a dull sound. Time seemed to stand still. Until nearly a minute later. The two slowly separated. Lin Yi's expression was still silly and cute. She blinked blankly and said calmly, that's the taste. If you like this taste, just tell me and I can let you taste it every day. Su Hao smiled confidently, thinking that Lin Yi might have fallen in love with kissing him. Lin Yi said calmly, oh, I'll think about it. Sister Lin Yi, why? There is no need to do this with him. He is the man who deceived the god of war. Big sister asked us to defeat him together. Xia Yun asked loudly. Why? Lin Yi tilted her cute head and said, I'm not interested in those things. I just felt that his kiss was very fragrant and I wanted to taste it again. As she spoke, she gently touched her lips, as if she was still savoring the kiss just now. Okay, go ahead. Lin Yi didn't explain any further. After saying this, she turned around and left the scene with light steps, leaving Xia Yun and Su Hao with a look of surprise. Xia Yun's emotions became more intense. There was a flash of angry flames in her eyes, and the stick in her hand was wrapped in a powerful spiritual energy, which formed a faint golden luster on the surface of the stick. Her eyes were full of murderous intent, as if they could penetrate Su Hao's body and devour him alive. Damn it, you bastard, you even deceived Sister Lin Yi and did that to her. It's unforgivable. I'm going to kill you. Su Hao narrowed his eyes, a smile on his lips. Little bunny, don't be angry. Why don't you let me kiss you too? My kiss is very fragrant, I guarantee you will like it too. Bah, do you think I will be fooled by your sweet words? Watch out for the stick. Xia Yun shouted angrily, raised the long stick, and launched a fierce attack on Su Hao again. Su Hao raised his right hand calmly, and as he moved, a dragon scale spear flashing with cold light appeared in his hand. Just when Xia Yun's long stick was about to hit him, he accurately raised the dragon scale spear, blocking the powerful blow. He smiled faintly, little rabbit, how about I give you a kiss if I beat you? Asshole, stop talking nonsense. Xia Yun's voice was filled with anger. She twirled the long stick and slashed at Su Hao with all her might. Also, don't call me little rabbit. The stick whistled, bringing with it a strong gust of wind, heading straight for Su Hao's face. Seeing the incoming attack, Su Hao quickly leaned to the side, like a willow branch swaying in the wind, deftly dodging the fierce blow. The wind from the stick brushed his cheek, lifting a strand of hair and nearly touching his skin. Suhao pretended to be relaxed and said, "You little rabbit, you are quite strong. It turns out you are a very powerful rabbit. You are the strong rabbit." Xia Yun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she was so angry that she was speechless. She retorted, but the long stick in her hand did not stop, but swung it even more violently. She launched a series of attacks, her long stick leaving after images in the air. Each strike was powerful and devastating. Xia Yun looks petite, but unexpectedly she possesses such tremendous power. If you get hit, the consequences will be disastrous. Su Hao observed carefully while dodging, and he found that Xia Yun's strength had actually exceeded 4,000. And as she circulated her spiritual power, the power continued to increase, but the attack speed was not fast. Su Hao had a sharp eye and knew that fighting against a strong opponent was not his strong point. He immediately used the replication technique to observe Xia Yun's every move, and at the same time, he moved his body slightly, following him like a shadow. Every subtle movement of Xia Yun was visible in his sight. Just as Xia Yun swung his long stick and attacked Su Hao in the middle. Su Hao was not in a hurry. When the long stick was about to reach him, he followed Xia Yun's force and his body moved like flowing water. When its strength was about to run out, Su Hao flipped his wrist and gently pulled it away, cleverly removing the violent force. Under Su Hao's skillful guidance, the tip of the gun passed by, bringing up a string of brilliant sparks. Seeing that his offensive was broken, Xia Yun wanted to retract his long stick, but Su Hao had already anticipated the enemy's move. When Xia Yun pulled back with all his strength, Su Hao pushed and pulled with both hands, and actually transformed the retracting force into attacking force, forcing Xia Yun himself to take a step back. After a confrontation, Xia Yun did not gain any advantage. Su Hao smiled slightly. "Well, do you want to continue? Don't underestimate me." Xia Yun raised his long staff and said with great vigor, "I'll let you see my true strength." Chapter 23 Haotian Divine Stick, fainted from shyness. The powerful force of the gold element surged in Xia Yun's body. Her body became as hard as steel in the flashing golden light, and her strength and defense made a qualitative leap. Her eyes narrowed and she formed seals with her hands. Spiritual power intertwined into a golden trajectory in the air. As she summoned, two golden figures jumped out from her shadow, one on the left and one on the right, forming a triangle with her. This Xia Yun not only masters the gold element, but can also use clones. Coupled with his extremely powerful strength, he is indeed troublesome. This time, let's see how you can hide. Xia Yun's posture was like that of a god of war. He moved in sync with his two clones, preparing to launch a fierce attack on Su Hao. This little rabbit is really strong. Su Hao was secretly amazed in his heart. He did not dare to be careless at all. The dragon scale spear in his hand drew silver rays of light in the air, preparing to meet the impending attack. Three figures attacked Su Hao like a storm. Their movements were as fast as lightning and their attacks were continuous. Su Hao gradually felt exhausted under the continuous attacks. Just as the two clones swung their clubs at Su Hao at the same time, he raised his spear to block the attack. However, the moment he looked up at the sky, he saw Xia Yun swinging the golden stick in his hand, creating a golden shadow more than 10 meters long, which came towards him with the force of thunder. Boom! There was a deafening roar, and smoke and dust rose from the ground, as if the whole earth was shaking. Xia Yun stood firm, calmly retracted his long stick, and said to himself, "Serves him right. He should be dead now." Just then, a gun tip suddenly appeared in the smoke and dust. Before Xia Yun could react, the gun tip was instantly against her forehead. Bang! The rabbit mask on Xia Yun's face shattered under the impact, revealing her shocked true face. It turned out that at the moment Xia Yun's attack fell, Su Hao skillfully changed the shape of the dragon scale spear, turning it into a shield and blocking the fatal blow. Then, he took advantage of Xia Yun's unpreparedness. Countless fragments spread out from the body of the dragon scale spear, extending outward, and the tip of the spear accurately touched Xia Yun's forehead. Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been crippled by this little rabbit. She was really ruthless. Su Hao was secretly glad in his heart. When he saw Xia Yun's lovely face under the mask, although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked by her cuteness. Xia Yun's eyes were bright as stars, her eyebrows were curved like willows and slightly furrowed, her nose was straight, and her lips were tender and slightly open. Her skin was as white as cream, and even in the dust of battle, it still had a faint luster. She is like a pear blossom in the moonlight, pure and elegant. Little rabbit, I didn't expect you to be so cute. Su Hao raised his eyebrows, a wicked smile on his lips. I win. As agreed, let me kiss you. You. Xia Yun's breathing became heavy and her chest heaved. In fact, her breasts were not plump, but very cute. She took a few steps back, gripped the staff again, her eyes blazing with anger, and then leaped forward. He swung the long stick and went straight for Su Hao. I'll kill you. Suddenly, Su Hao was attracted by a figure behind Xia Yun. The man was holding a long knife and approaching quietly, intending to launch a sneak attack. His eyes focused, and without thinking too much, he quickly retracted the dragon scale spear in his hand, turned his body, and the spear tip popped out instantly. The tip of the gun flew past Xia Yun's body and accurately hit the chest of the man behind him, knocking the attacker away. At the same time, Xia Yun's long stick hit Su Hao's chest squarely with great force. With a dull crash, Su Hao's body was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Your gun is nothing more than that. Xia Yun placed the long stick on the ground and smiled disdainfully, but when she turned around and saw the man who was knocked away, her smile froze on her face. It's him, who's helping me? She was stunned in place, and when she reacted, she hurried to Su Hao's side. Hey, why are you helping me? I won't kill him, will I? She squatted down and got close to Su Hao's face. Wake up! I really didn't intend to kill you. Su Hao felt Xia Yun approaching and his heart moved. He naturally would not miss such an opportunity. He suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hands quickly, hugged Xia Yun's head tightly, and at the same time aimed at her soft and cute little mouth and kissed her without hesitation. Xia Yun had not anticipated this at all, and was kissed right on the spot by Su Hao. She felt Su Hao sucking, her eyes widened, and her whole body seemed to be frozen, unable to move. Congratulations to the host for the initial contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, endurance plus 1000, defense plus 1000, spiritual power plus 1000. Host, please choose a special ability or weapon. Su Hao silently chose to draw his weapon in his heart. After all, he only has one weapon now. Weapons are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon Haotian Divine Stick. Weapon description: a staff made of celestial stone, invulnerable to all attacks and capable of changing size at the user's will. Success! Su Hao was secretly delighted, knowing that the little rabbit had finally been contracted by him. He still had 6 goals to complete. When he gently let go of Xia Yun's lips, he found that Xia Yun was still staring at him with a confused look on her face. My mouth was touched by a man. You actually, I. Xia Yun's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her body gradually lost strength and finally collapsed on Su Hao's chest. How are you? Su Hao asked with concern, looking up. Xia Yun's eyes slowly closed, and she fainted in his arms. Her cheeks were still red and her breathing was even, and she was obviously completely unconscious. Wake up! You're not going to faint after being kissed, are you? Su Hao sighed. This little rabbit can't stand being kissed. With this reaction, how can we deepen the contract in the future? Helplessly, he could only gently hold Xia Yun in his arms and wait for her to wake up naturally. His eyes were gentle, and although he said teasing words, his actions were extremely caring. At this time, his new weapons had also arrived. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the sky, and the Haotian Divine Stick pierced into the ground with a sound of breaking through the air, causing dust to fly. The stick is black all over, and its surface is covered with rough stone texture, making it look ancient and heavy. Su Hao reached out and grasped the stick. He lifted it with all his strength, but found his arm trembling slightly. He finally lifted it with some difficulty. It's so heavy. Is this my second weapon? He looked at the Haotian magic stick carefully. The dragon scale spear is flexible and versatile, capable of both offense and defense, while the Haotian Divine Stick is obviously more dependent on the user's strength. Just then, a figure slowly approached. How lucky! There are actually 2 lone people here. As he spoke, the man dodged and attacked. Su Hao's eyes instantly became sharp. He held the Haotian Divine Stick in his hand. With the infusion of spiritual power, the stick instantly stretched out and knocked the target away. What kind of strange weapon is this? The man immediately called someone. In an instant, a dozen students appeared and surrounded Su Hao. Chapter 24, showing off his power and being threatened. Su Hao looked around and found himself surrounded by a dozen students. He held Xia Yun in his arms. Although the situation seemed unfavorable, there was no trace of fear on his face. As long as the other party dares to make any move, he will counterattack without hesitation. In the crowd opposite, a blond man walked out slowly. He had an upright posture, wore a golden cloak, and held a golden cane inlaid with gems in his hand. He looked majestic and imposing. I'm Li Yun from the 6th Squad. Who are you? How dare you hurt my people? Su Hao sneered and responded, if you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. Li Yun laughed contemptuously and said, fuck, you're so arrogant. You don't even look around. You're surrounded by people from our class. I can't imagine how you can escape. Escape? Don't misunderstand me. Su Hao smiled lightly, with your strength, you are not worthy of letting me escape. As soon as these words came out, the people around immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, who does he think he is? He wants to defeat all of us. He's too arrogant. That's right, you unknown brat, you dared to say that you can defeat all of us in Class 6. You are simply courting death. Let's go together and let him experience our power. Everyone was talking about it and getting ready to fight. Be ready to strike at any time. Quiet. Li Yun shouted softly, quickly considering the situation. This guy showed up here, clutching Xia Yun, the expert with the Earthshaker, in his arms. Who is he? He doesn't seem afraid of us at all. There are only two reasons, either he's posing, or he's plotting something. We finally made it into the top 10 in this team fight. We absolutely can't fall for that. How about? Li Yun finally made up his mind, Tang-san, go defeat him, and all his points will be yours. Yes, boss. A figure walked out from the crowd. It was Tang-san, also known as Tang Dogo, who was famous for his mad dog fist. Third brother, I leave him to you. Kill him. Let him taste the power of your ancestral mad dog fist. That's right, go ahead, third brother. The people around were cheering for Tang-san, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. There was a fierce light in Tang-san's eyes, and he moved his hands and feet, preparing to attack Su Hao. It's just right to use them to test the power of the Haotian Divine Stick. Su Hao muttered to himself. He gently placed Xia Yun on the ground to ensure that she would not be hurt in the battle. Then he gripped the Haotian Divine Stick tightly and prepared to fight the enemy. Look at my crazy dog tooth punch. Tang-san let out a wild roar, his tongue waving like a flag in the wind, and he got on all fours and pounced towards Su Hao with an extremely agile posture. Su Hao sneered, not panicking at all. He raised the heavy Haotian Divine Stick. Insert it firmly into the ground. Bang! There was a loud bang. A powerful wave of air burst out from the stick. Tang-san was instantly knocked away. What the hell is this? Tang-san got up from the ground in a daze. He didn't expect that he couldn't even get close to the other person. Tang-san, there's something wrong with this guy, use all your strength. Li Yun stood behind him and reminded loudly. I understand, boss. Tang-san responded, then spat his saliva into his palm and rubbed it hard on his fist. This is his special ability, the ancestral mad dog poison. Anyone who is hit by his saliva-soaked fist will go crazy. Let me give you a taste of my power. Tang-san roared again and rushed towards Su Hao. Su Hao calmly used his replication skill, observing Tang-san's every move. At the moment Tang-san swung his fist, he dodged nimbly and then swung the Haotian Divine Stick. The stick hit Tang-san's abdomen hard. Tang-san was directly knocked high into the sky and fell heavily to the ground. As soon as he struggled to stand up, he vomited the overnight meal. Boss, Tang-san is seriously injured. Damn it, Yang Kuan, go kill him. Li Yun looked at Yang Kuan in the crowd. Yang Kuan stepped out from the crowd and said, boy, let me show you how powerful my brother Kuan is. He raised the machete in his hand high, and with a shout, he slashed towards Su Hao. Su Hao's eyes narrowed, and he gripped the Haotian Divine Stick tightly, rushing towards Yang Kuan's blade. Bang! With a loud bang, the machete shattered instantly in the collision. Yang Kuan was knocked away and hit the wall heavily, unable to get out. That's all. You can't even withstand one attack from me. Su Hao smiled and shook his head, obviously a little disappointed with Yang Kuan's strength. Damn it, this bastard. Li Yun finally couldn't contain his anger anymore. He shouted to the dozen people around him, everyone, come together and beat him down. Just what I want. Su Hao was full of fighting spirit, holding the Haotian divine stick tightly in both hands, and fighting with the crowd around him. His stick skills are superb, thanks to his proficiency in the spear. The Haotian divine stick can be opened and closed in his hands, and it is very powerful when he swings it. Each blow was powerful, and almost any opponent who was hit by the stick lost the ability to fight back. They were either blown away or knocked down. The scene became intense for a while. Tang San, who fell to the ground, finally finished vomiting. He looked up, and the sight before him made his heart tighten. Su Hao, like a god of war, wielded the black Haotian magic stick and knocked his companions to the ground one by one. Damn, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Tang San was filled with resentment. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Xia Yun, who was lying on the ground. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and a plan came to his mind. While Su Hao was busy fighting and had no time to take care of other things, Tang San quietly approached Xia Yun, suddenly stretched out his hand to grab her neck, and lifted her up high. Stop! If you dare to fight back again, don't blame me for being merciless. He shouted loudly, trying to get Su Hao's attention. Su Hao looked over when he heard the sound, and when he saw Xia Yun being held in Tang San's hand, he instantly became furious. Although Xia Yun had only completed a preliminary contract with him, in his heart, she would be his sooner or later. He would never allow anyone to hurt his wife. And he even threatened me with his wife. This immediately made him want to kill. As long as you put down the stick in your hand, I will return this woman to you. Although it is not allowed to hurt people's lives in school team battles, her body is delicate. If I hurt her, don't blame me. Tang San said, and sniffed Xia Yun's neck disgustingly. Su Hao's face was as gloomy as water. He loosened his grip on the Haotian divine stick and the stick fell to the ground. Very good, now that you have no weapons, let's see what you are capable of. Tang San laughed proudly. Li Yun, who was not far away, also nodded approvingly. Tang San, well done. Third brother is really amazing. Let's see what he will do now. He relies entirely on that strange weapon. Without it, let's give him a good beating. Everyone come together and beat him up. The people around were shouting and ready to take the opportunity to besiege Su Hao. Chapter 25, Lightning Flint, Beautiful Belly Button. There was a cold murderous intent flashing in Su Hao's eyes, and his fists were clenched as if he wanted to crush the air. The nuclear energy in the body surged through the blood vessels like a raging flood, and the skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time, he was really angry. Just as the students were about to pounce on him, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant like a phantom. The next moment, he appeared in front of Tang San. His hands gripped Tang San's throat tightly like an iron clamp, making it difficult for Tang San to breathe, and his face turned pale. How could it be? Tang San's eyes bulged out, filled with terror. His body was like a dying fish, struggling feebly but unable to escape Su Hao's control. How dare you threaten me with my woman? I hate threats the most in my life. Su Hao's voice was as cold as ice. He kept increasing the strength of his grip on Tang San's hand. He was about to break Tang San's throat in the next moment. Third brother has been caught, hurry up and rescue him. Let's go together. He has no weapons left. Knock him down. That's right, don't be afraid of him. The people around rushed forward shouting. Anyone who dares to come forward will be killed. Su Hao turned his head suddenly, and the murderous intent in one of his eyes was like a sharp sword, instantly piercing everyone's courage. As the blindfold fell off, his other eye revealed a deep darkness, empty and terrifying. When they saw this horrifying scene, they all stopped in their tracks as if frozen in place, not daring to take another step forward. I give up. I'll give you all my points. Hurry, let me go. Tang San's voice was filled with tears, and his body trembled weakly in Su Hao's hands. Asshole, let go quickly. This is the entrance of the academy. According to the team battle rules, he has already admitted defeat. You can't hurt him. Li Yun shouted anxiously from the side. I don't care about any rules. If you dare to threaten me with my woman, today, I will make you disappear completely. Su Hao activated the Void Realm without any hesitation. As the Void Realm unfolded, under the gaze of his left eye, Tang San's body began to gradually dissipate and slowly turned into nothingness. Those students had never seen such ability before. They stood there in amazement, forgetting even to breathe. Even Li Yun was so shocked that he was speechless. When he saw Su Hao's fierce eyes turn towards him, He suddenly woke up and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, retreat quickly, get out of here first. She looks fine." Su Hao took a deep breath, and the murderous intent in his heart gradually subsided. His eyes softened. He lowered his head to look at Xia Yun lying on the ground and touched her face. She's the only one who can't be touched by anyone else. Just then, suddenly, a deafening thunder sounded in the clear sky, as if it was going to tear the heaven and earth apart. Su Hao raised his head and looked in the direction where the thunder fell. At the moment when the blue thunder split the sky, a woman with a long sword on her waist stood in front of Li Yun. Behind her, a long ponytail fluttered in the wind to her waist, making her look heroic. The woman was wearing a purple tube top, the collar of which was tightly fitted to her body, outlining her perfect chest line. She wore a simple pair of long shirt and shorts, especially the waist, which showed her perfect body proportions. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. That is, Thundersword Ziling. How could she appear here? Li Yun was stunned. Before he and the others could react, Ziling held the hilt of the sword with her left hand, and there was a flash of sword light in her eyes. As the sword was drawn out, she disappeared from the spot in an instant. Bang bang bang! A flash of lightning flashed past everyone at an extremely fast speed, and finally she stayed in front of Su Hao. In the blink of an eye, everyone around had fallen to the ground, their bodies as if struck by lightning. Name, Ziling. Race, human. Age, 20. Attribute, thunder. Strength, 4,808. Agility, 5,603. Endurance, 5,490. Defense, 5,900. Spiritual power, 5,100. Quality, top quality. Spiritual power, 90. Appearance, 94. Favorability, 35. Su Hao's eyes were fixed on Ziling's numerical values, and he secretly felt fortunate that he was indeed lucky today to have encountered two top quality items. Already contracted one. Take this girl in front of you as well. His eyes moved to Ziling's figure. On Earth, he had seen countless videos showing the hot bodies of young models, but compared to Ziling in front of him, those all seemed pale in comparison and could not be compared at all. Ziling was wearing cool clothes, revealing her slender waist, especially the delicate little belly button between her navel. It's so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off it. If I could touch it. Su Hao couldn't help but stand there in a daze, with an impulse surging in his heart. He wanted to complete the contract immediately, then hug her charming waist tightly and admire it. Don't get me wrong. I really just appreciate it, no intention of playing with it. Are you Su Hao? Ziling's voice was as cold as ice, breaking Su Hao's reverie. At this moment, Su Hao was intoxicated by Ziling's slender waist and didn't hear her question at all. If you look again, I'll kill you. There was a hint of anger in Ziling's voice. She raised her sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Su Hao's chest. Su Hao finally came to his senses and quickly averted his gaze, replying somewhat awkwardly, I know. I won't look. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I see two words in your eyes. Ziling said calmly, while the sword in his hand moved forward. Su Hao raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? Then tell me what I'm thinking about. A sneak attack? You must be thinking of a sneak attack on me. Ziling sneered, don't dream. If you want to defeat me, fight me head on. Don't try to use those despicable tricks to sneak attack me. Su Hao laughed secretly in his heart, thinking, it's not wrong to say it's a sneak attack, but that sneak attack should be secretly kissing you. I'm not interested in defeating you, I just want to get you, and then. I guessed it right. Ziling retracted her sword, the coldness in her eyes easing slightly. I saw what happened just now. Since you saved Xia Yun, I will let you go this time. The next time I see you, I will definitely not forgive you. Get ready. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked forward, grabbed Xia Yun's collar, and dragged Xia Yun away. Su Hao stood there, looking at her back, muttering, just like that, she left. The contract isn't complete yet. I guess we'll have to wait until the next time we meet. He picked up the Haotian divine stick and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. The sound coming from the side immediately made him alert. Don't worry, I won't attack you. A nimble fat man jumped down from the roof. I'm also from Class 8. My name is Wang Defu. You must be the new Su Hao, right? Su Hao looked at him carefully. This man was fat and his surname was Wang. Could he be Fatty Wen? Wang Difu smiled and said, I'll take you to our Tianzi Class 8 class. No one will attack you there. Su Hao thought, that would be good, maybe he could come across other top quality items that he could contract with. After the two left, Li Yun got up from the ground. Damn it, Ziling, and that new student from Class 8, who the hell is he? Do you want revenge? A man in a cloak stepped out from the invisible body. If you do, then listen to me. Li Yun smiled evilly when he saw this person. So it's you. Then let's work together temporarily and kill that bastard. Chapter 26. Who is the boss? It's about to happen. Ziling threw Xia Yun aside without any hesitation. Sister Yun, wake up, there's no one else here, why are you still pretending? Xia Yun slowly opened her eyes, rubbed her sore butt, and complained, Sister Ziling, can't you be a little gentler? You were so rough, you even hurt my butt. Ziling ignored her complaints and went straight to the point. Tell me, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Xia Yun's eyes began to dodge around, not daring to meet Ziling's gaze. Why were you caught by him? Ziling asked. I just couldn't beat him, so, he. Xia Yun's answer seemed a little hesitant. Is that really the only reason? Is there no other reason? Ziling's eyes were like sharp blades, staring at Xia Yun closely. That's right, he was too strong. I couldn't beat him, so, he caught me. Xia Yun's voice became smaller and smaller, as if he was trying his best to cover up something. Ziling fell into deep thought, frowning slightly. Is his strength really that strong? Xia Yun nodded frantically, as if afraid that Ziling wouldn't believe him. Yeah. He's very strong, he really is. However, her mind was in a mess. Kissed by a man. He actually called her his woman. Xia Yun heard everything Su Hao said. Thinking of the feeling when their mouths touched each other, she touched her lips with her hand and thought, I am not clean anymore. I heard that only lovers can kiss. Am I going to kiss him? My first kiss was taken away by a strange man. It's so embarrassing, what should I do? Forget it, as long as I don't say it and don't admit it, no one will find out. That's right, that's the decision. But how could she forget it? The thought of being kissed and hugged by Su Hao, and being called his woman, made Xia Yun more and more shy, and her face turned red unconsciously. Ziling noticed Xia Yun's change. Sister Yun, are you okay? Why is your face so red? No. It's okay. I was mad at that bastard named Su Hao, I was so mad at him. Xia Yun clenched his fists and pretended to be angry. Ziling patted her shoulder gently and comforted her, don't worry, the sisters will definitely avenge you. Let me explain this in two ways. Su Hao followed the fat man named Wang Difu. The two walked across the campus path. After a while, they arrived at the location of Class 8 of Tianzi. What appeared before Su Hao was a castle surrounded by walls, with an iron gate in the middle of the castle. What's going on? There's actually a city wall? We're not fighting a war. Su Hao couldn't help but whisper to himself. Wang Difu glanced back at Su Hao after hearing his words, a smile on his face. Su Hao, you're right. At Qinglong Academy, fighting between teams, especially between classes, is no different from a war. Wang Difu continued walking forward with Su Hao as he spoke. Do you know, in Qinglong Academy, every time the 6th-day team battle class begins, each class will enter their own stronghold and fight as a class. These walls and iron gates are designed to prevent intrusion from other classes and protect one's own class from being violated. Here, each class is an independent faction. Su Hao smiled and said, I'm not interested in these. He was only interested in women he could contract with, and wondered when he would meet Ziling again. Then, the two walked through the iron gate and into the castle. The space inside was much more spacious than expected. More than 50 students from Class 8 were sitting or standing, each busy with their own work. Until Su Hao and the other two entered, all their eyes were focused on Su Hao. Who is this? I don't know. I look like a newcomer. It's already this late, and there are still new students coming. Is there something fishy going on? That's right, there's only one day left, so be careful. Just as everyone was whispering, a man with a crew cut strode out. He was 1.9 meters tall, with his chest exposed and a powerful figure. He looked directly at Su Hao. Are you the new student? That's right, big brother, he's Su Hao. Today is his first day in our class. Wang Defu replied with a smile, and then introduced him to Su Hao. This is our Tianzi Class 8 monitor, and also our boss Wang Defa. Are you Wang Defa? Su Hao stopped laughing and said softly, sounds familiar. I think I've heard of him. Wang Defa laughed out loud after hearing this, looking quite proud. Really? I, Wang Defa, am actually so famous? Everyone, listen, even the freshmen have heard of my name, ha ha ha. Brother FA is awesome. Brother FA is awesome. Brother FA, I love you. The students around began to echo, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Wang Defa crossed his arms, his lips curled up, and he said confidently, but flattery alone won't do. In our Tianzi 8th class, strength is respected. Just like me, I'm the boss because I'm strong. Since you're new here, you can be my little brother. Su Hao looked around, his eyes sweeping over the girls. I found out that they were all ordinary level, not even high level, let alone top level. Since we haven't found the target, there's no need to stay. Wang Defa noticed Su Hao was silent, and his face darkened. Didn't you hear what I said? Su Hao, what are you thinking about? Come over and meet the boss, and then hand over all your points to honor the boss. Wang Defu urged anxiously, fearing that Su Hao's actions would implicate himself. Boss? The person whom I can call boss has not been born yet in this world. Su Hao stared at the other person. Wang Defa frowned. Boy, you're courting death. I heard you defeated Linny, the flowing water spear, in the combat test, but that was just a child's play. Here, a real fight has no rules to protect it. If you really dare to start, I will let you experience what it means to be worse than death. Wang Defa was full of confidence. He thought that such a threat was enough to make Su Hao surrender and then obediently worship him as the boss. Su Hao raised the corner of his mouth and said, I will beat you to death. As soon as these words came out, the crowd around fell into deathly silence in an instant. What did he just say? How dare he provoke Brother FA? He's courting death. Look, Brother FA is already angry. The two men stood face to face, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and it seemed that a conflict would break out at any time. Okay, very good. Wang Defa clenched his fists, his bones making a slight sound, and his muscles began to swell. Since you're so eager to die, let me teach you a lesson and let you know who is the true king here. Su Hao sighed softly, what a trouble. Let's get rid of him as soon as possible and leave this place. Just as he was about to take action, a student ran in breathlessly, interrupting the fight that was about to break out. Oh no! Several classes are coming over here. Wang Defa's expression suddenly changed. At this time, you wait here. Don't even think about escaping. We'll deal with you when we come back. He threw down these words and hurriedly rushed out of the castle with a group of students. Su Hao found a chair and sat down, put his legs on the table, and prepared to close his eyes and rest. After several consecutive battles, coupled with Xia Yun's heavy blow, his body was indeed a little tired. Chapter 27, Three-Way Siege, Rather Die Than Surrender. Su Hao summoned Yan Linger to pass the time. Husband, good husband. Yan Linger appeared in front of Su Hao lightly. Without waiting for Su Hao to react, she jumped into his arms like a nimble kitten. She gently wrapped her arms around Su Hao's neck and opened her mouth to bite his ear. Su Hao's voice was filled with laughter. He gently raised his hand and stroked Yan Linger's delicate little dragon head. Okay, let go. If you push any harder, you'll really eat me. Husbands are meant to be eaten. Yan Linger's voice was as sweet as honey, and her petite body sat steadily on Su Hao's legs. Those enchanting eyes sparkling with desire had a captivating power and locked onto Su Hao's gaze. Yan Linger slowly moved closer to Su Hao's mouth, and opened her red lips slightly. Husband, you are mine. This little fire dragon is really not obedient at all. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. My husband smells so good, I love him so much. Yan Linger's voice was soft and full of love. She kept expressing her love to Su Hao in his ear. Su Hao hugged Yan Linger's soft body tightly, feeling the warmth she conveyed. I like Charmander, too. Be good and come down quickly. Just as the two were cuddling each other affectionately, the sounds of fighting outside gradually weakened and eventually returned to silence. It seems like it's over outside. Su Hao patted Yan Linger's back gently and said, go in first. I'll have fun with you next time. Yan Linger pouted in dissatisfaction. Okay. Su Hao raised his hand, and Yan Linger was instantly swallowed by him into another space. All sounds outside have disappeared. Wang Defa was lying on the cold ground. His body had transformed into that of a wild beast. This is his special ability, which allows him to transform into a panda, so he is also called Big Bear. Wang Defu is called Shong'er. At this moment, Wang Defa was lying on the battlefield. Standing not far away were the students from Class 8 of Tianzi. The person standing next to him was Li Yun. I didn't expect that the leader of Class 8 would be so vulnerable, Li Yun laughed sarcastically. According to the agreement, the two of us have already defeated Team Tianzi 8 for you, so the points they have accumulated will naturally belong to us. Gao Ji, the squad leader of Tianzi Class 7, came out, followed by Ji Meng, the squad leader of Tianzi Class 10. You can take all the points, I only want the man named Su Hao. Li Yun's voice was cold and hard. He stepped ruthlessly on Wang Defa's face with such force that Wang Defa's facial features were distorted. Tell me where he is. He's from your Tianzi Class 8. You shouldn't know him, right? Asshole, cough cough. Wang Defa gasped, we in Class 8 will never betray our classmates. You're such an ungrateful person. Li Yun stepped even harder on Wang Defa's head. Don't think I won't attack you just because we're in the academy. Su Hao killed my people. If you hand him over, I might even consider sparing you. You are wishful thinking. Wang Defa's eyes were determined. Even in such a desperate situation, he would never give in. He shouted, if you have the guts, fight me alone. Bastards, you actually united 3 classes to besiege us. You are about to die, yet you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Li Yun raised the hand-shaped crutch in his hand and suddenly stabbed it hard into the wound on Wang Defa's shoulder. Wang Defa screamed in pain, his voice echoing in the silent battlefield. Brother Fa, let's go up together and save Brother Fa. We must not let them hurt the boss. Let's go together and live and die with Brother Fa. The students of Class 8 dragged their wounded bodies and rushed towards Li Yun without hesitation. Looking for death, a bunch of idiots. Li Yun waved his hand contemptuously, and the people behind him immediately pounced on the students of Class 8 like wolves and tigers. Screams rang out one after another on the battlefield. In an instant, all the students in Class 8 fell to the ground. Are you going to tell me or not? Li Yun mercilessly beat Wang Defa's body with his cane, but Wang Defa gritted his teeth and remained silent. This guy has really tough bones. Li Yun sneered, changed his strategy, and shouted, Su Hao, I know you are here. If you don't show up, I will kill him. I don't think you will watch your boss become a cripple before your own eyes. There was still dead silence all around, no response. It seems that no one can save you today. Li Yun raised his cane, ready to hit Wang Defa on the head. At this critical moment, a silver light suddenly streaked across the sky. As dazzling as a meteor streaking across the night sky. The silver spearhead shot out at lightning speed and headed straight for the center of the battlefield. Li Yun keenly noticed this change. He quickly raised his head and waved the cane in his hand, trying to block the sudden attack. But the gun tip seemed to have a will of its own. It cleverly changed its trajectory in the air, avoiding Li Yun's defense, and finally penetrated deeply into the ground. Li Yun's gaze followed the trajectory of the gun tip to the ground. Gun tip? Whose weapon is this? Just when everyone was confused, a calm voice broke the silence, he has nothing to do with me. Following the sound, Su Hao slowly walked out from the shadow of the castle, and his figure gradually became clear in the sunlight. He brandished the dragon scale spear made of fragments with one hand. The fragments obeyed the call and gathered together again. The spearhead was instantly retracted and turned into a complete silver spear. Su Hao continued to walk forward steadily. His appearance made everyone's eyes involuntarily focus on him. Su Hao, you finally showed up. How dare you attack my men? Today, you won't be able to leave here easily. Li Yun waved his hand lightly and gave the order, come together and destroy him completely. Following his gesture, dozens of fireballs shot out from the crowd behind him like beasts, cutting through the air and heading straight for Su Hao's position with a scorching breath. These fireballs formed a dense fire network in the air, as if to reduce everything to ashes. The fireball landed exactly where Su Hao was standing, and in an instant, the entire area was engulfed in the flames of the explosion. Boom boom. The explosions were deafening, one after another, and smoke and flames intertwined to form a doomsday scene. Li Yun's elation was palpable when he saw this scene. He laughed unscrupulously, Su Hao, just turn to ashes in this flame. Chapter 28, Fighting Against Class 3, Unleashing All Their Strength. Flame? Humph. Su Hao sneered. This level of fire could not cause any harm to him at all. But in order not to dirty the clothes, he casually swung the dragon scale spear in his hand and built an indestructible shield in front of him. That shield made up of thousands of dragon scale fragments. Silver light flashed in the air as they worked together in perfect harmony to block all attacks. The roar of flames exploding came one after another. Finally, Su Hao walked out of the blazing flames unharmed as if he were strolling in the garden. Li Yun witnessed all this and was shocked beyond belief. He is actually fine, how is this possible? Su Hao retracted the dragon scale spear, his eyes cold and his tone calm. It's you again, you're never going to stop, are you? Are you rushing here to die? Today, even the academy can't protect you, the one who killed me. Li Yun turned to look at Gao Ji and Ji Meng behind him. Squad leaders, this man is Su Hao. He killed my people. Let's go together and capture him. Gao Ji smiled contemptuously and said unconcernedly, a mere freshman, you're making a fuss about nothing. I think sending one person is enough to capture him. That's right. Ji Meng echoed from the side, we have 3 classes, besieging a freshman. If this matter gets out, how can we survive in Qinglong Academy? This person has extraordinary skills and may be difficult to deal with. It is better for us to attack together. Li Yun insisted. Your squad 6 is too weak, Gao Ji ordered loudly. Li Si, it's your turn. Go and kill him. Yes, sir. Li Si walked out of the crowd excitedly. Li Yun wanted to say something else, but considering his own face, he chose to remain silent. After all, his class was almost wiped out by Su Hao alone. Su Hao stood tall, his gun pointed at the people across from him. Have you agreed on this? Who will die first? Li Si's eyes widened angrily, his fists clenched, and his muscles tense like steel. Boy, let me take care of you. Gao Ji stood aside, his eyes calm, as if he had already known the outcome. This Li Si is a master in our class. His family's supernatural power of local hardening gives him incredible defense. This kid is doomed. Li Si is extremely fast. His fist left a trail of afterimages in the air and slammed towards Su Hao like a cannonball. Su Hao's eyes were as fast as lightning. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He raised his spear, and just when Li Si's fist was about to hit him, the tip of the spear rested firmly on the fist. Li Si's mouth curled up into a smug smile. This kind of attack is useless to me. Really? That's it. Before Su Hao finished speaking, he turned his wrist, and the tip of the dragon scale spear instantly separated and spun at high speed, colliding violently with Li Si's fist at lightning speed. The metal rubbed against the hardened skin violently, making a sharp scream. Amidst the flying sparks, Li Si's fist was gradually worn away, revealing the bloody bones. My hand, ah! Li Si's screams pierced the sky. Su Hao did not stop. He shook the gun and instantly transformed it into a straight-line attack, hitting Li Si's abdomen hard. The huge force knocked Li Si away, and he finally fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Su Hao steadily retracted his spear, glanced at everyone present, and shouted, "Who else?" Unexpectedly, this master was knocked down by Su Hao in 2 moves. Ji Meng immediately turned his gaze and pointed to the side. Wang Wu, go and kill him for me. Yes, boss. Wang Wu responded and stepped forward. He didn't say any more nonsense, and with 2 sharp butcher knives in his hands, he launched a fierce attack on Su Hao. Wang Wu's family has been butchering pigs for generations. His special ability is that his butcher knife can produce high-frequency vibrations, with amazing cutting power. The blade cut through the air, making a sharp sound. Just when the blade was about to touch Su Hao, the dragon scale spear broke directly. Success! Wang Wu was delighted, but before he could smile, he was hit by a huge force. Su Hao's gun was instantly reassembled and hit Wang Wu hard, knocking him out. Su Hao retracted his spear and continued to provoke. Come on, continue. Gao Ji issued another order. Zhou Lu, go. Don't let me down. Don't worry, boss. Zhou Lu walked forward, spread a pair of huge wings behind him, flapped his wings and flew high into the air. Su Hao looked up at the figure in the sky. He was standing on the ground. At this time, he had no ability to fly, so it was indeed a bit tricky to face the enemy in the air. Before he could come up with a solution, Zhou Lu had already flapped his wings, and hundreds of feathers shot towards Su Hao from all directions like sharp arrows. Su Hao quickly broke the dragon scale spear into pieces, forming a protective net around himself. Dense feathers continuously hit the fragments of the dragon scale spear, making crisp sounds. Sudden. A feather broke through the dragon scale spear's defense and instantly pierced Su Hao's shoulder. He shrugged and pulled it out calmly. Gao Ji saw Su Hao injured and thought he was finally safe this time. Zhao Lu, well done. Kill him right away. Boss, leave it to me, just watch over me. Zhao Lu flapped his wings again, and countless feathers swirled around Su Hao, forming an impenetrable encirclement. You think you can defeat me with this little trick? Su Hao sneered, put his hands together, palms facing forward, and immediately activated his supernatural power supernova burn. In his palm, a small blue light spot slowly formed. That is a nuclear explosion ball formed by the release of nuclear energy in the body, which continues to condense and compress outside the body. It's done. After compressing the nuclear energy into a small blue ball of a few centimeters, he raised his hand and threw the energy ball towards Zhao Lu. The nuclear explosion ball slowly approached Zhao Lu. When the energy ball flew near Zhao Lu, he smiled slightly and shouted softly, "Explode." He immediately released the nuclear explosion ball. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. A powerful shockwave swept across everything around, and the entire academy was shocked by the sudden huge explosion. It's like rubbing a nuclear bomb with your hands. This is just a small ball of a few centimeters that he rolled out. The larger the nuclear explosion ball is, the stronger the energy released will be. What on earth is going on? What a terrible explosion, could he have done it? How could he have such power? The people around were amazed when they saw the horrific explosion. When the smoke and dust cleared, Zhao Lu had long disappeared. Li Yilin, Gao Ji, and Ji Meng looked at each other. They were speechless for a moment. Su Hao's momentum grew stronger. He placed his spear on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Next, all of you come together." The three of them no longer cared about their face at this moment. They immediately ordered everyone to rush forward. More than 80 people surrounded Su Hao. This time, let me try its true power. Su Hao muttered to himself, while mobilizing all the spiritual power in his body to make supernova burn. He used himself as a furnace, and the thermonuclear force instantly spread throughout his body, and his body released white heat waves. His skin gradually turned red, and his shirt quickly decomposed under the high temperature, revealing his solid muscles. Chapter 29, Killing with Blood, Nowhere to Escape. Facing the influx of more than 80 elites from the Tianzi class, Su Hao finally decided to release all his strength. Each of these students is a top student in the academy, with a combat value of at least 3,000. Su Hao's average combat value has reached 5,000. With the blessing of supernova burning, his combat effectiveness is rising at an alarming rate. Bring it on! Su Hao's voice exploded like thunder. His right hand tightly grasped the dragon scale spear, and the spear body burned into a fiery red under his power. The dragon scale spear was extremely strong. If it were an ordinary spear, it would have turned into molten iron in his palm by now. Su Hao brandished the red flaming spear and swept it across the ground. The stone slabs cracked and fragments flew everywhere. His figure instantly cut into the crowd. Suddenly, no one could stop the dragon scale spear wherever it passed. One man swung his sword, trying to block Su Hao's way, but Su Hao just flicked it lightly and the sword flew out of his hand. Then a shot was fired. He directly knocked the opponent away, and blood spurted out of his mouth. On the other side, two students attacked together. One person holds a knife and the other uses a stick, and they cooperate with each other in perfect harmony. Su Hao did not dodge or evade, but shook his spear. First he swung the blade away, then he spun around and slammed the butt of the gun into the chest of the stick wielder, knocking him to the ground. His fighting style is very wild. He moved through the crowd with great movements, and every shot he fired was like a dragon, and every step he took was just right. This is all thanks to his ability to replicate, which allows him to see everyone's attacking movements clearly and fight back effectively. Wang Defu and Wang Defa stood not far away. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They looked at Su Hao's figure like a god of war descending to earth and were shocked beyond words. Wang Defu swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother, who is he? Is he a Super Saiyan?" Wang Defa stared at Su Hao and said in a low voice, "This guy actually challenged 3 classes by himself. Is he crazy? Should we leave? There are more and more people here. If this continues, if he is knocked down, it will be our turn." Wang Defu involuntarily took a step back. Wang Defa turned his head sharply and shouted in a low voice, "Shut up, useless thing. He's fighting for us. What did I teach you? How could you abandon him and run for your life alone? The other side. Li Yun and the other two watched as the people in their class were knocked down one by Su Hao. Their faces turned pale and they were at a loss. Gao Ji's eyes widened and he stammered, is he a monster? So many people can't deal with him. Ji Meng anxiously ordered the people around him, quick, call everyone in the class here immediately, and make sure to beat him up. Li Yun's expression became even gloomier. He didn't expect that even though he had united 3 classes, with more than 80 people, he couldn't even deal with Su Hao alone. He gnashed his teeth in anger and shouted, come together, and kill him for me. Su Hao heard Li Yun's shout and smiled slightly, if you want to kill me, let me send you off first. At first, he showed mercy and did not kill him. But at this moment, hearing Li Yun's shouting, his anger was ignited, and he aimed the dragon scale spear in his hand at someone and stabbed out instantly. The spear head shot out, the spear body split, and directly pierced the chests of the 3 people, stringing them together. This scene made the people around stop what they were doing instantly. They were all dumbfounded, and the scene fell into an eerie silence. Kill people. How dare he kill people? This is inside the academy, isn't he afraid? Don't go. He's too strong. He'll kill you. Those people were all so frightened that they dared not come near. Under Su Hao's pressure, they have all lost the courage to continue fighting. Useless. What a bunch of useless people. They can't even handle a new student. Li Yun finally couldn't hold back anymore and took action himself. He raised the cane in his hand, and the ruby on the top of the cane shone with an eerie red light in the night. The light gradually spread, like blood spreading, covering everyone around him. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Li Yun kept muttering these 3 words in a low voice. Although his voice was low, it was full of irresistible magic. His special ability is that he can bewitch people, and the more people are around him, the stronger the power he generates. With the continuous recall of the 3 classes, the number of students on the battlefield has increased to more than 200. Under Li Yun's instigation, those people's eyes turned blood red and they roared like wild beasts, kill him! Kill him! They are like puppets being manipulated. He launched another crazy charge towards Su Hao. Court death. A strong murderous intent flashed in Su Hao's eyes. The energy in his body exploded instantly. The dragon scale spear in his hand was like an angry dragon, stabbing out suddenly and accurately piercing into a person's throat. The moment the gun tip was pulled out, blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding air red. Su Hao's movements did not stop at all. His spear swept across, carrying a breath of death, and chopped off a man's head cleanly. Then he launched continuous attacks, and someone fell under his gun in almost every attack. On the battlefield, blood was splattered everywhere. The blood intertwined with Su Hao's burning red skin, and he seemed to have transformed into a god of war walking out of the Shura field. Seeing this scene, even with Li Yun's instigation, those people began to wake up. If he really dares to kill someone, he will definitely be killed. Hurry, run away, I don't want to die. He's horrible, get out of here. The students ran away. But Su Hao was already bloodthirsty. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long had completely erupted. He was imprisoned for 17 years and suffered physical torture. More importantly, think about your days on Earth again. I can't afford to buy a house, I can't even afford instant noodles all day, I'm exploited by my boss, and my salary is pitifully low, only 3,000 a month. And you can even be electrocuted for peeing. Thinking of this, he killed even more fiercely. Aimed directly at the heads of those people and stabbed them. He picked out the brains of several people. For a moment, on the battlefield, red, white, green, yellow. Brother, he won't go crazy and kill us too, will he? Wang Defu's body trembled involuntarily, and he reached out to touch his head. Let's get out of this place quickly. Well, you're right. Wang Defa's voice trembled slightly. He swallowed hard, obviously frightened by Su Hao's ferocity. He seems crazy. It's better for us to find a safe place to hide. At this time, Li Yun, Gao Ji, and Ji Meng no longer had their previous arrogance. They stared blankly at Su Hao, who seemed to be possessed by the god of death, with fear on their faces. Hurry, run! Li Yun was the first to recover from his shock. He shouted loudly, turned around, and ran away from Su Hao. The other 2 woke up as if from a dream, and followed Li Yun closely, trying their best to escape from this slaughterhouse-like battlefield. Want to run? It's not that easy. Seeing that the 3 people were about to escape, Su Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of sneer, and raised his left hand. The Haotian magic stick in the alien space slowly stretched out. He raised the Haotian magic stick. The stick expanded and grew larger as his spiritual power was injected into it, and finally turned into a huge pillar with a diameter of nearly 20 meters. Su Hao threw it with all his might. The Haotian divine stick drew a huge arc in the air, with the force of thunder, pressing down on the path of the three people who were about to escape, blocking their way like a pillar of heaven. Chapter 30, Pursuit and Annihilation, Direct Kill. What on earth is this? Li Yun widened his eyes, looking at the huge cylinder that suddenly appeared in front of him. He's coming. Ji Meng next to him reminded. The other two turned their heads in unison and looked behind them. I saw Su Hao holding the dragon scale spear. His body was covered in blood, his left eye flashed with cold murderous intent, and his missing right eye was a deep darkness. He looked like a god of war walking out of the Shura field, and his appearance was enough to scare anyone. Come on, don't you want to kill me? I'm standing right here, come and kill me. Su Hao said in a deep voice, while slowly approaching the three people. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Gao Ji stepped forward, you two go first, I'll stop him. Before he finished speaking, a longbow emitting purple light appeared in Gao Ji's hand. He pulled the bowstring steadily and aimed the white arrow in his hand at Su Hao, who was getting closer and closer. The other two nodded and immediately ran away. As Gao Ji shot the arrow in his hand, the arrow cut through the air at lightning speed and hit Su Hao directly in the chest. It hurts. Su Hao felt a huge force hitting his body and was knocked back a few steps by the arrow. The severe pain in his chest made him groan. He didn't expect the arrow to be so powerful. If he gets hit by a few more arrows, even I won't be able to bear it. I have to get rid of him immediately. Su Hao endured the pain and raised his head to look for Gao Ji, but he had lost sight of him. Immediately afterwards, 2 or 3 arrows were shot in succession. The sound of the arrow breaking through the air was sharp and piercing. This time, Su Hao barely avoided the attack with his extraordinary reaction speed. I didn't expect you could dodge my arrow. Next, let's see how you dodge it. Gao Ji's voice came from the surroundings. His special ability is that he can blend into the environment. His concealed form made him extremely difficult to deal with. It looks a bit troublesome. Su Hao frowned. He kept glancing around, thinking that if he continued to fight with such an enemy, Li Yun would probably escape. So he immediately swung the dragon scale spear. The gun body instantly turned into countless fragments, surrounding himself like a shield, forming a protective layer. At the same time, he continued to track the traces of Li Yun and others, and did not bother to get entangled with Gao Ji, the tough opponent. Protected by the fragments transformed from the dragon scale spear, Su Hao continued to approach Li Yun and was about to catch up with his target. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake. In the moment when he was off guard, the ground cracked open like a giant beast opening its mouth. Before Su Hao could stand firmly, he fell into the underground abyss along with the collapsed earth and rocks. Brother Meng, this time it's all thanks to you. Li Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. I have trapped him underground and he won't be able to come out for a while. Ji Meng smiled proudly. He killed so many people this time, the academy will definitely not let him go. Li Yun said angrily, this bastard, just wait for the academy to punish him, it would be best if he was sentenced to death. Wait, there seems to be some sound? Ji Meng suddenly pricked up his ears and heard a faint sound coming from underground. Just as the two of them held their breath, trying to identify the source of the sound, suddenly, bang! There was a loud bang. Su Hao turned the dragon scale spear into a drill, breaking through the ground, and dirt and stones flew everywhere. After he landed, he saw Li Yun not far away. Without any hesitation, he flew up. He kicked Li Yun hard in the face. Li Yun was caught off guard and was hit by this huge force. He was kicked out and fell heavily to the ground. When he struggled to raise his head, he saw Su Hao already holding a spear and stabbing at him. Die! Su Hao's voice was as cold as ice, and his spear drew a deadly arc in the air, heading straight for Li Yun's head. Li Yun's eyes widened, and he was so frightened by the sudden attack that he froze in place, his face pale, as if he had seen the god of death scythe waving around his neck. Stop! Just when Su Hao's spear was about to pierce Li Yun's forehead, a loud shout pierced the air. The tip of Su Hao's gun stopped in front of Li Yun's forehead, and someone held the gun tightly in his hand. The tip of the gun left a tiny blood mark on Li Yun's forehead, and the blood slid down his forehead. That's enough. You dare to kill people in the academy. The man knocked Su Hao's spear away with force. Su Hao looked closely and saw that the person who stopped him was a middle-aged man in a white robe with a serious face and an extraordinary aura. Director Wang, please save me. Li Yun seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and lay on the ground. This guy wanted to kill me. He also killed many people in my class. You must help me get justice. I already know what happened. Director Wang looked at Su Hao coldly. You killed other students in the academy and treated your classmates so cruelly. Do you admit your guilt? Wang Mingyang, one of the college directors. He looked at Su Hao, still holding the spear, with murderous intent on his face, and became even more furious. How dare you attack me in front of me? Put your weapon down right now. Su Hao and Wang Mingyang looked at each other, their gazes like two sharp swords, crossing in the air. Finally, Su Hao took a deep breath, calmed the murderous intent in his heart, and slowly put down the weapon in his hand. It wasn't because he was afraid of this person, but because he considered that this was Ling Yao's academy. If he had a conflict with the teacher, it would probably bring more trouble to Ling Yao. Although Ling Yao protected herself so much, it wouldn't be good if things got too big. Thinking of this, he showed mercy. At this time, several other teachers also rushed to the scene. Director Wang, the injured have been treated and all who can be saved have been rescued. Many students were seriously injured, and some even died on the spot. It's truly cruel. According to statistics, the death toll has reached 96, with 32 seriously injured and 68 slightly injured. Several teachers reported casualties. After hearing this, Wang Mingyang turned his gaze to Su Hao again. Su Hao, did you hear that? Do you have anything else to say? Su Hao wiped the blood off his face with his fingers and said calmly, yes, I killed those people. Look, he admitted it. Li Yun immediately walked up to Director Wang and became excited. This bastard killed so many of us. You must make him pay with his life. Not only us, but also people from the other two classes, a total of 96 people, were killed by this bastard. This damn thing, my companions died so tragically. You didn't see how this bastard killed them. Su Hao listened to Li Yun's insults, tilted his head slightly, and the murderous intent in his eyes, which had just been silent, ignited again. He slowly raised the dragon scale spear tightly held in his hand, staring at Li Yun, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Humph, go to hell. The gun shot out instantly. When the people around reacted, the tip of the gun had already pierced Li Yun's body. All the teachers were stunned. Even Director Wang was stunned and didn't have time to stop it. They never imagined that Su Hao would dare to kill people openly in public. Chapter 31, Trial and Imprisonment. Su Hao stood quietly in place, holding the spear tightly in his hand, with the tip of the spear piercing through Li Yun's chest. He looked at the blood gushing out of Li Yun's body, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he whispered to himself, now, it's finally quiet. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The people around were all in shock. It took a long time. Everyone finally came back to their senses from their shock. How dare you? Catch him for me. At Wang Mingyang's command, more than a dozen teachers around him immediately reacted and stepped forward, surrounding Su Hao. At this moment, Su Hao seemed unusually calm. He slowly retracted his spear, glanced at the teachers surrounding him, and chuckled softly, don't be nervous, I will only kill him, not you. He's so arrogant. With so many teachers present, he still dared to kill people. He doesn't even take us seriously. That's right. Not only did he kill nearly 100 people, he actually killed them right in front of us. Do you have anything else to say? To do something so cruel and insane is an unforgivable crime. Even killing you would not be enough to atone for it. The teachers expressed their condemnation of Su Hao. Su Hao remained calm. As long as he tried his best, he might be able to break out of the encirclement. With the help of Charmander, Yan Linger's strength is even stronger than Ling Yao. But he had no intention of escaping. After all, his background is strong enough. Hurry up, give him treatment immediately. Wang Mingyang asked the therapist to treat Li Yun, then turned and glared at Su Hao. Do you still want to resist? How could I dare to do that with so many people surrounding me? Su Hao smiled, then relaxed his body, showing an attitude of surrender. Seeing him so calm, Wang Mingyang's anger intensified. You have committed such a serious crime in our Qinglong Academy. No one can protect you. Gather all the teachers immediately. Not long after, all the teachers of Qinglong Academy gathered in the hall. Is that him? How could one man almost kill all the students in 3 classes? This is too arrogant, it's totally inhumane. That's right, this is an academy, a place to cultivate talents. We can't just kill people at will. I heard that he has some relationship with Principal Ling. It seems that he is the principal's younger brother. Su Hao stood calmly in the audience. His gaze passed through the crowd and fell on the teachers on the stage, and he shook his head slightly. If he wasn't worried about causing more trouble for Ling Yao, how could he just stand there and let these people judge him? Wang Mingyang sat among the teachers, his expression unusually serious. Su Hao, during Qinglong Academy's group combat class, you caused the deaths of 96 students, 32 serious injuries, and 68 minor injuries. Furthermore, you committed murder in front of all the teachers. Your crimes are serious, your methods cruel, and they are appalling. Do you have anything to say about these crimes? Su Hao smiled calmly and looked straight at him. I was just defending myself. Should I just stand there and let them kill me? Self-defense? Wang Mingyang sneered. What a high-sounding excuse. Why would they kill you for no reason? They murdered your classmates in such a brutal way, chased after Li Yun and the other 2, and even dared to attack them in front of the other teachers. Is all this self-defense? Su Hao said fearlessly, that's because they all deserve to die. Shut up. You killed your classmate and showed no remorse at all. Yet you still dare to speak so shamelessly. What do you think this place is? Wang Mingyang shouted harshly, while asking other witnesses to come forward. It was him, it was him, it was him. He almost killed all the students in our class by himself. Gao Ji's eyes were filled with tears. We were just sparring with him, class 8, as usual. I didn't expect him to kill us all. Teachers, please help us. I can testify as well. Ji Meng immediately stood up. He not only kills people at random, but he also doesn't let us go. If the 3 of us hadn't run fast, he would have killed us too. Teachers, please punish the murderer severely. Wang Mingyang asked again, Su Hao, the witness is here, do you have anything else to say? Su Hao responded calmly, I told you, they deserve to die. I was just defending myself. You still dare to quibble. Do you think you can escape the blame with such a flimsy excuse? Who can prove that they really want to kill you? Wang Mingyang's tone was full of anger, and he obviously didn't believe Su Hao's defense at all. I can prove it. A voice suddenly sounded. Yes, we can prove it. Then, more voices joined in. Wang Defa came forward with the students from class 8. They walked up to the teachers. Wang Defa bowed slightly and spoke sincerely, teachers, dean, everyone in class 8 can attest that after defeating us, the other 3 classes didn't stop and instead attempted to kill Su Hao. Su Hao fought back in self-defense. We all saw it clearly. Yes, we all saw it. Yes, they were the first to attack. All of a sudden, all the students in class 8 started to defend Su Hao, and the scene became lively. Su Hao smiled and shook his head. This is none of your business. Besides, I, Su Hao, don't need anyone's proof. Yes, he was the one who killed my brother first. Li Yun walked out tremblingly from the side. You guy, you're not dead yet. Su Hao stared at Li Yun, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, better be careful, because next time, I will definitely aim for your head. He had clearly been pierced through the body. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago, but this is an academy. The Celestial Kingdom possesses advanced technology and has powerful healers within its academy. As long as the person doesn't die on the spot, he or she can be rescued. Seeing Su Hao's eyes, Li Yun's body trembled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back, almost falling. After regaining his footing, he continued, he was the first one to kill Tang San from my class, so I'm seeking revenge on him. I'm not wrong, he's the one who's wrong. Ha ha ha. Su Hao laughed a few times. You said I killed your people, but do you have any evidence? My people saw it. Li Yun tried to defend himself. Then there is nothing left. Su Hao responded flatly. You, Tang San had long been killed by you. Li Yun was speechless for a moment. He saw with his own eyes that Tang San's body completely disappeared, not even ashes were left, so there was no corpse at all. Alright, no need to say more. Su Hao, you murdered 96 people. This is a fait accompli. I'm going to lock you up now and deal with you after Principal Ling returns. Someone, take him to the detention room immediately. Following Wang Mingyang's order, several strong faculty members immediately stepped forward, ready to take Su Hao away and lock him up in the academy's prison. Su Hao frowned slightly, and those unbearable memories flooded into his mind again like a tide. Just when the two faculty members were about to catch him, Su Hao made a quick move, and with a wave of his hand, the two men were knocked away. Chapter 32 White Phantom Scythe, I'm late. Su Hao has been locked up in a dark cage since he was 3 years old, suffering inhuman torture every day. The whipping of whips and the cutting of knives became the norm in his life. Those dark years haunted his soul like a nightmare. Now, when the word imprisonment sounded again, a strong desire to resist immediately surged in Su Hao's heart. How could he allow himself to be imprisoned again? Yao Yao, I'm afraid I can't wait for you anymore. Su Hao thought silently in his heart. He was originally looking forward to Ling Yao's return, hoping to get her help, but now, the situation does not allow him to hesitate at all. The moment two faculty members approached him, Su Hao's emotions finally got out of control. With a wave of his hand, he knocked the two men away like dead leaves. Wang Mingyang immediately jumped up from his seat and pointed at Su Hao. How dare you attack me? Take him down immediately. Give an order. Several people around rushed forward. Prepare to subdue Su Hao. At this point, the only thing we can do is resist. Su Hao muttered to himself, and quickly took out the dragon scale spear, preparing for the worst. If the moment really comes when it is absolutely necessary, you can only release Charmander. By then, we will definitely get rid of them all. Yao Yao probably won't blame me. He immediately started fighting with several people. Wang Mingyang turned to the teachers around him and said in a cold voice, Everyone, you have seen it, this man is extremely rampant. If I execute him on the spot, you will not object, right? Of course not. It should have been done long ago. That's right, this boy is vicious and cruel, he must not be allowed to stay. Execute him immediately to prevent him from committing further murders. Li Yun, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Su Hao, you're dead now. You deserve it. This is your karma. Gao Ji and Ji Meng looked at each other and smiled. They also believed that Su Hao was doomed this time. Under these circumstances, no matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could escape under the eyes of so many teachers. Su Hao gripped the dragon scale spear tightly. Keep swinging during the siege, trying hard to resist attacks from all sides. He knew in his heart that if he could use supernova burn, he might be able to turn the situation around. The reality is that he had no chance to gather enough spiritual power because he had very little spiritual power left. The situation seems to be unfavorable to me. It is better for me to leave here first and make plans later. He made a quick judgment in his mind and activated the replication ability at the same time, observing the actions of several people around him, looking for an opportunity to break through. After fiercely swinging his gun to repel the attacks of several people, Su Hao seized the opportunity, turned around immediately and prepared to evacuate. However, just as he turned around, he found that his body was unable to move, as if bound by invisible shackles. My body? What is going on? Su Hao struggled and turned around at the same time, only to see a white ghost holding a sickle appear in the air. Wang Mingyang stood below the ghost, staring at him coldly, and said in a deep voice, Boy, I will get rid of you today. The white ghost slowly approached the motionless Su Hao, and the cold light of the sickle drew a trail of death in the air. This is Wang Mingyang's special ability, the White Phantom Scythe. I haven't even found all my wives yet, and I still have to make out with them. How can I die in a place like this? Su Hao's pupils constricted as he watched the white sickle with a cold light slashing towards his body. At the critical moment, activate the skill. Empty Realm, open. Following Su Hao's shout, the void opens instantly. Just as the sickle was about to touch his body, a strange thing happened. The sickle suddenly disappeared within 1 meter of his body, leaving only the sickle handle in the ghost's hand. What on earth is going on? Wang Mingyang was stunned. He had never seen such a strange power. The other teachers were also stunned and looked at each other. Under the influence of the power of Empty Realm, Su Hao's sight sees through everything around him. He clearly saw that his body was wrapped with invisible threads emitted from the white ghost scythe. His eyes focused, and then he used the Eye of Void to return these threads to nothingness. As the silk thread dissipates, His body was finally free. Escaped? How is that possible? Wang Mingyang exclaimed in disbelief. As a teacher at Qinglong Academy, he had seen countless superpowers, but this was the first time he had seen power like Su Hao's. The previous attack was ineffective against him, but now he was able to break free from the restraints of the white ghost sickle. What exactly is Su Hao's ability? Go, kill him. Wang Mingyang ordered again. The white ghost sickle did not hesitate. The sickle flashed a cold light in the air and chopped straight towards Su Hao's head. However, the results were still unexpected. No matter how fiercely the sickle chopped towards Su Hao, as long as you get within 1 meter of him, you will suddenly disappear, as if there is an invisible barrier protecting him. If this continues, I'm afraid. Su Hao's consciousness gradually became blurred, and he felt a huge drain on his mental energy. The area around him is 1 meter, which is the maximum limit of the empty state that his current mental power can maintain. There's no other way. We can only rely on Charmander. Su Hao concentrated and raised his hand. Just when Su Hao was about to release Linger, suddenly I felt the air around me become extremely cold. He immediately stopped what he was doing and smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated something. She's finally back? Just as he expected. As the temperature inside Qinglong Academy dropped sharply, white snowflakes began to float in the sky. Ling Yao, dressed in blue and white armor, slowly descended from the air to the ground like a god descending from the sky. She exuded an icy aura, a chill enough to make anyone who approached her feel cold and shudder. Seeing her, Wang Mingyang hurried forward and bowed, saying, "Principal Ling, you're back. This man committed a serious crime, killing 96 of our elite students. He is also arrogant and refuses to obey discipline. I am preparing to deal with him. I heard that he has some connection with you, but I haven't had time to report to you in detail yet." Wang Mingyang naturally knew that there was some kind of connection between Su Hao and Ling Yao. In his opinion, with Ling Yao's status and identity, even if she wanted to favor Su Hao, she could not ignore the rules of the academy in the face of such a major event. Moreover, this is a serious crime of killing hundreds of people. But he never imagined that the true relationship between Su Hao and Ling Yao had already transcended everything. That's right. Director Wang is dealing with him because this guy is too outrageous. He actually dared to take action here. He killed 96 people from our college. He deserves death. Please, President, give them justice. You must not let him go. Now that you are back, please ask Principal Ling to personally question him and kill him. The other teachers echoed this. Ling Yao ignored them and quickly walked to Su Hao's side, saying softly, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Su Hao looked at Ling Yao and responded with a smile, "Yao Yao, I must have caused you trouble." He wanted to explain. Ling Yao gently placed her finger on his mouth. "Okay, you don't have to say anything. I only know one thing, whoever you want to kill must die. Your body is injured." She stared at Su Hao's injured body, then raised her head and looked at Wang Mingyang with cold eyes. "Did this old guy hurt you?" Chapter 33, Decisive Kill, Unforgivable. Ling Yao was originally riding in a high-speed fighter plane, flying through the clouds and returning to the academy quickly. When she heard the college teacher's urgent report on Su Hao's situation, she immediately jumped out of the fighter plane and headed straight for the college. After arriving at the college, when she saw Su Hao shirtless and the vivid scars on his chest, her anger instantly rose. Su Hao was facing a siege of more than 200 people. It is impossible to escape unscathed. Especially the arrow wound in his chest shot by Gao Ji. Even after treatment, he still felt a dull pain at this moment. Seeing Ling Yao's angry expression, Su Hao immediately soothed her in a calm voice, "Yao Yao, calm down. It's just a minor injury. I'm fine. Okay, you should have a good rest first." Ling Yao clenched her fists, staring at Wang Mingyang with a sharp gaze. "Didn't you hear my question just now? Old man, answer me immediately." Although Wang Mingyang was frightened, he still tried to remain calm in front of Ling Yao. "Principal Ling, this boy has committed a heinous crime, killing 96 students from our school's Tianzi class. He did it openly in front of all the teachers. Even after the verdict, he attempted to resist. His crimes are truly unforgivable. Out of desperation, I personally took action, intending to execute him on the spot." Ling Yao stood there quietly, listening to Wang Mingyang's account of what had happened word for word, and her anger grew even stronger. Wang Mingyang bowed slightly and said, "Please, Principal, punish him immediately and seek justice for those innocent students who died." That's right, please deal with him, principal. He must be severely punished. He is indeed too cruel. We must not keep him. The teachers around expressed their opinions one after another, unanimously demanding severe punishment for Su Hao. Ling Yao's face remained calm. Her eyes slowly swept across the crowd, and finally, her gaze fell on Li Yun like a sharp blade. Li Yun didn't dare to meet Ling Yao's fierce gaze. He was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, his legs trembling. Ling Yao frowned slightly, and gently stretched out her right hand. A stream of blue water instantly gushed out from her palm, wrapped around Li Yun's body, and slowly lifted him off the ground. Speak! Ling Yao said in a cold voice, why did you join forces with others to besiege Su Hao? Li Yun's legs struggled in the air until his strength was exhausted. Then he said tremblingly, It's him. He was the first one to kill Tang San from our class. That's why I'm seeking revenge on him. Where's the evidence? Ling Yao asked. Everyone in our Tianzi class 6 saw it. Li Yun replied. Let them come out to testify. Ling Yao ordered. They were all killed by Su Hao. Li Yun's voice was almost inaudible. That means there are no witnesses. Ling Yao's tone became more serious. There is a witness. Thunder Sword Ziling can testify. Li Yun added hurriedly. Well, I'd like to hear his testimony. As Ling Yao spoke, her hand loosened and Li Yun's body fell and landed heavily on the ground. Not long after, Ziling was brought in front of everyone. This little beauty, I see her again. Su Hao's gaze fell on Ziling, seeing her walking towards him with her slender waist swaying. His eyes were full of love, and he couldn't wait to sign a contract with her. Could it be that Ziling is also a top-notch one, this little pervert? Ling Yao noticed Su Hao's eyes and seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Tell me. What did you see? Ling Yao asked directly. Ziling heard Ling Yao's question and replied calmly, when I first arrived at the scene, I saw Li Yun leading a group of people attacking Su Hao. I also witnessed them bullying Sister Yun, so I took action to teach them a lesson. As for other things, I don't know. After hearing this, Li Yun's eyes widened and he retorted eagerly, didn't you see it? Su Hao grabbed Tang San's throat, and Tang San just disappeared into thin air. Ziling glanced at him calmly and said, no. Well, you have nothing to say? Ling Yao glared at Li Yun, her tone stern. You teamed up with other classes to attack Su Hao, intending to kill him. Your methods were so despicable, and you still dared to say it was for revenge. Li Yun was suddenly speechless and unable to refute. Even if Su Hao really killed your people, so what? Qinglong Academy respects strength. You besieged Su Hao with 200 people. Even if he killed all of you, it would be your own fault. Weaklings have no right to stay here. Su Hao listened to Ling Yao's words, nodded frequently, and smiled with approval. Yao Yao is not only very beautiful, but also speaks very well. It really makes sense. You are such a despicable villain, I can't let you go. A cold light flashed in Ling Yao's eyes, and an ice blade condensed in her hand in an instant. She swung her hand, and the ice blade cut through the air, heading straight for Li Yun, piercing his head without any hindrance. Li Yun didn't even have the chance to react, and just fell straight down under the gaze of everyone. This time, he was completely finished. Oh, and you too. Ling Yao turned her gaze to Gao Ji and Ji Meng, her tone cold, tell me, what should I do with you? The two men immediately knelt on the ground and cowed out heavily, their fear beyond words. Gao Ji cried and argued, Principal, this has nothing to do with us. It's Li Yun who dragged us into this. He said that if we helped him kill Su Hao, we would get all the points from Tianzi Class 8. Yes, Principal, it was Li Yun who ordered us to do it. Ji Meng was so scared that he burst into tears and his voice trembled. Ling Yao turned around and looked at Su Hao. What do you think should be done with these two? Su Hao was kind-hearted. He thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, Yao Yao, if that's the case, then let's grant them a painless death. Ling Yao smiled and nodded. The moment she turned her head, the cold air under her feet suddenly burst out, and an ice track quickly extended, instantly freezing Gao Ji and Ji Meng in place. Before they could make any sound, they instantly turned into ice foam and dissipated into the air. As expected, I didn't feel any pain at all. Su Hao is still too kind. Wang Mingyang and other teachers who witnessed this scene were also frightened that they turned pale, lowered their heads, and dared not even breathe. Especially Wang Mingyang, who had been arrogant just now felt his eyes blurred and his ears buzzing. What do you think of my punishment for them? Ling Yao turned her head and looked at Wang Mingyang sharply. The principal did the right thing. Yes, they deserved it. We should first investigate the situation, wise principal. The other teachers complimented him. Ling Yao remained unmoved by the flattery, her gaze still fixed on Wang Mingyang. Old man, I'm asking you a question. Answer it immediately. Headmaster. Wang Mingyang fell to his knees with a thud. It's all my fault for not investigating thoroughly. I almost wrongly accused Su Hao. I apologize to him and will never do it again. Please forgive me. Later? There is no later. Ling Yao folded her arms across her chest and looked down at Wang Mingyang. If it were anyone else, I might consider forgiving you. However, the person you offended is the most important person to me. Therefore, the mistake you made is unforgivable. Chapter 34 Creating Opportunities, So Greedy. Wang Mingyang watched as Principal Ling dealt with 3 people one after another, but he was still angry. He was completely overwhelmed by fear and his mind almost collapsed. Principal, I truly know I was wrong. It was my negligence in investigating that led me to inadvertently wrongly accuse Su Hao. Please have mercy on me and forgive me. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Seeing the murderous intent flash in Ling Yao's eyes again, Su Hao finally spoke up to persuade him. Forget it, Yao, I think he didn't mean it, so just let him go. He did not do this out of kindness, but was considering Ling Yao's identity the principal of Qinglong College. If her methods were too cruel, it might cause dissatisfaction among others. He would not let go of those who harbored hostility, but even though Wang Mingyang had done something wrong, his crime did not deserve the death penalty. Even if I forgive him, I'm afraid he won't do anything to me. That's why Su Hao started to persuade him. Okay, I'll do as you say. Ling Yao nodded to Su Hao, then cast a cold look at Wang Mingyang. I can spare your life, but you dare to hurt the person most important to me, I must punish you. As soon as the words fell, Ling Yao's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. When she appeared again, she was standing behind Wang Mingyang. With the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air, both of Wang Mingyang's arms were cut off and blood gushed out. He rolled on the ground in extreme pain, but dared not make any sound. Ling Yao looked down at him coldly. From today on, you're going to raise pigs behind the school. I don't want to see you again. Yes, sir. Wang Mingyang endured the severe pain and uttered these 2 words with difficulty. What about you? Ling Yao glanced at the teachers again. Do you have any objections to this outcome? No objection. The principal handled it right. Yes, we all support your handling of the matter. The teachers around nodded. Listen to me, he is my. Ling Yao paused at this moment, and the whole audience held their breath. He is my brother. If anyone dares to harm him with despicable means in the future, I will never forgive him and will make him pay with his life. The air around seemed to freeze and there was a dead silence. No one dared to make the slightest sound. Ling Yao slowly walked in front of Su Hao, her expression changing from stern to gentle. She smiled softly and said, Are you satisfied with how I handled it? Very well done. Su Hao nodded with satisfaction, then stretched out his arms and wrapped his arms around Ling Yao's slender waist. Wait, don't do that. Ling Yao's cheeks flushed. I'm your sister now, and there are so many people around. If they see us. Su Hao whispered in her ear, Don't worry, my principal, who would dare to look up at you? Just as he said, no one dared to look up at this moment, for fear of meeting Ling Yao's gaze. Yao, let's talk slowly when we get home. Su Hao said, then took Ling Yao's hand and left together. Are you leaving? They seem to have left. He killed 3 people in a row and even cut off Director Wang's arms. This is horrible. The principal is truly horrible. That man turned out to be the principal's brother. We were almost implicated. It seems we can't offend him in the future. Until the 2 figures disappeared from sight. Everyone raised their heads, breathed a sigh of relief, and relaxed their tense nerves. Just as the crowd was dispersing, one person looked deeply at the direction where Su Hao left, as if thinking about something. His name is One Eye? I seem to have seen him somewhere. Could he be? As night fell, the 2 finally returned to their warm home. Su Hao sat on the sofa, recalling his experiences during the day. If Ling Yao had not appeared in time, it would have been difficult for him to escape Wang Mingyang's attack with his own strength. He thought to himself that during the battle, supernova combustion consumed too much spiritual power, and if other skills were used, they would rely on the drive of mental power. He muttered to himself, how can I improve my mental strength? Currently, the airspace is only 1 meter wide. If this range can be expanded, then you can instantly kill any enemy. Just as he was lost in thought, after taking a shower, Ling Yao came out wearing a light bathrobe. Her hair was wet and exuded a faint fragrance. She sat down next to Su Hao, put her arms around his neck, and asked softly, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed? Su Hao came back to his senses and immediately hugged her. I'm thinking about how to improve my mental strength. Ling Yao leaned her head against Su Hao's chest. As for questions about improving your mental strength, just ask me. She told Su Hao that improving mental strength is not easy, and there are two main methods. First, through special secret methods of spiritual practice. Second, kill spiritual beasts above the planetary level and obtain absorbable spiritual essence stones from them. This kind of strange beast is extremely rare on the blue planet. I see. Su Hao nodded after hearing this, and a little understanding came to his mind. It seems that the matter of improving mental strength will have to be put on hold for the time being. He caressed Ling Yao's cheek affectionately. Yao Yao, this time is all thanks to you. Didn't I tell you not to say these things again? Ling Yao lay on top of him and hugged him tightly. You are the most important person in my life, more important than my own life. Therefore, everything I do is what I should do. Yao Yao. Su Hao hugged her tightly with emotion, lowered his head and kissed her tender and moist red lips. Wait a minute. Ling Yao's face turned red instantly. She gently pushed Su Hao away with shyness in her eyes. Su Hao raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? We are an old married couple. Are you still shy? No way. Ling Yao's face became even redder, and her silver hair sparkled under the light, making her look particularly cute. I have something else to tell you. She adjusted her mood. Are you interested in that little girl Ziling? Su Hao was slightly stunned. How do you know? Can't I see your little tricks, you little pervert? Ling Yao covered her mouth and laughed. Su Hao told Ling Yao about his experiences over the past few days, including the contract with Xia Yun and his encounter with Ziling. So that's how it is. Ling Yao lay on top of Su Hao, her legs lightly raised. Ziling is not bad, I approve of her. Don't worry, I will create opportunities for you. Create opportunities? Su Hao raised his head curiously. Yes, an opportunity. Ling Yao gently tapped the tip of his nose. Tomorrow happens to be a 5-day mission class. I will arrange for you two to carry out the mission together. Then, you will take her. Su Hao looked at his good wife and said proudly, Yao Yao, you really are the best wife to me. Of course. When Ling Yao heard him say that, her two little feet swung even more happily. 22 days left, and the remaining 6 people need a contract. Ziling, Xia Yun, and Lin Yi, they seem to belong to something called the Hexagram Organization. Since these 3 are top-notch, then the remaining 3. Think of this. Su Hao immediately told Ling Yao to arrange another member of the Hexagram in addition to Ziling tomorrow. You actually want to contract 2 at once. Ling Yao's eyes widened immediately. You are too greedy. Chapter 35 Absent-minded, Su Mei appears. The mission period is 5 days. In this short period of time, Su Hao had already set a goal in his mind to contract at least 2 people. After all, including the 6 members of the Hexagram, he still needs to find a suitable contract partner. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, he intends to complete this task as quickly as possible. Facing Ling Yao's teasing, Su Hao just smiled calmly. Yao Yao, I do this to complete the system task as soon as possible, so that I can become stronger and better protect you. Hubby Ling Yao called out sweetly, a playful glint in her eyes. 2 is 2, I'll do whatever you say. After all, you're my most beloved husband. Ling Yao continued to reveal the task arrangements to Su Hao. She will assign Ziling, Su Mei, and 3 other members, a total of 5 people, to carry out this mission. Then, the situation of Ziling and Su Mei was introduced. Ziling possesses lightning abilities, and her weapon is the Thunder Sword. She wields the powerful purple sky divine thunder, and possesses a reserved, calm, and even somewhat sinister personality, making her difficult to understand. Su Mei was born with a charming body. Her special ability is illusion and her weapon is the soul-chasing whip. Although her personality seems open and strong, she actually hides a masochistic tendency. Ziling, Su Mei, are they my next targets? Su Hao muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with excitement. She was born with a charming bone, which sounds full of temptation. Charming bone? Isn't it just coquettish? I want to see how coquettish she is. As for Ziling, that alluring little waist. I must have her. Ling Yao heard all of Su Hao's mumblings, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I heard it all. You didn't hide your thoughts at all. Of course, you are my dearest wife, and I am completely sincere to you. Su Hao looked up at her. I just like your honesty. Ling Yao narrowed her eyes. However, I must remind you that they are not so easy to deal with. I can only help you arrange to carry out the mission with them. As for whether you can deal with them both, that depends on your true ability. How could I not handle it? Su Hao smiled confidently. Even you, the principal of Qinglong College, can be dealt with by me. Are they any more difficult to deal with than you? Little pervert, Ling Yao gently took Su Hao's hand and placed it on her slender waist. Then feel it and see how my wasp waist compares to Ziling's slender waist. Su Hao gently pinched Ling Yao's waist with his hands and slowly turned it a few times, feeling the elasticity of her waist. Then, he gently stroked his hand over her flat belly, as if he was appreciating a precious work of art. I fight all the time to keep this good figure. Ling Yao's eyes were full of charm, and she asked softly, do you like it? Everything I have is yours. Her skin was different from the loose skin of women on earth. It felt firm, delicate, and full of strength. I like it very much. Su Hao smiled slightly and lay down. I need to take a closer look. In another corner of the academy, 6 members known as the Hexagram gathered in a secret meeting room. I never thought that guy would hold such an important position in the heart of the god of war. Guan Yu sat in the middle of the 6 people with a serious expression. What on earth did that brat use to deceive the god of war? He must not be forgiven. Although the Lord God of War forbids us to hurt him, we can defeat him through a fair duel. Qin Wu clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with fiery light. Sister Yun, you have fought with him before. Even you are not his match? Su Mei cast a curious look at Xia Yun. However, Xia Yun did not respond. Her thoughts were still on her kiss with Su Hao. The touch of his lips made her heart beat faster and she could not forget it. Sister Yun, are you listening? Su Mei put her mouth close to Xia Yun's ear and blew gently. Sister, you are not thinking about men, are you? Man. When Xia Yun heard these 2 words, he was awakened as if by an electric shock and fell off the chair to the ground. Her reaction made the others burst out laughing. Xia Yun, what's wrong with you? You look absent-minded. Guan Yu coughed lightly and tried to find out what was on Xia Yun's mind. Xia Yun sat up straight and waved his hands repeatedly. No. I didn't think about anything. I didn't think. Her voice became weaker and weaker, and she finally lowered her head. Linny obviously knew what Xia Yun was thinking. Their eyes met in the air and they tacitly chose to remain silent. Why is she acting so strange today? Guan Yu turned her gaze to Ziling again. Ziling, you should have seen his strength. Just how strong is he? Humph, no matter how strong he is, I will never lose to him easily. Ziling said calmly. Guan Yu placed her hands on her chest, her eyes becoming deep. In that case, let's wait until the challenge class begins and let us teach him an unforgettable lesson. The next day. Su Hao slowly woke up. Sudden. The bracelet on his wrist vibrated faintly. Turning the bracelet, a beam of blue light is projected out from the bracelet, forming a light curtain. Task prompt information appears on the light screen. This should be the task that Yao Yao arranged for me. It's finally here. Su Hao quickly clicked on the taskbar. The task details were clearly displayed on the screen. Mission: capture the escaped Dr. King. Mission list: Su Hao, Su Mei, Ziling, Lin Dong, Li Hu. Mission level: A. Meeting place: Qinglong Academy East 4th District Portal. In the Holy Kingdom of Heaven, the 4 major academies guard the 4 important areas of East, South, West, and North respectively. Each area is further divided into multiple sub-areas. The larger the area number, the more dangerous it is. When performing tasks, you can reach your destination directly through the Academy's portal. Su Hao quickly headed to Qinglong Academy. When he arrived near the portal, I heard a burst of excited discussion. Look, isn't that goddess Su Mei? I didn't expect to see her here. the goddess is so beautiful. If I could have a word with her, I would be willing to live 80 years less. Su Hao followed the gaze of the people around him. I saw a pink-haired woman, wearing a shoulder-bearing dress and shorts, walking towards me with enchanting steps. Every movement revealed an indescribable charm. Name, Su Mei. Race, human. Age, 20. Attribute, illusion. Strength, 3,523. Agility, 5,000. Endurance, 4,590. Defense, 4,810. Spiritual power, 5,900. Quality, top quality. Spiritual power, 135. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 2. Su Hao looked at the values displayed on Su Mei and smiled slightly. She is indeed a top-notch talent. And she looks really sexy. I must contract her. Chapter 36, Charming Eyes, 5 people gather. Ziling and Su Mei walked side by side on the path of the academy. Ziling's brows furrowed slightly, and she glanced at Su Mei beside her. Third sister, can you please restrain yourself a little? Su Mei smiled lightly upon hearing this, as if she didn't care about Ziling's words. She twisted her waist and said, don't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame these men for not being able to resist my charm. As she spoke, she deliberately cast a coquettish glance at several boys passing by. That look was like a silk thread, gently hooking their hearts. Goddess, the goddess is looking at me. No, you're looking at me. It's me. I'm going to say it's me. You're fucking blind. You're clearly looking at me. Su Mei watched them fighting for her, covered her mouth and laughed softly. She was already accustomed to this kind of scene, and even felt a little proud of it. Ziling frowned and complained, the academy actually arranged for us to carry out a mission with that guy. I really don't know why they arranged it this way. Su Mei's attention was diverted, and when she mentioned Su Hao's name, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand and gently lifted the pink hair on her forehead. His name is Su Hao, right? I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of man he is. I hope he won't disappoint me. He's very ordinary, nothing special. Ziling said, stopping and looking forward. He's already here. They both looked forward. Su Hao was seen wearing a black cloak and walking slowly towards the two of them. That's him. He killed 96 people in a row in the academy yesterday. The murderer Su Hao, his methods are cruel. I heard he's the principal's kept man, but don't offend him or you'll lose your life. Ziling listened to the discussions around her, and the anger in her heart gradually rose. Asshole, how dare he tarnish the reputation of Lord God of War? He will never be forgiven. Su Mei, who was standing aside, had a smile on her face and was staring at Su Hao with an expression of extreme hunger and thirst. Su Hao walked forward, stopped in front of the two of them, and smiled at Ziling. Hello again, little waist. Small, slim waist? Ziling looked at him in surprise. That's right. Su Hao raised his eyebrows. How about this name? Do you like it? Your waistline is very special. Ziling's face darkened and she quickly drew the thunder sword from her waist, pointing the tip of the sword at Su Hao's chest. Listen up, don't address me like that. I don't know you. We're just here on a mission. Also, don't have any ideas about me. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll kill you. Facing Ziling's threat, Su Hao simply smiled lightly, seemingly not taking her warning seriously. He deliberately responded provocatively, I get it, little waist. Ziling frowned and moved the sword in her hand forward a little. If it weren't for the rule prohibiting private fighting in the academy, she would have stabbed Su Hao without hesitation. There was a flash of anger in her eyes, but she finally resisted the urge to attack. Su Hao didn't care and turned his gaze to Su Mei. At close range, he only took one look and felt that his soul was almost taken away by Su Mei's alluring eyes. She is indeed a woman with natural charm. Su Mei was wearing hot pants, revealing her long and beautiful legs, half-exposed shoulders, her pink hair fluttering in the wind, and her nearly perfect body proportions. She was undoubtedly a typical beauty. More attractive. It's still Su Mei's captivating and charming eyes. There is always a smile on her lips, and the charm in her eyes is enough to make any man fall for her. After all, Su Hao is a powerful time traveler with a system. Naturally, he knows that if there is no woman in his heart, he will be a god in the sword fight. How could I be deceived by such a woman? He wiped the corner of his mouth, suppressing the saliva that was about to flow out. This beautiful lady must be senior sister Sume. Sume covered her mouth and laughed when she heard Su Hao's name. She twisted her waist and walked forward, gently tapping Su Hao's chest with her finger. You are quite good at calling me that. I have heard about you for a long time. Seeing you today, you are really handsome. Su Hao's heart moved. He held Sume's hand and acted boldly and confidently. If you like, my beauty, I can call you any time. I guarantee you will like it. Oh, you are so bad. Sume blinked. The opportunity has come. Su Hao was secretly happy. At such a close distance. As long as he leaned forward slightly, he could kiss Sume's lips and complete the contract with her. His eyes were fixed on Sume's alluring red lips, which were so beautiful and seductive. Humph, he's really bold. He dared to touch me the moment we met. Looking at his lustful eyes, it turns out that all men are the same. So let me have some fun with him. Sume also had her own little plan in mind. She likes to play with those liquors in the palm of her hand. Just as Su Hao was about to take action. Sudden. A voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Let go of my goddess. As the voice came, two figures quickly appeared in front of Su Hao. One of them was wearing a neat white shirt, a pair of glasses on his nose, and a tuft of bangs on his forehead, looking gentle and refined. The other man was burly and wore leopard print clothes, looking very wild. They walked to Su Hao's side, and the man with glasses spoke first. How dare you lay hands on the goddess? Let go now. Su Hao, however, looked unconcerned. He responded contemptuously, why should I listen to you? As soon as the words fell, he pulled gently. He directly pulled Sume into his arms. Sume was caught off guard by this pull. She didn't expect Su Hao to be so bold. Holding her hand was surprising enough to her, but she didn't expect him to dare to make such an intimate gesture directly. Sume let out a soft moan and fell into Su Hao's arms. Her hands unconsciously rested on his strong chest, her eyes were seductive, her soft lips were slightly open, and a fragrance like orchids emanated from her mouth. Su Hao actually found that Sume's favorability towards him increased again, and thought that this woman was easy to deal with. This scene left the two people standing next to them dumbfounded. The students watching around were also shocked. They didn't expect that the goddess who would make them overjoyed at just one look at her was actually being held in the arms of Su Hao, whom they met for the first time. You bastard. The muscular man's muscles were tense, and he put one hand on Su Hao's shoulder, obviously angry. Su Hao's expression suddenly changed. Take your hands away. Just as he was about to strike back, Ziling's voice rang out. Enough, now that everyone is here, let's set off immediately. Only then did Su Hao know. The gentleman with glasses is Lin Dong, while the burly, muscular, and wild man is Li Hu. Hate it, why don't you let me go quickly? Sume said coquettishly in his arms. Only then did Su Hao let go. If he spoke up at this moment, it might cause dissatisfaction among the other three people. Lin Dong and Li Hu were fine. If Ziling becomes alert and becomes wary, it would be even more difficult to complete the contract with her. So Su Hao took the initiative to give up this good opportunity. After the five people gathered, they came to the portal entrance. As white light flashed, Su Hao opened his eyes again and found himself in a deep forest. Ziling said calmly, Third sister, I leave it to you. Well, watch me. Sume nodded and immediately took out her weapon. Chapter 37, Finding an Opportunity, Kissing Failed. Sume's weapon, called the soul-chasing whip, is a strange whip that contains mysterious power. Not only can it exert great power in battle, but it also has the unique ability to track the trajectory of the enemy's soul. Besides, Sume also possesses a number of auxiliary skills, such as confusion, exploration, healing and disguise, making her more elusive in battle. At this moment, Sume gently took out the red whip. As her spiritual power began to circulate, the whip seemed to be injected with life and came alive in an instant. It is like a winding red snake, stretching in a certain direction, searching for the trace of its target. She's truly worthy of being called the goddess Sume. She's truly powerful. Lin Dong, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but admire her sincerely. Sume, the soul-chasing whip, plus Ziling, the thunder sword. I didn't expect 2 hexagrams to join this mission. Completing this small A-level mission is naturally no problem. Li Hu glanced at Su Hao with disdain and said sarcastically, but there's still one person who's just slacking off. Don't think you can just slacking off just because you have the principal's support. That's right. Lin Dong nodded in agreement. However, Su Hao didn't care about it. His mind was completely focused on how to find an opportunity to complete the contract with Su Mei and Ziling. He thought to himself, I must find a way to be alone with Su Mei, and then. After Su Mei confirmed Dr. Jin's direction, the 5 men immediately began to pursue. Although Ziling is the captain, she doesn't talk much. Apart from directing the operations, she always remains silent. Lin Dong and Li Hu were of average strength, and they didn't dare to say much in front of these 2 powerful hexagrams. On the contrary, Su Hao and Su Mei get along quite well. The two had a very pleasant conversation. Su Mei cast a charming look at him from time to time and teased him, I didn't expect your body to be so strong. You really are worthy of being a killer. Murderer? Su Hao asked in a puzzled manner. Yes, it's spread all over the academy now. The murderer Su Hao is cruel and has a strong backing. He ranks first on the academy's must-kill list. Su Mei looked at him with a half-smile. Su Hao smiled slightly, it's such an honor. Su Mei asked in surprise, you don't seem afraid at all. Of course, because I'm strong. Su Hao looked at her with a smile in his eyes, you're the one I'm most interested in. Su Mei leaned towards him and smiled softly in his ear, you don't want to be my loyal licking dog like other men, do you? I don't mind at all. Lin Dong and Li Hu saw the scene, which made them jealous. The two cursed in their hearts, damn, that man. I really don't know what's so good about him, even the goddess. Soon, they found Dr. King's trace. The group quickly stopped, carefully observing the situation ahead. Su Hao looked through the gaps in the grass, his eyes fixed on the front. He saw a man in a white robe stumbling along the path, looking very embarrassed. Go ahead and catch him. Ziling gave the order. Lin Dong and Li Hu heard the sound, jumped out from the bushes, and knocked Dr. Jin to the ground in a few steps. Dr. King was quickly subdued. According to the information they have, Dr. Jin is an important scientific researcher in the Celestial Kingdom. Logically speaking, it should have certain strength. However, the arrest process was extremely easy and Dr. King did not even resist. His face was dull, as if he had lost consciousness. Su Hao frowned, this is too easy. He thought to himself, could it be that Yao Yao chose a simple task for me? As long as we bring him back, the mission will be accomplished. Lin Dong smiled proudly. What a pity that some people did nothing. Li Hu echoed, and the two of them glanced at Su Hao at the same time. The 5 men escorted Dr. Jin back home. Night falls. They found a safe place to rest. When everyone else fell asleep, Su Hao was left alone to guard Dr. Jin. I didn't expect the mission to be so simple. I'm about to go back, and there's no chance of signing a contract at all. Is it possible that I can't complete any of them? Su Hao sat by the fire, feeling a little annoyed. A soft voice broke the silence of the night. Handsome boy. Su Mei suddenly appeared in Su Hao's sight. She walked forward and gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. You, come with me, I have something to tell you. Su Hao quickly stood up and followed Su Mei's footsteps to a relatively hidden patch of grass. The night is hazy. The moonlight shines on the grass, casting a silvery white shadow. You like me, right? Su Mei's voice was particularly clear in the night wind, and her eyes were staring straight at Su Hao. That's right. I like you. Su Hao answered without hesitation. Then, do you want to be with me? Su Mei's voice softened a little. Do you want me to be your lapdog? I'm afraid I can't lick you as well as others. Su Hao spread out his hands and sighed. Hate it, what do you mean by a bootlicker? Who asked you to lick me? I was doing it sincerely. Su Mei scolded softly, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. As she moved, the clothes on her shoulders inadvertently slipped off, revealing her shoulders, which looked particularly seductive in the moonlight. Her pink hair fluttered gently in the night breeze, and the skin on her shoulders was as soft and smooth as cream. You are attracted to me, right? Will you be with me? Su Mei's voice was almost a whisper, full of temptation. Su Hao became more serious and asked, I'm a murderer, aren't you afraid of me? I believe you won't hurt me. Su Mei stepped forward and placed her hands on Su Hao's shoulders. Hurry, kiss me. This is an opportunity. An opportunity Su Hao has been waiting for a long time. Since she came to me voluntarily and made such a request, how could I refuse her? However, a trace of doubt flashed through Suhao's mind. Is there no conspiracy behind her saying such a thing? Anyway, just kiss and sign the contract. Su-mei will never be able to hurt herself again. Therefore, Suhao could not find any reason to refuse. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes fixed on Su-mei's long-awaited tender and moist red lips. Su-mei's eyes were full of spring. She gazed at Suhao wantonly, as if looking forward to that moment. Their lips finally met precisely. However, as time passed, nearly 3 minutes passed. Suhao began to wonder, wait a minute, where's the system? Is it broken? According to past experience, as soon as their lips touched, the system would prompt that the contract was successful, but this time, it was unusually quiet. They had been kissing for nearly 3 minutes. This situation was something Suhao had never anticipated. Just as he was concentrating on kissing Su-mei, he didn't notice that danger was quietly approaching. Just then, Su-mei's weapon, the soul-chasing whip, was like a silent snake, slowly approaching Suhao from behind. Suddenly, the whip wrapped around him nimbly. Handsome boy, you're finally in my hands, ha ha. Su-mei laughed a few times, squatted down, and looked into Suhao's eyes. And her eyes radiated red light. Chapter 38 Hobbies. There is indeed a conspiracy. This woman actually dared to trick me. Suhao looked into Su-mei's eyes and felt dazed. No. If this continues. He didn't know what Su-mei wanted to do. If this continues, he might lose consciousness. Open the empty space, he muttered to himself. After the void realm was opened, Suhao finally saw everything about Su-mei through the eye of void. It turned out that Su-mei was using her mental power to cast an illusion on him. As for why kissing her couldn't complete the contract, Suhao was still confused. Why not? Let's take advantage of her and see what she wants. Suhao quickly made a plan in his mind. His void eye can eliminate everything. Of course, this also includes illusions created by spiritual energy. Under Suhao's urging, the Eye of Void began to take effect, instantly eliminating the spiritual energy projected from Su-mei's eyes. Su-mei was completely unaware of all this. Finally, I have him under control. Su-mei stood up with a satisfied smile on her face. She stretched out her hand, and the soul-chasing whip was gently rolled up at her command and then taken back into her hand. You stinky man, you're obviously attracted to me, but you didn't listen to me. Now, you've fallen into my hands. Su-mei raised the soul-chasing whip in her hand and said, now, let my soul-chasing whip leave my special mark on you. This mark cannot be erased. This is Su-mei's hobby. Each of them in the hexagram has their own hobbies. Xiaoyan likes to wear a mask, Ziling likes to compete in martial arts, and Su-mei likes to beat people. Most men voluntarily submitted to her beatings, but some, like Suhao, were forced to be beaten by her. But just as Su-mei raised the whip and was about to hit, Suhao quickly reached out and grabbed the whip tightly. At the same time, he pulled Su-mei's body over with force, and his other hand tightly gripped her neck. You, how could you? Su-mei widened her eyes in shock. She never thought that Suhao could break free from the restraints. Suhao raised his eyebrows slightly. Beautiful lady, I didn't expect you to be so good at playing. There's no way my illusion is useless to you. Su-mei struggled. Because I am determined. Suhao smiled faintly. No. Absolutely impossible. Su-mei still couldn't believe it. Okay, next, how should I deal with you? Suhao raised the corners of his mouth, as if thinking. Su-mei's face flushed red from being pinched, but she quickly calmed down and said softly, handsome, please let me go. Let you go? How did you treat me just now? Suhao demanded. I like you too, that's why I. Su-mei threw him a coquettish look, trying to seduce him. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything. Suhao pondered for a moment. Maybe try again. Maybe we can successfully sign the contract this time. So he said nothing. While pinching Su-mei's throat, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her deeply on the lips. Congratulations to the host for the initial contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, stamina plus 1000, defense plus 1000. Host, please select skills or equipment. It worked. Now let us move on to selecting skills. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill telekinesis. Skill introduction, based on the concept of spiritual energy, that is, the transformation of human consciousness, thoughts, or will into a form of energy, which can have an impact on the outside world. Consumption, mental power. It's actually telekinesis. Suhao naturally knew the huge potential of this ability, but using it required consuming mental energy. His mental strength was not high. I wonder how powerful it can be. However, this Sumei's kiss is quite delicious. After Suhao reacted, he stared at Sumei's charming eyes, and the two looked at each other. I was actually deeply involved in it for a while. Especially Sumei's charming look with a hint of shyness, which made her sexiness rise to several levels. Suhao left her mouth and smiled slightly. You are really good. I, Suhao, would like to call you the most sexy. Hate it, what are you talking about? Sumei panted shyly. I gave you my first kiss, and you still won't let me go. You are so charming, and this is your first kiss, no way. Suhao shook his head in disbelief. How dare I lie to you? Seriously. Sumei lowered her head even lower. Okay, since this is your first kiss, I'll let you go. Suhao let go of her hand, and Sumei sat down on the ground. Oh, can you be a little gentler to me? You are so rude. Help me up quickly. Sumei stretched out her delicate hand and gave him a loving look. At the same time, the smile on her lips showed that she must have another conspiracy. What else does she want to do? Suhao smiled helplessly, knowing that Sumei could no longer hurt him after signing the contract, so he let down his guard. Sure enough, the moment he stretched out his hand and pinched Sumei's palm, Sumei instantly turned into a point of light and disappeared. Go to hell. Sumei had attacked from behind without her knowing when. The raised beautiful legs kicked directly towards Suhao's head. Just when it was about to hit the target, it stopped in mid-air. What is going on? Sumei's body stiffened and her eyes widened. So that's it. It's a stand? Suhao suddenly realized. The one that disappeared was the stand you created with the illusion. You can actually use an illusion in an instant. You are amazing. Through the perception of the void, Suhao has already figured out the secret of Sumei's disappearance. When she was attacked fatally, she used an illusionary substitute to escape, which is why she could not be attacked. If he hadn't grabbed Sumei's neck just now, she would probably have escaped again. Sumei was indeed very difficult to deal with. Maybe she is the most difficult opponent in the hexagram. But now. So what if you saw through me? You will never be able to catch me. Sumei said and disappeared on the spot again. What's going on with this guy? I must not let him catch me again and let him taste my soul-chasing whip again. She thought secretly in her heart while swinging the soul-chasing whip. The whip immediately wrapped around Suhao from the air. Once again, a scene that shocked her happened. The soul-chasing whip actually stopped in the air, and with Suhao's telekinesis control, it directly attacked her. Why is this happening? You let me go, you bastard, let me go. Sumei struggled hard. My beautiful lady, I didn't expect that you were still so coquettish when scolding others. Suhao looked at her more charming appearance, and his heart moved. He immediately thought of a way to teach her a lesson. So he took a willow branch from the side. What do you want to do? Sumei finally felt scared when she saw him approaching her with a branch. Of course, to help you cure your illness. Chapter 39, Strengthening of Telekinesis. That night. Your face is full of tears. That night. I hurt you. That night. You didn't reject me. Until the next morning. Suhao stood beside Sumei, rubbing his shoulders, feeling exhausted. I'm so tired. Now she should know how powerful I am. He turned his gaze to Sumei, only to find that her eyes were filled with a strange glow. The favorability number displayed on her personal information stunned him, as it had soared to 80 points. This. He is indeed seriously ill. Suhao smiled and didn't make things difficult for her. Before the deep contract was even completed, Sumei became like this. If the favorability really reaches 100 points, wouldn't it be even harder for me to deal with it? I'm a little tired today. Let's take it slow later. Suhao shrugged, bent down, and lifted Sumei's chin with his fingers. As long as you perform well, I will continue. Sumei moaned softly, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the man who had no mercy on her. She thought of the men she had met before, all of whom praised her as an unattainable goddess or her lapdog. However, there has never been someone like Su Hao, who had no pity for her and beat her mercilessly. She thought she would never meet him in this life. Today, she met. From this moment on, she fell completely in love with Su Hao. So, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, can I be with you?" "It's not impossible." Su Hao gently wiped the dust off her face with his fingers. "It depends on your performance in the future." As a man who loves his wife, Su Hao couldn't bear to refuse, so he decided to be more careful next time. When Su Mei heard her agreement, she was immediately overjoyed and slowly climbed up Su Hao's body along his legs, until her arms were around his neck. "Master!" She called softly and took the initiative to kiss him. Su Hao was secretly proud of himself as the contract was finally successful. This Su Mei is completely different from Charmander's cuteness and Ling Yao's gentleness. She is a natural beauty and full of charm. It's comparable to a female anchor. "Okay, let's stop here today." Su Hao gently pushed Su Mei away, preventing her from further invasion. "Oh." Su Mei's arms fell down weakly, but soon her curiosity took over. "Master, why is my illusion useless to you?" How could Su Hao tell her the secret? After all, only a woman with whom he has signed a deep contract can make him fully trust her. His face darkened and his tone became more serious. "Pay attention to your identity and don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask in the future." "Wow, the master is so fierce, I like him so much." Su Mei immediately gave him a look full of admiration. "Let's go back." "Yes, master." On the way back, Su Hao thought to himself, "This Su Mei seems to be a psychic, her mental power seems to be higher than mine. Does she have any method to improve her mental power?" He couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Su Mei. At this moment, Su Mei had a smile in the corner of her eyes. More charming than ever. Her charm usually makes thousands of men fall for her. After she fell in love with Su Hao, she released more charm, hoping to attract Su Hao's attention. Seeing Su Hao looking at her, she immediately said excitedly, "Master, what do you want me to do?" "Don't call me master." Su Hao said calmly, "Also, you must keep our relationship a secret. Don't tell anyone." "Then how about calling you, brother, little brother?" Su Mei's body trembled and she almost fell down. "Don't worry, no matter what brother says in the future, I will do it." "Brother?" Su Hao shook his head slightly, thinking, "Forget this little beauty, I'll just be her brother." "Don't worry, as long as you obey my orders from now on, it will be fine." Su Hao raised his eyebrows. "I'll listen. I'll listen to my brother in everything." Su Mei answered impatiently. "Return to the resting place." Ziling immediately pulled Su Mei aside and said, "Third sister, I know everything that happened last night." You saw everything." Su Mei's eyes flickered and she looked a little embarrassed. This Su Hao was the enemy of their hexagram. Su Mei was with him. The other 5 would certainly object. She didn't want it to affect their relationship. But whenever she thought of that night, she couldn't bear to let it go. "I know it's wrong for me to do this, but I really can't help it. It's only him, Su Mei excitedly took Ziling's hand. "My dear sister, please don't tell anyone else, especially my eldest sister." "Third sister, I understand how you feel. As long as you don't go too far, I won't say anything more." Ziling sighed. "We're on a mission now, I hope you can restrain yourself a little." "Good sister, I know." Su Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as Sister Ziling didn't tell anyone, her relationship with Su Hao would never be exposed. Ziling's mind flashed with the scene she had imagined last night. Su Hao was beaten by his third sister Su Mei all night long. After all, they all knew that Su Mei liked to beat people. Next is that small waist. Ziling is very wary, so it is not easy to kiss her. He must come up with a foolproof plan. Su Hao kept thinking. His thoughts returned to his newly acquired telekinesis, wondering to what extent this telekinesis could be utilized with his current mental strength. With this question in mind, he immediately took out the dragon scale spear. Su Hao closed his eyes and concentrated his mental power. Under the urging of his mental power, the dragon scale spear began to slowly float in the air. In a moment, the dragon scale spear split into countless fragments shining with cold light under the influence of his mental power. In the past, Su Hao needed to hold the dragon scale spear in his hand, and when using it, the split dragon scale fragments were limited by distance and could not be freely manipulated from a long distance. Now, with the blessing of telekinesis, he can not only completely free his hands, but also accurately manipulate each dragon scale fragment, obey his will, and launch an attack at any time. Not only the dragon scale spear, but also the Haotian divine stick and supernova burning have been strengthened. Everyone come quickly, something happened. The rapid shouts broke the tranquility of the forest and interrupted Su Hao's thoughts. He immediately opened his eyes, took the dragon scale fragment into his palm, quickly stood up and rushed towards the direction of the sound. When he arrived at the scene, Li Hu's rage exploded upon seeing Su Hao. He grabbed Su Hao by the collar, his eyes wide open as he demanded, "Damn Su Hao, where were you just now? Let go!" Su Hao's eyes instantly turned cold, and he reached out and grasped Li Hu's wrist with such force that Li Hu's expression changed. Chapter 40, Sexy and Strong. Not long ago. Why does he get the attention of the goddess? That's right, isn't it because of his relationship with the principal? He really thinks he's so strong. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. As Lin Dong and Li Hu were talking, they came to the place where Dr. Jean was imprisoned, but found that Su Hao was not there. Where did that guy go? Lin Dongding suddenly had an idea. Tell me, if Dr. Jean escapes, will it be his responsibility? You mean Li Hu's eyes widened, as if he understood Lin Dong's intention. The two smiled at each other, already having a plan in mind. After letting Dr. Jean go, they immediately turned their attention to Su Hao. I told you to keep an eye on him, can't you even do such a small thing? Li Hu grabbed Su Hao's collar angrily. Say it again, let go. Su Hao's eyes were cold, and the strength in his hands gradually increased. With a click, Li Hu's bones made a crisp sound. He turned pale with pain and instantly fell to his knees. Ah, my hand. Let go of me. Su Hao looked at Li Hu expressionlessly, the strength in his hands not weakening. If you dare to move again, I will kill you. Asshole, let Li Hu go. Lin Dong moved his feet, ready to step forward to stop him. Just as he ran to Su Hao turned his head to look at him. Just one look and he immediately stopped where he was. You're still afraid. If you dare take another step forward, I will kill you. Su Hao did have the intention to kill. If these two people were not there, it might be easier for him to contract Ziling. Unless he had a deep contract with the two of them, his killing of his opponent might be exposed. Now is not the time for deep contracts. What happened? Ziling finally appeared. Captain, it's him. Lin Dong immediately pointed at Su Hao. He didn't keep a close watch on Dr. Jean, and he even dared to attack Li Hu. Ziling certainly knew that Su Hao was whipped by Su Mei all night long, so she couldn't blame him at this point. Su Hao, let him go. She looked at Su Mei again. Third sister, I'm counting on you. Su Mei used her search ability again. After a while, Su Mei pointed in a direction. There. He didn't run far, he's in that direction. Everyone immediately followed her instructions. Soon, Dr. King was captured again? Just then, there was a sharp sound of breaking air in the air. Swish swish. Several arrows came straight towards them. Ziling reacted extremely quickly, her hand already on the hilt of the sword. The thunder sword was unsheathed the next moment. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and it was almost impossible to see the trajectory of the sword. Only a few crisp sounds were heard, and the incoming arrows were shot down one by her. Everyone be careful, it's a goblin. Ziling's reminder immediately made everyone alert. As expected. In the surrounding bushes and behind the trees, one ugly figure after another gradually emerged. That's a goblin. They held all kinds of crude weapons in their hands, made strange noises, and rushed towards the few people. You keep an eye on Dr. Jean, I'm going to destroy them. Ziling tightly grasped the thunder sword, arcs of electricity flashed on the sword, and her figure accelerated in an instant and disappeared on the spot, leaving only a few afterimages and a faint smell of electricity in the air. The next moment, she appeared in the goblin camp and began her massacre. I didn't expect there are goblins in this world. Su Hao had naturally heard of creatures like goblins. They were drooling, especially after seeing Ziling's slender waist and Su Mei. They became even more excited. Lin Dong and Li Hu also joined the battle. Only Su Hao and Su Mei were left to guard Dr. Jean. Brother, you have to be careful. These are goblins. They are the species I hate the most, no doubt about it. They are disgusting. Sume frowned and glanced at the goblins that were rushing up with disgust. I understand. Protect yourself. Su Hao responded, and at the same time, a dragon scale spear appeared in his hand, ready for battle. Wait a moment. Sume quickly grabbed his arm. Let Sister Ziling go. She's very strong, and she really enjoys fighting. With such a good opportunity, I don't think she would want to be disturbed by others. As expected. Ziling was like a whirlwind on the battlefield, holding the thunder sword in her hand, and every swing of the sword was aimed accurately at the goblin's neck. The sword flashed. The goblin heads fell to the ground one after another. She is worthy of being my woman. She is really strong. Su Hao looked at Ziling's fighting posture and nodded with satisfaction. Your woman? Sume covered her mouth and laughed. Brother, you are so greedy. Not satisfied with you, you also want Sister Ziling. Sume didn't know that Su Hao's initial targets were 10, and the number in the future would be immeasurable. I told you not to ask questions. Su Hao glanced at her coldly. Ah, brother, your eyes are so fierce, I like it. Su was attracted by his eyes again. In such a tense battle situation, her body suddenly softened and she fell into Su Hao's arms. Here we go again. Su Hao sighed helplessly, and could only use one hand to hold Sume's body to stabilize her body. You should be able to fight. How is that possible? I was, last night. Sume smiled shyly. The whole night, my whole body aches just standing up now. My dear brother won't have the heart to let me fight. Su Hao knew she was lying. How could that little attack possibly hurt her? But he didn't expose it. After all, Sume's body is indeed soft. His other hand already grasped the dragon scale spear. Under the control of telekinesis, the dragon scale spear floated in the air. Then it flew out suddenly, instantly passing through the bodies of several goblins, leaving a string of blood. Su Hao's gaze lingered on Su Mei for a moment. Little beauty, I like strong women. You don't want to be protected by me like this forever, do you? Su Mei was stunned for a moment, as if thinking about Su Hao's words. Su Hao's eyes turned serious. You have to prove your worth to win my favor. You know what to do, right? Su Mei took a deep breath and nodded heavily. I understand, I will fight for you. After reacting, Su Mei quickly took out the soul-chasing whip. As she swung it, the soul-chasing whip drew graceful arcs in the air, making a pa-pa sound as it broke through the air. Her figure shuttled among the goblin group, and every time she swung the whip, she hit a goblin accurately. Su Hao looked at Su Mei fighting and smiled with satisfaction. This is what he wants to see. What he needs is Su Mei, who is sexy, strong, and willing to fight for him, not a weak woman who has always been protected by him. Only a woman like this is qualified to be a wife. Chapter 41 Beetle. Just when Su Hao was tempting Su Mei to fight for him, Lin Dong and Li Hu encountered the goblin general. They could only watch as the maces came towards them, their bodies stiff and unable to move. Just as the mace was about to smash their heads, a figure suddenly blocked their way. Ziling wielded the thunder sword, the blade flashing with lightning, and blocked the fatal blow with amazing power. Leave now. Ziling ordered the two of them, while she faced the goblin general alone and engaged in a fierce battle with him. That was a close call. I almost got. Lin Dong patted his chest with lingering fear. It's so scary. I didn't expect to meet the goblin general. Li Hu's voice trembled. The two of them supported each other. When they came to Su Hao's location, the two men's anger soared instantly. Su Hao, you actually did such a thing. Lin Dong pointed at Su Hao and accused him angrily. It's all your fault that we are in danger. Li Hu was also filled with righteous indignation. Su Hao listened to the two people's harsh voices and once again felt the urge to kill. He looked at Su Mei beside him and whispered, My dear, they are so noisy. What do you think we should do? Brother, whatever you want, we will listen to you. Su Mei closed her eyes and snuggled up to Su Hao's chest. She was completely captivated by Su Hao's charm and became love-brained. I told you that you have to prove your worth. Su Hao smiled slightly. Why don't you go and kill them? Su Mei regained consciousness instantly and raised her head. Kill them, but they are my teammates. How can I? My beautiful lady, don't you want to be loved by me more? Su Hao pinched Su Mei's chin. If it weren't for these two people, we could get along better. But Su Mei was still a little hesitant. Have you forgotten what I said? You must obey my orders in order to gain my favor. Su Hao's voice lowered. Besides, only your power can quietly eliminate them. I believe you can do it. Brother Sumei's face turned slightly red, thinking about how she was beaten, protected, and now trusted again in just one day. She no longer hesitated and immediately approached the two of them, giving them an alluring smile. You two, look into my eyes. Faced with such an attractive Sumei, they couldn't refuse. The moment the two of them looked into her eyes, Sumei casts an illusion, and any man who has any thoughts about her can be controlled by her illusion. The two of them were stunned for a moment and stood there in a daze. Sumei smiled evilly and ordered, You two, go fight the goblins. Remember, you are only allowed to die in battle. Die in battle, die in battle, die in battle. The two of them kept repeating it. At the same time, he turned around and fought with the goblins. It wasn't long before they were chopped into meat paste. The goblins took away the pieces of their flesh, probably to pickle and eat. These two idiots finally died. This way I can slowly talk to my two women. Seeing this, Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. Brother, am I doing this right? Sumei walked up to him and winked at him. You did a great job. You are worthy of being my beloved pet. Su Hao reached out and stroked her pink hair. Sumei is so useful even though she hasn't formed a deep contract yet, and her abilities are mental abilities such as illusions and magic. It can help him control people's minds well. In this world, there are not many spiritual abilities, so she must be a rare and powerful helper. Love pet. Sumei's body trembled, and she looked sick again. Please, master, continue to love me in the future. I will definitely satisfy you. Su Hao smiled slightly. After all, who doesn't like a cute and useful little pet? In the surrounding woods, the goblin's figure loomed in the shadows. They seemed to be looking for an opportunity, ready to rush in. Su Hao immediately recalled the dragon scale spear and tensed his muscles, preparing for the upcoming battle. Just then, the goblins who were about to charge suddenly stopped, as if they were suddenly frightened, and then fled in all directions and disappeared into the depths of the woods. Su Hao touched his chin and said to himself, Did I scare him away? Just when Su Hao was confused, Sumei, who was standing next to him, suddenly raised her head and stared at the sky. Brother, there seems to be something in the sky? Hearing this, Su Hao looked up and asked, What is that? In the sky, a dark shadow was approaching rapidly. As it got closer, its outline became clearer. Su Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. It turned out to be a beetle, a giant beetle he had never seen before. This beetle is 2 meters long and has 6 strong arms, each of which ends in a sharp spike. The most bizarre thing is that its head is actually a human face, and that face looks like a middle-aged uncle. Before the beetle landed on the ground, it let out a shrill hiss, and immediately extended the spikes on its arms, swooping down towards Su Hao like a sharp arrow. Su Hao reacted extremely quickly. He quickly transformed the dragon scale spear in his hand into a shield, ready to take the blow. In an instant, the dragon scale shield collided with the beetle's spikes, making a deafening metal collision sound. The huge impact force caused Su Hao and Sumei to be knocked flying. Their bodies flew more than 10 meters in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground. Are you okay? After rolling on the ground, Su Hao quickly stood up and looked at Sumei in his arms. I'm fine. Sumei sat up straight. What the hell is this thing? It's so strong. Su Hao gripped the dragon scale spear tightly in his hand. With just this one strike, he had already determined that the beetle's strength was probably greater than his own. I've never seen anything like it either. Sumei recalled what she had learned at Qinglong Academy. Knowing various exotic beasts was a compulsory course in the academy. She didn't even recognize such a strange thing. Without waiting for them to think, the beetle waved its 6 arms and continued to rush towards them. Be careful, I'll deal with it. Su Hao's body was slightly bent, and he pushed his feet hard, rushing towards the beetle like an arrow. The moment he approached the beetle, he suddenly thrust out the dragon scale spear in his hand, aiming straight at the beetle's abdomen. The beetle's reaction speed was amazing. Its 6 arms quickly closed together, and the spikes collided with each other, making a crisp sound of metal clashing, forming an indestructible line of defense. Su Hao's attack was blocked. He used the beetle's counterattack force to bounce away lightly. With a turn, the dragon scale spear drew a silver trajectory in the air and swept towards the beetle's head. A sly smile appeared on the beetle's face, and it suddenly lowered its head, and its spikes poured down towards Su Hao like a rainstorm. Su Hao dodged sideways, and the sharp spikes brushed against the corner of his clothes, causing a string of sparks. He kept walking, his body spinning like a top, and the dragon scale spear in his hand danced tightly, dissolving the beetle's attacks one by one. The beetle's strength was far beyond Su Hao's imagination, and every impact of the spikes made his arms feel numb and sore. What kind of monster is this? Su Hao used his copying ability, but could only barely see through his attack. Even so, he was probably no match for him. He immediately prepared to release the Void Realm. If he wanted to defeat it, he could only use the Eye of the Void. Chapter 42: The Ultimate Secret. Facing an unknown enemy, Su Hao is ready to release the Eye of the Void that can destroy everything. His airspace is only 1 meter wide, but once it is released, even the most powerful enemy cannot get within 1 meter of him. Before he could use the Void Realm, thunder flashed. Ziling descended from the sky holding a thundering sword. The powerful sword blade, carrying thunder, instantly struck the beetle's head. But such an attack was still blocked by the beetle. Su Hao, are you okay? Ziling asked softly after landing. I'm fine. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief. With Ziling around, their chances of winning would be greatly increased. You stand down, I'll defeat it. Etc. Su Hao was about to stop him. Ziling rushed forward with arcs of electricity flashing on her body, and her figure left a trail of afterimages in the air. Su Hao knew very well that although Ziling's combat power was not weak, there was still a big gap compared to this beetle. His combat power is about 7,000. Ziling's value is only 5,000. After several rounds of joint efforts just now, he has deeply felt that the power of this beetle is far superior to his. Even if he used Supernova Burn, which could triple his strength, he wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat this thing. Sure enough, after Ziling swung the Thunder Sword and fought with the beetle for several rounds, she also realized how powerful the beetle was. The beetle's spikes rained down on her, each attack accompanied by a whistling sound that tore through the air. But Ziling was extremely competitive and would never give up easily. She took a deep breath, and her body suddenly accelerated, like a purple ghost moving through the wind and rain, performing her signature skill, the purple lightning flashing step. Watch this, Thunder Slash! Ziling shouted, and the Thunder Sword drew a graceful arc. Dozens of tiny lightning bolts instantly condensed around the sword. They intertwined together to form a powerful lightning sword energy, heading straight for the beetle's head. The beetle felt threatened, and it suddenly closed its 6 arms, and the spikes gathered together to form a vortex of spikes, trying to resist Ziling's attack. Bang! The lightning sword energy collided with the spiky vortex, causing a strong shock wave. Ziling didn't wait for Beetle to counterattack before using her next move, Thunderbolt. She leaped into the air, holding the sword in both hands, and descended from the sky. The sword was accompanied by rolling thunder, vowing to split the beetle in two. The beetle's reaction was unexpectedly fast. It squatted suddenly, and its spikes instantly pierced the ground. With the help of the reaction force of the ground, its huge body bounced up like a spring, avoiding Ziling's fatal blow. At the same time, its arm lashed towards Ziling like a whip. Ziling hurriedly swung her sword to block it, but the beetle's power was too strong and it knocked her away directly. Seeing Ziling injured, Su Hao instantly turned into a beam of light and flew forward. At the moment when Ziling was about to fall to the ground, he stretched out a strong arm and held her waist firmly, while the other hand protected her back, holding her soft body tightly in his arms. With a burst of dust, the two of them landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, a thought flashed through Su Hao's mind. Finally, I've touched this slender waist. Even in this life or death moment. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, because the waist was really too slender, especially the delicate belly button, which made people want to play with it. So slippery. Su Hao blurted out unconsciously. What did you say? Ziling looked at Su Hao calmly. At the same time, she felt her waist and abdomen being touched by Su Hao's big hands. Her body trembled involuntarily. You, let me go. Su Hao quickly withdrew his hand, an awkward smile on his face, and then changed the subject. I said it's very strong, let's attack it together. Facing such a powerful opponent, Ziling knew that it would be difficult for her to win alone, so she had to nod in agreement. Ziling rushed forward first. Su Hao immediately activated his abilities and used his Supernova Burn. At this time, his strength was even stronger than last time. Under the burning of the supernova, the red light emanating from his entire body was even more dazzling, as if it was really about to catch fire. Under his extreme push, his strength increased nearly 3 times, and his strength exceeded 20,000. This time, I will definitely be able to destroy him. Su Hao felt the power surging in his body. He leaped up and instantly came in front of the beetle. Ziling, I'm coming. Ziling understood and jumped up quickly, creating distance between herself and the beetle to make room for Su Hao's attack. Su Hao swung his fist, and the blazing red light left a trail of afterimages in the air. His fist collided head-on with the spikes on the beetle's 6 arms. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of fists crossing each other and the collision of flesh. No excessive techniques. Su Hao chose the most direct way. He and Beetle actually started fighting each other. Su Hao's 2 fists were like divine weapons that had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. They were not at all inferior to the spikes on the beetle's 6 arms. Each of his punches contained the power of thermonuclear combustion. Every impact made the beetle's spikes groan under the strain. At the same time, Ziling raised the Thunder Sword, ready to release her most powerful killing move. 9 sky purple lightning condenses into heavenly punishment. The mighty wrath of heaven is summoned by the sword. As she chanted the incantation, the elements between heaven and earth seemed to be summoned and began to fluctuate violently. Purple electric light jumped on Ziling's Thunder Sword, interweaving, converging, and entwining with the lightning between the divine land, gradually forming a dazzling beam of light. 9 Heaven's Thunder Fury, this is Ziling's ultimate secret. The power of thunder and lightning gathered at the tip of her sword, forming a huge ball of electricity. It continued to expand, emitting a deafening roar, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Su Hao saw that Ziling was ready. He concentrated all his strength into his right fist and punched out with a blazing wind that sent the giant beetle flying. Ziling's 9 Heaven's Thunder Fury has also been condensed. She swung her sword down, and the huge ball of electricity hit the beetle directly like a divine punishment. The moment the electric ball touched the beetle, a dazzling light burst out, and the power of lightning instantly engulfed its body. Did it succeed? Su Hao's eyes were fixed on the direction where the beetle disappeared. Ziling said confidently, "This is my full strength attack. No matter how strong it is, it can't survive." As the smoke gradually dissipated, the beetle's 6 arms were broken, its body was broken, and it was seriously injured, but it did not die. How is it possible? Ziling widened her eyes. Kill it while it's hurt. Su Hao knew the importance of finishing off the opponent, so he decided to take the opportunity to step forward and give it a fatal blow. Before he could take a few steps, a cold voice suddenly came, interrupting Su Hao's actions. "Okay, you can leave now." With the appearance of sound, the space beside the beetle seemed to fluctuate, and the figure of a woman slowly appeared. Woman? Su Hao looked intently, his eyes fell on the woman. When he saw her personal information, he was instantly shocked. Chapter 43 Kiss You. The woman who appeared in front of Su Hao was wearing a tight silver-gray armor dotted with some red decorations. She has a full chest and a willow-like waist that can be held in one hand, forming a perfect curve with her round hips. The arc is enough to confuse everyone. What is particularly eye-catching is that behind her are a pair of huge, transparent wings. When these wings are spread out, they look like 2 sharp sickles, shining with red light. Her eyes were red, and she had a smile on her face that was neither friendly nor malicious, but an easy expression of contempt for all living beings. Name, Tyrina. Race, Zerg. Age, 860. Attribute, Life. Strength, 52,880. Agility, 55,580. Endurance, 54,690. Defense, 52,880. Spiritual power, 50500. Quality, top quality. Spiritual power, 298. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 65. Su Hao stared at the data information of the woman in front of him, no, to be more precise, the information of the female insect in front of him. He was completely stunned. As the god of war of mankind, Ling Yao is already one of the strongest people in the world, but her combat power value has not reached 40,000. And this female insect, its combat power value actually reached 50,000. Su Hao knew very well that if Delina took action, the 3 of them would probably not even have a chance to resist. But Su Hao's eyes could not help but wander over the body of the female insect, and he secretly sighed in his heart, this female insect has a very charming figure. Zerg, although it sounds a bit strange, it seems that taking a bug as a wife is very interesting. Even in such a situation, the thought of subduing the other party still flashed through his mind. After all, his path to becoming stronger depends on the contract. Greetings, Her Majesty. The beetle knelt in front of Delena, with its head lowered, showing utmost respect. Useless thing, you can't even deal with a mere human. Delena crossed her arms over her chest. You step back. By the way, take him away too. She waved her hand gently, and Dr. Jean flew over immediately. Su Hao, Ziling, and Su Mei could only watch Dr. Jean being taken away, unable to do anything. At this point, let alone getting Dr. Jean back, they were already lucky to be able to keep their lives in front of the Zerg Queen. Sister Ziling, Dr. Jean is about to be taken away by them. What should we do? Su Mei asked softly. I don't know either. Ziling pretended to be calm. As someone who fights frequently, she has a strong fighting instinct and can clearly sense the difference in strength. The creature before her was a monster she could not match. With her extraordinary mental strength, Su Mei could of course sense the power of the creature in front of her. You're the strongest of the three, right? Tyrina raised her slender finger and pointed at Su Hao. You injured my men. Do you admit your guilt? Su Hao smiled slightly and explained, Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. The three of us were passing by and were attacked by your men without any reason. In order to protect ourselves, we had no choice but to take action. You mean, my men are weaker than you? That's why they were injured by you. Tyrina's expression instantly became gloomy. Su Hao tried his best to remain calm. Facing Tyrina's questioning, he knew he had to respond carefully. Your Majesty, I had no such intention, he replied quickly. I was simply stating the facts. We unintentionally harmed your men in self-defense. Our strength is naturally insignificant compared to yours. Humph, you're smart. Tyrina raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a smug smile. Since you can injure my men, it shows that you have some skills. Just take my move and you'll know how strong you are. Take her move? I'm afraid she can kill him instantly with just one move. This thought flashed through Su Hao's mind, but he maintained a calm smile on the surface. Your Majesty, I am no match for you. I surrender. He knew that now was not the time to show off. Ziling and Su Mei were beside him. If a fight really broke out, there would be no chance of survival for the three of them. Do you think you have the right to refuse? Tyrina pinched her waist with one hand and raised the other hand. Her bright red palm surged with red energy. If you dare to refuse, then all three of you will die here. Su Hao's heart trembled, he knew that he would inevitably have to fight with her next. Instead of choosing to fight her with three people, it is better to take one move from her, so that there is at least a glimmer of hope. After thinking it over again and again, he finally nodded in agreement. Okay, I promise. How could you agree to her? Su Mei immediately grabbed his arm, her face showing worry. This is an enemy more powerful than we could have imagined. That's right, we can't let you take risks alone. Ziling looked at him with the same worry. Su Hao smiled slightly. Okay, don't worry, since I have chosen to agree, I will naturally find a way to deal with it. But Su Mei wanted to say something, but Su Hao interrupted her immediately. Do you remember what I told you? I see. Su Mei bit her lip and stopped objecting. Su Hao turned his head and looked at Ziling, thinking that this was a good opportunity to make a contract with her. Not only could he increase his own stats, but he could also improve his ability to deal with things. He looked at her seriously. Ziling, before this, there is something I hope you can promise me. What's the matter? Ziling blinked in confusion. Su Hao raised the corner of his mouth. Can I kiss you? Her words stunned Ziling. Kiss me, why? Next, I will face such a powerful opponent. If I accidentally die in her hands, I want to kiss the woman I love before I die. Su Hao looked at her seriously. Ziling heard such a direct confession. Her heart beat faster and her face flushed. After all, this was the first time someone said they liked her. But she still couldn't believe it. Don't joke, at this time, you were still joking. Su Hao looked at her affectionately and said seriously, I'm not kidding. I really like you. Ziling was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently, her voice almost inaudible. Okay, I promise you. What she was thinking was that her chances of escaping were slim, and since the man in front of her had saved her, she would consider it as a way of repaying him. Then I'm going to start. Su Hao gently placed his hands on Ziling's shoulders, and slowly, his face moved closer to hers. We agreed, just once, no more, just a kiss. Ziling said as she turned her head and closed her eyes, her body unconsciously shrank back, as if mentally preparing herself for what was about to happen. Don't be afraid, I'll be gentle. Su Hao tilted his head slightly, found the best angle, and then couldn't wait to kiss her. The moment their lips touched, Ziling's body trembled violently and her eyes widened. Following Su Hao's gentle offensive, Ziling's eyes slowly softened, the tension gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented warmth. Her hands unconsciously wrapped around Su Hao's waist. You really are worthy of being a brother. You can actually make Sister Ziling, who has no interest in men, have this kind of reaction. Sumei was stunned watching from the side, and her heart beat faster involuntarily. Chapter 44, Everything Withers. Congratulations to the host for the initial contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, stamina plus 1000, defense plus 1000. Host, please select skills or equipment. Success. In this case, the choice of weapon is certainly unfamiliar. So he decisively chose to extract skills. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Chaos Thunder. Skill introduction. Originating from the beginning of the universe's chaos, this divine black and white thunder possesses all the characteristics of lightning. The black color creates lightning creatures, the white color decomposes the structure of all things. Consumption, spiritual power. Chaos Thunder. The name sounds powerful. This power was still new to him and he had not yet mastered it. Facing the threat of the queen insect, he knew that he had to rely on the power of the Eye of the Void. But at this moment, Su Hao's attention was completely attracted by Ziling. He placed his hands gently on Ziling's slender waist, and kneaded her skin lightly with his fingertips, feeling the smoothness and firmness, which made him unable to let go. If he wasn't in danger, he would definitely climb up to the windowsill and enjoy the scenery outside. The soft touch on his lips made him completely immersed in this warmth, and he found it difficult to let go. In the end, Su Hao reluctantly ended the kiss. Their lips slowly parted, their warm breaths mingling together, caressing each other's faces. Stupid human, are you ready? How dare you show such intimacy in front of me? My patience is limited. Tyrina's gaze was like ice, coldly penetrating the warmth between Su Hao and Ziling. 800 years of solitude. She had never had such contact with anyone of the opposite sex, and the intimacy she witnessed made her feel an indescribable anger. She prepared to deliver the fatal blow. End the lives of these three people together. Su Hao turned around, facing the majesty of the Zerg Queen, and said in a deep voice, I'm ready, come. Ziling stood behind him and asked softly, do you really have a solution? Don't worry, you two, stay close to me. Su Hao gently spread his arms, one on the left and one on the right, and gently wrapped them around Ziling and Sumei's waists at the same time. The two women's bodies trembled slightly, but they did not struggle to break free. Instead, they lowered their eyes shyly. Su Hao immediately released the Void Realm, which expanded around him, forming an invisible domain. In this area, he can see through everything. Ziling and Sumei's bodies, from the outside to the inside, the texture of every inch of skin, the structure of every bone. Even the subtle meridians and blood flow in the body were clearly presented in his consciousness. Are you still thinking about women before you die? Then this emperor will show mercy and send the three of you to hell together. Tyrina floated lightly into the air, her wings drawing an elegant arc in the air, and as her wings fluttered slightly, she emitted an enchanting red light. With every flap of her wings, the red light became more intense, gradually gathering in front of her, forming a huge red energy ball with a diameter of 10 meters. Everything withers. Tyrina shouted softly, flapping her wings forward. The red energy ball was like a released beast, carrying the will of destruction, and instantly flew towards Su Hao and the other two on the ground. When Ziling and Sumei saw this huge energy coming at them, their faces turned pale as paper. Although they tried to remain calm, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. At this critical moment of life and death, Su Hao seemed unusually calm. He turned around and smiled at the two of them. Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen. Lina originally just wanted to test Su Hao's strength. However, when she witnessed the passionate kiss between Su Hao and Ziling, the anger in her heart instantly got out of control. After she released that destructive energy, her emotions gradually calmed down. She sighed softly, alas, I was actually angered by such a trivial matter. What a pity. These rare humans were destroyed by my own hands before I could even have a chance to play with them properly. Su Hao gently took off the eye patch on his left eye. As the Eye of Void was activated, a deep black light flashed in his eyes. My Void Realm is an absolute defense. Any attack will be reduced to nothing under the Eye of the Void. Just as Su Hao said. When the red energy approached within 1 meter of him, it seemed to have touched an invisible barrier and instantly turned into nothingness, leaving no trace. Those energies that failed to touch Su Hao, when they came into contact with the flowers, plants, and trees outside, instantly deprived them of their lives and turned everything into dust. The energy released by Tyrina has the terrifying ability to drain the vitality of all things. Any tangible life that comes into contact with it will be completely destroyed. Moreover, this energy is pervasive and can penetrate all matter. It is almost impossible to defend against and can be called a supernatural force. But the power Su Hao possesses is even more extraordinary. Tyrina watched quietly as the energy seeped into the ground. She thought that Su Hao and the other two would be destroyed by her. When the energy dissipates. What shocked her was that Su Hao stood still like a magic needle, seemingly not affected by the energy at all. Only everything around him was deprived of vitality and turned into a desolate deadland. How is it possible? Tyrina looked at Su Hao carefully. She had never seen this kind of ability before, and no matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't understand it. Your Majesty, can I leave now? Su Hao stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. Tyrina didn't answer him. Instead, she came behind him in an instant, put her hands on his shoulders, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. No one can block this attack of mine. Tell me, how did you do it? Ziling and Su Mei were stunned for a moment. After they reacted, they immediately took out their weapons and wanted to attack. You two, stop it. Su Hao immediately reminded. At this time, his empty space was not retracted. At such a close distance, he could feel the horror of this mother insect. Also, her body is really good, with that unique smell of a female insect. If I could make her my wife. Wait, what was I thinking? Su Hao was shocked. He had just been distracted by trying to get Tyrina at the critical moment of life and death. He quickly collected his thoughts, realizing that the crisis had not yet been resolved and now was not the time to think about these things. Do I have to use the Eye of the Void? The thought flashed through his mind. As long as he turned around and looked at Tyrina, the power of the Eye of the Void was enough to completely destroy her. However, such an action is also dangerous. If he fails to control it properly, he may be the one to be destroyed. Su Hao took a deep breath and remained calm. His every move depended on the life and death of 3 people. He felt Tyrina's slender fingers gently resting on his shoulders. The fingers were cold, hard, and 40 centimeters long, revealing her inhuman identity. I'll ask you again, how did you survive my attack? Tyrina whispered in his ear with strong curiosity. How to answer her question? Su Hao pondered for a moment and finally came up with the answer. Chapter 45 Duel. Your Majesty, the answer to your question is not how I survive, but why I survive. Your power is indeed enough to destroy everything, but you overlook one point: the tenacity of life lies in protection. Your attack, though powerful, cannot touch the faith I hold dear. I find a glimmer of hope within your destructive power, because I firmly believe I must protect them. Su Hao saw from Tyrina's information that her attribute was life, so she must be interested in this topic. Say that. Not only can it confuse her, but it can also win the favor of Ziling and Su Mei, laying the foundation for a deep contract. Really? After Su Hao finished speaking, he could clearly feel the wonderful changes in Tyrina's heart. She seemed to be touched by his words. Tyrina said thoughtfully, the faith you guard is so strong that it can withstand the destructive power of this emperor? Su Hao smiled slightly. Of course, they are both my wives. He paused. Since I have taken the queen's blow, we can leave according to our previous agreement. Su Hao did not hear Tyrina's reply. But he felt that the other party had disappeared behind him. This is the perfect time to leave. So he quickly took out the dragon scale spear, and the spear body instantly turned into a platform made up of pieces of dragon scales. Follow me now. He took Ziling and Su Mei's hands and stood up. As he thought about it, the platform carried the 3 of them into the sky and quickly left this place. Tyrina stood in the air, watching the 3 people leaving thoughtfully. Behind her, a mantis-like insect quietly appeared. Your Majesty, are you going to let them go like this? Do you want me to kill them? No need, I have other plans. Tyrina gently spread out her palm, and a small insect appeared in the palm. She blew gently, and the little insect flapped its wings and flew away. Go, keep an eye on that human, I want to see his every move. Suhao drove the dragon scale platform, drew an elegant arc in the air, and moved away from Tyrina's territory. After flying for a distance, he couldn't help but look back, and after confirming that no one was chasing him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should be safe now. Are you two okay? Ziling and Suhao looked at each other, complex emotions flashing in their eyes, and their cheeks flushed with anger. You let me go. She suddenly shook her hand, breaking free from Suhao's grip, and approached him angrily. Just now you seemed to say that I was your wife, didn't you say that, huh? Haven't you already agreed? Suhao said, about to hug her. We've already kissed, why don't we? Go away. Ziling quickly drew out the thunder sword, pointing the tip of the sword directly at Suhao's chest. I swore, if anyone kisses me, I will kill him. Suhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. So if I can't kill him, then I have to marry him? Ziling was so angry that she couldn't speak. Her lips trembled and her face became even redder. You. Suhao laughed even more happily. He interrupted Ziling and said, You want to ask how you knew that? Ziling's face turned pale and red. She bit her lip and tried to suppress the fluctuations in her heart. Suhao didn't give her a chance to speak and continued teasing. You want to ask me how I know what you were going to say? How could he not know? Isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas? With her powerful strength, straightforward personality, and slim waist, Ziling is indeed qualified to be the heroine. No. Ziling lost her composure completely. She gripped the hilt tightly, hesitated for a moment, and thrust forward a few inches. Stop talking nonsense and look at the sword. The tip of her sword paused in front of Suhao's chest. In fact, it didn't stab. Suhao stretched out his finger and flicked the sword, making a crisp sound. Why, you don't want to kill me? Even if Ziling wanted to kill him, the woman after the contract posed no threat to him at all, so how could he be afraid of her? Ziling's eyes widened, as if her thoughts were seen through. She quickly retracted her sword and turned around. We are on a mission now. I will not kill my teammates. Wait until the mission is over. Suhao shrugged, the mission has failed. Ziling paused. You talk too much. Do you know that you are annoying? Sume walked forward lightly and hugged Suhao's waist tightly. Sister Ziling, you really don't understand men. I think you are very likable, brother. Suhao noticed. Sume's favorability towards him has reached 90. This means that she has completely become his beloved and will follow him willingly from now on. Little beauty, you are the best. He stretched out his fingers and gently stroked Sume's cloud-like pink hair. Ziling quickly stepped forward and pulled Sume to her side. Third sister, come here. He is a man, you can't trust him. She stared at Suhao with her eyes. Don't think that you can make me trust you just because you saved me and tricked me into kissing you. I think he wants to get me and then make me obey his orders and do bad things? Don't even think about succeeding. Well, should I praise Ziling for being smart? Suhao was not in a hurry to establish a deeper relationship with her because his necessary goal had been achieved. Next, it's time to return to the academy and continue searching for and contracting the remaining 4 women. There are 4 left. Time, 20 days, is enough. Just then, Suhao suddenly felt dizzy. His consciousness began to blur. The dragon scale fragments under his feet began to tremble unsteadily, and then gradually disintegrated. Since they were flying at high altitude, Suhao needed to constantly use his mental strength to maintain the flying state. But at this moment, his mental strength was exhausted and he could no longer support their weight. The 3 people lost the support of the flying platform. Instantly fell rapidly from the air. I don't know how long it took. Suhao's consciousness gradually returned. He slowly opened his eyes, and everything in front of him was blurry. As his vision gradually became clearer, he saw Sume's charming figure with disheveled hair and alluring charm. What are you doing? Suhao's eyes were fixed on Sume's extremely coquettish look, and he was shocked. Only then did he realize that if he had woken up a little later, he would have been forced to complete a deep contract with her. Brother, you said I'm your wife, right? Sume licked her fingers. Then it's only natural for me to do what a wife should do, like giving myself completely to you here. Su Hao blinked, his eyes falling on Su Mei's white arms. Her pink hair was scattered on her upper body, and her charming eyes made him almost irresistible. Just based on this, Su Hao is a serious man. How could I be tempted by her? However, it seems nice to be able to enter into a deeper contract. After all, the favorability is 90, so I'm not afraid of increasing it by another 10. You can also gain more powerful strength. Little beauty, I won't be polite then. After thinking for a moment, Su Hao pushed with his backhand, ready to accept this gift. Just then, Ziling's voice suddenly sounded, breaking the good time that was about to happen. What are you doing? She looked at the shameful scene in front of her, shaking with anger, and pointed at Su Hao. You, follow me immediately. The two of them came to the side. Ziling immediately drew her sword to help. Let's duel, let me see your true strength. What if I refuse? Su Hao smiled slightly. He actually wanted to duel with him. Even if he stood there and let Ziling hit him, he wouldn't be able to take anything from him. You dare! Ziling's eyes narrowed, and lightning surged from her body. If you dare to refuse, I will. I will. You mean you keep pestering me? Su Hao interrupted her again and smiled indifferently. Damn it, how could he guess it right again? Ziling thought to herself, becoming even more inexplicably angry. Su Hao thought that Ziling also had the ability of thunder and lightning, and he had just obtained the Chaos Divine Thunder, so perhaps he could learn more about how to use thunder and lightning from her. So, he nodded in agreement and said, okay, in that case, I'll play with you. Ziling curled her lips. This isn't a joke, this is a duel. You have to be serious about it, fighting with all your strength. Chapter 46 Identity Exposed. Ziling possesses the purple sky divine thunder, and she also has 3 almost obsessive hobbies: swords, lightning, and duels. She admires the strong. She dreams of meeting a real opponent one day and having a thrilling battle with him. That kind of blood-boiling feeling is the goal she constantly pursues. Ever since Su Hao showed his amazing strength, Ziling's heart has been in turmoil. When Ziling thought about the upcoming battle with Su Hao, her heart beat faster involuntarily. Although Su Hao knew that this was a battle without suspense, he chose to fight in order to familiarize himself with the chaos thunder he had just obtained. Come on, little waste. Su Hao relaxed his posture and prepared to meet Ziling's challenge. Don't call me that. Ziling's expression darkened, anger surging in her chest, the lightning surrounding her crackling like living snakes, reflecting her current fury. The man in front of me is very strong. I must use all my strength to defeat him. Ziling muttered to herself. She took a deep breath and pushed the power of the purple sky divine thunder to the extreme, and her whole body was instantly enveloped by purple electric light. The electric light spread across her body like veins, creating a shocking picture. Su Hao on the opposite side seemed calm and composed. He activated his replication ability, capturing Ziling's every move, while secretly activating the Chaos Divine Thunder in his body. Chaos Divine Thunder is different from ordinary lightning. In addition to having all the characteristics of lightning, it also has black and white colors, representing the power of creation and decomposition respectively. Su Hao slowly raised his right hand, and used his mind to guide the black current surging in his body. The electric current seemed to obey the call, gathering in his palm and gradually condensing into a small black ball of lightning full of power. Su Hao murmured to himself, so that's how it is. So, the so-called creation refers to the creation of lightning life forms? His perception was exceptionally clear. The lightning in his hand seemed to have life, able to completely obey his will and condense into any form he wanted. Then he stretched out his left hand. White lightning slowly condensed in his palm. Different from the depth of black lightning. White lightning has strong penetrating power. It can disintegrate anything it touches. What is this? Ziling's eyes flickered with curiosity. She had never seen such strange lightning before, and her assessment of Su Hao's strength increased a bit. You really are holding back, but I'm not afraid of you. Before he finished speaking, Ziling held the thunder sword in her hand, her figure flashed, lightning flashed, and her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of Su Hao, with the sword pointing directly at his chest, and chopped down fiercely. Su Hao had a faint smile on his face, and clenched his hands at the same time. Lightning and thunder gathered on his body, but he dodged at an incredible speed, and the lightning and thunder had become one. Ziling's attacks were continuous, attacking Su Hao like a storm. But black and white lightning flashed on Su Hao's body. His speed was even faster with the help of lightning, and he easily dodged every attack from Ziling. Is all you can do is hide? Fight back. Ziling's attacks missed repeatedly, and she couldn't help but shout anxiously. Then I will satisfy you. Su Hao said as he took out the dragon scale spear and collided it with Ziling's thunder sword. 2 hours passed. Damn. I didn't expect him to be so fast. Ziling stood there, panting. Her hair was wet with sweat and stuck to her forehead, making her look a little embarrassed. After a fierce fight, she felt that she was far inferior to him in terms of speed and strength. Xiao Manyao, do you want to continue? Why don't you take a rest first? Su Hao looked at Ziling's tired appearance and asked with concern. After all, this kind of battle is indeed unfair to Ziling. He just thought he was playing with her. Stop talking nonsense. Ziling jumped into the air unwillingly, waving her hands in the air. Thick lightning clouds instantly gathered in the sky, and thunder roared. Look at my strongest attack. Just as she was about to swing her sword, she suddenly lost her balance due to exhaustion and fell from the sky. Su Hao was quick-witted and swift-handed. He immediately rushed over, caught her steadily, and held her gently in his arms. Rest for a while. Once you've recovered your strength, I'll play with you again, okay? You look so relaxed. You promised to use all your strength. Ziling turned her head to the side. Am I so weak that I'm not worthy of your true strength? Of course not. You are very important to me. Su Hao gently brushed away the hair on Ziling's forehead. Besides, you are so cute. How could I bear to hurt you? Ziling's face flushed slightly. She was silent for a moment, then whispered, You can, let me go now. Su Hao carefully put her down on the ground and asked softly, Should we continue fighting? Of course, I haven't given up yet. Ziling immediately looked up at him, but this time her eyes were much softer. It's been a whole day and night. Haven't they had enough fighting? Su Mei sat aside and sighed softly. During this day and night, Su Hao fought with Ziling several times. But Ziling couldn't do anything to him at all. Until she was completely exhausted, her body lying on the ground, her head resting on Su Hao's legs, her eyes staring at Su Hao. I lost, I am really no match for you. At this point, she had completely admitted that she had lost to the man in front of her, and she admired him even more. After all, how could she not be moved by someone as powerful as Su Hao who was so determined to protect her? Have a good rest. Su Hao's palm gently stroked Ziling's hair. Brother, I want one too. Su Mei ran over quickly and lay lightly on the other side of Su Hao. She also rested her head on Su Hao's thighs, closed her eyes, and felt the firmness and strength of his thighs. After a fierce fight with Ziling, Su Hao's ability to control the Chaos Divine Thunder has improved significantly, and the feeling of being at ease makes him happy. More importantly, he completely conquered the two women. You can make a deeper contract at any time in the future. Su Hao placed his hands lightly on Ziling and Su Mei's faces respectively. His fingertips gently slid across their skin, feeling the smooth and delicate touch. Under Su Hao's touch, Ziling and Su Mei gradually relaxed their bodies and their breathing became even. They are indeed beautiful. I need more wives. The corners of Su Hao's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't wait to meet the next top-notch woman. It's time to say goodbye. He parted ways with Ziling and Su Mei. Brother, I look forward to our next meeting. Then, you must. Su Mei stood on tiptoe, gently approached Su Hao's face, and then kissed him on the lips. Ziling deliberately turned her head away, humph, boring. Okay. Su Hao smiled and pushed hard, and their lips parted with a slight pop sound. He lowered his head and whispered in Su Mei's ear, Don't worry, I will never forget you, especially your unforgettable voice that night. Elder brother. When Su Mei heard these words, she let out a tender cry, and the lust in her heart was almost uncontrollable. If Ziling hadn't been around these days, she would definitely want to compete with Su Hao. Su Hao turned his head and looked at Ziling. Xiao Manyao, I really have to leave, won't you kiss me? Ziling still folded her arms across her chest and responded coldly without even turning her head, Don't dream, who would kiss you? Su Hao looked at Ziling's favorability level of 80, and felt that this girl was really hypocritical. Okay, he's gone. Su Mei patted Ziling's shoulder gently, covering her mouth and laughing, You obviously like him, but you're really good at pretending. Who likes him? Third sister, please don't talk nonsense. Ziling's face turned even redder. She couldn't help but secretly glance behind her and found that Su Hao's figure had disappeared from her sight. You still don't admit it? Do you want me to tell my elder sister? Su Mei said jokingly. Go ahead and tell me, you've fallen in love with him. Ziling retorted. The two looked at each other and suddenly said in unison, don't let big sister know. Su Hao was walking on the way home, thinking that Yao Yao must be lonely at home. After all, they hadn't seen each other for 5 days. And that little fire dragon also needed to accompany her for a while. Little did they know. In the dark, several pairs of eyes were staring at him closely. Under the cover of shadows, a figure was lurking quietly. This person was having a secret conversation with someone. Confirm it's Fang Hao, should we kill him immediately? The other party's voice came from the communicator. I heard that he has a close relationship with the principal of Qinglong College. Don't let our people take action yet. Contact the Xinglong Society. After all, they have many people in Qinglong College. At the same time, on the wall above Su Hao's head, Tyrina was closely observing Su Hao's every move through the eyes of an insect. Chapter 47. It should be so. Su Hao just opened the door. A faint fragrance wafted towards me, a mixture of floral scent and Ling Yao's body scent. It made him feel a little moved. Ling Yao was wearing a white and transparent lace pajamas and ran towards him lightly. Hubby, you're finally back. I missed you. Her voice was as sweet as honey. She opened her arms and hugged Su Hao tightly, as if she wanted to merge him into her body. Su Hao gently stroked Ling Yao's head. Okay, Yao Yao, it's only been a few days since we last met. In fact, he missed Ling Yao even more. The moment he saw her, he was finally able to let go of all his guard and get along with her easily. He only behaves like this when facing Ling Yao. It's been 4 whole days, and every moment has been torture for me. Ling Yao hugged Su Hao tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear if she let go. By the way, you must have been very busy these past few days. Ling Yao gently pushed Su Hao away and put her hands on his shoulders. I'm ready. Go take a shower first. Su Hao smiled and said, let's go take a shower together. Ling Yao was slightly stunned, a blush appeared on her face, and she whispered, I have already washed it and am waiting for you. My wife is the best. Su gently supported Ling Yao and lifted her off the ground. Let's go. Ling Yao's long silver white hair falls down like a waterfall, and her face is even more cold and beautiful. She is simply the best among the queens. Well, okay. Ling Yao stared at Su Hao's handsome face infatuatedly, as if she could never see enough of it. In front of this man, she was willing to devote everything she had and could not refuse any of his requests. The two came to the bed in the bedroom. Ling Yao got into the bed and quickly made room for him. She poked her head out playfully and said, Hubby, come to me. Let's talk about what happened these past few days. Su Hao noticed Ling Yao's fatigue and nodded gently, okay. Compared to his contracted woman, Ling Yao, as the principal, is busy with daily duties and also fights in person. So she worked even harder. Waiting for Su Hao to get into the bed she had prepared. Ling Yao immediately moved closer, gently placing her arms around Su Hao's chest, and wrapping her legs around him like a kitten, feeling the warmth of his body. I'm so happy to be with you. Her voice was soft. I really want to hold you like this forever. Having someone by her side was her happiest moment. Su Hao gently stroked Ling Yao's hair. Yao Yao, me too, I love my first wife the most. Ling Yao thought of Su Hao's busy days and asked curiously, by the way, you've been very busy these days. I heard that the mission failed. How's your little wife doing? Su Hao adjusted his posture slightly to allow Ling Yao to lean more comfortably in his arms, and then began to tell about his experiences in the past few days. Ling Yao listened carefully until she heard Su Hao talking about Su Fan's female insects, which shocked her. Tyrina? You actually met her? Do you know her? Su Hao asked doubtfully. That's right, I only know a little bit. Ling Yao's expression suddenly became serious. Tyrina is the queen of the Zerg. Her origins are mysterious and unknown. All we know is that her strength is close to planetary level, and she has countless powerful Zerg warriors under her command. Even the most powerful war god in our celestial kingdom is probably no match for her. I really didn't expect you to encounter such a powerful person. As she spoke, tears welled up in Ling Yao's eyes. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to accept this mission, you wouldn't be in such danger. Okay, Yao Yao, don't say that. Su Hao gently stroked Ling Yao's delicate face. No one can predict this kind of thing. I'm back to you safely, and I've also won over 2 wives. Ling Yao's emotions finally calmed down. She covered her mouth and laughed. My husband is really amazing. He got two at once. It's really amazing. After hearing this, Su Hao couldn't help laughing. He shook his head slightly, pretending to be helpless. It's hard for me to have you two now. Thinking about the future. Actually, you're greedier than anyone else. Not to mention adding 2 more, even if there were 10 more, you wouldn't think it's enough, you greedy little brother. Ling Yao flicked his forehead lightly with her finger. Don't worry, I'm here to help you take care of them. Just take them in with peace of mind. The more the better. Maybe you'll take in Tyrina too in the future. As long as they are strong women, they should be yours, husband. Su was deeply moved and exclaimed, Yao Yao, you really understand me. He's the protagonist, and that's as it should be. Then, they also talked about the theory class at Qinglong College tomorrow, and all classes would go to the teaching building to attend the class. During this period, Su Hao was able to find his target better. As the night deepens, time passes quietly. Ling Yao lay beside Su Hao, feeling his body temperature, listening to his heartbeat, and the desire in her heart gradually grew. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Seeing that Su Hao hadn't taken any action yet, she gently extended her foot and touched him intentionally or unintentionally. It's getting late. I understand, Yao Yao. Su Hao immediately understood her intention. In fact, he also wanted to be intimate with his wife. Little did they know. In the tree outside the window, the bugs Tyrina had released were watching them. Early the next morning, Ling Yao woke up first. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that Su Hao's breathing was steady and he was sleeping soundly, Ling Yao stretched out her finger, gently poked Su Hao's cheek, and whispered softly, Husband is so cute, don't worry, I will always protect you, no one can hurt you. After Su Hao woke up, on the way to Qinglong College, he opened the system panel. Name, Su Hao. Gender, male. Age, 20. Strength, 8,033. Agility, 8,028. Endurance, 8,045. Defense, 8,025. Spiritual power, 8089. Spiritual power, 18. Talent, 99. Skills, Supernova Burn, Devour, Replicate, Eye of the Void, Telekinesis, Chaos Thunder. Equipment, Dragon Scale Spear, Haotian Divine Stick. Special ability, Exploring Eyes. Current realm, Creation level. Number of contractors, 6. Current task, contract 10 people, 6 people have completed it. The problem now is that the mental strength is still insufficient. Telekinesis, Eye of the Void, Replication, and Devouring, these 4 abilities require mental power to activate. Speaking of mental power, Su Hao thought of it immediately. Su Mei's mental strength seems to be very strong. I actually forgot to ask her when we were together. Be sure to ask her clearly when you see her again. Just as he was thinking, a man rushed out from the side. He aimed at him and stabbed him. Chapter 48 Lovesickness. Su Hao was walking on the road when a figure suddenly appeared beside him and stabbed him with a gun. He was quick to grasp the silver spear and recognized the person. It's you, Lin Yi. I don't know you well, don't try to get close to me. Lin Yi's face was calm. With the force of both hands, she pulled the spear back from Su Hao's hand and then firmly stuck it into the ground. I'm here to fight you today. Tell me, what did you do to Xia Yun? Xia Yun? Su Hao stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then suddenly realized, you mean that cute little bunny? I like her so much that I can't do anything. I wouldn't believe you. Lin Yi raised her spear again and pointed it at Su Hao. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Su Hao was a little confused. Why would Xia Yun suddenly attack me? Judging from what she said, could something have happened to Xia Yun? Sister Lin Yi, I really didn't do anything to her. What happened to the little rabbit? Can you tell me? Su Hao wanted to find out what happened. Lin Yi stared at him expressionlessly, and finally put away her spear. Come with me. Su Hao followed her to where Xia Yun lived. As Xia Yun was his wife, he naturally cared about her, and he missed the cute little rabbit a little since he hadn't seen her for a long time. Su Hao followed closely behind Lin Yi. The two came to Xia Yun's room. Lin Yi held the spear tightly in one hand and pointed at Xia Yun on the bed with the other. Go and see for yourself. I don't know what happened to Sister Xia Yun. She has become like this since she met you. It must be you who caused her to become like this. Suha walked forward and opened the Void Realm at the same time. If Xiaoyun was sick, he could use the Void Realm to find out the cause of the illness. He walked closer to the bed and saw Xiaoyun wearing a white pajamas, with her hair scattered messily on the pillow. Her chest heaved up and down as she gasped for breath. Especially her face, which was so red that it seemed like blood was dripping out, and it was so hot that it was frightening. Xiaoyun kept exhaling hot air from her mouth. When Suha used the empty state, he could clearly hear her rapid heartbeat and the intermittent, very small murmurs from her mouth. Kiss, man, kiss. Hearing Xiaoyun's murmurs, Suha couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, this little rabbit must be suffering from lovesickness. Sister Xiaoyun is like this, and you're still laughing. Lin Yi's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and she asked again, tell me, what did you do for Sister Xiaoyun? This. Suha was about to introduce himself when he suddenly realized that Xiaoyun's condition was indeed related to him, so he changed his accent and said, I can cure it. But you need to get out. Okay, if you dare to hurt her, I won't let you go. Lin Yi's gaze stayed on Suha for a moment, then she turned and left the room. After the door is closed, Lin Yi leaned against the door and murmured, Sister Xiaoyun, this is the only way I can help you. Didn't I just kiss her? Such a big reaction? In order to cure her, Suha decided to sacrifice himself and let her kiss him happily so that she could get over her longing. Suha leaned down gently, and his voice rang softly in Xiaoyun's ears, little rabbit, wake up. Xiaoyun slowly opened his eyes. What came into her sight was Suha's face so close to her. Her eyes froze for a moment and her heart beat faster. I was at a loss for a moment. After reacting, she screamed in fear, waving her arms wildly, trying to push Suha away. Why are you here? Go away, don't let me see you. Shoo, little rabbit, be quiet. Suha soothed softly, if you continue to make a lot of noise, it won't be good if other people hear you. You don't want them to know that there's a man hiding in your room, right? His words calmed Xiaoyun down instantly. Xiaoyun really stopped crying, turned around, and said with her back to Suha, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Of course I missed you, so I came here to see you. Suha smiled slightly, don't you miss me? I won't miss you, ever. Xiaoyun answered firmly, but her voice trembled slightly, revealing her true emotions. Then why don't you dare look at me? Suha continued to ask, his eyes fixed on her. That's because. Before Xiaoyun could finish her words, she was interrupted by Suha. Because you miss me, like me, and think of me, right? Suha's words were direct. I told you, I won't. Xiaoyun finally turned around and faced Suha bravely. She walked towards the door and pointed to where it was. Okay, you can go now. The moment Xiaoyun turned around, Suha quickly stepped forward and gently held her cheeks with both hands. Before Xiaoyun could react, Suha's lips had already been precisely pressed against hers, and a passionate kiss sealed all the words she had not yet spoken. In this situation, Suha would not waste words if he could speak. After all, Xiaoyun was his, so he could kiss her casually. Xiaoyun let out a soft moan from her throat, and with her hands weakly pushed Suha's chest, trying to push him away. But Suha's kiss was so skillful, and his kiss was full of emotion, which made Xiaoyun's resistance gradually weaken. As Suha's kiss gradually deepened, Xiaoyun's struggle slowly stopped. She had been longing for Suha's touch, recalling the kiss they had once had. Under Suha's affectionate kiss, Xiaoyun's defense completely collapsed. She no longer tried to push Suha away with her hands, but instead wrapped them tightly around his waist, closing her eyes tightly as she completely indulged in this loving kiss. 10 minutes later, the two finally parted reluctantly. Suha raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, little rabbit, do you want to continue? If you want, I can accompany you. Really? Xiaoyun lowered her head shyly, her voice almost inaudible. Then, stay with me, okay? So you're still a shy rabbit. Suha stared at her affectionately, with the corners of his mouth raised, and took the initiative to kiss her again. Just as the two of them were intertwined again, the door was suddenly opened, and Lin Yi stood at the door, witnessing them kissing unscrupulously. Sister E. Xiaoyun was about to explain when Lin Yi interrupted her, it seems I came at the wrong time. No, you're here at the right time. Suha stretched out his hand and smiled slightly, come here. The scene suddenly became quiet. Xiaoyun lowered her head shyly. Su Hao and Lin Yi looked at each other. After a long time, Lin Yi spoke first. Okay. She walked into the room and sat on the other side of Su Hao. Another 10 minutes passed. Sudden. A woman's voice came from outside. Sister Xia Yun, I'm here to see you. Xia Yun was startled and immediately pulled her mouth away, saying in panic, oh no. That voice is. Sister Qin Wu is here. Chapter 49 Qin Wu. Su Hao was enjoying himself. A woman's voice coming from outside caught his attention. Until Lin Yi said the name Qin Wu. Su Hao immediately remembered that there were two other people in the hexagram, and Qin Wu seemed to be one of them. Since she is here, why not accept her in as well? Oh no! What if Sister Qin Wu finds out? Then Xia Yun panicked and immediately looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi said calmly, I don't care. What should I do? What should I do? Xia Yun looked up at the wardrobe and immediately stood up. Hide inside first. Don't make any noise. Sister Qin has very sensitive ears. Su Hao smiled disapprovingly, little rabbit, why are you panicking? We just kissed a few times, it's not something shameful. Hurry up. Xia Yun said as he reached out to pull Su Hao up and pushed him into the closet. Su Hao had no choice but to hide first. After entering the closet, he looked around. This must be where Xia Yun keeps her underwear. It is arranged very delicately, with cute animal patterns and a faint fragrance. It seems that Lin Yi likes small animals very much. Through the gap in the wardrobe, he saw a red-haired woman walking quickly into the room from outside. As soon as he entered the door, he hugged Xia Yun and rubbed against her. Sister Yun, I heard you were sick. I was so worried about you. Okay, second sister. Xia Yun's voice changed. Let go quickly, I can't breathe. Oh, I'm sorry. Qin Wu finally let her go. Name, Qin Wu. Race, human. Age, 20. Attribute, summon. Strength, 5,808. Agility, 5,283. Endurance, 6,590. Defense, 5,610. Spiritual power, 5620. Quality, top quality. Spiritual power, 92. Appearance, 94. Favorability, 68. Su Hao's eyes swept over Qin Wu, and he was involuntarily attracted by the data information on her body, but what made him more excited was Qin Wu's unique appearance. Qin Wu was wearing a loose red jacket, the hem of which fluttered gently with her movements. She has a plump and full figure, much larger than the average woman, and looks particularly strong. Especially the thick red hair behind her that was like flames, which added a bit of fierceness to her. Her face has the evil charm of a villain and her eyes are sharp, but the most eye-catching thing is the canine teeth slightly exposed at the corners of her mouth. This feature adds a cute contrast to her fierce appearance. Qin Wu's clothes were torn in many places. There were still traces of battle on the collar of his clothes. It seems like it just went through a fierce battle. Su Hao had already made up his mind that his next target would be the woman in front of him. He has no aversion to fierce women. On the contrary. The more fierce a woman is, the more worthy she is of being contracted. Next, he kissed Qin Wu fiercely. Then he took her into his wife's arms. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Hao's mouth curled up involuntarily, and he became a little impatient. He analyzed Qin Wu's data and found that although her strength was slightly stronger than Ziling, she was definitely no match for him. Only. Qin Wu's anger level made Su Hao a little confused. He wondered in his heart, could it be that she had some deep hatred towards him? Xia Yun looked Qin Wu up and down, noticing the damage on her clothes, and asked curiously, Sister Qin Wu, what's wrong with your clothes? Why do you look like you've been through a battle? Qin Wu looked indifferent when he heard this. She lazily lay on the bed and stretched her limbs. Nothing, I just had a fight with someone. Ah, this bed is so comfortable. Xia Yun's curiosity grew even stronger, and he continued to ask, fight? With whom? Just then, there were footsteps at the door again. A familiar figure walked in. Su Hao recognized the person immediately and was secretly surprised. Ziling? Why is she here too? Ziling walked into the room and her eyes fell on Xia Yun first. She asked with concern, Sister Xia Yun, I heard you were sick? How are you feeling now? Xia Yunya shook her head, I'm fine, I'm much better now. She naturally knew that Ziling and Qin Wu both liked fighting, and sparring between them was commonplace. Su Hao was admiring his 3 wives when another person walked in from outside. That person was Su Mei. Now, the 4 wives and one who was about to become a wife are all gathered together. 5 beauties, it's a pleasure to look at. If they don't obey, they can be handed over to Ling Yao. I believe Yao Yao will be able to discipline them well. Su Hao thought secretly while listening carefully to the conversation between several people in the room. Su Mei saw through Xia Yun's thoughts at a glance and asked directly, "Sister Xia Yun, looking at you like this, are you in love with a man?" Xia Yun's face instantly turned red, and he stammered in defense, I didn't do that. Don't let your imagination run wild. It's completely fabricated. I wouldn't. Su Mei smiled even more happily, still not admitting it. Sister Xia Yun, just tell me, which man could have won the favor of our 6th sister? Xia Yun's voice rose a few degrees. I've already said, no, I don't like men. She noticed that Ziling and Qin Wu had actually started to take off their clothes. She panicked and asked hurriedly, 2nd sister, 4th sister, what are you doing? Qin Wu took off her clothes and answered as if it was a matter of course, change clothes, is there any problem? As soon as she finished speaking, she was already naked. Su Hao watched intently and calmly. Ziling had been seen through by him. However, when he saw Ziling's graceful body curves, flat belly, and delicate belly button again, he was still unconsciously attracted to her. But what was even more amazing was Qin Wu, who was standing next to her. The 2 people's figures form a sharp contrast. Even though Qin Wu has a strong body, it still cannot hide the curves of her body, or rather, the curves are more distorted. It has a unique flavor. Must get her. Su Hao smiled slightly, thinking that if he missed this good opportunity, he would probably have to wait again. As long as the contract can be completed as soon as possible, he will use any means and will not waste time waiting. So after he made up his mind, he deliberately made a noise in the closet, which really attracted Qin Wu's attention. What's that sound? Qin Wu had just put on her underwear and hadn't put on her coat when she ran over like a whirlwind and opened the wardrobe door. It's over, Sister Qin Wu is going to find out. Xia Yun suddenly panicked and had no time to stop it. Is it coming from here? Qin Wu opened the door of the wardrobe, stared carefully inside, and peered into one of the corners, trying to see what was inside. Chapter 50, Life and Death Showdown. This is the opportunity Su Hao was waiting for. When Qin Wu leaned over and wanted to see clearly inside, he was caught off guard, and he pouted his lips neatly, aiming at Qin Wu's fiery red lips and sucking them. With a swish sound, Su Hao instantly used his powerful suction force to touch Qin Wu's mouth. Qin Wu's eyes widened and his mind was in a state of confusion. At this time, Su Hao heard the system voice coming from his mind. Congratulations to the host for the initial contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, stamina plus 1000, defense plus 1000. Host, please select skills or equipment. Su Hao chose skills again this time. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Demon Summoning. Skill Introduction, sacrifice the souls of the lives killed by the host to summon demons in another world. The more soul power sacrificed, the higher the level of the summoned demon. Consumption, 0. This ability is not bad. Summoning demons to fight for you doesn't cost anything, you just need to kill the enemies. Su Hao does not spare the lives of his enemies, and this skill will definitely be of great use in the future. Su Hao kissed Qin Wu tightly. 10 seconds seemed extremely long to Qin Wu. It was not until Su Hao let go that she came back to her senses from the shock and tried to push away this sudden invader. Qin Wu instinctively raised her hands, but her arms seemed to have lost their former strength and fell limply. My power, what's going on? Su Hao, on the other hand, looked very pleased with himself. He hugged Qin Wu tightly, a triumphant smile on his face. Little Tiger Fong, you still want to resist? You are mine now. Qin Wu's anger was instantly ignited, his eyes almost spitting fire, and he shouted angrily, You bastard! She struggled to break free from Su Hao's embrace and quickly stepped aside to keep a distance from him. Qin Wu had a bad temper to begin with. How could she not endure the humiliation of being violated by a strange man? No matter who you are, today I will turn you into ashes. A flame magic circle appeared on the ceiling, with light flickering in the center and powerful energy gathering within it. Come out, Flame Lion. Following Qin Wu's summons, a lion covered in blazing blue flames leaped down from the magic circle. Its figure was majestic, and flames danced through its mane, lighting up the entire room. This is Qin Wu's ability, which allows him to summon a flaming lion and draw upon the power of the flaming lion. No one can save you today. Qin Wu's anger had reached its peak, with a determined murderous intent flashing in his eyes, ready to attack Su Hao. Just when she was about to take action, Qin Wu suddenly witnessed a scene that shocked her. Her four sisters unexpectedly stood in front of Su Hao at the same time, forming a human wall. What are you guys doing? Qin Wu frowned and looked at his sisters in confusion. Sumei pinched her waist with one hand and gently stroked her pink hair with the other hand. He is my good brother. Even if he is my second sister, I will not allow you to attack him. Ziling gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, her eyes calm. Second sister, I won't let you hurt him. This is my house, Su Hao is my guest. Second sister, you can't do anything here. Xia Yun said tremblingly. Su Hao, you are Su Hao, you bastard. You did something inappropriate to me and even deceived my lovely sisters. Qin Wu turned his gaze to Lin Yi. Sister Lin Yi, do you have to protect him too? Lin Yi took a few steps back, her expression somewhat cold. Protect him? I'm not interested. Just do it. She still looked as if it had nothing to do with her. Su Hao felt helpless when he saw his wives fighting for him. He doesn't want to see this happen. So he took a step forward and walked among the people. He walked directly in front of Qin Wu. Little tiger teeth, your sisters have all chosen to follow me. You don't want to be separated from them, do you? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. Why don't you join us? I will definitely treat you well. Qin Wu's eyes widened, the fangs at the corners of his mouth flashing with a cold light. Puh, vile. Shameless bastard. I don't know what despicable means you used to confuse my sisters. Today, even if I risk my life, I will never surrender to you. I will make you pay the price. Su Hao smiled and thought to himself, she is really fierce, but I really like this kind of fierceness more and more. He thought for a moment and said, in that case, let's make a bet. If you lose to me in this duel, you will become my wife. How about it? Qin Wu's brows were furrowed, and his eyes were almost emitting flames of anger. Asshole, do you think this is a game? Su Hao raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Then I'll give you this opportunity. Let's have a life and death duel. Qin Wu was stunned for a moment, then blinked. Okay, your word is final. Just wait, I will take your life with my own hands. Su Hao came outside. Brother, I didn't expect to meet you here. You have also won over Sister Xia Yun, you are worthy of it. Sumei immediately came forward and snuggled up to Su Hao. As a woman whose favorability reaches 90 without any deep contract, Sumei can be said to obey his every word. You six-pointed stars are all so cute, of course I can't bear to let you separate. Su Hao reached out and touched Sumei's head. Xia Yun stood aside, pouting in dissatisfaction, complaining, scumbag. You were so affectionate with me just now, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Don't worry, little rabbit. I will love you well. Su Hao reached out and stroked Xia Yun's head again. He looked at Ziling and Lin Yi. They both seemed to need comfort equally. But he is now too busy to do anything else. He could only wait and let them accept him slowly. He thought that since the relationship between them was so deep, they probably wouldn't mind sharing. Qin Wu put on her clothes and walked out. Seeing Su Hao holding Sumei's waist with one hand and touching Xia Yun's head with the other, she immediately became angry. She secretly swore in her heart that she must kill Su Hao and rescue the sisters who were deceived by him. Little did she know that soon she would be caught up in it too. Come, watch how I turn you into ashes. Qin Wu said in a deep voice, and at the same time summoned her fire lion again, preparing for a life and death battle with Su Hao. Qin Wu possesses the flame lion, a fire attribute. The flames have no effect on Su Hao. Furthermore, his stats were much higher than hers, and since the initial contract had already been completed, she couldn't attack him. Su Hao shook his head. Facing this battle that he was sure to win, he had no interest at all. Go, Fire Lion. Qin Wu immediately ordered her summoned beast to attack him. Chapter 51 The Strongest Blow. The flaming lion, with blue flames burning all over its body. Everyone knows. The temperature of blue flames is much higher than that of red flames. Seeing the ferocious lion running towards him with flames, Su Hao immediately used Supernova Burn. The flaming lion drew a graceful blue arc in the air and instantly knocked Su Hao to the ground with its heavy lion paw. That's all. Qin Wu smiled and shook his head. Didn't you say that fire has no effect on you? So what about now? Su Hao asked in confusion. I told you. How did you know? Remember Qin Yan, the one you defeated? He's my younger brother. Qin Wu walked towards him, her eyes flashing with anger. You actually looked down on our flames? Now I'll let you taste the true taste of flames. She ordered the flame lion, use your jet of fire and turn him into ashes. Qin Wu had no sympathy for Su Hao at all. After all, she was ambushed by Su Hao, and that was her personality. Su Hao sighed inwardly, feeling that his wife was quite fierce, but he did not resist. Because even if Qin Wu used all his strength, he would not be hurt at all. Qin Wu had to accept him willingly. Oh no! Xia Yun was extremely anxious when he saw Su Hao being defeated. On one side was Su Hao who had just kissed her, and on the other side was her good sister who loved her so much. She seemed at a loss. Looking at Ziling and Su Mei, they both knew Su Hao's strength very well, so they were not worried at all. I'm afraid you don't know yet, but the flames produced by my flame lion are hundreds of times more powerful than ordinary flames. No matter how strong you are, you will never be able to withstand it. Qin Wu showed an evil smile, and the little fangs at the corners of her mouth made her look both fierce and cute. Just when she thought she could eliminate Su Hao in one fell swoop. Her eyes fixed on the scene before her, and she was stunned by what she saw. The flaming lion actually extended its tongue and licked Su Hao's face affectionately. Su Hao stroked the lion's head. All right. Be good, your master is still watching you. Su Hao stroked the flame lion's head. Under Su Hao's touch, the lion turned into a lion dog. Your pet is very cute. The fire lion feeds on fire, and after sensing the higher temperature on Su Hao's body, it has been attracted to him. That's why they act so intimate. Come back to me immediately. Qin Wu roared, and the flame lion ran back obediently. I'm going to deal with you myself next. Qin Wu immediately absorbed the blue flames from the flame lion, and his entire body began to burn. Prepare to die. The two men immediately started fighting. Half an hour later. Little Tiger Fong is indeed very fierce, but he can't defeat me just like that. Su Hao said sarcastically. Shut up and watch my fist. Qin Wu swung his fist even more fiercely, as if he wanted to beat him to death in a minute. An hour later. Lin Yi has left. Xia Yun, Su Mei and Ziling sat nearby and watched the fight. It's been an hour, and they still haven't decided the winner? Xia Yun said impatiently, holding his chin. Sister Yun, you seem to be very worried about him. Su Mei saw what she was thinking and asked with a smile. I didn't, it's just, he was found in my house, and I didn't want him to die here, that's all. Xia Yun explained hurriedly. Su Mei smiled and asked, is this really the only way? Really, I'm not lying to you. I have nothing to do with him, no. Xia Yun lowered her head shyly. Humph, scumbag, he even seduced Sister Lian Yun. Ziling snorted coldly and watched their fight with an indifferent expression. Sister Ziling, the way you protected him just now was the most ferocious. Su Mei covered her mouth and laughed. Snort! Ziling turned her head away and ignored her. On the battlefield. Qin Wu's breathing was heavy, sweat was dripping down her forehead, and her physical strength was almost at its limit. Su Hao, on the other side, seemed unusually calm. Little tiger teeth, you must be very tired. Just admit defeat. Qin Wu shook her head. No, I absolutely cannot admit defeat. Besides, this is a battle of life and death. Today, only one of us is destined to survive. She tried to keep her footing. All the strength in the body is concentrated at this moment. Above your head. A huge blue fireball is slowly gathering, and the powerful heat wave is distorting the surrounding air. Xia Yun watched this scene nervously. She recognized Qin Wu's moves and exclaimed, that's my second sister's strongest attack, a blazing rage. Ziling's brows were furrowed. She actually used this move here. She really wants to fight to the death. Only Su Mei seemed unusually calm. Don't worry, I believe in my brother. He is very strong. The two of us will be fine. Facing Qin Wu's full strength attack, Su Hao remained calm. He gently extended a finger and said, Flame? Then let me show you my power. Under the cohesive force of his supernova combustion, the thermonuclear energy in his body began to rapidly gather and compress, gradually forming a small energy ball a few centimeters in size at his fingertips. Ever since I mastered telekinesis, Su Hao can control thermonuclear energy more precisely. Whether it is the flight trajectory formed by the thermonuclear or the explosion range, he can use his telekinesis to precisely control it. When he used this move, he was already confident that it could show his strength without hurting Qin Wu. The blue fireball above Qin Wu's head had condensed to more than 10 meters. She aimed at Su Hao's position and threw it out with force. Su Hao, die. The fireball came from the air with terrifying heat and moved forward rapidly. Su Hao smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and aimed the thermonuclear energy ball that had just been condensed in the direction of the fireball. Go! He shouted softly, and the energy ball shot out. The energy ball of several centimeters instantly collided with the huge blue fireball of more than 10 meters. The energy ball directly penetrated the fireball, and after flying to the center of the fireball, Su Hao immediately detonated the energy. Boom! There was only a loud explosion. The huge thermonuclear force instantly engulfed the blue flame. What are they doing? Xia Yun covered his face, still unable to withstand the overwhelming heat. Are they trying to blow up my house by making such a commotion? Her house was already crumbling, and looking at Su Mei and Zi Ling next to her, they had already hidden far away. This level of damage shouldn't hurt her. Su Hao looked at the center of the explosion and couldn't help but worry about Qin Wu. Since she can use fire, she will naturally not be hurt by such a dangerous explosion, and Su Hao tried his best to control it. Wait until the smoke clears. Qin Wu's figure slowly appeared. She was indeed not seriously injured, but the clothes she had just changed were torn to pieces by this huge attack. Little tiger teeth, what about now? Are you still unwilling to admit defeat? Su Hao walked to her side and looked at Qin Wu, who was already frightened. P.S. Dear readers, on the first day of my debut, I was undoubtedly put in the black room again, and I am in the process of appealing. Even so, the author will not stop updating, because he has put real feelings into this book and there are still many plots he wants to write later. So even if it can't be released, even if no one reads it, I won't stop updating, and I will write more freely. Chapter 52 Hatred. Qin Wu watched the huge explosion force with his own eyes. For a moment, her body stiffened and her mind went blank. She was completely stunned by this sudden scene. After the aftermath of the explosion passed, she stood there, her clothes torn to shreds by the shock wave, her face dull, as if she had not yet recovered from the shock. Seeing this, Su Hao immediately moved closer to Qin Wu and asked with concern, "Xia Wuya, are you okay?" He thought to himself, did he accidentally hurt her? After all, Qin Wu is my wife, how can I not feel sorry for her? When Qin Wu finally came back to his senses from the shock, she found Su Hao's face close at hand. This made her heart beat faster instantly, and the scene of being kissed by Su Hao just now appeared in her mind again. Shame and anger surged in her heart. She raised her hand without hesitation, wanting to punch Su Hao. Go to hell. Just as her fist was about to touch Su Hao's cheek, it suddenly stopped in mid-air. Qin Wu opened his eyes wide in surprise and stammered, What on earth is going on? Su Hao chuckled, You're not going to continue, are you? Just admit defeat. Qin Wu roared, I recognize you. Then, she used all her strength again and hit Su Hao's head hard. Bang. After a dull sound, Qin Wu was bounced back by an invisible force. She slid on the ground for a distance before stopping. You bastard, I just don't believe it, I must kill you. Qin Wu lay on the ground, his breath weak, but the hatred in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Su Hao scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He thought to himself, I didn't do anything, it was you who did it. Only then did he realize that the system actually had the function of rebounding attacks. This caused Qin Wu's favorability to drop to -90. I won't let you go. I'm going to kill you. Qin Wu walked towards Su Hao tremblingly. Finally, she was completely out of strength and sat down on the ground. Su Hao smiled slightly. Seeing Qin Wu's tenacity, he liked her even more. It's over. I won. Qin Wu glanced aside. What do you want? Su Hao deliberately pretended to be cold and walked towards Qin Wu step by step, with a red light in his eyes. According to our agreement, since this is a life and death duel, only one of us can survive. In this case, I should take your life. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, kill me. I'm not afraid of death, not afraid. Qin Wu still spoke stubbornly, but her slightly trembling body revealed her inner fear. Oh? Are you really not afraid? Suhao stretched out his fingers, and the thermonuclear energy gathered at his fingertips again. Then I'm going to take action. Don't blame me. Qinwu's lips trembled. I. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I. Before she could finish her words, the corner of her mouth curled up, and she could no longer hold back her tears, which instantly burst out and slid down her cheeks. At this moment, she covered her body tightly, her shoulders trembling, and the tears streaming from the corners of her eyes reflected her inner grievances. That ferocious look had long since disappeared, replaced by a wounded little girl, looking pitiful. Seeing this, Suhao immediately retracted the energy ball from his fingertips. Originally, he just wanted to scare Qinwu and make her admit defeat, but he didn't expect that he would actually scare her to tears. He soothed her softly, "Okay, little tiger tooth, stop crying. I won't kill you." Qinwu sobbed, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and raised her head carefully. "Really, really?" Suhao squatted down and looked Qinwu in the eye. "I never thought of hurting you. How could I bear to do that? Little tiger tooth, be my wife. I will protect you." Qinwu listened quietly to Suhao's words, her tears slowly stopped flowing, and the hatred in her heart gradually disappeared. Like Ziling, she has a deep admiration for the strong, and the strength displayed by Suhao has far surpassed hers. Recalling Suhao's previous behavior towards him, thinking about it carefully, there was actually no deep hatred. She just didn't like being so close to a strange man. Now, as the hatred dissipates, a new feeling quietly grew in her heart, a love that even surprised herself. Qinwu raised her head slightly and said in a cold voice, "Don't be so delusional. I'm not interested in someone like you." Suhao looked at her rapidly rising favorability and immediately understood her feelings, so he stopped asking too many questions. "Little tiger tooth, you are destined to be my woman, and even Jesus can't stop me." He gently touched Qinwu's face, then turned and left. After walking a few steps, Qinwu's voice came from behind. Wait a minute." Suhao stopped and turned around to ask, "Is there anything else?" Qinwu stood up, her face slightly red, and she mustered up the courage to ask, "Can I see you again?" "See you again someday." Suhao smiled slightly and walked away. "Wow, so strong and handsome." Qinwu stared blankly at the direction where Suhao left. Apparently, she has become her little fan again. "Second sister, he's gone, why are you still watching?" Sumei's voice sounded from the side, looking at her with a smile. "I haven't settled the score with you yet. You actually protected him and dared to go against me." Qinwu crossed his arms and glared at the three of them. "Good sister, I know I was wrong, but he is the man I like, and I don't want you to hurt her." Sumei hugged Qinwu's arm and said coquettishly, "You little devil." Qinwu glared at her, then looked at Ziling and Xia Yun. "Do you like him too?" They were both silent. "I understand." Qinwu sighed softly, "No one of you is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today, especially you must not tell my eldest sister." After Suhao left, he continued to head towards Qinglong Academy. 7 people have been contracted, and only 3 are left to complete the system task. As for the hexagram, their eldest sister is still left. He had heard Lingyao say that their eldest sister was named Guanyu, who was good at using a big knife and was much stronger than the other 5. He is also a huge fan of Lingyao, so like her, he is cruel, cold as ice, and shows no mercy to others. I really want to see her right away. After arriving at Qinglong College, he walked towards the classroom where Class 8 was located. Before he even reached the door, someone spotted him. "Look, here he comes, he's finally here. Hurry back and tell the boss to be prepared." Several people immediately ran back to Class 8 and told the news to Li Deju in the class. "Is he finally here? I've been waiting for him for a long time." Li Deju's body trembled slightly when he heard the news that Suhao was coming. Chapter 53, Trap. Suhao walked into the classroom of Class 8 of Tianzi. As a result, the moment I opened the classroom door, I found that all the students inside were standing in neat rows. "Boss!" Everyone bowed and shouted in unison. "This is?" Suhao was confused for a moment. "Boss, from today on, you are the boss of our Tianzi Class 8. All of us are willing to fight for you." Wang Defa walked forward and bowed. When they looked up again, Suhao had already walked to a seat and sat down as if nothing had happened. "Boss, please accept us." Everyone came to Su Hao and knelt on one knee. Ever since they saw Su Hao's heroic fighting figure and his decisive and ruthless killing that day, they were all attracted to him. This is how the situation arose where people wanted to worship him as their boss. Su Hao stared at them indifferently and said calmly, "Get up. If you don't accept us, we will never get up again even if we die." Wang Defa said firmly. "Then it's up to you." Su Hao smiled indifferently. How is it possible to recruit a younger brother? The only thing he needs is a wife he can completely trust. Apart from that, he doesn't need any teammates at all. Not to mention my younger brother. These people's fighting power is too weak. He still needs protection. It's both troublesome and useless. But these people were so determined to kneel down that they had no intention of standing up unless Su Hao agreed. They are so annoying. Su Hao looked at them kneeling and his anger suddenly soared. Just then, a woman walked into the classroom from outside. Name, Lu Yanran. Race, human. Age, 19. Attribute, soft. Strength, 3,868. Agility, 3,986. Endurance, 3,889. Defense, 3,780. Spiritual power, 3,750. Quality, poor. Spiritual power, 58. Appearance, 90. Favorability, 0. Su Hao listened to the values of the woman in front of him. A beauty score of 90 is considered beautiful. But her quality, why is it so poor? Su Hao still believed in the system very much. He could only sign a contract with a woman who the system told him was of the highest quality. There must be something wrong with a low-quality woman like this. Look, isn't that our school's beauty? Yes, Lu Yanran from class 16. How did she get here? The discussion outside the classroom gradually grew louder. The students' curiosity was completely ignited. Lu Yanran walked lightly, her eyes fixed on Su Hao, and walked through the crowd straight to his seat. She leaned forward slightly and said softly, "You must be Su Hao, right? I'm Lu Yanran from the class next door." Su Hao held his chin with one hand and didn't even look at her. It was obvious that he was not interested in her arrival. Lu Yanran was a little embarrassed, but she didn't give up. Can you come with me for a moment? I have something I want to talk to you alone. If you have anything to say, just say it here." Su Hao finally turned his head and glanced at her lightly. "There are too many people here. I feel embarrassed. Just come with me, please." Lu Yanran's voice became even softer, and she looked pitiful. When Su Hao heard her pretentious words, his body trembled involuntarily. He secretly compared them in his mind. Su Mei's charm is that kind of natural charm, and Lu Yanran in front of her gives people a green tea feeling. That kind of pretending to be delicate attitude makes people feel a little disgusted, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is definitely no good intention behind it. Is this not the reason why the system shows her as inferior? Su Hao's curiosity was still aroused, and he wanted to see what Lu Yanran was up to. So he decided to go with her. "Okay." Su Hao finally spoke, his voice calm and without showing any emotion. When Lu Yanran heard Su Hao's agreement, a glimmer of success flashed in her eyes. She smiled and nodded, then turned and walked out of the classroom door. Su Hao stood up, followed her, and walked out of the classroom together, leaving the classroom full of students talking. The two walked through the school corridors. Lu Yanran seemed to be very familiar with the route. She led Su Hao and finally arrived at an inconspicuous storage room. Lu Yanran pushed open the door. The light in the utility room was dim and it was filled with various discarded tables and chairs. Su Hao stood behind her, his eyes swept around the room, and asked calmly, "If you have anything to say, please tell me." At this moment, something strange happened. The originally solid ground suddenly began to become soft as if it had been melted by high temperature. There are even signs of volatility. Before Su Hao could react, he felt the ground beneath his feet collapse rapidly. In a moment, his body fell to the ground. Only his head was still above the ground. Lu Yanran looked at Su Hao's predicament, a smug smile on her lips. "Do you like it? This is specially prepared for you. A murderer, nothing more than that." "That's right, it wasn't easy for us to capture him. It seems he's not as powerful as the legend says." Two men walked out from the side. Seeing this, Lu Yanran immediately rushed towards one of them. Brother Xiaoxia, thanks to me, we were able to catch him so easily. Brother Xiaoxia ignored Lu Yanran's coquettish behavior. He turned a mysterious device in his hand, and a virtual human figure was projected out of the device. He carefully compared the portrait with Su Hao on the ground. After confirming that everything was correct, he nodded and said, "The target is correct, it is indeed him." When the other bald man heard this, greed flashed in his eyes. He rubbed his hands excitedly. "We're going to make a fortune this time. The reward for killing him is 100,000, and the reward for capturing him alive is 1 million. As long as we hand him over, he. Su Hao listened quietly to the conversation between the few people. It turned out that the matter was not simple. These people came specifically to capture him. Could it be? He guessed the truth immediately. It must be that his true identity was discovered, which is why the Fong family came to him. This is a good opportunity. Su Hao decided to follow the clues and use this opportunity to find the Fong family who had imprisoned him for 17 years. The bald man had a fierce look on his face and said viciously, "Knock this guy out first, then take him out." As he spoke, he casually swung his strong arm and pulled out a heavy baseball bat from behind him. Then he locked his eyes on Su Hao's head, gripped the baseball bat tightly with both hands, raised it high, and made as if he was going to swing it hard. Xiaosagu on the side quickly stopped him and said, Hey! Aren't you afraid of beating him to death by doing this?" The bald man glared at Xiaoxia with his eyes as big as copper bells, and shouted at him, "Stop talking nonsense. I know what I'm doing. At most, I'll just give him a concussion. As long as I can make sure this kid is still breathing, that's all." After saying that, he gritted his teeth and smashed the baseball bat in his hand hard towards Su Hao's head. Chapter 54 Interrogation. How cruel, so scary. Lu Yanran pretended to be terrified, covered her eyes with her hands, her body trembling slightly, and fell into Brother Xiaoxia's arms. "Don't be afraid, Sister Yanran, I'm here." Brother Xiaoxia patted Lu Yanran's back and comforted her softly. "Wait until I exchange it for money, and buy you a luxury car, so that you can live in glory." How could this trick possibly trap Su Hao? He has quietly opened up the void realm. Just as the bald man swung the baseball bat and was about to smash him to the ground, the eye of the void was activated. The hot pot man felt that the baseball bat in his hand suddenly became lighter, and his body almost lost its balance because of excessive force. He looked down and found that his hands were empty. The baseball bat had disappeared without any warning. After looking at the ground again, he found that there was only a big pit on the ground. Su Hao had disappeared. "Where is he? Are you looking for me?" A cold voice came from behind the bald man. The moment he turned around, a strong hand had already grasped his neck. "You, how could you? You're not." The bald man's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "I'll only ask once, who sent you?" Su Hao said murderously, his fingers almost digging into his throat. The bald man struggled and shouted, "Li Xiaoxia, hurry, kill him quickly." Li Xiaoxia, who was standing next to him, saw the scene and his clothes instantly burst open, revealing his shiny golden belly button. Li Xiaoxia, also known as Brother Xiaoxia, has the ability to shoot light waves from the holes in his body, also known as sexy light waves. He held his hands behind his head, his big belly protruded forward, and golden energy began to gather in his belly button. The belly button was aimed at Su Hao, who was not far away. "Take this move from me." Li Xiaoxia shot out golden light. Su Hao quickly used the bald man as a shield. As a result, the beam of light directly penetrated the bald man's chest and hit Su Hao, who was squatting behind him. I asked you to come in him." The bald man groaned in pain. "Why the hell did you come in me? Go with peace of mind. As long as you die, my share of the reward will be doubled." Li Xiaoxia patted his belly button calmly, not caring about the bald man's life or death. Su Hao's defense power is as high as more than 8,000. Such an attack was just a scratch on his face, causing him only a slight pain. He threw the bald man aside as if he were discarding a useless item. Then, his eyes, sharp as a knife, locked onto Li Xiaoxia and asked, "Who sent you? You're not dead yet." Li Xiaoxia faced Su Hao's questioning without fear. Instead, he smiled slightly. "But next, let's see if you can still hold on." Li Xiaoxia stood still, spiritual energy surged throughout his body, and every hole in his body, including his eyes, mouth, ears, nose, began to emit dazzling golden light. Moment. 10 golden beams of light shot out from all over Li Xiaoxia's body as if they had life. They turned in the air and flew towards Su Hao's body at different angles and trajectories. Ah, this is an attack with no blind spots. No one can dodge this move. Li Xiaosha's laughter echoed in the utility room. He firmly believed that this move was enough to defeat Su Hao. Su Hao stood there with an expressionless face, too lazy to show off to a small figure like Li Xiaosha. He just wanted to force out the person behind the scenes as soon as possible. So, he took out the dragon scale spear without hesitation. As his thoughts progressed, the gun body quickly formed a layer of dragon scale shield, which was extremely strong and easily blocked the golden beams coming from all directions, preventing any light from penetrating. After defending against Li Xiaosha's attack, Su Hao quickly gathered his mental power. The dragon scale spear gathered in his hand, and with his telekinesis, it suddenly flew towards Li Xiaosha, who had not yet recovered. There was a flash of silver light in the sky. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, it moves so fast that it is almost impossible to catch. The deadly light was reflected in Li Xiaosha's pupils, but his body seemed to be frozen and he could not make any effective dodge. Ah! A desperate roar erupted from his throat. Before the voice fell, the dragon scale spear had already pierced his body, bringing with it a puff of blood mist, and nailed him fiercely to the cold wall. Lu Yanran, who was standing by, witnessed this horrific scene. Her face instantly turned as pale as paper, and she was terrified. She knew that if she stayed here, she might be the next one, so she turned around and tried to escape. But how could Su Hao let her escape so easily? Humph, you want to escape? Su Hao sneered, and his mental power moved slightly. 2 pieces of dragon scale fragments flew out from the dragon scale spear. They drew 2 graceful arcs in the air and aimed at Lu Yanran's fleeing ankle. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Yanran felt a chill on her ankle. Ah! She screamed and found that her legs had lost the strength to support her body. She fell heavily to the ground. Blood gushed out from the broken wrist, staining the ground red. Can you tell me now? Who ordered you to do this? Su Hao walked up to Li Xiaosha and asked. I'm warning you, let me go immediately. You have no idea how powerful the forces behind me are. If you offend me today, even Ling Yao can't protect you. Li Xiaosha swallowed his saliva, and although his face was pale, he pretended to be calm and threatened. Su Hao shook his head helplessly, wondering, are these minor supporting characters, facing imminent death, all prone to spouting such mindless nonsense? What backstabbing forces? What about a bad ending? If this were a novel, and I wrote a villain like this, I would probably be scolded by readers. Please, spare me. It has nothing to do with me. It's him. He made me do this. Lu Yanran kowtowed desperately to beg for mercy. At the same time, he pointed his trembling fingers at Li Xiaosha, trying to completely shirk the responsibility. Lu Yanran, how dare you betray me? You clearly asked me to do it, and you even said that I could get 1 million by catching him, and now you're putting all the blame on me. Don't talk nonsense. It's obviously you. We are classmates at Qinglong College. I told you not to do this, but you insisted on dealing with him. That's why. You stinky bitch, shut the fuck up, damn it, how dare you frame me? You are the one who framed me. It has nothing to do with me. Please don't implicate me. Su Hao frowned slightly as he listened to the 2 people arguing. He had no interest in this meaningless quarrel. He concentrated his mental power again, and the dragon scale spear in his hand instantly split into more than a dozen sharp fragments. Since you refuse to tell the truth, one of you might as well die first. He immediately ordered the fragments to fly out without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sound echoed in the utility room. There were more than a dozen holes pierced through Li Xiaosha's body. Blood splattered everywhere, his screams stopped abruptly, and his body was nailed to the wall like a rag. This scene frightened Lu Yanran, who was lying on the ground, to the point of incontinence. Her pants were soaked, and urine dripped down her trouser legs. Don't kill me, please. I'll tell you everything. Then I'll ask you one last time, who sent you here? If you don't want to end up like him, you'd better tell me the truth. Su Hao looked down at Lu Yanran, his voice as cold as ice. The dragon scale fragments around him flashed with cold light, as if they would pierce Lu Yanran's body at any time. Chapter 55, Playboy. It was Li Xiaopao from the Tianzi 3rd Squad. He told me that if I could capture someone named Su Hao, I could get a lot of money. I really didn't intend to kill you. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to follow you for life and obey your orders. Lu Yanran put her head on the ground, her body trembling, waiting for Su Hao's final judgment. Is there anything else to add? Su Hao asked. Oh, by the way, Li Xiaopao seems to be related to the Xinglong Association. As for the others, I really don't know. Lu Yanran was frightened and sweated profusely. She swallowed hard. He was afraid that any of his words would anger Su Hao. Very good. Su Hao smiled slightly. To Lu Yanran, his smile looked like the smile of a devil. You look so delicate and tender. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Really? Lu Yanran's tense mood immediately relaxed after hearing this. She raised her head and forced a smile. From today on, I am willing to follow you. You can ask me to do anything. There is indeed something you need to do now. Su Hao looked up and down at Lu Yanran's body and found that she had fair skin and tender flesh, and looked good. Please give me your orders. Lu Yanran lowered her head again with a humble attitude, thinking that her life was saved. I need you to be food for my Charmander. After Su Hao finished speaking, his palm was already placed on Lu Yanran's head. Lu Yanran didn't have time to react. Her body began to twist and deform, and was sucked into the alien space by the powerful force. There. Waiting for her will be the lovely Yanlinger. Yanlinger is a candle dragon after all. The human race and the dragon race have had wars and cooperation. It is not surprising that humans eat dragons and dragons eat humans. Besides, Yanlinger is Su Hao's beloved wife. It is only natural to find food for her. Lu Yanran has smooth skin and a very beautiful appearance, which will definitely satisfy Charmander. Li Xiaopao? Xinglong Club? Are they related to the Feng family? Su Hao thought secretly. In fact, he didn't need to guess to know that after the other party mentioned the name Feng Hao, it must be the Feng family who found me and ordered them to arrest me. It seems that my identity has been exposed. I must become stronger as soon as possible and find the next contract target. Just then. Plop. The sound of someone entering the water was heard. Su Haoming caught this sound. He immediately turned his head to look. The bald man who had been abandoned aside was found to be still alive, with his body on the ground, swimming outward at an alarming speed, obviously trying his best to escape from the scene. He's still alive. It's not that easy to run away. A cold light flashed in Su Hao's eyes, and he immediately chased after him. There was no way he would let this person go. The bald man swam hard on the ground, his heart pounding, and there was only one thought in his mind: he is too scary, I must escape from here. Alright, let's go somewhere crowded. This week we have theory classes, so I don't think he would dare to kill me in front of everyone. Just when he was about to despair, a figure appeared in the distance. It was a woman. The bald man was delighted. I can see people now, is it finally safe? Su Hao also noticed the woman who appeared not far away and shouted, Little rabbit, help me stop him. That person was Xia Yun. She saw a person swimming on the ground, with Su Hao chasing closely behind, and was a little confused for a moment. However, when she heard Su Hao's order, she took out the long stick without any hesitation. Xia Yun's strength was amazing. He swung the long stick and smashed it hard on the ground. A powerful force burst out from the end of the stick, directly knocking the bald man out of the water and into the air. Seeing this, Su Hao seized the opportunity, aimed his palm at the bald man's head, and shot out a piece of dragon scale fragment. The fragment was like a deadly dart, piercing through the bald man's head and bringing out a bloody mist. Ah, murder! Murder, who dares to kill, where? Where, I saw someone being killed. Quick, catch him immediately. Some people around saw the scene. The students gradually gathered here. Su Hao killed 3 people in a row, and he was not afraid of being caught. But at this time, without any evidence, he knew that he would most likely become the target of public criticism. And this will also bring unnecessary trouble to Ling Yao. So, Su Hao made a quick decision, immediately ran to Xia Yun, bent down, hugged Xia Yun in his arms, turned around and ran. This made Xia Yun, who was already confused, even more confused. Xia Yun at this time, wearing an exquisite miniskirt and a cute rabbit mask on her head, she is the smallest among the hexagrams, only 1.59 meters tall. In Su Hao's arms, she curled up into a ball, her big eyes staring up at Su Hao's face. My heart was beating wildly in my chest. If she hadn't been wearing a mask that covered most of her expression, she would probably have fainted from shyness again. They ran to a deserted grove of trees. No one should see us now. Su Hao looked around and made sure that there was no one else before he gently placed Xia Yun on the soft grass. Little rabbit? Su Hao noticed that Xia Yun still had no reaction, so he squatted down and reached out to gently touch her head. Little rabbit, thank you so much for what you did just now. Unexpectedly, Xia Yun took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. You go away. Puff. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little rabbit, what's wrong with you? Are you turning into a shy rabbit again? Don't come over here. Xia Yun used both hands to block her side, leaning back slightly, as if trying her best to keep distance from Su Hao. You carried me to a place like this where there's no one around. What do you want to do? She stared at Su Hao through the gap in the rabbit mask, like a frightened little animal, wanting to escape but also trying to figure out the situation. Su Hao raised his eyebrows. There's no one around, in the woods, on the soft grass, what do you think I should do? Xia Yun feigned seriousness and accused, You playboy. Humph. You've deceived my second, third, fourth, and fifth sisters, and now you still want to bully me? Flirtatious carrot. Su Hao pointed at himself with an innocent expression, then pointed at Xia Yun. You're a cute little rabbit. We're a perfect match. Carrots and rabbits, they're meant to be together. Who says we are a perfect match? You are dreaming. Xia Yun pressed the rabbit mask and glanced to the side. From time to time, she would peek at Su Hao through the rabbit mask, and every time she met his gaze, she would quickly turn her head away, as if she was afraid that he would see her shy face. Su Hao looked at Xia Yun's cute appearance and chuckled softly, Little rabbit, you're so cute that I can't help but want to tease you. But don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would bully cute little animals. After hearing this, Xia Yun couldn't help but snort and muttered softly, You are a bad guy who specializes in bullying small animals. When she finally calmed down, she asked, By the way, why did you kill that person? Do you know that if you kill someone at this time and the school finds out, even the god of war won't be able to save you easily? Su Hao smiled and said, Little rabbit, you are still worried about me. I don't. Xia Yun lowered his head again. Su Hao noticed that the little rabbit's favorability towards him had reached 68, so he attacked without hesitation just now. Maybe she knows some information about that Li Xiaopao. Su Hao's face turned serious as he asked, Little rabbit, do you know Li Xiaopao from the Tianzi Class 3? Chapter 56, Bloodthirsty Yandera. Everything was silent, the night was dark, and the tiny bright spots were lights from houses in the distance. Nights like this always make Su Hao feel an indescribable anticipation. At this moment, he was lying comfortably on the soft big bed, with his beloved wife, Ling Yao, beside him. Ling Yao put her ear close to Su Hao's chest. Listening to his strong heartbeat, her fingers gently drew circles on Su Hao's chest. When Su Hao finished telling what happened today, her eyes flashed with excitement, and she immediately snuggled into Su Hao's chest. Hubby, you killed 3 people today. That's amazing. I love you so much. Well, this sounds a bit wrong. Su Hao smiled slightly, Yao, you are teasing me. No way. Ling Yao raised her head, gently stroking Su Hao's chest with her fingers, her eyes sincere, I'm really praising you, husband. I love it most when you kill people. She really meant the compliment sincerely. Because she has a killing system, she has killed countless enemies and is cruel and ruthless. She feels uncomfortable if she doesn't kill someone for a day. Su Hao's actions were exactly what she desired in her heart. By the way, husband, what are you going to do next? Ling Yao asked curiously. Of course, find the mastermind behind this and then destroy the Feng family. Even if they don't find me on their own initiative, I will definitely wipe out his entire family with my own hands. There was a chilling murderous intent in Su Hao's eyes. Ling Yao's gaze was fixed on Su Hao's face. Her cheeks gradually turned bright red, and her body trembled slightly involuntarily. Su Hao noticed Ling Yao's strangeness and patted her shoulder. Yao, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Suddenly, a strange red light flashed in Ling Yao's eyes, and her body seemed to have lost control. A strong chill burst out from her body and blew around. The cold air was so oppressive that it made people shudder. But after feeling it carefully, he found that it was not just cold air, it was a cold breath condensed from strong murderous intent. The aura quickly spread, instantly enveloping the entire room in a terrifying atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Ling Yao's laughter was particularly harsh in the silent room, and her silver white hair stood on end. Those eyes, filled with red light, revealed madness. She crossed her arms over her chest and laughed wildly. That's right, this is my beloved husband. Kill him, kill them all. Anyone who has offended my husband will not be spared. I will send them all to hell. Ling Yao's voice became louder and louder. She was almost screaming at the end, and her crazy look made it hard to believe that she was so gentle just now. Su Hao looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He initially thought she was a cold goddess. Later I found out that she was a gentle and mature lady. But now, she turned into a bloodthirsty yandere again. Okay, Yao Yao, calm down. Su Hao wanted to calm her down, but she wouldn't listen to anything at this moment and was still laughing wildly. No one can offend my husband. Anyone my husband wants to kill deserves to die. Only my husband is the only king of Blue Star. She is. Su Hao shook his head slightly. He didn't expect her to be so crazy, but her appearance was quite unique. So he immediately hugged Ling Yao and stroked her soft body. Okay, Yao Yao, calm down. This made Ling Yao stop her terrible murderous intent. Ling Yao's eyes gradually regained clarity. Honey, I'm sorry. I just seem to have lost my composure. Su placed his hand on her cheek, stroking it gently with his thumb. No way, Yao Yao. I like everything about you, including the way you looked just now. Besides, my wife's murderous look is also very cute. I like it. Hearing Su Hao's words, Ling Yao's eyes turned slightly red and tears welled up in her eyes. She hugged Su Hao tightly, as if she wanted to convey all her emotions to him through this hug. Husband, I like you too. When you become stronger, will you accompany me to kill the enemy together? Of course. Su Hao smiled slightly. You are my first wife, I will let you kill me with pleasure. A moment later, Ling Yao seemed to remember something. She let go of Su Hao and said seriously, by the way, do you want me to send someone to help you investigate the person behind this? Su Hao shook his head gently. No need. I've asked little Bunny to go get some information. She's in the same class as Li Xiaopao, so I'm sure there will be news soon. Ling Yao frowned slightly. It's not convenient to take action at school these days. Su Hao smiled confidently. I will do it outside the school. Ling Yao grabbed Su Hao's hand and said, you have to be careful. There are still many powerful warriors out there. If you encounter a strong enemy, don't act too aggressively. Su Hao nodded, I understand. Ling Yao still seemed worried. Oh, right? You just mentioned the Xinglong Society. They have considerable influence and have already infiltrated Azure Dragon Academy. You must be extra careful if you encounter them. Su Hao asked curiously, what's going on with this Xinglong Society? Ling Yao's expression turned serious, and she explained in detail, the Xinglong Society is quite complicated. They were originally an organization to revitalize the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. Later, due to various reasons, it became a sect that would do anything to achieve its goals, and its internal structure became even more complicated. If you encounter any problems that you cannot solve, please contact me. I will protect you even if it costs me everything. Yao Yao, as long as you are here, I'm not afraid of anything. Although he said this, deep down in his heart, Su Hao still wanted to rely on his own strength to solve all of this. The next day, Su Hao and Xia Yun met outside the college. Xia Yun lived up to expectations. Investigate and find out the relevant information about Li Xiaopao. This man is the son of a wealthy man in Jiangnan City. His father, Li Depeo, is very rich. His grandfather, Li Laopao, is said to be a powerful warrior, and his identity is very mysterious. Besides Qinglong College, Li Xiaopao often went to the famous Wanhua Street in Jiangnan City after leaving school. Su Hao, do you really want to go to that kind of place? Xia Yun followed him and asked curiously. That's right, I will definitely not let him go. Since we can't do it inside the academy, we can only do it outside. Su Hao smiled disapprovingly and looked aside. Little rabbit, why did you come with me? Are you worried about me? No. No, don't overthink it. Xia Yun immediately made an excuse in a panic. I also wanted to teach him a lesson, so. This excuse is too lame. It seems that this little rabbit is not good at lying. Su Hao did not continue to ask, thinking that Xia Yun did have some ability, and having her by his side might be able to help him. The two walked into Wanhua Street. It was Xia Yun's first time to come to such a place. Looking at everything around her, she unconsciously grabbed the corner of Su Hao's clothes. Chapter 57 Shishue Tower. Handsome guy, come and play. Come here, sister has something good for you. Why are you here just now? Come here, come here. On Wanhua Street, all kinds of beautiful women are posing, dancing, and constantly casting seductive glances at passers-by, trying to seduce them into their world. The women here are not only human, but also of various other races. They are charming, enchanting, or mysterious. Fox girl, cat girl, lion, devil. It has everything you need. However, most of the women are just cosplayers, and there are a very small number of real non-human race women among them. In this world, many people are sold as slaves. When humans get tired of playing with them, they are sold here. This was Xia Yun's first time in such a place. She was too naive and seemed a little at a loss. She could only hold on to the corner of Su Hao's clothes and follow him carefully. Little rabbit, if you are scared, you can go back first. Su Hao turned around and glanced at Xia Yun. I'm not afraid. Xia Yun clenched his fists and muttered softly, let me leave. Who knows what bad things you'll do? I have to keep an eye on you. Su Hao is a very focused man. Apart from his wife, he has no interest in other women. Unless it's not human. Su Hao looked at the women around him and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I didn't expect people in this world to be so playful. But his expression remained indifferent. Because he knew that these women were human beings and did not have much appeal to him. Just then, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a special figure. It was a half-orc female. Her body was no different from that of a human, with enchanting curves and extreme sexiness, but her head was that of a lion, with golden hair and a wild look in her eyes. This is the Jishur tribe, an extremely rare race. The sign next to her clearly stated her price 9.98 million. If you like it, you can buy it home. Xia Yun crossed his arms, hugged them in front of his chest, and glanced at Su Hao coldly. Little rabbit. Su Hao leaned close to Xia Yun's face and asked softly, are you jealous already? Who would be jealous of you? Xia Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly turned around and ignored Su Hao. Okay, let's get down to business. Su Hao reached out and gently touched Xia Yun's head. You, don't touch me. Xia Yun gently pushed Su Hao's hand away. Her gaze suddenly fixed on the distance, pointing in one direction. The target you're looking for has appeared. Following Xia Yun's guidance, Su Hao looked through the crowd and landed on a man in a yellow shirt. The man looked very proud and walked towards a high-rise building with two of his men. Let's go and take a look. Su Hao took Xia Yun's hand and followed closely behind the man in yellow. Soon, they arrived at the door of the building. This is a red building with an ancient appearance. Standing in front of the building, Su Hao couldn't help but think of the ancient times on Earth. Such places seemed to be the places where literati and poets pretended to be cultured and where lewd teachers committed crimes. There is a plaque hanging on the door of the building. 3 big characters Shi Shui Lu were written on it in gold paint. Su Hao looked at the plaque and wondered in his heart, he came to this place, could it be that he was here too? With doubts, Su Hao and Xia Yun stepped into Shi Shui Tower. A very ordinary-looking woman came up to greet them. Her expression was a little dull as she said mechanically, guests, the room is ready. Please follow me. The 2 men followed the woman. Walk through the corridor and go deeper into the building. Xia Yun asked quietly, hey, what on earth is this place? Why does it feel weird to me? She looked around nervously and found that there were many tightly closed doors around her. A strange red light shone through the cracks in the doors, and occasionally she could hear the excited voice of a man. Su Hao did not answer, because he also did not know the specific situation here, but these were not the main points. His goal is to catch Li Xiaopao. Ask him to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. After a while, the 2 were taken into a small room. The layout of the room is very simple. The walls, floors, and even the ceiling were all painted a deep red. In the center of the room stood a huge bed with a frame made of beautifully carved mahogany. It's called a bed, but it looks a bit like a coffin. A red curtain hung above the head of the bed, fluttering gently, as if waiting for the owner to arrive. On one side of the bed, there is an antique incense burner with faint spices burning in it and smoke rising. There's something weird about this place. Little rabbit, wait for me here first. Su Hao said as he was about to leave. In addition to looking for Li Xiaopao, he also needed to explore where this place was. At this time, he did not notice that Xia Yun behind him seemed to have undergone some strange changes. Xia Yun quickly hugged him from behind, her voice trembling, Don't leave me, okay? Su Hao turned around and soothed her softly, "Little rabbit, wait here for me. I'll be back soon." "I don't want." Xia Yun suddenly took off the rabbit mask on her face with a violent movement, revealing a rosy face. Her face was unusually flushed, her chest heaved rapidly, and the hot air from her mouth condensed into mist in the air. Her red lips were slightly opened, as if she was trying to suppress something, and her body involuntarily moved closer to Su Hao. I want to be with you, please, don't leave me forever, okay?" Xia Yun gently tiptoed and tried to kiss Su Hao, but because of the height difference, she couldn't reach him. So she hugged Su Hao's neck tightly with both hands, and supported herself on the ground with only one toe, so that her lips could barely touch Su Hao's lower lip. Su Hao frowned, sensing something was wrong with Xia Yun. "What's wrong with the little rabbit? It doesn't seem normal." Xia Yun jumped off Su Hao's body and stared at him with fanatical eyes. "I really like you, I will never give you to my sisters, even if they are my closest relatives. You are mine." She jumped on Su Hao again and begged, "Please, kiss me hard, please." "Little rabbit, calm down." Su Hao gently pushed her away. "How could this be the time to do such a thing? Please, kiss me, please." Xia Yun looked extremely aggrieved. If she was rejected again, she would probably burst into tears immediately. Su Hao looked at Xia Yun with longing eyes, which was so cute and attractive, but she was not like that at all. Something must be wrong. Chapter 58 Torture. Su Hao's intuition told him. Xia Yun's sudden change was no accident. His eyes darted around the room. Finally, it stopped at the incense burner. Ever since they entered the room, he had vaguely sensed a faint fragrance in the air. It seems to be somehow related to Xia Yun's abnormal behavior. Realize this. Su Hao immediately concentrated his mind, used his telekinesis, and with a slight wave of his hand, the exit of the incense burner was sealed. As the aroma disappears, Xia Yun's eyes gradually regained clarity. "What's wrong with me?" She shook her cute little head, trying to figure out what was going on. She felt around and found her bunny mask was gone, a blush spreading across her exposed cheeks. "My face?" Su Hao patted Xia Yun's head gently. "Little rabbit, you finally woke up." "Awake? Xia Yun's mind quickly replayed the scene just now, and his face suddenly turned as red as a ripe apple. She closed her eyes, kicked her legs, and stopped moving. "Little rabbit, it's okay now." "Little rabbit?" Su Hao called out repeatedly, but Xia Yun remained motionless like a sculpture, just like the last time he fainted. Did she faint from shyness again? Su Hao guessed, then gently picked up Xia Yun and carefully placed her on the bed. Xia Yun didn't actually faint. She was just too ashamed to bear the consequences, so she pretended to faint to avoid the embarrassing situation. What else is he going to do? Is he going to? Xia Yun guessed secretly in his heart, while waiting nervously. "My little rabbit, you rest here first, I'll be back soon." Su Hao gently kissed her forehead, then turned and left the room. The room fell into silence. All that could be heard was Xia Yun's heartbeat thumping in the quiet air, its power comparable to that of an emperor's engine. She recalled what she had said to Su Hao, and the shame made her wish she could find a hole to crawl into. But then I remembered what Su Hao said at the end. Wow, he said I was his little rabbit. I'm so happy. No, when did I become his? Well, it seems like being his little rabbit wouldn't be bad either. I wonder what the other sisters would think. Even if they disagree, I won't give up on him. Xia Yun unconsciously reached out and touched the forehead that had been kissed by Su Hao, and couldn't help but raise a silly smile at the corner of her mouth. However, she didn't notice. Just under the bed where she was, a pair of eyes quietly opened and a hand quietly stretched out from under the bed. After Su Hao left the room, he immediately searched for Li Xiaopao. He passed through several small rooms. Out of curiosity, I secretly took a peek at the scene inside. In each room, there is a man and a woman lying on the bed. They seem to be immersed in their own world. Su Hao was not very interested in this. He stopped in front of a door and looked inside quietly. In the room, Li Xiaopao was indeed there. Besides him, there were two other men. Seeing this scene, Su Hao couldn't help but feel a little confused. 3 men in a room, no women? Could it be that they have a homosexual fetish? The conversation between the 3 people came out clearly. I must enjoy myself today. Yes, I heard that this one is a top-grade product. It's very comfortable to use, and it makes you feel like you're floating in the air. I'll go first in a moment, you two get in line. Okay, little cannon brother, you should enjoy it first. The three of them gathered around the bed, their eyes fixed on a target on the bed, as if waiting for something. Su Hao didn't have time to listen to their idle chat. He quickly extended the dragon scale spear from his palm and used his telekinesis to separate the two pieces of dragon scale fragments from the spear. Two pieces of dragon scale fragments spun rapidly in the air, emitting a sharp cold light. Get rid of these two first. His target was locked on the two people beside Li Xiaopao, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then, driven by telekinesis, two pieces of dragon scale fragments drew two light tracks through the air, at a speed so fast that it was almost impossible to catch. The two men had no time to react before the dragon scale fragments pierced their heads with thunderous force. The air in the room froze instantly, and only two crisp sounds were heard, which were the sounds of a skull being smashed. Then, two streams of blood splashed onto the surrounding walls. Li Xiaopao was stunned and completely stunned. It wasn't until he looked down and saw the blood on the wall and the bodies of two people on the ground that he came to his senses from the shock. He wanted to run away and shouted, "Help!" However, his cry for help had not yet been fully uttered. Su Hao rushed into the room with a gun in hand. The fragments of the dragon scale spear instantly wrapped around Zhang Xiaopao's body, binding him tightly. "Help! Someone come quickly!" Zhang Xiaopao struggled and shouted for help. "Stop screaming, no one can save you." Su Hao had appeared behind him without him knowing when. Li Xiaopao swallowed nervously and turned around to see his face clearly. Who are you?" Su Hao smiled slightly. "My name is Su Hao." "Su Hao. Su Hao. Su Hao." Li Xiaopao repeated it silently several times before suddenly remembering, "Are you Su Hao? It seems I found the right person." Su Hao's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he asked in a cold voice, "Tell me, why did you send someone to kill me?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Li Xiaopao tried to remain calm. "Do you know where this is? How dare you kill someone here? Do you know who my father is? Do you know my background? The owner of this place, my father, and my background are not people you can afford to offend. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly and kowtow to me and apologize. Maybe I'll consider letting you go. Otherwise, you talk too much nonsense." Su Hao interrupted him, "It seems I have no choice but to kill you." He slowly raised his palm, and the dragon scale fragment in his palm trembled slightly. As Su Hao used his telekinesis, the dragon scale fragment instantly passed through Li Xiaopao's shoulder, leaving a string of blood beads. "Ah!" Li Xiaopao's screams of pain echoed in the room. However, Su Hao had already used the void realm. No matter how heart-wrenchingly Li Xiaopao screamed, his voice could not be heard. "Tell me who instructed you. As long as you tell the truth, I will let you go." Su Hao asked again. I don't know what you are talking about." Li Xiaopao's voice trembled, but he still insisted. "Snort!" Su Hao snorted coldly, appearing extremely impatient. He waved his hand lightly, and the dragon scale fragments attacked again, passing through Li Xiaopao's body at a faster speed. In just less than a minute, Li Xiaopao was like a punctured blood bag, with more than a dozen blood holes all over his body. He could no longer endure this inhuman torture. Stop it, I'll tell you, everything." Chapter 59 Vampire. Li Xiaopao is affiliated with Xinglong Society. The bounty mission he received this time was ordered by this organization to capture Su Hao. In addition to him, many other people received this task. However, Li Xiaopao's status in the Xinglong Society is not high, and he cannot provide any other useful information. "Is that all you know?" Su Hao stared at Zhang Xiaopao with eyes as sharp as a blade, and the invisible sense of oppression almost made it difficult for him to breathe. "No. That's right, I've already told you everything I know." Zhang Xiaopao's voice trembled. "I was really just carrying out the mission assigned by the Xinglong Society. I had no choice. Now, can you let me go?" Su Hao smiled slightly and raised the dragon scale fragment in his hand. "If that's the case, then you can go to hell." Zhang Xiaopao's face instantly lost all color. You promised to let me go, didn't you? You can't go back on your word." "Yes, I did agree to let you go, but I just wanted to set you free." Su Hao waved his hand and the dragon scale fragment flew out like lightning, instantly piercing Zhang Xiaopao's head. Zhang Xiaopao's body shook violently, and then he fell to the ground weakly. Blood gushed out from the wound on his head and gradually spread on the floor. This action Su Hao did not obtain any more valuable information. He only knew that the mastermind behind the scenes must have some connection with the Xinglong society, but to uncover the truth, it seemed that he could only wait for them to take action again. He pondered in his heart. At this point, we must leave here as soon as possible. Su Hao turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he stopped. Etc. A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered that the three men were staring at the bed before they died. Is there some secret hidden in that bed? With strong curiosity, Su Hao walked towards the bed. Just as he approached the bed and was about to take a closer look, there was a sudden movement in the groove of the bed. A woman slowly sat up. Their eyes met in the air and looked into each other's eyes. Name, manga. Race, vampire. Age, 1590. Attribute, blood. Strength, 8900. Agility, 10,550. Endurance, 9,560. Defense, 11,258. Spiritual power, 9860. Quality, high. Spiritual power, 68. Appearance, 85. Favorability, 0. Vampire? Su Hao's eyes were fixed on the woman. The data showed that the seemingly ordinary woman in front of him was actually a vampire. And her strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. Despite this, her quality has only reached an advanced level and has not yet met the conditions for signing a contract with Su Hao. Manhwa's appearance is no different from that of an ordinary woman. Just a slightly pale complexion. She was dressed seductively in a bikini. When he saw Su Hao, he smiled slightly and said seductively, "Sir, is this your first time here? From now on, let me, manhwa, serve you throughout the whole process." Serve? This is indeed an unusual place. Before Su Hao could speak, manhwa's attention was drawn to the three corpses on the ground. Her expression suddenly changed, her eyes instantly turning blood red, and her sharp fangs were exposed from between her lips. You killed them? You actually killed people in Shishua Tower, don't even think about leaving. Seeing that the female vampire was angry, Su Hao did not hesitate at all and quickly directed the dragon scale spear in his hand. The gun shot out like a dragon, piercing manhwa's forehead. Su Hao knew clearly that manhwa's normal stats were higher than his. If they really fought, even if he could win, it might attract more enemies. Therefore, he chose to strike first. Everything seemed to end too easily. Oh no, little rabbit. Su Hao felt a little uneasy. Thinking that Xia Yun might have encountered the same kind of vampire, he immediately rushed out. Just after Su Hao left, manhwa, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up, and the wound on her forehead healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. She licked the blood from her lips and whispered to herself, "You dare to hurt me? You will pay the price for this." Su Hao ran back to the room anxiously, and the scene in front of him made his heart tighten. The room was in chaos, and Xia Yun lay quietly on the cold floor, motionless. He rushed to Xia Yun and carefully held her in his arms, his worry evident in his heart. "Little rabbit, what happened?" While asking, Su Hao unfolded the air camera and carefully checked Xia Yun's physical condition. Fortunately, he found that Xia Yun was not hurt, but was just lying on the ground to rest because he was too tired. Su Hao finally felt a little relieved. Xia Yun slowly opened her eyes. "I'm fine." Just now, a woman suddenly appeared from under the bed. She tried to bite me, but I managed to drive her away. "I'm glad you're okay. I was really worried about you." Su Hao's arms tightly embraced Xia Yun. He realized that bringing her to this place full of unknown dangers was a mistake on his part. In Su Hao's heart, his wives are the most important, and he will not let them suffer any harm no matter what. He quickly squatted down and carried Xia Yun on his back. "Let's take you away from here." "You, put me down, I can walk by myself." Xia Yun struggled slightly on Su Hao's back. Although Xia Yun is timid, she is willing to fight with all her might for the person she loves. She never wants to hide behind Su Hao and become a useless vase. "Little rabbit, don't move. Now you just need to hold me quietly," Su Hao commanded softly. When Xia Yun heard this, she immediately stopped struggling, wrapped her arms around Su Hao's neck, rested her cheek on his back, and leaned on him quietly. Su Hao felt the strange atmosphere of this place and knew that he had to leave this dangerous place immediately. He carried Xia Yun on his back and quickly walked out of the room and came to the red corridor. The strange red light that originally filled the entire space suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings fell into silent darkness. Only Su Hao's footsteps echoed in the corridor. How dare you kill someone in Shishue Tower? What do you think this place is? You can't leave today. A woman's voice echoed in the corridor. Don't worry, little rabbit. I'm here. Su Hao comforted Xia Yun on his back. He glanced around sharply and said in a deep voice, I want to leave, but no one can stop me. Sisters, stop him. The woman's voice sounded again. As the sound fell, the doors of the small rooms opened at the same time. Dozens of women came out. Their faces were pale, their fangs were exposed, and their eyes were flashing red light. They were like evil spirits in the night and quickly surrounded Su Hao, who was standing in the corridor. Chapter 60. Fighting side by side. Vampires, all vampires. It's like poking a vampire's lair. Su Hao glanced at the women sharply. Each of them possessed breathtaking beauty, with skin so white that it was almost transparent, fangs slightly exposed at the corners of their lips, and a dangerous red light flashing in their eyes. The average value of these vampires is over 3,000. They surrounded Su Hao and Xia Yun in the middle of the corridor, forming an inescapable encirclement. A woman slowly approached them and said, How dare you kill someone here? You're quite brave. Su Hao's gaze fixed on her, and he realized that this was the woman he had just shot through the head with. You're still alive? You can't kill me. I am a noble vampire. Mengya's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an arrogant smile. Su Hao had heard of vampires, but that was all knowledge from Earth, and he didn't know much about the vampires in this world. It's actually a vampire. Xia Yun's voice sounded from Su Hao's back. Little rabbit, do you know them? Su Hao asked. That's right, vampires are immortal. There is a place specially set up for vampires on Manhwa Street. People will feel ecstatic and very comfortable when their blood is sucked by them. I didn't expect it to be here. I also heard that their master, the vampire queen, is very powerful, comparable to a god of war. Xia Yun's voice trembled as he tried his best to explain. Little rabbit, are you afraid? Su Hao turned around and looked at her. Only when I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything. Xia Yun snuggled tightly on Su Hao's back. Mengya's soft long hair fluttered gently in the air, contrasting with her pale face, making her look even more enchanting. 50 years, a full 50 years, and no one has been able to hurt me. I never expected that the one who hurt me was a human kid. She gently stroked her forehead. You killed someone on our territory, and you dared to hurt me. You too, prepare to be sucked dry by us today. The beautiful vampires around them also began to stir, ready to attack the two at any time. Xia Yun's voice rang softly beside Su Hao's ears, You go first. It will be difficult for you to escape if you carry me on your back. Su Hao smiled slightly, Silly rabbit, how could I abandon you? Don't worry, I will definitely take you away. Xia Yun stared straight at Su Hao, then, put me down. I want to fight with you. Su Hao hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, okay. He carefully put Xia Yun down. Mengya sneered, Why, you still want to resist? Su Hao did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the exit behind Mengya and he exchanged glances with Xia Yun. The two of them didn't need to say much, they already understood each other. Little rabbit, let's rush out. Su Hao whispered, and then the two of them rushed in that direction. Sisters, capture these two. Mengya gave an order, and the surrounding vampires pounced on the two. The two sides instantly intertwined and the fight began. Su Hao held the dragon scale spear tightly, and faced these enchantingly beautiful vampires without a trace of pity in his eyes. His gun blade pierced through the bodies of female vampires one by one. To his shock, the attacks did not seem to cause any real harm to them. After being pierced, they retreated only briefly before rising again. How about this? Su Hao aimed at a female vampire wearing a red and pink bikini. He aimed the spear at her neck and chopped it down. Puff! The powerful force instantly cut off her neck. The female vampire's body fell limply to the ground, blood gushing out from her broken blood vessels. Su Hao thought that this blow had finally ended her life. However, 3 seconds later, the female vampire stood up again. She picked up the head that fell on the ground, grabbed her hair, and then threw the head towards Su Hao with force. Asshole, chop off my head and I'll suck you dry. The head flying in the air let out a sharp cry and flew towards Su Hao. Su Hao turned quickly, swung his spear, and accurately nailed her head on the tip of the spear. Isn't she still alive? Sure enough, the female vampire's body continued to attack him, trying to get her head back. Holy crap! What kind of incredible recovery ability is this? Su Hao was also shocked by this powerful recovery ability. Are these vampires really immortal? In comparison, Xia Yun's battle seemed particularly difficult. The combat value of these female vampires is only about 3,000, which is comparable to Xia Yun's combat power. But there were so many of them that Xia Yun was overwhelmed. Xia Yun has a petite body, but when she swings the wooden stick in her hand, she can generate tremendous force, shocking the surrounding vampires back again and again. But she wasn't fast. This became her fatal weakness in battle. In just a moment, a female vampire cunningly found an opportunity. The sharp nails in her hands were like sharp blades, instantly cutting across Xia Yun's neck. Xia Yun felt a sharp pain and fell to the ground involuntarily, with blood slowly oozing out of the wound. She sat on the ground, looking at Su Hao, who was still fighting fiercely not far away, without making any sound. He was afraid that his injury would distract Su Hao and put him in danger. In the end, I'm still a burden. Xia Yun said to herself with a wry smile, I actually did it for a man. But this feels really good. He has the sisters to help him. Without me, he will definitely be able to escape. When the vampires saw Xia Yun fall to the ground, they bared their sharp fangs and rushed towards her in a swarm. Just when Xia Yun was about to accept her fate, suddenly, countless dragon scale fragments flashing with cold light flew around like a storm, repelling the vampires surrounding her. Little rabbit, are you okay? Su Hao gently picked her up. I'm fine, I just feel the wound. Xia Yun's voice was weak, and his fingers gently touched the wound on his neck. Does the wound hurt? Su Hao asked with concern. It doesn't hurt. Xia Yun's face flushed slightly. Besides, it feels very comfortable. Su Hao. He looked at the wound on Xia Yun's neck and immediately used the power of the Void Realm to observe it carefully. This is where vampires suck blood. Many people come here voluntarily to have their blood sucked, and it is a paid service. That's because vampires release a paralyzing fluid in their bodies while sucking blood. Once this liquid enters the human body, it will cause a strong sense of pleasure and may even be addictive, which is very dangerous. After seeing this, even if Su Hao used the Eye of Void, he could not see the toxins in his body and could not get rid of them. So he picked up Xia Yun, lowered his head, and sucked on her neck, trying to suck out the poison. This feeling, Xia Yun moaned softly. The numbing liquid itself increased the excitement, and Su Hao's gentle and powerful lips kept sucking on her neck. She felt as if she was electrocuted, her heartbeat accelerated, her cheeks flushed, and she grabbed Su Hao's arm tightly. Just then, a vampire nearby saw the opportunity and rushed towards them again, ready to take the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 61, The Power of White Lightning. In Su Hao's eyes, his wife is his Achilles heel. Xia Yun, his beloved little rabbit, has a scar on his neck. How can he remain calm? Just as the greedy vampire rushed forward, Su Hao moved as fast as lightning, raised his left hand and instantly grabbed her neck. It has to be said that these female vampires are all extremely beautiful, especially the one caught by Su Hao. She had a graceful posture. Even with her neck being strangled, she straightened her calves and kicked her feet wildly, seeming to be somewhat excited. Su Hao sucked Xia Yun's wound with his mouth, hugged her body with one hand, and tightly pinched the female vampire with the other hand. You let me go. I am a vampire. How dare you, lowly human, do this to me? I will definitely suck all your blood. Under Su Hao's absolute power. No matter how she struggled, it was of no avail. Seeing this, the other vampires began to get agitated. Sister Ruyan was caught by him, what should I do? Don't worry, we vampires are immortal, no matter how hard he tries, he can't hurt us. That's right, this is our territory. How dare a mere human act so presumptuously again? Sisters, come together and suck him dry. He's mine, I want to suck his brains out. I want to suck his thighs. Leave your butt to me. They shouted and rushed towards Su Hao fearlessly, relying on their immortality. After Su Hao finished sucking the blood from Xia Yun's wound, he raised his head, staring at the female vampire in his hand with a cold gaze like lightning, and sneered, "You dared to hurt my woman, get out of here." As he activated the power of the Eye of the Void. Under the power of Su Hao's Eye of the Void, the female vampire instantly turned into nothingness, without even a trace of dust left. This scene made all the vampires around who were about to rush forward stop. They stared blankly at everything in front of them, their shock beyond words. Manga watched all this, her pupils constricted. Gone, disappeared. This is impossible. What did he do? After realizing it, he quickly adjusted his tactics. Don't get close to him, use long-range attacks. Following her instructions, the female vampires retreated. There was a glint of blood in their eyes, and a fishy sweet smell filled the air. Countless blood-colored energies surged out of their bodies and condensed into sharp blades. These blades spun and danced in the air, pouring down towards Su Hao like a bloody rainstorm. Dragon Scale Spear. As Su Hao shouted softly, the dragon scale spear began to vibrate. Immediately following, the gun body split and turned into a huge round shield. The bloody blade came like a violent storm. All you can hear is the continuous sound of ding ding dang dang. The blades flew everywhere under the powerful rebound force and could not cause any harm to Su Hao. Do you think I can't destroy you like this? There was a cold glint in Su Hao's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a tide, and white electric light gradually appeared around his body. I'll let you taste the power of the Chaos Thunder. Before he finished speaking, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. White arcs of electricity burst out from Su Hao's body. They intertwined in the air like dragons, forming a dense electric grid. Wherever the electric arcs went, there were crackling sounds. Su Hao stretched out a finger, and the white lightning in his body gathered at his fingertips and jumped, then suddenly flew out. The white lightning in the Chaos Divine Thunder ignores any physical defense and can decompose matter into particles. The white electric light was like a dancing dragon. The dark corridor was illuminated in an instant, and the vampire touched by the lightning turned into nothingness with a scream. Who's next? Come on. Su Hao's voice echoed in the empty corridor, and the white lightning in his hand jumped and flashed like a living thing, ready to launch a new round of attacks at any time. The female vampires around were shocked by the power displayed by Su Hao, and they retreated one after another with expressions of fear on their faces. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? It was the first time that Meng Ya encountered such a human being who could destroy them, the vampires, so easily. She roared, use the scarlet blood formation immediately and kill him. Never let him escape. Following her orders, powerful blood energy burst out from those female vampires, and blood-colored light filled the entire space. You're asking for death. Su Hao snorted coldly, pushing the power of the Chaos Thunder to the maximum, preparing to destroy these vampires in one fell swoop. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came from Meng Ya's mind. Stop it. Master, he. Meng Ya tried to explain. I already know what happened. Don't attack him again. Bring him to me. The woman's voice sounded again. Yes, Master. Meng Ya immediately raised her hand to stop the others after hearing the voice. Master has given the order, everyone stop. Following Meng Ya's orders, the female vampires who were about to attack stopped their actions, and their blood energy gradually dissipated. Meng Ya pointed her finger at Su Hao. You, come with me, our queen wants to see you. You can't go with her. Xia Yun immediately grabbed Su Hao's arm tightly, not wanting to see Su Hao fall into possible danger. Su Hao turned his head and gave Xia Yun a reassuring smile. Don't worry, little rabbit, it's okay. If he chose to take action now, with his strength, he would definitely have a chance to escape from here with Xia Yun. However, he also realized that the strength of these vampires was extraordinary, and he wondered if there would be even more powerful beings appearing. Just like Meng Ya in front of him, her combat value is even higher than his, which forces him to act cautiously. Perhaps, by meeting this vampire queen, we can find a way to resolve the current crisis. The two walked through the corridor and entered the elevator. Finally, it stopped at the top floor. Before entering the room, Meng Ya stretched out her arm to block the two people's way. Her eyes fell on Xia Yun and she said lightly, Stop. My master said you can't go in. Su Hao turned his head and gave Xia Yun a comforting smile. Little rabbit, wait here. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Meng Ya, and the coldness in his eyes instantly froze the atmosphere. If you dare to hurt her in the slightest, I will kill all of you vampires. Meng Ya was stunned for a moment. She had never felt such a strong murderous aura from a human male. This aura made her, a vampire who had lived for hundreds of years, feel a chill, and even subconsciously believed that this human might really do what he said. She nodded woodenly, got it. What exactly is the vampire queen? With strong curiosity, Suhao walked into the room. The results were eye-opening. The room was very spacious, just completely different from the red style of the other rooms. The decoration was all white. There is a round table in the middle of the room. Sitting on the chair was a woman wearing a white robe and long yellow hair. Chapter 62, each with his own agenda. Name, AI Lee. Race, vampire. Age, 1688. Attribute, blood. Strength, 41,800. Agility, 35,950. Endurance, 39,600. Defense, 42,080. Spiritual power, 58800. Quality, top quality. Spiritual power, 125. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 10. Suhao stared at the various data on the woman. Ailey looks to be in her 20s, but she is actually over 1,000 years old. She sat on a high-backed chair with her legs folded together, gently swinging back and forth. Her slender calves could be vaguely seen through the gap in her robe. She has a slender waist and perfectly proportioned figure, and every movement exudes an effortless elegance. The most striking thing about her was her waist-length yellow hair, which flowed behind her like a waterfall, setting off her unique blue eyes. Unlike the common blood-red eyes of vampires, her blue eyes exude an incomparable noble temperament. In addition to her extremely high combat value, age of over 1,000 years, and beautiful face. What shocked Suhao even more was that although it was their first meeting, he always felt that the vampire queen looked familiar, as if they had met before in the depths of some memory. Ailey seemed a little pleased with Suhao's stunned state and chuckled, "Why, are you stunned by my beauty?" At the same time, she waved gracefully, motioning Suhao to sit down in the chair opposite her. "What's your name?" Suhao quickly regained his composure. "Shouldn't you tell me your own name before asking for someone else's?" Ailey didn't expect Suhao to answer like this, but she quickly regained her composure and folded her arms over her chest. "How dare you ask me my name? It's okay to tell you. Let me think about it." She thought for a moment and said, "Now I remember, my name is Ellie." "Suhao." Suhao answered directly. "Suhao, Suhao." Ailey repeated several times, "Suhao, you killed someone here and injured two of my relatives. Do you admit your guilt?" Suhao smiled and said confidently, "I don't know. I killed people because of a personal grudge between us. Killing here is no different from killing anywhere else. I killed the vampires because they attacked first and hurt my woman. They deserve to die." "Damn it!" Ailey's aura suddenly changed. "I can ignore you killing other people, but you wiped out two of my followers. How should I settle this?" Without waiting for Suhao's answer, she paused slightly and said, "But I'm giving you a chance to live now. As long as you do me a favor, all of this will be forgiven." Suhao's interest was piqued, and he asked, "What's the matter? Tell me about it." "You have to promise me first before I can tell you." Ellie's condition was unquestionable. "How can I agree if you don't tell me?" Suhao asked back. "Do you think you have the right to choose? If I want to kill you, I'm afraid you won't have any chance to resist at all." Ellie's hands trembled slightly, as if threatening him. "Then give it a try." Suhao responded fearlessly. Because he noticed that the vampire queen's favorability was 10, and she had something to ask for, he concluded that she would not act rashly. Ellie exhaled softly, "Okay, I'm telling you, I need you to help me get my heart back." Then she explained. Her heart was taken away 10 years ago when no one knew where it was placed, which caused her strength to be greatly reduced. So she needs someone to help me find my heart. But she herself had no clue. "With your strength, you can't find it, how can I find it?" Suhao asked his doubts. "Because I have my reasons." "This isn't a question you should be asking," Ailey frowned slightly. "As for the clues, I only know it's related to the White Tiger Nation. As long as you promise me to find the heart within a year, I won't hold you accountable for anything you've done." 5 years. Suhao held up 5 fingers. "I'll help you get it back within 5 years. A year and a half. 4 years. 2 years. 3 years. 2.5 years. Okay, deal." Suhao smiled slightly and said, "I promise to help you find your heart within 2.5 years. There is one more thing. To prevent you from escaping, you must become my dependent." Ailey stared at Suhao and winked at him. Suhao frowned and immediately understood what she meant. You want to turn me into a vampire? Of course not, Ellie shook her head and explained, it's because you are human that I need your help. As she spoke, she stretched out her palm, and a drop of bright red blood condensed in her palm. Eat it. Suhao's mind was racing. All of this smells like conspiracy. Become her dependent? Does it mean being under her control? Based on the principle of never being at a disadvantage, coupled with the fact that Ailey is a top-notch girl with a voluptuous figure, a beautiful face, and a unique taste. Even though he's a vampire, he's still a ghost. A girl 3 years older than you is a treasure, a girl more than 1,000 years older than you is a treasure. No matter what, since she is top-notch, I must complete the contract with her, and then find an opportunity to deepen the contract. As long as she becomes my wife, she has to listen to me, no matter whether she is a human or a ghost. After making up my mind, Suhao immediately made a request. I can become your dependent, but you must meet one condition of mine. What conditions? Ellie asked curiously. Suhao raised his eyebrows. Let me kiss you. Ailey's body stiffened instantly, obviously not expecting Suhao to make such a request. Then, she held her stomach and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you human, actually made such a request. I think you are extremely bold. How about this? As long as you agree to let me kiss you on the mouth, I will immediately become your dependent. Suhao said this, but he was secretly thinking in his heart, let's see, is your blood more powerful, or is my system stronger, who will become whose dependent in the end? Little guy, let me remind you that I haven't sucked human blood for more than 1,000 years. How dare you kiss me? Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to resist and suck all the blood out of his body? Ailey licked the corner of her mouth lightly, and seemed to be interested in Suhao. Suhao stared at her sincerely. We on Blue Star have an old saying, to die under the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost. Queen, you are so alluring, I cannot help myself. Please agree to my request, and I will sincerely and with all my strength help you find your heart. All right. Ailey shook her head. You ignorant little thing, if that's the case, I'll grant your wish. My mouth really needs a man's nourishment, so let me taste you. She put the blood in her palm into her mouth and tilted her head forward slightly. Kiss me now, before I regret it. But don't hold it for more than 3 seconds, or I won't be able to help myself, suck you dry. But what she was thinking was, you weak human, how dare you kiss me? How could it be so easy? As long as you drink my blood and become my dependent, everything about you will be under my control. You are destined to be controlled by me for the rest of your life. Chapter 63 Voice of the Heart. Why should I agree to him? Could it be that I haven't kissed for thousands of years and suddenly I feel the same thing? After all, Suhao's appearance is pretty good. In fact, Ailey had already planned to make Suhao her own follower. After all, only in this way could she firmly control him. More importantly, after seeing Suhao, she felt a long-lost sense of familiarity and déjà vu. The same is true for Suhao. He stared at Ellie's lips. How could I waste such a great opportunity? Without much hesitation, he walked over to Ellie, leaned over, stared at her red lips, swallowed, and thought to himself, could this be the lips of a vampire? Can they really be sucked? Ailey seemed to see through his concerns and opened her white lips slightly. Why? You don't dare to kiss me. Are you afraid? How is that possible? Suhao chuckled and said, a queen as beautiful as you, if I can kiss her, I would be willing to be sucked dry by you. You're so smooth talking. Ellie smiled, revealing her cute fangs at the corners of her mouth. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, stamina plus 1000, defense plus 1000. Host, please select skills or equipment. Most of the skills Suhao currently possesses require the consumption of mental power. If he were to draw a skill that requires mental power again, the improvement in combat effectiveness would not be significant. So he chose to draw his weapon this time. Weapons are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon Sword of the End. Weapon introduction, sword that cuts everything. When Suhao heard the voice from the system, he knew that he had successfully subdued another person, no, a ghost. He didn't leave Ellie's mouth though. Because the vampire queen's mouth smells very good. I thought it was dry, but it's actually very moist and sticky. Ellie's followers are all vampires of lower level than her, and they all secrete paralysis. As the queen of vampires, the liquid she secretes can produce a stronger sense of comfort than numbness. At the moment of contact, Su Hao felt like he had entered heaven. However, under the control of the system, this feeling disappeared in a flash. At this moment, he even wanted to blame the system for meddling in his affairs. This human is unexpectedly interesting. Ellie thought to herself, his blood must have an unusual taste, so she took a small sip, just a little bit. She aimed her sharp fangs at Su Hao and pulled back her swinging tongue, ready to find the right opportunity to stab him. But when he found the right opportunity and tried to stab the fangs into Su Hao's tongue, he unexpectedly found that no matter how hard he tried, the fangs could not penetrate Su Hao's lips and tongue. What's going on? Is it because I haven't sharpened my teeth for too long that my fangs have degenerated? Ellie was in disbelief. She tried a few more times, but the result was still the same. Her fangs stopped on Su Hao's lips, as if encountering an invisible barrier. Forget it, maybe this is fate. She felt a little disappointed, but quickly regained her confidence. This little human actually dared to kiss me. Is he really attracted by my beauty? Well, it's no wonder. After all, my charm is unstoppable. 2.5 minutes later. Su Hao and Ai Li's lips finally parted reluctantly. Ai Li glanced at Su Hao with a smug smile on her face. Little guy, since you have already kissed me, don't forget the conditions you promised me. Su Hao responded with the same confident smile. Of course I remember, how could I forget? Ellie thought to herself, do you think I will trust you so easily? Let me hear what you are really thinking. If you dare to deceive me, I will never let you go. She concentrated her mind and prepared to delve into Su Hao's heart and listen to his true thoughts. Ai Li believed that by turning Su Hao into her follower, although he was not a vampire, as long as he sucked her blood, she could control his life and death, and even monitor his inner thoughts at any time. If Su Hao dares to betray, she would destroy him immediately. However, when she tried to listen to Su Hao's inner thoughts, she was surprised to find that his heart was silent, without any fear or any evil thoughts. Ellie was confused. How is this possible? Is he really as pure as a blank sheet of paper? A man like this? No, there is no such person. Don't I have a subordinate relationship with him? Although she was somewhat surprised, she remained calm and said in a deep voice, as long as you help me find my heart within 2.5 years, I will definitely spare you. If you dare to escape, I will kill you. Do you understand? Well, it seems that I can't escape from your palm. Su Hao sighed helplessly, but he knew in his heart that the vampire queen had become his possession. Just now. All kinds of strange noises kept ringing in his mind. It was not until this moment that he realized that these sounds were actually the thoughts in Ellie's mind. Su Hao really made a fortune this time by contracting the top vampire queen and being able to hear her inner voice. He looked at Ai Li's enchanting girlish body and long golden hair, which actually had a European and American style. Add to that more than 1,000 people, and there's a more mature and steady charm in their eyes. I wonder if it's related to vampires. Su Hao wanted to enter into a deep contract immediately to give it a try. But this is obviously not the time. This Ai Li seems to have many secrets. If she enters into a deep contract, she will definitely be involved in a lot of trouble. I want to remind you that Li Xiaopao, whom you killed, has a new background. Even if I help you hide it, they will track you down sooner or later. You'd better make plans early. Ai Li suddenly spoke. Could it be that you? Su Hao approached her, squinting his eyes and smiling. Could it be that you fell in love with me just because I kissed you? Ha ha ha. You little brat, stop being so sentimental. I'm the noble vampire queen. How could I possibly have feelings for a human like you? Ellie covered her mouth and laughed. What she was thinking in her heart was, who on earth is this kid? He actually has some unique charm. But how could he make me fall in love with him? My heart has been stolen long ago. I have already promised you that I will help you find your heart. Can I leave now? Su Hao turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Ellie immediately called out to him. What? Is there anything else? Su Hao stopped. Chapter 64. Because I am your little rabbit. No. It's okay. Ellie hesitated, but her eyes could not hide her inner turmoil. Su Hao stared at her flawless face, her true thoughts echoing in his ears. Are you leaving so soon? I don't know when we'll meet again. And you say you have no heart? Su Hao smiled slightly and did not expose her thoughts. He just waved his hand lightly and turned to leave the room. Walk out of the room. Xia Yun immediately came forward and hugged Su Hao's waist tightly. You finally came out. I was so worried about you. Don't worry, it's okay now. Suhao squatted down and gestured for Xia Yun to climb onto his back with a smile. Come on, I'll take you home. Xia Yun lowered her head slightly, a little shy. No need, I can walk by myself. Suhao's eyes changed. Little rabbit. Oh, I understand. After hesitating, Xia Yun jumped onto Suhao's back very obediently. The two of them left the bustling Wanhua street. 8 contracts have been signed, and now there are 2 left. By the way, Guan Yu, I wonder if she is the best. Let us ask the little rabbit first to find out the situation. Suhao was walking on the road and turned to look at Xia Yun on his back. But I found that she was still wearing the rabbit mask, but her body was trembling slightly and something was wrong. Little rabbit, what's wrong with you? Suhao asked with concern. Xia Yun sniffed and tried to suppress his emotions. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to become a burden to you, I'm too weak. Suhao comforted softly, I don't blame you. Xia Yun couldn't hold back her tears and shed them. I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to help you and do more for you, but now. Her voice became weaker and weaker, finally turning into sobs. Suhao immediately put her down from his back, patted her shoulder, and said softly, Little rabbit, I've already said it, I don't blame you, and you're not a burden to me. Xia Yun sobbed, and finally couldn't help herself and burst into tears. I really want to help you, but, I'm sorry. Woo-woo. Her tears fell like pearls from a broken string, and Suhao's heart tightened. Suhao's heart was touched by Xia Yun's tears. Little rabbit, you don't need to apologize, really. Your strength and your hard work are the greatest help to me. Xia Yun sobbed, her shoulders trembling slightly as she tried hard to control her emotions. Suhao hugged her gently, letting her lean on his chest and feel his heartbeat. The steady and powerful beating seemed to tell her that everything would be fine. I know you really want to become stronger and share my burden. Suhao continued to encourage, but you have to know that everyone grows at their own pace. There's no need to rush. You're already helping me in your own way. Xia Yun slowly raised her head, her eyes red and swollen. Can I really do this? Can I really help you? Suhao smiled gently and looked at her firmly. Of course, you are my wife. Believe me, you are much stronger than you think. Xia Yun's emotions gradually stabilized. I will work hard to become stronger and will never be a burden to you again. Suhao nodded, I believe you, little rabbit. He carried Xia Yun on his back and continued walking back along the street. The night breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness and taking away the uneasiness in Xia Yun's heart. By the way, little rabbit, Suhao broke the silence, what kind of person is your eldest sister Guan Yu? Xia Yun pondered for a moment. Big sister? She's very strong, much stronger than the 5 of us. She also cares about us very much and always takes care of us, just like our own sister. In our hearts, besides Principal Ling, Big Sister is the person we admire most. By the way, why did you suddenly ask about Big Sister? Suhao coughed lightly, trying to hide his true thoughts, and replied casually, It's okay, just asking. He would not tell Xia Yun that he was actually quite interested in Guan Yu and wanted to take her into his harem. It seems that I can only find an opportunity to meet her in person. At this time, Suhao raised another question. Little rabbit, your face is so cute, why do you always like to wear a mask? Xia Yun trembled slightly. The real reason she wore the mask was because she was shy and didn't want others to see her blushing. But she didn't answer that way. Before, it was because rabbits were so cute. Before? Suhao turned his head and glanced at her gently. What about now? Xia Yun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hugged Suhao's neck tightly. Now. Because I'm your little rabbit. Return home. The word she had just said to Suhao kept echoing in her mind. Hateful, his little rabbit, what am I talking about? How could I possibly say such a thing? Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. His little rabbit, hee. She murmured softly, and her steps became lighter involuntarily, and she skipped towards the room. Just after she stepped into the room, a familiar voice came from the side. Sister Yun, what are you so happy about? Xia Yun's body stiffened instantly. She turned her head and saw Su Mei's eyes full of teasing. She paused awkwardly. In the room, the other 5 members of the hexagram were already there, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. Xia Yun subconsciously picked at his toes and stammered, Nothing. You said it was nothing. Su Mei covered her mouth and laughed. His little rabbit, who is he? Did you get kidnapped by some bad boy? Be careful not to get sold. Xia Yun's face turned even redder, and she shook her head somewhat bewilderedly. Third sister, it's really nothing. She avoided looking at Su Mei directly. Su Mei naturally saw through Xia Yun's thoughts, and she also knew who the Xia Yun was referring to. Just seeing Xia Yun like this, she found it very interesting and couldn't help but want to tease her. At this moment, Guan Yu's serious voice interrupted their interaction. Okay, come and sit down. Xia Yun and Su Mei then stopped smiling and walked obediently to their respective seats and sat down. 6 people sat around the table. Guan Yu said with a serious expression, Sisters, tomorrow is the challenge class. This time we must defeat that bastard named Su Hao. Who among you will make the first move tomorrow? Let him experience the powerful strength of our hexagram. After saying this, she glanced at the 5 people around her again. I found that they all had cold expressions and did not say a word. Chapter 65, Challenge. What's wrong with them today? Guan Yu looked at her 5 sisters and felt a little strange. Normally, when it comes to challenge classes, they are very excited and can't wait to fight. Now that they can finally fight with that guy named Su Hao, why are they so passive? Seeing that no one answered, Guan Yu looked at Ziling first. Sister Ziling, why don't you defeat Su Hao tomorrow? Ziling particularly likes duels and is very strong. As long as she takes action, I believe she will be able to defeat Su Hao. Guan Yu was thinking this. But Ziling immediately refused and said, I'm sorry, sister, I'm afraid I can't fight tomorrow. The other 4 were not surprised. Only Guan Yu was incredulous, saying, this is a chance to defeat Su Hao personally, and you're unwilling to do it? Because. Ziling looked at Qinwu, because I was injured in the battle with my second sister a few days ago, so I can't fight. This time I can only let him go. Guan Yu always looked at Qinwu with suspicion. Qinwu immediately responded, no. That's right, I'm injured too, so forget it this time. When I recover, I will definitely defeat him. Third sister, you should go up. Guan Yu crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes twitching. As long as you defeat him, he will be at your disposal. I will never stop you. Normally, when Su Mei hits someone, Guan Yu would scold her. Now that she said this, she believed that Su Mei would definitely take action. Big sister. Su Mei said with a smile, I think what you said before is very right. Hitting people is wrong. It is not a good behavior. Because beating people should not be a hobby, so I have decided that I will never hit a man again. But what she wanted in her heart was just to be beaten by Su Hao. Whenever she thought of that night, her body would tremble with excitement. How come the third sister suddenly figured it out? I have advised her so many times before, but I didn't expect it to happen all of a sudden. It seems that she has grown a lot. Guan Yu felt somewhat relieved, so she stopped forcing them, and finally let Lin Yi take action. Since none of them are willing to take action, then you challenge Su Hao. Lin Yi lay on the table, pretending not to hear. Sister Lin Yi. Guan Yu suddenly became serious, it's up to you to defeat Su Hao tomorrow. Not interested. Lin Yi responded indifferently. Damn it, you guys, are you scared by that bastard Su Hao? Didn't he just kill 200 people? This little thing makes you afraid to fight him. The powerful aura emanating from Guan Yu instantly made the atmosphere in the room tense. That. Xia Yun mustered up her courage and spoke cautiously, Sister, I think, Su Hao, he's not a bad person. He didn't tell Principal Ling. For a moment, the other 5 people looked at her. Xia Yun shrank back in fear, okay, I didn't say anything. Since none of you sisters want to help, then I will finish him off myself. Guan Yu's eyes burned with murderous intent. Tomorrow, I will make sure he dies under my heaven-shaking slash. The other 5 still did not react. Su Mei shook her head and thought to herself, Big sister, I'm afraid that by tomorrow, you'll be involved too. By then, we can openly like Su Hao. The other side. Su Hao returned to his and Yao Yao's love nest in the night. Every time I opened the door, Ling Yao is at home. She would surround him like a gentle breeze, then hold him tightly and gently leave sweet traces on his cheeks. How many people did you contract today? Did you encounter any danger? Did you kill any enemies? She asked excitedly. When Ling Yao heard Su Hao say that he had killed 3 people today and successfully contracted a vampire queen who had lived for thousands of years, her eyes sparkled like stars. She praised in a sweet voice, Hubby, you are so brave. You even spared no ghosts. You are worthy of being the man I have set my eyes on. She took Su Hao's hand and said, Come on, let's go take a shower first, and then you can slowly tell me about your experience today. finished washing up. The two of them lay in bed together. Ling Yao placed her hands on Su Hao's chest, staring at his face intently, and listened quietly to his story. As the story gradually comes to an end, the atmosphere in the room also heated up. Ling Yao's eyes were fixed on her beloved Su Hao. Her fingers gently slid across his chest as she softly said, "My husband is so handsome. I really want to lie on you like this forever." Su Hao's hands gently wrapped around her waist. "Yao Yao, I also want to hold you like this forever. Hubby, I'll ask someone to find the vampire queen's heart for you. I'm sure we can find it. As for the problem of Li Xiaopao, even if his father Li Erpeo finds out, so what? The Li family is rampant in Jiangnan City. If they dare to come and cause trouble for you, I will definitely wipe out his entire family. As for the Xinglun society, you can go ahead and do it boldly. Kill them one by one, or even wipe them out completely." Ling Yao kept talking. She is simply his strongest support. "I understand." Su Hao patted Ling Yao's body. "Yao Yao, how is the matter I asked you to investigate going?" "Hubby, I've already asked someone to investigate," Ling Yao replied seriously. "The Feng family is incredibly powerful and has connections with the four great nations. Furthermore, there's no trace of the person named Feng Han you mentioned. He's incredibly mysterious." "Is that so?" Su Hao thought thoughtfully. His eyes were taken away by Feng Han. If the Feng family knew that he had escaped and discovered that he was hiding in Qinglong Academy, they would definitely come here to kill him. But why would they hire an organization like Xinglongui? There are too many doubts. It seems that I can only contract the remaining two people first. Then start investigating it all. "Don't worry, I'm here." Ling Yao saw his worry and patted Su Hao's head gently. "I will protect you, my husband. No one can hurt you." The corners of Su Hao's mouth curled up slightly. "My Yao Yao is the best." Ling Yao's face lit up with a proud smile. "Of course, I'm your first wife." Then, her tone became softer. "You are also the one I love the most. Even if I have to make the whole world my enemy, I will stand by you without hesitation. No one can separate us." Su Hao reached out and gently stroked Ling Yao's cheek. "Yao Yao, I will love you well too. The luckiest thing about coming into this world is meeting my Yao Yao. I will never leave you in this life." Tears welled up in Ling Yao's eyes. She held Su Hao's hand, placed it against her face, and felt his warmth. "Hubby, just hearing your words is enough." "Yao Yao." Su Hao called softly, his fingers gently sliding across her eyebrows, then the tip of her nose, and finally stopping at her lips. Oh, and one more thing," Ling Yao interrupted him. "Starting tomorrow, there will be a 5-day challenge course. I'm afraid you'll become a target for many students." "Yao Yao, don't worry, they are no match for me." "Worried? I'm not worried. My husband is so powerful, he's naturally not afraid of them." Ling Yao suddenly remembered, "Oh right, after you've contracted 10 women, why not find an opportunity to live with all of them? Let you experience the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women. It must be very pleasant. And then, you can also contract deep contracts with all those top-notch women who don't have deep contracts." Su Hao didn't expect Ling Yao to make such a wild suggestion. This was simply, she understood him too well. "Yao Yao, there's no rush." He gently reached out his hand to Ling Yao's silver white hair, carefully tucking it behind her ear, revealing her delicate face. "My dear wife, before that, let me reward you alone. Then, husband, please be gentle." Ling Yao's face slowly turned red, but at the same time she was very much looking forward to the next step. After one night. Early the next morning. Su Hao woke up, his body still immersed in the tenderness of last night, and his eyes had not yet fully opened. Just then, the device in his hand suddenly responded. He picked up the device and looked at it. Flashing on the screen were the names of 32 people, all of whom were students who had challenged him in the challenge class. Among them is Guan Yu. Chapter 66. Everyone comes together. Inside the arena. "I heard that this challenge class is really worth looking forward to." "Are you talking about the murderer named Su Hao?" "That's right, someone will definitely teach him a lesson this time. Look, it's the hexagram, they're coming. No one would want to fight them." In the eyes of everyone, Guan Yu led her 6 sisters and slowly walked into the venue. Their appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. At this time, the announcement rang out in the venue: the next challenger is Li Xiaoer, and the challenged is Su Hao. Li Xiaoer, dressed in white, holds a long sword in his hand and stands with his hands behind his back, looking extraordinary. Look, isn't that Li Xiaoer, the one known as the god of killing with one blade? Yes, it's him. He actually takes the initiative to challenge others. Why hasn't Su Hao appeared yet? Could he be too scared to go on stage? Suddenly someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look, it's in the sky." Everyone looked up. In the sky, a figure stepped on a silver spear and slowly flew into the arena and landed opposite Li Xiaoer. That was Su Hao. He is Su Hao. He finally shows up. This time we must kill him. Guan Yu sat in the audience, glaring at Su Hao on the field, wishing she could rush forward to fight him immediately. Her 5 younger sisters sat next to her, equally excited. Wow, so handsome. Xia Yun saw Su Hao appear. Under the rabbit mask was a face full of infatuation, with a trace of saliva at the corner of his mouth. When will I be beaten by him again? Su Mei began to fantasize and imagined the scene in her mind. We finally meet again. Why am I so looking forward to seeing him? Could it be that this is impossible? Xinwu shook her head vigorously, but the blush on her face betrayed her. His strength and aura seemed to have become stronger. I will definitely not lose to him. Ziling clenched her fists unconsciously, looking forward to competing with him next time. Linny was the calmest. She had no thoughts about Su Hao at all. She just wanted to kiss him. Su Hao, you finally showed up. A cold glint flashed in Li Xiaoer's eyes, and he pointed the long sword in his hand directly at Su Hao. Today, I will definitely let you witness my swordsmanship and defeat you wholeheartedly. Su Hao glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" Li Xiaoer's face darkened. He was about to introduce himself when Su Hao interrupted him impatiently. Forget it, don't waste your time. Li Xiaoer was burning with rage, but he suppressed his anger, raised his long sword, and was about to say something. You talk too much nonsense. Su Hao's eyes were cold, and the dragon scale spear in his hand instantly attacked the defenseless Li Xiaoer. Li Xiaoer's eyes widened, and before he could react, he was knocked away by Su Hao's spear and could never get up again. Let me meet you. The next challenger jumped onto the duel arena, ready to fight Su Hao. Su Hao had no intention of fighting with these insignificant people. His only target was Guan Yu. When she comes on stage, as long as the system determines that she is top-notch, it will find a way to kiss her hard. You're not even worthy of my attack. Su Hao's eyes were as cold as ice as he scanned the crowd around him. Regardless of whether he's a challenger or not, if you think you can defeat me, then come on. Does he know what he's talking about? Is he crazy? He actually wants to challenge all the students of Qinglong Academy. He is too arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. For a moment, everyone was attracted by Su Hao's provocation, and the atmosphere in the field became tense in an instant. Then, Su Hao spoke again. What? You don't dare to go up? Are you all scared? He smiled and shook his head. It seems your courage is just this much. If no one dares to stand up, then please don't mention the word challenge in front of me anymore. Su Hao's words were like adding fuel to the fire, instantly igniting the anger of the students present. In the crowd, a few impatient students could no longer hold back and began to push forward. Let me do it. A figure jumped out of the crowd first and landed in front of Su Hao with a fierce momentum. Immediately following, one after another, students stepped forward. Some of them held weapons, while others took fighting stances, ready to challenge Su Hao together. Su Hao smiled and slightly raised the dragon scale spear in his hand, as if he was ready to face a group battle. Based on his experience from the last battle, he could handle it with ease even if he faced hundreds of people alone. This time, there were less than 50 people on the field. In addition, Su Hao's strength has increased a lot compared to last time, so he can deal with it with ease. Su Hao's dragon scale spear pointed diagonally at the ground. The first student who rushed out danced with the long sword in his hand, making a series of sword flowers and going straight for his throat. He didn't dodge or evade. When the tip of the sword was about to touch his throat, he suddenly attacked, and the dragon scale spear shot out like a poisonous snake from a hole, hitting the sword accurately. With a crisp sound, the sword was bounced away. The student didn't have time to react. The tip of the gun had pierced the opponent's shoulder. This is just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, more students rushed forward and surrounded Su Hao from all sides. Su Hao walked leisurely in the garden, pointing his gun repeatedly and fighting fiercely with everyone. This guy really has some strength. Guan Yu stared at Su Hao's battle. Seeing those people being knocked down one by Su Hao, her fingers trembled slightly, and she was almost unable to hold back. What do you think about his strength? She looked at her 5 sisters beside her. It turned out that they all had slightly red faces and their eyes were fixed on Su Hao on the field. Guan Yu understood immediately and thought to herself, seeing how angry they are, they really want to teach Su Hao a lesson. Calm down, I'm going to come on now and beat him for you, Guan Yu said as she stood up. At this time, Su Hao stood in the middle of the field, surrounded by silence. There was only the painful groans of the injured students. He gently put down the dragon scale spear in his hand and said, "Remember, not everyone is qualified to challenge me." Arrogant. Suddenly, there was a loud roar that startled everyone around. It shocked everyone present. Guan Yu, holding a big knife, appeared in front of Su Hao. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Su Hao, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can challenge the entire Azure Dragon Academy by yourself? Guan Yu appeared in front of Su Hao with a big knife in hand. Name, Guan Yu. Race, human. Age, 21. Attribute, space. Strength, 8,508. Agility, 8,283. Endurance, 8,200. Defense, 8,100. Spiritual power, 8620. Quality, top quality. Spiritual power, 93. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 88. She's truly top-notch. Su Hao looked at Guan Yu's various stats and discovered that her appearance was surprisingly the highest. He immediately became interested in her and said, "I must get her." Chapter 67 Shattered Void. Guan Yu was wearing a green coat, and the cuffs swayed lightly with her breathing, like a willow branch in the wind, soft yet strong. She wore a tight corset underneath, which accentuated her sleek figure with rounded shoulders and a slim waist. She wore a simple pair of shorts that perfectly showed off her long legs. Guan Yu's appearance is even more eye-catching, with eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water, a straight nose, and slightly raised corners of her lips. What is even more eye-catching is her powerful aura as she holds a big knife and exudes a sense of awe without even being angry, making people dare not look at her. Are you too tired to speak? Guan Yu raised her eyebrows in disdain. If that's the case, I don't mind fighting another day. Su Hao took a deep breath and suddenly said, "You, be my wife." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the field froze instantly. Everyone looked at Su Hao in astonishment. Guan Yu was stunned as if she was struck by lightning. She couldn't believe her ears. The man who had just been fighting actually said such words at this time. Su Hao smiled bitterly in his heart. He just accidentally told the truth. After all, in his heart, this woman was destined to become his wife. You. Guan Yu was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She suddenly raised her sword, jumped into the air, and slashed at Su Hao with all her strength. You're dreaming. Seeing the flash of the knife, Su Hao immediately used his gun as a shield and blocked Guan Yu's attack. Bang! The sound of metal colliding was heard, sparks flew, and Su Hao's dragon scale spear and Guan Yu's broadsword collided fiercely in the air. After Guan Yu landed, she swung her sword without hesitation, and chopped it straight towards Su Hao's head with great force. Each of her strikes was full of power, as if to cut Su Hao in two. Su Hao was calm and collected. He held up his spear and, with his superb skills, lightly deflected the sword's attack. The two figures moved quickly on the field, swords and guns clashed, and the battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. Guan Yu actually came on stage in person. This is going to be a good show to watch. She is the strongest person in our Qinglong Academy. I'm afraid no one can defeat her. But Su Hao is also very strong. He just defeated nearly 50 strong men. I think Su Hao is doomed to fail. Don't forget, Guan Yu hasn't used her full power yet. She also has an even more powerful trump card. Everyone in the audience was discussing it enthusiastically. Don't lose to Big Sister. Xia Yun looked equally nervous, muttering softly. Sister Yun, what's wrong with you? Now that you have a lover, do you no longer recognize your elder sister? Sumei smiled and gently hugged Xia Yun's slender waist. I didn't, it's just, if Su Hao loses, my elder sister will definitely not allow us to be with him. As long as he wakes up, we may still have hope. Xia Yun explained stutteringly. You little rascal, it seems you are really fascinated by him. Su Mei covered her mouth and laughed. Humph, third sister, you're still criticizing me, but you're the same. Xia Yun clasped her hands in her arms and said unwillingly. Back on the court. After several fights, Su Hao and Guan Yu are surprisingly evenly matched. This shocked everyone present. Su Hao secretly praised her in his heart. She is so strong. She is worthy of being the eldest sister among the 6 sisters. Whether it is strength or speed, she is far superior to the others. Under normal circumstances, he has no way of defeating his opponent. And he could also feel that Guan Yu's strength was probably far more than that, but he also had many trump cards. The next attack depends on how you respond. Guan Yu took off her coat with one hand, revealing her sexy figure. The tight corset highlighted her graceful curves, making the male students present hold their breath. Oh no, big sister is going to be serious. Ziling frowned slightly, looking worried. She knew that Guan Yu's next attack would be merciless. Guan Yu on the field was seen with white spiritual power surging through her body. The spiritual power slowly covered her entire body and the big knife in her hand like flowing water. An invisible pressure spread. Shatter the sky slash. Guan Yu let out a low shout and swung out with the big knife in his hand. The blade drew a silver track in the air and suddenly stopped in the air. Countless cracks suddenly appeared on it, and those cracks spread like a spider web to where Su Hao was. This is Guan Yu's ability, which can break the void. Everything touched by the void crack will disappear. Facing such a powerful attack, Su Hao did not dare to be careless. He immediately started supernova combustion and exerted the maximum speed. Just as the space rift came in front of him, his body dodged quickly like a phantom, and he barely avoided the fatal blow. Very fast? How about this? Guan Yu sneered and slashed at the space again. Countless traces of space shattering around him rushed towards Su Hao like a tide, gradually surrounding him. Su Hao was trapped in the space rift. This ability is a bit abnormal. He was secretly amazed. Even if he used the Void Realm and the Eye of Void, he could turn everything within a 1-meter radius into nothingness. But facing the shattering of space itself, his ability might not be able to withstand it. As for other abilities, Su Hao's thoughts suddenly paused, and he suddenly thought that there might be another way, and that was his weapon, the Sword of the End. No time to think more. Su Hao immediately summoned the Sword of the End. The Sword of the End appeared in his hand. This sword is as black as ink. It looks tangible, but it is invisible and intangible. It can cut through everything. Energy, matter, these tangible things. Even intangible things, such as the future and emotions, are within its range. But you have to see it before you can cut it off. Combined with Su Hao's Void Realm, it can unleash its power. Su Hao tightly gripped the Sword of the End, and all the spiritual power in his body gathered on the sword, emitting an even deeper black light. Just as the space crack was about to reach within 1 meter of him, his pupils constricted and he had to react. Sword of the End, it's up to you. Su Hao murmured softly, and instantly swung the Sword of the End in his hand, and the blade drew a dark trajectory. Wherever the sword blade passed, it cut through space like cutting cloth, preventing the spread of the spatial crack. This scene stunned everyone present. They had never seen such magical power. This is impossible. Guan Yu was shocked. She couldn't believe her eyes. Su Hao could actually break the space crack that she was proud of. Next. No matter how Guan Yu uses this trick, Su Hao would cut the space in front of him, preventing the crack from reaching her, and her attack would become ineffective. It's useless. He can actually withstand my attack. Impossible. I must defeat him. Guan Yu's anger soared, and he raised the sword in his hand again, slashing at the space even harder. You still use this trick? It won't work on me. Su Hao smiled slightly and was about to swing the Sword of the End again, but suddenly found that the space cracks were not approaching him like before. Not enough power? Or? Su Hao was puzzled and looked carefully, and found that the space cracks were gradually intertwined in the air, forming a broken hole. Seeing this scene, the 5 people in the audience were all panicked. Ziling immediately spoke up to stop her. Sister, this is just a competition, calm down. Oh no. What if we let it out and I can't control it? Xia Yun said worriedly. Brother, stop her quickly. Don't let my elder sister. Before Su Mei finished speaking, there was a bang. A white claw stretched out from the hole. Chapter 68, Stick Out Your Tongue Quickly. What on earth is this thing? Su Hao's eyes were fixed on the broken hole. Bang! A cracking sound was heard, and the void was completely shattered. Powerful energy fluctuations burst out from the void. Everyone present held their breath, their eyes focused on the ever-expanding space crack. As the white claws appeared, a white qilin emerged from them. This is Guan Yu's mount, the white jade qilin. Guan Yu lightly jumped up and gracefully sat on the back of the white jade qilin, pointing the broadsword at Su Hao. The real battle has just begun. The white jade qilin let out an earth-shaking roar, and white spiritual power surged around its body, echoing with Guan Yu's momentum, forming a powerful fighting atmosphere. Su Hao didn't dare to be careless at all. Guan Yu also possesses the incredible ability to summon beasts. He held the sword of the end tightly in his hand. With the void realm and the ability to cut through space, one can build a truly absolute defense. Guan Yu rode on the back of the white jade qilin. Just as Su Hao was nervously guarding against Guan Yu's attack, the other party suddenly disappeared from his sight. Where did he go? Su Hao's heart was filled with alarm and he became alert instantly. When he sensed Guan Yu's location, a big knife appeared behind him, and the blade was covered with broken void holes. This time it is not a space crack, it is a space hole after being broken. If you are hit, you will definitely die. Su Hao immediately swung the sword of the end, cutting through the defense in front of him, and only then was he able to barely block the attack. Immediately afterwards, Guan Yu disappeared again. She cannot automatically use sky-shattering slash. Riding on the white jade qilin can make up for this shortcoming. Moreover, the white jade qilin has the function of teleportation, and this powerful slash puts Su Hao into an absolute passive position. He could only swing the sword of the end and continuously fend off attacks from all directions. The sword light collided with the broken space hole, making a deafening sound, and the battle on the field became extremely fierce. Is there really no way? Su Hao gradually realized that if he continued like this, he would most likely be defeated. Although the spiritual power of the two is comparable, what he consumes is mental power, and his mental power is really low. Whether it was wielding the sword of the end or opening the sky realm, it required a large amount of mental strength to support it, which made it impossible for him to sustain a long battle. No, there must be a way. A thought flashed through Su Hao's mind. He immediately realized that the only way to win was to kiss Guan Yu. According to his special ability, as long as he touches her mouth to mouth, no matter how strong she is, she will not be able to hurt him. However, it is not easy to achieve this, he must find opportunities in Guan Yu's powerful offensive. After Su Hao made up his mind, he immediately mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and concentrated all the power of supernova burning on his legs. He used chaos thunder, greatly increasing his movement speed. At the same time, he also exerted his telekinesis to the maximum extent, sensing everything around him, and using the void realm to maintain defense to deal with Guan Yu's teleportation attack. When he tried his best, the speed value actually reached an astonishing 40,000 or more. Just at the moment when he sensed Guan Yu's appearance, Su Hao's figure disappeared instantly. He moved upwards from under Guan Yu. Time slowed down by 0.0001 seconds. His eyes clearly captured every detail of Guan Yu. Guan Yu's charming little feet, wearing inconspicuous flat shoes, still could not conceal its exquisiteness. His eyes slowly moved upwards, from the calves to the thighs, and every inch of skin was carefully examined by him. Until his figure almost touched Guan Yu's graceful body, he came to her mouth. At this moment, Su Hao found the right moment and suddenly stuck out his tongue. Under the stimulation of the Chaos Divine Thunder, the muscles on his tongue became faster and more flexible. Thanks to his long-term experience of kissing women, he was able to accurately find the point to complete the contract. Su Hao quickly stuck out his tongue, aimed at the tiny gap between Guan Yu's lips, and found the tender pink spot. He extended and retracted his tongue in one smooth motion. It only stayed for 0.000008 seconds. The moment was too short to be noticed, but it was enough. This scene happened so quickly. Guan Yu didn't even realize what was happening. When Su Hao stood still, she continued to raise the big knife and chop towards Su Hao's head. Su Hao stood with his hands behind his back, gave up all defense, retracted all his abilities, and smiled calmly. Because he heard the sound coming from the system. Guan Yu could no longer cause any harm to him. Congratulations to the host for the initial contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, stamina plus 1000, defense plus 1000. Host, please select skills or equipment. Sure enough, the contract was successful. Thanks to my regular practice. The contract is my most powerful weapon. Su Hao smiled triumphantly. This time he chose weapons again. Weapons are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon clock of time. Skill introduction, a powerful clock with the power to manipulate time. It can control the flow of time or deprive people of their lifespan within the range. Consumption, spiritual power. Su Hao listened to the system's introduction in his mind. At the same time, Guan Yu's big knife was already chopping towards his head. Just as the blade was about to touch him, it suddenly stopped in mid-air, as if blocked by an invisible force. Whether it is the spatial rift that can tear everything apart, or the extremely sharp blade, it did not cause any harm to Su Hao. How on earth is this possible? Guan Yu couldn't believe what she saw. She gripped the sword tightly and attacked like a violent storm, continuously. The ground of the arena began to break and cracks spread everywhere. Even the protective shield designed to protect the spectators began to crack and seemed like it would collapse at any time. Su Hao stood in the center of the storm. Until Guan Yu was exhausted and out of breath, and could no longer swing the big knife in her hand, he smiled and said, "Let's not fight anymore. This kind of fighting is not good for you or me. Why don't we have a good chat and you do your job as my wife?" No, I can't lose to you, I will never lose, never, never. Guan Yu's body had completely lost all strength, and it was even difficult for her to stand still. She rode on the white jade qilin and came to Su Hao with difficulty, trying to swing the sword at him again. However, her movements had lost their previous strength, and she accidentally fell off the back of the white jade qilin and sat on the ground in a mess. "Are you okay?" Seeing this, Su Hao immediately stepped forward and stretched out his hand to help her up. "Don't come near me." Guan Yu quickly blocked herself with her knife. "I will never lose to you. The battle is not over yet. Look, it's Principal Ling. I didn't expect her to come here." The sound from the audience caught Guan Yu's attention. She raised her head and looked in the direction of Ling Yao. "Lord God of War, I actually..." She stuck her sword into the ground and struggled to stand up. "I haven't lost yet. I can't let Lord God of War see me in such a state. I must continue fighting." "You still want to fight?" Su Hao admired her even more as he looked at her unyielding expression. "You really are worthy of being my wife." Something unexpected happened. Just at the moment Guan Yu climbed onto the white jade qilin, something seemed to be changing in her body. Even her mount changed from white to black. Immediately following, she contrived a huge black sphere. Countless void cracks spread outward, instantly tearing apart the surrounding protective shield. Chapter 69, Memory. Evacuate all spectators immediately. Ling Yao gave orders to the teachers around her. Following her instructions, a shrill alarm immediately sounded in the arena. All the spectators began to evacuate in an orderly manner. "Su Hao, are you okay?" Ling Yao walked through the crowd and quickly came to Su Hao. Yao, I'm fine, it's just..." Su Hao's eyes did not leave the expanding black sphere, his brows furrowed. "What on earth is that thing?" "That's a dimensional collapse," Ling Yao explained. "The white jade qilin summoned by Guan Yu actually has another name, the black prison qilin. It's not a creature from our world, but a magical beast from another world. 500 years ago, it was captured by Guan Yu's kingdom and refined into a summoned beast passed down through generations. However, when it sensed Guan Yu's strong negative emotions, its magical power became disordered, causing the dimensional collapse." Ling Yao took a deep breath. "If we don't stop it in time, this dimensional collapse will spread. I'm afraid the entire Qinglong Academy and even the surrounding areas will be dragged into it. The consequences will be unimaginable." The other 5 members of the hexagram hurried here. "Principal, how is my elder sister?" Qin Wu stared at Ling Yao, as if seeking a positive answer. Ling Yao turned around and said, "All of you, leave here immediately. The situation here is extremely dangerous and it's beyond your ability to handle." An uneasy look immediately appeared on the faces of the 5 people. They exchanged glances with each other, but no one moved. "Su Hao, you're the only one who can save her now." Ling Yao came to Su Hao's side. Use your sword to sever her connection with the black prison Qilin. I know it's dangerous, but I understand. Su Hao's lips curled up slightly. He raised his hand and stroked Ling Yao's cheek. That's my new wife. I will do my best to protect her. Believe me. He held the sword of the end in his hand, took a deep breath, and his aura changed instantly. At this time, he had concentrated his mental strength to the extreme and used the empty state at the same time. One sword. This is the limit of what Su Hao can do now. According to his current condition, all his mental strength can only support him to swing this sword. If this sword fails, he will lose even the strength to maintain the Void Realm, and then he will be shattered into pieces. Because in addition to Guan Yu's power, there is also the power of the Black Prison Qilin. He had no time to consider the consequences of failure or to think of other possible plans. Wife, you must save me. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Su Hao only saw the ever-expanding black sphere, which was the core of the dimensional collapse. Without any unnecessary movements, his body moved with mechanical precision. With a swing of his arm, the sword of the end cut through the air, carrying a dazzling black light, and headed straight for the black sphere. Just at the moment Su Hao swung his sword, he felt as if he had passed through some invisible barrier and entered a completely different world. In the sky, countless magical beasts of various shapes were roaring, their wings covering the sky and their sharp claws tearing the air. Su Hao looked up. There was only chaos and destruction. Beneath my feet is a devastated land. The once prosperous country is now left with only broken walls and ruins. The screams of humans being torn apart by monsters filled the entire space, and the raging fire devoured everything. The figures of those humans who bravely fought against the monsters looked particularly tragic in the firelight. Is this Guan Yu's memory? Su Hao murmured. For the first time, he felt the insignificance of human power. Faced with such a disaster, even those warriors who have experienced many battles and are powerful seem so powerless. In this apocalyptic scene, a young figure suddenly caught Su Hao's attention. Through the thick smoke, he saw the young Guan Yu. Behind her, a huge monster was chasing her. Don't come over here. Guan Yu fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Someone, save me. Without any hesitation, Su Hao crossed the battlefield in an instant and swung his sword at the huge monster. The sword flashed, and the monster's body was split into two. It's okay now. Su Hao squatted down and stretched out his hand to pull up the young Guan Yu. Guan Yu stared at Su Hao with her eyes wide open, the fear in her eyes almost overflowing. Don't eat me, I'm not delicious, woo-woo. She shook off Su Hao's hand and kept backing away. Su Hao felt a sharp pain in his heart. He understood that the child's heart had been deeply traumatized. He slowed down his movements and tried to make his voice sound gentler. Don't be afraid, I'm here to protect you and won't let you get hurt. Looking at Su Hao's gentle face, the fear on Guan Yu's face gradually dissipated. But when she saw the scene behind Su Hao, she was frightened again and trembled, crying, They are all coming. There are so many of them. I am going to be eaten, just like my father and mother, who were eaten by them. Su Hao turned his head and looked at the sky. I saw countless monsters like dark clouds. They flapped their huge wings, covering the sky and the sun, as if to plunge the whole world into darkness. If this is really Guan Yu's memory. Su Hao leaned over, gently touching Guan Yu's tender skin with his palm, and said with a faint smile, Don't be afraid, I'm here, no one can hurt you. He stood up and swung his sword violently. In just a moment, the sword light cut through the sky, and the entire sky was torn apart. The monsters that covered the sky and the sun instantly disappeared in the dazzling light. Guan Yu looked at everything in front of her and asked in disbelief, Who are you? My name is Su Hao. Su Hao looked straight at Guan Yu, as if telling her that this name would be her eternal support. Guan Yu stared at Su Hao and said, You are so strong. Please tell me how I can have such a strong power as you. Su Hao squatted down gently, held Guan Yu in his arms, and whispered softly in her ear, Be my wife. Right at this moment, Guan Yu's appearance grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye she turned into a 20-year-old young girl. She blinked, still a little confused. Becoming your wife can make me so powerful? Su Hao nodded seriously, That's right, I will always be by your side and fight alongside you until one day, you become a truly strong man. I am willing to be your wife. Guan Yu agreed softly, lowering her head shyly. Then what should I do now? Su Hao smiled faintly and said, Kiss me. Shouldn't you be the one taking the initiative in this kind of thing? Guan Yu's body trembled slightly, not daring to look Su Hao in the eye. If you want to become a strong person, you must take the initiative. Su Hao gently lifted her chin with his fingers. Trust me. Well, okay. Guan Yu stared at Su Hao's handsome face and took the initiative to move closer. She was completely attracted to him. Finally, the two kissed each other. Chapter 70 Kiss. Second sister, it's been so long, are they okay? Xia Yun frowned, his eyes full of worry. Su Hao and Guan Yu are both her most important family members. Now, she could only wait anxiously, the deep feeling of powerlessness almost making her breathless. Don't worry, they will be fine. Qin Wu tried to comfort Xia Yun with a calm voice. She paced back and forth in a hurry, and every step she took seemed to be knocking on the heart of everyone present. The other four also had heavy expressions, their eyes occasionally cast towards the turbulent space. Hubby, please don't get into any trouble. Ling Yao prayed silently in her heart, clenching her hands so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. As Su Hao's eldest wife, she was more worried about his safety than anyone else. Until the constantly shattering space stopped. The black hole-like crack stopped collapsing, and the surrounding air seemed to become calmer. Suddenly, a muffled sound broke the silence. Bang! The black prison Qilin let out an earth-shaking roar. Its figure soared into the sky and flew into the sky. The majestic figure drew an arc in the air. Everyone held their breath and watched the mysterious creature leave. When they turned their gaze towards the center of the venue again, the scene before them shocked them beyond words. The two men lay on the ground. Su Hao hugged the disheveled Guan Yu tightly, and kissed her lips passionately without any scruples. He looked so absorbed, as if everything around him didn't exist. He paused for a moment. Yeah, I still like it when you take the initiative. You're so cunning. You know it's my first time and I don't know how to kiss, yet you do this. Guan Yu's words were intermittent, and the blush on her beautiful cheeks gradually faded like the sunset. As Su Hao's most beautiful wife, she is not good at expressing her emotions. Her hands that have been holding a knife for a long time make her always look fierce. When she put on a gentle and lovely expression, the contrast made people want to protect her, and Su Hao couldn't let her go. Guan Yu's sisters were so shocked that they were speechless. Their eldest sister, who was usually so domineering, was actually lying on the ground and kissing a man passionately in broad daylight. My husband is so awesome. Ling Yao's mouth curled up slightly, and she was obviously not surprised by the outcome. It seems to be over. What on earth just happened? It's really terrible. Ling Yao listened to the discussions of the audience around her, frowned slightly, and the coldness in her body suddenly broke out. The cold air under her feet continued to spread to the edge of the field, forming a circle of ice wall that blocked their sight. Now, my husband can kiss her properly. Ling Yao stared at the scene of the two kissing, her face slightly flushed, and she thought to herself, when I go back tonight, I can also. Guan Yu closed her eyes, her heart beat faster, and her cheeks flushed. Just when she was fully committed. Suddenly she felt Su Hao's lips leave her. Her heartbeat paused, she slowly opened her eyes, and whispered, "It's over? Please, continue?" Su Hao sat up straight and turned to look at the side. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to continue in the future. They are all worried about you now. Guan Yu followed Su Hao's gaze and saw that all her sisters were staring at her. Her cheeks instantly became hot. My brain is completely blank. They saw everything that just happened. For Guan Yu, who has always presented herself as a domineering person, this is undoubtedly a complete collapse of her image. She felt so ashamed that she couldn't face her sister's gazes. The embarrassment in her heart made her not know what to do. But what made her explode even more was yet to come. Su Hao stood up with a gentle smile on his face. I'm sorry for making you worry. At this time, Lin Yi walked towards Su Hao and stopped in front of him. Lin Yi? As soon as Su Hao whispered her name, he felt a warm breath approaching. Lin Yi stood on tiptoe and gently touched Su Hao's lips. Lin Yi, it seems like I haven't kissed her for several days. As Su Hao thought about it, his arms naturally wrapped around Lin Yi's waist, bringing her closer to him. Their breaths intertwined at that moment. Su Mei walked forward and gently pushed Lin Yi away. Her fingers intentionally or unintentionally stroked Su Hao's chest, leaving a trail of itchy traces. I want it too. It's been a long time since I kissed my brother. Before he finished speaking, she had already taken the initiative to kiss him. As the most coquettish woman among her sisters, Sume is naturally an excellent kisser and a good flirter. Every move she makes is full of temptation. While Suhao was kissing Sume, his eyes involuntarily turned to Xiaoyun's face not far away. Xiaoyun wore a rabbit mask and covered his eyes. The slightly parted lips beneath the mask revealed her inner turmoil. She gently licked the corner of her mouth with the tip of her pink tongue. It seems to be savoring some wonderful taste. Suhao saw it. Of course, we can't let his little rabbit down. Little rabbit, it's your turn. He walked in front of Xiaoyun and slowly lowered his head. Xiaoyun also cooperated by slightly tiptoeing. The distance between the two gradually shortened, until their lips touched. Is this little rabbit still reacting so strongly? Suhao felt that Xiaoyun was very nervous. If he was a little more intense, she might faint, so he sucked carefully and gently. At the moment between Suhao and Xiaoyun, Ziling turned around silently, as if wanting to leave. Suhao noticed Ziling's actions. He immediately let go of Xiaoyun, walked quickly forward, and gently held Ziling's hand. He took her slender waist into his arms. You, let go, what are you going to do? Ziling exerted light force, trying to break free from Suhao's arms. Suhao smiled slightly, hugged her tighter, and whispered, "Little waist, let me kiss you." Who would follow you? Ziling hadn't finished speaking yet. Suhao bent down and kissed her without hesitation. Ziling's eyes widened instantly and her body stiffened. After just 3 seconds, her eyes gradually softened. 10 seconds later, she closed her eyes completely, stopped struggling, and allowed Suhao's kiss to continue exploring. Sure enough, each of them tastes different. Suhao thought secretly in his heart, and finally fixed his eyes on Qinwu. The cute little canine teeth made him curious about what she tasted like. He slowly walked towards Qinwu. Qinwu was obviously nervous when she saw him approaching, and she stepped back repeatedly. You don't, come over here. Suhao didn't stop. Little tiger teeth, I've kissed several of your sisters. Are you going to reject me? Qinwu's face flushed slightly, and she hesitated, not knowing how to respond. I. Suhao stepped forward and hugged her gently. Don't be afraid. I'll be fair and promise it won't take too long. The two figures immediately pressed closely together. Qinwu's little canine teeth gently brushed against Suhao's tongue tip, bringing a slight itchy feeling, which was indeed quite unique. Chapter 71 Danger Approaches. Little tiger teeth, how do you feel? Suhao's gaze fell gently on Qinwu's face in his arms. Do you like it? Qinwu's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly, hesitant to speak. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, and then she mustered up the courage to continue. In the future, can I still do this? Suhao raised his eyebrows. Of course, you are my wife just like them. You can do it any time. Suhao kissed 5 people. Guan Yu was dazzled by the sight. She didn't expect that her 5 younger sisters would kiss the same man, who was the one she liked. Suhao just said that he wanted her to be his wife. In the blink of an eye, she was intimate with her sisters. This was difficult for her to accept for a while. But she was not angry. This situation made the awkward moment of her passionate kiss with Suhao disappear. You guys. Guan Yu's eyes swept over the people present. Shouldn't you explain it to me? The 5 of them looked at Guan Yu together. At this point, they no longer needed to hide their emotions and instead seemed relieved. Sister, you just. Sume covered her mouth and laughed. Sister, shouldn't you explain this to us too? You, follow me. Guan Yu sighed helplessly and took the lead to leave this place. They should be fine. Suhao looked at the backs of the 6 people leaving, thinking of the feeling of kissing them just now, and murmured, Guan Yu is completely awkward, but very beautiful. Qinwu feels a little itchy. Sume is skilled in kissing and can flirt. Ziling touches her waist and then kisses her mouth, which is very flavorful. Linny is direct and bold. Xiaoyun is easily shy and very cute. What about me? Followed by a light sound of footsteps. Ling Yao appeared silently behind Suhao. I heard everything you were thinking. Are those 6 exquisite women really that fascinating to you, you little pervert? Suhao turned around and faced Ling Yao. Yao, you are my first wife. In my heart, you naturally combine all the advantages of the 6 of them into one. Ling Yao narrowed her eyes slightly, crossed her arms over her chest, and feigned anger as she said, Oh? So you were so absorbed in kissing them just now that you seem to have completely forgotten about me, your wife. She was indeed a little jealous, watching her husband kissing other women, and she was the only one who didn't get a kiss. Yao, I didn't expect you to be jealous. Su Hao stepped forward, gently wrapped his arms around Ling Yao's waist from behind, and put his lips close to her ear. You are my most precious wife, how could I just kiss you? When we go home tonight, I will spend the whole night slowly and carefully making it up to you. Hear this. Ling Yao finally couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on her face. She hummed softly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. That's more than enough, you know what's good for you. However, will there really be no problem with those 6 people? Su Hao looked worried, always afraid that some grudges would arise among them because of him. Ling Yao patted Su Hao's shoulder confidently. Don't worry, my husband, leave this matter to me. I am confident that I can make them all willingly become your wives and live in harmony with each other. Leaving the gate of Qinglong Academy, Su Hao's footsteps were a little heavy. He walked along the familiar path towards home. Along the way, his thoughts were in a whirlwind, and he kept recalling his experiences during this period. Since he started from the road of contract. So far, 9 women have been successfully contracted. Now, time is running out, with only 10 days left. Within this limited time, he must find the last top-notch woman and complete the contract. Su Hao's days at school. Always observing and looking for possible contract partners. Unfortunately, apart from the 6 members of the hexagram who have been contracted, no trace of other top-notch women has been found. Sudden. The image of Tyrina flashed through his mind. That female insect does have extraordinary charm. An inexplicable excitement surged in Su Hao's heart. Playing with insects is exciting just thinking about it. Compared with humans, contracts with women of other races seem to be more interesting, especially deep contracts. Just like Yenlinger, she is much more fragrant than a dragon and a human. Then, Su Hao's reason told him that Tyrina was too powerful, and it would be impossible for him to subdue her with his current strength. It may even lead to death. After careful consideration, Su Hao made a decision. He planned to go all out in the next 5 days to find other top-notch women. If there is really no suitable candidate, then he can only take the risk and try to contract Tyrina. That cute yet dangerous female insect. Su Hao moved his mind slightly and opened the system panel. Name, Su Hao. Gender, male. Age, 20. Strength, 11,080. Agility, 11,050. Endurance, 11,030. Defense, 11,020. Spiritual power, 11010. Spiritual power, 35. Talent, 99. Skills, Supernova Burn, Devour, Eye of the Void, Replicate, Telekinesis, Chaos Thunder, Demon Summoning. Equipment, Dragon Scale Spear, Haotian Divine Stick, Sword of the End, Clock of Time. Special ability, Exploring Eyes. Current realm, Creation level. Number of contractors, 9. Assignable value, 0. Su Hao examined his attribute data. His basic stats aren't outstanding, but the various abilities he possesses are incredibly powerful. However, most abilities require the consumption of mental energy to exert their due power. The Clock of Time. This weapon can manipulate time and only requires spiritual energy to activate. Wouldn't that make it invincible? Su Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and prepared to carefully study how to use it. Just as he was about to take it out, the strange surroundings suddenly caught his attention. Ever since leaving Qinglong Academy, Su Hao always felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere around him. It seemed as if a hidden murderous intent was slowly approaching. He began to observe his surroundings more carefully. This idiot, he finally found out. He didn't even know he was being followed? Tyrina was watching Su Hao's every move through the eyes of the insect. Little guy, let me help you. As she gently moved her fingers, the little bug instantly split into several parts and flew towards Su Hao. Chapter 72, Magic Array. Guan Yu sat in the middle of the room. Several sisters sat around her. Her eyes swept over their faces one by one. You guys are so bold. You actually dared to secretly look for men behind my back. She took a deep breath and said, I won't pursue the past, but from now on, Su Hao is mine. I think you guys should have no objection. Normally, no matter what Guan Yu said, these 5 sisters would obey obediently and would not dare to resist at all. Today, however, things seemed different. Xiaoyan was the most timid, but she stood up first. Sister, I won't give him to you. Su Mei's body trembled slightly. Brother is mine. Only he can make my heart beat faster and make me excited. He is the man who defeated me. Only a strong man like him is qualified to fight alongside me. Ziling closed her eyes and spoke softly. Qinwu curled her lips, as if recalling some beautiful memory. I think I also like him a little bit. After all, we kissed twice. Linny was straightforward. I like the smell of kissing him, it smells so good. I won't give up. Guan Yu frowned and raised her voice a few degrees. Su Hao personally admitted that I am his wife. Only by becoming his wife can I become stronger. Therefore, I will never give him to any of you. He also called me his wife. Xia Yun's voice became weak. Am I still his little rabbit? Others said that they had also been called wife. Guan Yu crossed her arms over her chest and said, Sister, there is only one Su Hao. We can discuss other things, but I must get him. I will never give in. Xia Yun pouted and retorted dissatisfiedly, Sister, you were shouting that you wanted to beat him down yesterday. We just met today, how come he suddenly became yours? Guan Yu's face was filled with shame, and her voice dropped. I was like that because... She shook her head, trying to shake off the embarrassment. No matter what, I'm determined to be Su Hao's wife. I am his wife. Su Mei shouted unwillingly. No, it's me. Qin Wu shouted. Me too. Ziling and Linny also joined the argument. The voices of 6 people rose and fell. No one was willing to give in on this matter. Just as the quarrel became more and more intense, the door suddenly opened and Ling Yao walked in. Her appearance made everyone quiet down instantly. Guan Yu bowed slightly, Lord God of War, why are you here? Ling Yao didn't answer. She walked straight to the chair and sat down, her eyes sweeping over everyone present. I heard everything you said just now. The 6 people looked at each other. I don't know what Ling Yao will say next. Let me tell you the truth, Su Hao, he is my most beloved husband. Ling Yao's words were like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar in the room. All 6 people showed shocked expressions on their faces. They knew that Ling Yao and Su Hao had a special relationship. However, they were still deeply shocked when they heard such words from the mouth of their respected principal Ling. Ling Yao continued, not only that, Su Hao is the only man I admire. I believe he will become the king of the entire Blue Star, no, the entire world, the entire universe. Therefore, I want all 6 of you to become his wives. After hearing Ling Yao's words, all 6 of them were stunned. They had never thought that they could share a husband with their most beloved principal Ling and the most admired Lord Ice Domain War. This was an incredible honor. Of course, I can guarantee that he will love each of you and treat you just like he treats me. After all, we are all his wives. Ling Yao smiled slightly, are you willing? I do. The 6 people agreed in unison without hesitation. Then you can call me sister from now on. Ling Yao nodded with satisfaction, as your sister, I have 3 things to tell you. Her voice became serious. First, you must obey Su Hao's orders absolutely and not betray him. Second, as Su Hao's wives, you must treat each other like sisters and there must be no conflicts or jealousy. If he has other wives in the future, you must treat them the same way. Third, you must work hard to become stronger and help him kill the enemy. You must not become a burden to him. Do you understand what I am saying? The 6 people answered in unison, I heard it clearly. How could they refuse? From being someone I admire to becoming his sister, and then to becoming Su Hao's wife, this kind of thing is something I could never have imagined in my dreams. Ling Yao looked at the 6 well-behaved men with a satisfied smile, thinking, I should find an opportunity to let him live with all his wives. The house at home is too small, so it would be better to help him buy a big house that can accommodate more than 10 people. No, I believe he will have more wives in the future. The house will probably have 20 or 30 people living in it. The other side. Su Hao was walking on the street in the evening when he felt a threat from nearby. Could I be mistaken? He shook his head slightly. That's true. How could Xinglong be here? Ah! What is this? The loud shouting caught Su Hao's attention. A man in black stepped out from the shadows. He covered his face with his hands and howled in pain, my face, it hurts so much, help me. He's found us, let's go together and kill him. As the order was issued, a dozen men in black emerged from the shadows. They formed an airtight circle, trapping Su Hao in the center. The daggers flashed coldly in the dim light, and they attacked simultaneously from different angles. The blades cut through the air, making a sharp scream. There is indeed an ambush. Su Hao's expression remained unchanged. He instantly activated the replication skill, his body sank slightly, and he entered a wonderful combat state. His eyes were like a scanner, quickly capturing every detail of the enemy's movements, and his brain worked at high speed to calculate the best response strategy. At the moment when the enemy's blade is about to touch your body, Su Hao moved. His figure shuttled through the flashing swords and shadows, cleverly avoiding every knife and every attack. Immediately afterwards, a dragon scale spear emerged from his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the dragon scale spear drew a graceful arc in the air and went straight for the throat of the nearest man in black. The man reacted quickly and tried to block with his dagger, but Su Hao's strength was too great. The dragon scale spear easily penetrated the blade, continued forward, and accurately pierced the enemy's throat. Su Hao didn't stop. He used the reaction force to bounce up like a spring, turned around and kicked another enemy in the chest. The kick was so powerful that it sent the man flying backwards and crashing into his companion behind him. Immediately afterwards, Su Hao flipped in the air. No enemy could get close to him, whether by piercing his heart or cutting his throat. After just a few minutes, only one person was left. Su Hao stared at him. "You're the only one left." The man took a few steps back and ran away. How could he let the other person go? He immediately chased after him. This guy runs really fast. Su Hao's eyes were as sharp as torches, fixed on the black-clad figure that was fleeing quickly in front of him. We must catch him and find out who was behind this. He mustered the power of a supernova combustion. Unleash power in an instant. His speed was so fast that it seemed as if his figure left a trail of afterimages in the air as he quickly caught up with the fleeing man in black. The man in black was running wildly on the ground ahead. Suddenly he felt a powerful aura approaching from behind. He turned around abruptly and saw Su Hao descending from the sky like a god, holding a dragon scale spear and stabbing straight at him. Facing this fierce attack, the man in black didn't show any panic on his face, but instead had a strange smile on his face. Just as the dragon scale spear was about to touch him, an accident happened. Bang! The dragon scale spear did pierce through the black-clad man's chest, but there was no expected resistance, and only an illusion was pierced. This is? Su Hao was shocked and felt something was wrong. Before he could react, two huge magic circles lit up under his feet and in the sky respectively, surrounded him tightly in the middle. Boom! There was a deafening bang. The magic circle in the sky released a dazzling beam of light, which fell vertically like a punishment from heaven. It instantly hit the position where Su Hao was. Chapter 73 Devil Summoning. Finally got rid of him. This guy was so powerful that he killed more than a dozen of our brothers. But fortunately, we set a trap in advance. He's not still alive, is he? You're kidding. This is a spiritual energy destruction array that combines the spiritual power of 8 people. No matter how strong he is, there's no chance of him surviving. 8 people stood around the edge of the pit, looking through the smoke, trying to see what was going on inside. As time passed, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the deep pit. That's what I said, how could he? A man in black spoke before he finished speaking. Suddenly, everyone's eyes froze. In the center of the pit, a vague figure slowly emerged. That was Su Hao. Su Hao stood in the deep pit. The surrounding land has been reduced to nothing. There was only the small space where he stood, and the ground beneath his feet remained unscathed. Under the power of his Eye of the Void, all attacks were like a drop in the ocean, unable to hurt him at all. Su Hao's eyes were cold. He slowly raised his head and looked directly at the 8 men in black at the edge of the pit. Are you ready? Prepare to die. How is this possible? They couldn't comprehend what was happening before their eyes. Su Hao was actually unharmed under the attack of the psychic destruction array, which was beyond their understanding. They exchanged a horrified look. The next second, he ran away without hesitation. Want to leave? Su Hao jumped up lightly, and the dragon scale spear in his hand drew a perfect arc in the air, aiming at the chest of one of them and throwing it out with force. The dragon scale spear was like a poisonous snake chasing its prey, piercing through the chest of the man in black, leaving a trail of blood. The man in black fell to the ground before he could even let out a scream. See this scene. The other men in black dared not stay and fight. In addition, the use of the magic circle just now had consumed all their strength, and now their only thought was to escape and stay as far away from this terrible opponent as possible. Run apart, one of them shouted. They immediately dispersed. How could Su Hao let them escape so easily? He quickly reached out and took out the Haotian divine stick from his palm. With the stimulation of spiritual power, the Haotian divine stick in his hand began to grow longer and bigger, and instantly turned into a huge stick that was 100 meters long. He swung the Haotian divine stick with unparalleled momentum and smashed it towards the fleeing man in black. Wherever the stick passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a terrifying whistling sound. Boom! A loud bang that shook the earth. The Haotian divine stick smashed to the ground, instantly creating a huge hole. The surrounding ground also shook, dust flew, and stones scattered. Those men in black who were fleeing separately were affected by this force and were blown away one after another, falling heavily to the ground and losing the ability to continue escaping. Su Hao stood in the dust, like a god of war, slowly walking towards the enemies who had lost the power to resist. He was thinking about how to deal with these enemies. Eat it with Charmander. After scanning the bodies of several people, I found that they were all uncles in their 40s and their flesh was a bit old. And Charmander doesn't like eating men. Tell me, who sent you here? Su Hao grabbed the neck of a man in black and questioned. We are the dragon spirit killers. The order we received is to kill you. As for the power of attorney, I don't know. The man in black spoke in a broken voice with fear on his face. You're not telling the truth, are you? Su Hao's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he suddenly exerted force with both hands. There was only a click sound. The man in black's neck broke and his body fell limply to the ground. Then, Su Hao grabbed the neck of another man in black and said, "Tell me who sent you here, or you will end up like him. Please spare us, we really don't know." The man in black struggled weakly on the ground. The clients of the dragon spirit killer are all anonymous. We only kill people and don't know the identities of the clients at all. Then there's no use for you. Su Hao pinched his fingers lightly. Another click. The man in black's throat shattered in his hands. He looked around at the 6 people lying on the ground and thought that it would be a waste to kill them all like this. That's right. Su Hao immediately summoned the clock of time and space. Behind him, a circular time wheel slowly appeared, engraved with complex timescales. According to the system, there are 2 ways to use the spacetime clock. One is to trade the lifespan of species of the same level, and the other is to manipulate the flow of time within the range. The diameter of the spacetime clock will change according to the amount of spiritual power injected, thus affecting the range. Su Hao began to inject spiritual energy. At the same time, he walked up to a man in black, leaned over and asked, "Do you want me to let you go?" The man in black nodded desperately, "Please, let me go." Su Hao continued, "Are you willing to sacrifice all your time in exchange? You only need to answer yes or no." The man in black looked at Su Hao in confusion, but driven by his survival instinct, he nodded and said, "Yes." The time and space clock behind Su Hao emitted a faint light, reflecting the time displayed above the black-clothed man's head as 1 minute. Then, the clock of time and space instantly sucked away the time of the man in black. Wait until the time above his head returns to 0. He was completely dead. What's going on? Su Hao frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, the time he displayed is the countdown to his life. The clock of time and space can not only take away time, but also give time to life. This ability is simply incredible. However, the men in black in front of him were all dying, so there was no point in absorbing their time. Su Hao's gaze swept over the remaining men in black again, and he wanted to try out another ability, demon summoning. He looked at the body of the man in black on the ground, stretched out his hands, and prepared to chant a spell. Why do I suddenly feel a little ashamed? The abyss of shadows, the center of chaos. I use soul as guide and blood as chapter. Make a pact with the void, and the devil will respond quickly. I will exchange the soul for your present life. Dark demon, heed my call, and break through the boundaries to descend. After Su Hao recited the spell, the corpse seemed to feel some kind of call. The air around began to fluctuate violently. The black air surrounding the corpse gradually became thicker, like ink dripping into clear water, slowly spreading out. The black gas continued to rotate, forming a vortex that completely enveloped the corpse. As time went on, the black gas became thicker and thicker, eventually completely engulfing the outline of the corpse. Eventually it formed a black ball the size of a palm. After the sphere was completely condensed, it began to rise slowly and floated into the air. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface of the sphere. 2 faint lights shone through the cracks. Those were a pair of eyes, a pair of black eyes. Chapter 74 Rewards. A demon? He looks very powerful. Su Hao's eyes were shining as he stared at the demon in front of him with excitement. Until the entire body of the demon is revealed. It looks like... It's not what I imagined. This demon has a round head, big ears, no hands or feet, and stands like a spinning top. There is nothing but the head and ears. It's completely black and looks kind of cute. Su Hao stared at the information on its head. Type: round demon. Level: 0.3. Ability: roll. It's a bit tasteless. Forget it, I'll just call you Xiao Yuan. After all, it was the demon he summoned, so he might as well try it out first. But Su Hao still hadn't reacted. I saw Xiao Yuan falling from mid-air. Its body fell directly into liquid. Gah! Only then did Su Hao understand that the level of the summoned demon was determined by the strength of the sacrificed lifeform. A small fry like this can't summon a powerful demon. But this skill has one biggest advantage. That means there is no consumption on yourself. As long as there are people killed by him, he can summon them anytime and anywhere within the time limit. In that case, Su Hao's mind moved, and he immediately used his telekinesis to summon the fragments of the dragon scale spear. With a slight thought, he pierced the heads of several people in an instant. He planned to use the remaining 7 to summon a demon. As he stretched out his hand again and chanted the same spell, all 7 corpses were wrapped in black. They finally merged into a black ball. This time it is obviously much bigger than last time. The demon opened his eyes and broke out of his shell. It still has a big head, but there are 2 wings on the head and a clearly visible big beak on it. Type: demon. Level: 3.2. Ability: grinning. Su Hao stared closely at the demon flying in the air. I saw it immediately use its ability, grinning, raising its eyebrows, and actually laughing. It looks very much like the first emoticon package of Sogu input method. Fuck, it really blinded my eyes. Su Hao didn't expect that this demon was so powerful. It was indeed worthy of being a level 3.2 demon. If you walk at night, you will be scared to death by it. What the hell is this? Su Hao sighed helplessly and could only put the demon into the different space and let it play with Charmander. Yan Linger looked at the demon in front of her and murmured, "Husband, I really, thank you." After returning home, the moment Su Hao opened the door, Ling Yao couldn't wait to come forward. "Husband, why are you back so late?" She was wearing a white bathrobe, the soft fabric clinging to her body. She hugged Su Hao's waist tightly, pressed her face against his chest, and felt his heartbeat. "Nothing, I just met a few people who attacked me on the road," Su Hao said calmly, his hand gently stroking Ling Yao's head. "Attacked you?" Ling Yao's eyes widened. "Who is so bold as to attack my beloved husband?" "They call themselves the Dragon Spirit Killers." Su Hao's fingers gently slid across Ling Yao's cheek. "Yao Yao, do you know what organization the Dragon Spirit Killers are?" Long Ling, damn Long Ling." Ling Yao's eyes instantly filled with rage. "Those bastards, one day, I will personally wipe them out, leaving not a single one alive." "Okay, Yao Yao, I'm fine, right?" Su Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and hugged her gently. "I'm glad you're okay." Ling Yao's emotions gradually calmed down. She took Su Hao's arm and guided him to sit on the sofa in the room. She then lay on him, adjusted to a comfortable position, and began to explain slowly, "Dragon Spirit is the largest human killer organization. Its influence spreads across the 4 major countries. As long as they are paid, they are willing to do anything. I heard that this organization originated from the Qinglong Kingdom, and is divided into 72 Earth-level killers, 36 Heaven-level killers, and 10 killing gods. Once targeted by these 10 killer gods, it's basically a death sentence. Furthermore, the leader of the Dragon Spirit organization is even more mysterious. The number of secret techniques and abilities they possess exceeds even that of the 4 great nations. Be careful when you encounter them in the future." Su Hao listened to Ling Yao's words, his brows slightly furrowed, and he looked a little tired. Xinglong Society, now there's a Dragon Spirit Killer. Things seem to be getting more and more complicated. He thought that the most important thing now was to find the best woman, and he had no time to deal with these things. Wait until the last person has signed the contract. Whether it is Long Ling or Xinglongui, no one can escape from his palm. "Don't worry, hubby. I'll help you." Ling Yao suddenly laughed. Hubby, I have something to congratulate you on. Congratulations on having 6 wives. 6? Su Hao looked a little surprised. Ling Yao said proudly, that's right, Guan Yu, Qin Wu, Sumei, Ziling, Linny, Xia Yun, the 6 of them. You mean, they all agree to be my wife? Su Hao didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. There are 6 of them. Although they are sisters with a very good relationship, they all have very different personalities. Let them serve Su Hao together. If he wants to do this, it is indeed a bit difficult. Unless the deep contract. But Ling Yao did it easily. How could they dare to refuse me? Ling Yao raised her chin slightly, full of confidence. Yao Yao, you are so nice to me. Su Hao's eyes flashed with emotion. If Ling Yao hadn't been helping him silently behind the scenes, he would probably have to find a way to deal with the relationship between them. Of course, you are my most beloved husband. I will always be good to you and love you forever. Ling Yao caressed Su Hao's chest and kept expressing her love. Then you must treat them well in the future. Don't let down the 6 of them. Oh, no, you must not let down any of your wives, whether they are the current ones or the future ones. She added, looking at Su Hao seriously. Of course, you are all my wives. Su Hao said and kissed Ling Yao gently on the forehead. Husband Ling Yao called out in a tender voice. Wife, I told you I would reward you tonight. Su Hao stood up from the sofa, holding Ling Yao in his arms. Now, let me reward you. Husband, you are still missing one person. If you can't find it. Ling Yao looked at Su Hao worriedly. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she lost the man in front of her. Don't worry. We've already contracted 9 in 20 days. Can't we find one in the last 10 days? Su Hao smiled confidently. What if we can't find it? Ling Yao became even more worried. Have you forgotten that bug? She is also the target of the contract. Su Hao raised his eyebrows with a smile. But Ling Yao wanted to speak. Su Hao suddenly kissed her red lips, then put his mouth to her ear and whispered, Yao Yao, my beloved wife, now you don't have to think about anything else, just accept my reward, understand? I understand, husband. Ling Yao blushed slightly and closed her eyes shyly. She finally decided to let go of everything and enjoy the unique reward from her dearest husband. It was an intimate action that belonged only to the 2 of them. As for the future? No matter what happens. She decided to face it together with Su Hao. You are just a human, and you want to contract me? Humph, it's just a pipe dream. Tyrina smiled and shook her head. After a few days of observation, she kept eavesdropping on the conversations between Su Hao and Ling Yao. It seemed that he understood everything about Su Hao and saw the abilities he possessed. This made Tyrina very interested in Su Hao. Next, I should have some fun with him. Tyrina waved the slender fingers of her hands, and something seemed to be brewing in her mind. Chapter 75 Sister Linger. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines through the gap in the curtains and gently falls on the warm bed. Su Hao gently stroked Ling Yao, who was sleeping in his arms. At this moment, Ling Yao's mouth corners were slightly raised, with a smile. Even in her sleep, she kept murmuring Su Hao's name. Su Hao, husband, you are so great, don't leave me. Yao Yao, I will never leave you. Su Hao patted her head gently. Ling Yao's body curled up slightly in Su Hao's arms, her bare feet gently hooked around Su Hao's calves. The sunlight shone on her silver white hair, creating a soft halo. Her face is as pink as jade. The neck is white and delicate. The body is delicate and well proportioned. Every inch of her skin is like a carefully carved piece of jade. Su Hao's gaze stayed on Ling Yao. It seems like no matter how much I look at him, I can never get enough of my beloved wife. In Su Hao's heart, the luckiest thing about coming to this world is meeting Ling Yao. She defended and supported him without hesitation, and helped him deal with his relationships with other wives. So he secretly vowed that no matter what happened, he would always stay by Ling Yao's side. Of course, this also includes other wives. Forever. This word echoed in Su Hao's mind. If he could use the clock of time and plunder enough lifespans, he could be with Ling Yao and his other wives forever. Ling Yao slowly opened her long eyelashes, and her bright eyes met Su Hao's affectionate gaze. The corners of her mouth curled up into a gentle smile. She moaned softly, and then pressed her face against Su Hao's solid chest. Hubby, last night, you are really getting better and better. Yao Yao, as long as you like it, Su Hao gently stroked her hair. It's more than just like, I simply love my husband to death. Ling Yao closed her eyes contentedly. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, as if she remembered something important. Oh, right, it's time to release that little Charmander. You mean Yen Linger? Su Hao frowned slightly, looking a little hesitant. This little fire dragon is a princess after all. She has a strong possessiveness. I'm worried that she won't agree with our arrangement. Don't worry, we have plenty of patience and can slowly persuade her. Ling Yao cupped Su Hao's cheeks with both hands. Yen Linger is also one of your beloved wives. We can't let her suffer loneliness alone. That would be too pitiful for her. Yao Yao, you are so nice. A warm feeling surged in Su Hao's heart and he held Ling Yao's hand tightly. Then he stretched out his palm. Yen Linger appeared in the room. The moment she saw Su Hao, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately rushed over and hugged Su Hao's neck tightly. Husband, you finally let me out. I missed you so much. Charmander. Su Hao smiled and stroked her cute little dragon head. You can live outside from now on and live with us. My husband is saying that I can live with him. Yen Linger jumped up excitedly, her dragon horns waving in the air like a happy flame. That's great. Then I can sleep with my husband in my arms every day. After she danced around Su Hao for a few times. Suddenly he noticed Ling Yao next to him. Yen Linger's eyes instantly became alert, and her memory from 20 days ago seemed to be awakened in an instant. Yes, it's you. Yen Linger immediately entered combat mode, raised her little fist and smashed towards Ling Yao. Stop. Su Hao immediately spoke out to stop it. Yen Linger stopped at Su Hao's command. She looked at Su Hao in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Charmander, she is not an enemy. Su Hao began to explain patiently, telling Yen Linger that Ling Yao was also his wife, and that besides them, he had other wives. After hearing this, Yen Linger's expression became complicated. She immediately hugged Su Hao's arm tightly and said, No, my husband is mine. I don't want to share him with others. Little Charmander, have you forgotten what I said? Su Hao narrowed his eyes and gently pinched Yen Linger's pitiful dragon face. Be an obedient dragon, so that I can love you well. Yen Linger wanted to refute. But Su Hao's words made her unable to continue insisting, Don't worry, even if I have another wife, I will definitely love you as much as before. Okay, but I want to be the biggest wife. Yen Linger muttered, with anticipation flashing in her eyes. You are all equal in my heart, my most beloved wives. Su Hao replied gently. Ling Yao smiled and walked to Yen Linger, patting her shoulder. Sister Linger, I will definitely love you like a sister and will never let Su Hao bully you. Really? Yen Linger looked at Ling Yao doubtfully. Of course it's true. We are all family. You are my lovely sister Linger. Ling Yao stroked Yen Linger's head with a smile. Sister. Yen Linger called shyly. Ling Yao smiled softly and held her gently in her arms. My lovely sister Linger. Su Hao looked at his two wives hugging each other and thought how great it would be if all wives could live in harmony like this. He believed that with Ling Yao around, it would be possible. After several exchanges, Ling Yao and Yen Linger gradually became familiar with each other. As the wife who understands Su Hao the most, Ling Yao is very indifferent to strangers. However, in order to help Su Hao win over his wife, she behaves like a gentle sister at this time. This is not a disguise. In her mind she thought. As long as she is Su Hao's wife, he should treat her gently and handle the relationship between the harem well. Only in this way can Su Hao get married and become stronger with peace of mind. Hubby, you should reward Linger today. I have to go to the academy. Be gentle with Linger. Don't be too rough like you were last night. Ling Yao said this and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Before leaving, she moved closer to Su Hao and said softly, Today, I have prepared another surprise for my husband. I believe you will like it. Su Hao looked at Ling Yao's strange smile and wanted to find out what the surprise was. But Ling Yao had already turned around and walked out of the room lightly, leaving Su Hao with a confused look on his face. Surprise? Su Hao shook his head, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why is Yao Yao acting so secretive? Husband, at this moment, Yen Linger gently hugged Su Hao's neck from behind. What is the reward Sister Ling mentioned? I want it too. Su Hao turned around and said, Little good dragon, since you've been so well behaved, I'll give you a good reward. He picked up Yen Linger and put her on the bed. Is this the reward Sister Ling mentioned? Yen Linger looked at Su Hao's figure on her body, her face full of anticipation. I really like this kind of reward. I hope my husband will reward me every day. That's right. Suhao smiled slightly, stroking her smooth dragon horns, slowly touching her face and lips. What a cute little dragon. Charmander not only breathes fire, but also turns red. Of course, that's not shy red. Chapter 76 Living in Harmony. Brother, I can finally see my beloved brother. Sume came to Suhao's door with a smile on her face and full of anticipation. She was wearing a low-cut dress today, half of her breasts were exposed, and her pink and cream-colored hair gently touched her shoulders, making her look sexy and seductive. Every movement she made exuded the charm of a mature woman. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she unexpectedly met Qinwu, who arrived at the door at the same time. Sume's eyes dimmed for a moment. Second sister, why are you here? Qinwu raised an eyebrow and asked, if you can come, why can't I? Her outfit was even bolder. She only wore a coat over a sexy bikini, looking very wild. Second sister, third sister. A shy voice came from behind the wall. Xia Yun cautiously poked his head out from behind the wall. They both looked at Xia Yun. Xia Yun lowered her head shyly, her hands tightly covering her miniskirt, which had been cut even shorter. She also wore a pair of cute bunny ears on her head, looking both innocent and attractive. You're dressed like this. Xinwu couldn't help laughing. You look even more like a rabbit, a cute little rabbit. Don't laugh at me, it was Sister Ling who asked me to dress like this, so I. Xia Yun explained stutteringly, a blush on her face. Just then. Hey, you are all here. Linny walked over calmly, waved and greeted them. She looked heroic in her smart tights. Next to her was Ziling, who was wearing a purple dress. Of course, she still deliberately exposed her slim waist and beautiful belly button so that Suha would like her. The 5 people were looking at each other in confusion. Guan Yu also walked over slowly. She never dresses up. Today she was wearing a black uniform and high heels, and she walked cautiously, obviously not used to this kind of attire. This is the first time I see Guan Yu dressed like this. All 5 of them tried hard to suppress their laughter. In the end, he burst out laughing. You, what's so funny? Guan Yu frowned slightly. Sister Ling said this is uniform temptation. It turned out that Ling Yao had called them here. After her persuasion, the 6 of them no longer felt jealous and they walked towards the door together. Guan Yu wanted to knock on the door. Wait, there seems to be a sound inside. Sume immediately stopped her. Sister, the door is not locked. Aren't you curious about what my brother is doing right now? This. Guan Yu hesitated for a moment, but still gently pushed the door open. This little fire dragon's combat value is higher than Yao Yao's. Suha fought about last night. Only 3 hours had passed, and now Yenlinger was rewarded with 2.5 hours. He could only smile helplessly and said, little pervert, that's enough, isn't it? Husband, are you tired? Yenlinger wrapped her hands around Suhao's neck and said excitedly, then please lie down. Guan Yu raised her hand and was about to knock on the door. Wait, there seems to be a sound inside. Sume reached out to stop Guan Yu. Sister, the door is not locked. Aren't you curious about what my brother is doing right now? This. Guan Yu hesitated for a moment and gently pushed the door open. This little fire dragon's combat value is higher than Ling Yao's. Suha fought about last night. It hadn't even been 3 hours yet, and now Yenlinger had been rewarded with 2.5 hours. He smiled helplessly and said, little pervert, that's enough, isn't it? Husband, are you tired? Yenlinger wrapped her hands around Suhao's neck and said coquettishly, husband, please lie down. However, they did not notice that 6 pairs of eyes outside the door were staring closely at the scene inside. Guan Yu, Qinwu, Sume, Ziling, Linny, and Xia Yun, these 6 people had never seen such a creature before. Yenlinger clearly has a delicate female body. But the long horns on her head swayed back and forth with her movements. They could tell at once that she was not human. Could this be the legendary dragon? Guan Yu guessed Yenlinger's identity. Brother, with long. Sume's face showed excitement, and she couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, wow, so amazing. The voices of several people caught Yenlinger's attention. With a smile on her lips, she slowly opened her eyes and looked behind her, only to meet the surprised gazes of 6 people. Yenlinger was petrified on the spot and stopped moving instantly. Next second. Ouch. Suhao shook his head vigorously. It's not that he thought the idea was absurd, but he had a vague feeling in his heart that if he did this, he would lose everything he had now. Because of the constraints of Tian Dao Shinha. Let's find an opportunity and slowly sign the contract later. He murmured. Even though he was unhappy, he had no choice but to compromise. So, embarrassing, I actually got seen like that, woo woo XX. Yen Linger huddled in the corner with the quilt still on her head, her face flushed. This time she was really embarrassed. Okay, Charmander, they are all your sisters. There's nothing to be shy about. Su Hao gently patted Yen Linger's dragon head. Come, get to know your sisters. Sister? Yen Linger raised her curious eyes and looked at Su Hao. You mean, I can be a sister too? Of course. You will be responsible for taking good care of your sisters from now on. Su Hao smiled gently. I understand. I will try my best to be a good sister. When Sister Ling is not around, I will be the one to protect them. Yen Linger raised her little fist and vowed. This is the Sister Linger that Sister Ling mentioned, right? Xia Yun looked at Yen Linger curiously. I didn't expect there really was a dragon. This is the first time I've seen one. Ziling also seemed very curious, and her eyes closely followed Yen Linger's every move. Sister Linger is so beautiful, can I touch your dragon horns? Su Mei's hands trembled uncontrollably. This. Yen Linger's eyes unconsciously turned to Su Hao, as if seeking his consent. Su Hao smiled slightly, nodded gently, and gave Yen Linger a reassuring look. With Su Hao's permission, Yen Linger immediately walked towards the 6 people. Start communicating with them. Su Hao looked at his 7 wives living in harmony, and felt that this scene was simply indescribable. If Yao Yao were here, plus Ai Li and the last wife in the contract, there would be 10 people in total. He was thinking this. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Could there be another surprise? Could it be that Ling Yao has even found Ai Li? How is this possible? Su Hao cast aside his unrealistic fantasies and opened the door. I saw a woman in a black dress standing outside the door. You are? He wanted to ask. The woman raised her head, licked her slender fingers, and said with a smile, It's only been a few days since we last met, have you forgotten me? This makes me so sad. Chapter 77, Full Power Punch. Su Hao looked at the woman in front of him. The person was wearing a long black dress and was tall, even taller than him. His gaze slowly moved upwards, finally resting on her face until he saw the name displayed on her message. Tyrina. Su Hao's mask was filled with shock. He had not expected the female insect to show up on her own initiative. Why are you here? Of course I came here specifically to see you. Tyrina smiled gently and picked up her skirt. Do you like this outfit? You came to see me specifically? Su Hao quickly adjusted his mindset because he noticed that Tyrina's favorability rating was 18 points. You're not in love with me, are you? You've deceived so many people of the opposite sex with this mouth. Tyrina shook her head, the corners of her mouth raised. Do you really want to kiss me? Su Hao's heart trembled. He did have such an idea and hoped to complete the contract through kissing. But how could the mother insect know this? Tyrina noticed the subtle change in Su Hao's expression and said with a smile, Now, I'll give you a chance. Fight with me. As long as you win, I will let you kiss me. There is such a good thing. Su Hao began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. Good, ha ha ha. Tyrina laughed a few times. It seems that you really want to get me, but if you lose, you will be my slave forever. Su Hao thought to himself that his strength had improved significantly compared to the previous few days, and he had more cards up his sleeve. Although Tyrina is equally powerful, he may not be without a chance of winning. Etc. He suddenly realized that he didn't need to win. Just find a chance to kiss her. Think of this. Su Hao nodded in agreement, I promise you. He turned and tried to walk into the room. Stop, follow me now. Tyrina stood 1 meter away from him and shouted coldly, If you dare to let the 7 people inside notice, I don't mind killing them first. You dare. Su Hao's expression suddenly darkened, and he glanced at Tyrina. If you dare to touch them, even if you are the Zerg Queen, I will bury you Zerg with me. A murderous intent surged from him, and he would never allow anyone to hurt his beloved wives. Oh my, it's so scary. Tyrina was not afraid at all. If you can do it, you can try it. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became tense. Su Hao knew that now was not the time to conflict with her. This female insect was too powerful. If he annoyed her, she would indeed be able to do something. Okay, I'll go with you now. That's right. Tyrina nodded with satisfaction. With a flick of her finger, a portal appeared beside her. Follow me. Su Hao followed closely behind and stepped into the portal. The two appeared in a desolate place. The land here is barren. It was silent all around. Here, you can unleash all your power. Tyrina's voice echoed in this empty area. Have you seen my full strength? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. No, so I want to see it. Tyrina's answer was simple and direct. Why did you choose me? Su Hao looked at Tyrina and smiled slightly. You want me to be your slave? What kind of slave do you want? Tyrina licked the corner of her mouth and said with a charming look, of course, my seed drill. Su Hao. He still felt quite shocked when he heard this answer. If you win, you kiss her and complete the initial contract. If you lose, go straight to the deep contract. Adults all know this, so why bother choosing? Then we don't have to fight. Su Hao narrowed his eyes and smiled, I am willing to be your slave, my master. He thought to himself, as long as the deep contract is completed, it is not certain who will be the slave of whom, and I will let you call him back then. At that time, Tyrina's favorability towards her reached 100, and she could be forced to give orders. He. No matter how you look at it, I'm the winner. I'll tell you the truth. Tyrina's tone suddenly became serious, and she began to reveal her true intentions to Su Hao. I have been secretly observing you for a long time, and your unique ability has interested me very much. If we can combine, perhaps we can create an unprecedentedly powerful Zerg warrior. However, the prerequisite is that you must be able to survive in my hands. Observe secretly? Su Hao frowned, surprised by Tyrina's words. Yes, through my eavesdropping bug, I know that as long as you kiss someone of the opposite sex, your so-called contract will be fulfilled, making the other person lose their power and allow you to control them. However, with your strength, it is not so easy to kiss me. I also know the various abilities you possess, so if you want to survive in my hands, you must give it your all. Only then will you be qualified to become my slave. Su Hao listened to Tyrina's words and felt secretly happy. It looks like you know it all. But in reality, you know nothing. He thought in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. In that case, come on. Su Hao no longer hesitated and could not wait to mobilize the spiritual power in his body and start the maximum supernova combustion. He also wanted to take this opportunity to test how strong his entire strength was. As the supernova combustion begins, Su Hao's body began to produce a thermonuclear reaction, and the violent heat swept around like a storm. His skin gradually turned red. The body temperature rises sharply. Burn, supernova! Following Su Hao's loud shout. His body finally caught fire. The only awkward thing was that as the flames rose, all his clothes were burned to ashes. This made Tyrina on the opposite side blush slightly. At an inappropriate moment, her mind suddenly recalled the scene of Su Hao and Ling Yao getting along a few days ago. At this moment, I am thinking about something. Tyrina shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of these sudden stupid thoughts. It's not enough, it's not enough. Supernova burning alone is not enough to defeat the Zerg Queen in front of us. Su Hao muttered to himself. He knew that he had to use more powerful power. Immediately following, he began to guide the chaotic divine thunder in his body. Black and white lightning surged through his blood, gradually gathering on the surface of his skin. In the flash of lightning, Su Hao's body was surrounded by a halo of lightning. Each bolt of lightning seemed like a living thing, jumping, roaring, and ready to explode at any time. Tyrina gradually became excited and laughed. Ha, you are worthy of being the human slave I have my eyes on. Come on, attack me with all your strength and let me feel your power. Just what I want. Su Hao roared and jumped up with all his might. His body instantly broke through the clouds and stood above the sky. He looked down at Tyrina at his feet like a god. Su Hao in the sky suddenly exerted force with his legs. The explosion caused by thermonuclear force propelled him towards the ground. What followed was a punch from Su Hao with all his strength. Boom! The explosion spread all around and a mushroom cloud rose. When the smoke cleared, the ground had turned into a hole with a radius of 100 meters, surrounded by boiling magma. Chapter 78, Bugs. Su Hao's full-strength attack was like a roar between heaven and earth, its power could not be described in words. His fist slammed into the ground with earth-shattering force. In an instant, the earth's crust collapsed, soil and rocks splashed, and a huge deep pit appeared in the barren land. The heat released by nuclear energy is like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding rocks and soil melted under the high temperature, turning into a sea of lava, and the flames reflected Su Hao's figure. Su Hao slowly walked out from the center of the deep pit. It was just as he expected. Tyrina was not harmed. What a powerful force! You are worthy of being the human I have my eyes on. Keep going. She challenged him from a distance. Su Hao did not answer. He clenched his fists, gathered all his strength at one point, and punched towards Tyrina again. The explosion sounded instantly. The ground beneath his feet turned to ash. After using supernova combustion, his combat power, which originally was only about 10,000, has now increased by nearly 3 times. The two figures intertwined in the air. Tyrina's strength has reached the planetary level. Moreover, the Zerg's body was extremely hard and could easily withstand Su Hao's attack. Her Zerg claws drew streaks of death in the air, each time colliding with Su Hao's fist. After several fights, Su Hao was already exhausted and out of breath. Looking at the ever-increasing favorability, he knew that his goal was about to be achieved. After all, his goal wasn't to defeat Tyrina, but to show strength and win her favor. Anything else? Come again. Tyrina's insect eyes emitted a fanatical green light, and she seemed to be extremely interested in Su Hao's next move. How about trying this? Su Hao responded, stretched out his fingers, and began to gather nuclear energy at his fingertips. His spiritual power swirled around his fingertips, forming an energy ball a few centimeters in size. Under Su Hao's control, the energy ball continued to expand and spread, its color gradually changing from red to blue, and finally formed a huge sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. Go! Su Hao growled and swung out the energy ball. The sphere flew towards Tyrina like a released beast, carrying destructive power. Tyrina saw the huge energy ball flying towards her and felt its power. An ecstatic expression appeared on her face. You actually have such a huge amount of energy. You are really good. Boom! The energy ball exploded instantly, and the powerful shockwave flattened everything within a dozen kilometers. Trees, rocks, and everything else were reduced to nothing under this force. Wait until the smoke clears. Su Hao and Lina stood on the ground at the same time. Su Hao had used up all his spiritual power and was on the verge of collapse. His body seemed to have reached its limit. Although Lina suffered some minor injuries, her mental state was extremely excited. In the past 500 years, you're the first human who can hurt me. Tyrina hugged her shoulders with both hands, her face slightly red. This feeling is really so wonderful. Well. Su Hao stared at her blankly, wondering if this Zerg girl had the same serious masochistic tendencies as Su Mei. I'll let you witness my true power. Tyrina's lips curled up slightly, her eyes focused, and she shouted softly, Domain, Life Forbidden Zone. As her voice fell, centered around her, the surrounding environment changed instantly. An invisible energy wave spread out, forming a special space. Su Hao only felt that his eyes went dark. His head remained clear, but his limbs seemed to be bound by invisible chains and he could not move at all. Within my domain, all life will be absorbed by me. In this situation, what will you do? Tyrina's voice echoed in Su Hao's ears. Empty realm, open. Su Hao muttered to himself, trying to break free from this restraint. He successfully opened the void realm, and only then realized that his body was tightly wrapped by energy, and his vitality was draining away at an alarming rate. If this continues, Su Hao knew that if he couldn't break free quickly, he would be completely swallowed up by this force. His eye of void began to work, trying to turn the energy in front of him into void, but the energy that enveloped him came from all directions, endlessly, and he could not completely break free. Damn it, she actually has this trick. Su Hao cursed in his heart, and finally realized that he was too confident. There were too many unknown forces in this world. What he calls absolute defense. It seems so powerless in the face of this field. I can't, just like this. Su Hao thought back to when he was on Earth. It was the first Valentine's Day of 2025, even colder than 2024. He walked alone on the street in the cold wind, surrounded by energetic young men and women hugging each other. He thought of Ling Yao again, and the many wives waiting for him. Those 6 had not yet entered into deep contracts with them, so he had to take it slow and fully enjoy the process of entering into contracts with them. He finally had only one wife left. How could he die like this? So, he concentrated all his strength, used the Eye of Void, and looked at his right hand. At the same time, the sword of the end appeared in the palm of his right hand. He planned to use this sword to cut open Tyreena's life zone and buy himself a chance of survival. No movement. Tyreena stared at the unresponsive Su Hao, a subtle disappointment in her eyes. I thought he could survive, but no, what was I expecting? It seems, humans are just humans after all, such weak creatures. Before she finished speaking, suddenly, a black light flashed across the sky. It was an extremely sharp sword energy. Tyreena's life-restricted area was actually cut open, and a crack appeared in her territory. Su Hao stood on the ground holding the sword of the end. The domain is broken. Tyreena was startled at first, but then a wild laugh broke out on her face. That's right, ha, you're really strong. I recognize you. It seems you are qualified to be my slave, Su Hao. Come and give birth to worms with me. Su Hao's spiritual power was exhausted, and his spiritual body was also very little left. He was completely unable to continue fighting. He only felt as if his head was tightly wrapped by something and fell into darkness. Tyreena's voice came to his ears. Su Hao, from today on, you are the slave of me, the Zerg Queen Tyreena. I will use you to give birth to many powerful Zerg warriors. One day, I will conquer the entire universe. I believe you still have many tricks up your sleeve, especially your kiss, but you don't have the chance. Now your body is completely bound by me. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape. Just help me give birth to worms forever. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 79 Choice. Congratulations to the host for the deep contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 2000, agility plus 2000, stamina plus 2000, defense plus 2000, spiritual power plus 2000. Congratulations to the host for getting 2 draw opportunities. Host, please choose a special ability or weapon. Success. As expected, the deep contract was completed directly. Su Hao looked very satisfied. The spirit and body are both elevated. So cool. In these 2 drawing opportunities, he chose skills and weapons respectively. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill grant. Skill introduction. Through a deep contract, the host can grant the contractee the skills they possess. Each contractee can only be granted 1 skill. Consumption, none. Weapons are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon, Escape Light Wings. Weapon description, divine wings that allow you to fly at the speed of light. Only for flying. No other actions can be performed after use. Congratulations to the host for completing the system-assigned task and obtaining 50,000 allocable points. The host will start the next task. Mission content, deeply contract with 10 top-notch women of different races within 2.5 years. Task reward, 200,000 distributable points. Task progress, 3. Su Hao listened to the continuous system sounds, which included skills, weapons, and even new tasks. But he had no time to care about it at this time. Because he felt the comfortable crawling of insects. Tyreena, your whole body should be very hard. But what exactly is this feeling? Su Hao opened his eyes. The world before my eyes was still pitch black. Still want to trap me? He whispered to himself and activated the power of the Eye of Void. Above his head, the dense insect threads gradually melted away and turned into nothingness before his sight. As the silk disappears, Su Hao's vision gradually became clear, and what appeared in front of him was a creature with a white body. She has the appearance of a human female, but also has some insect features, and looks a little silly and cute. She has 2 small antennae on her head, a slender waist and plump hips, and does look a bit like a bee. The man and the insect looked at each other, both with confused expressions. You are Tyreena? Su Hao spoke first, laughing softly. You look really cute. This Zerg queen is so cute after taking off her shell, which is very different from her usual domineering image. No wonder he had to be blindfolded. You, how could you? Tyreena looked at him in shock, and at the same time, the sharp claws in her hand stabbed towards Su Hao's neck. Just as the sharp claws were about to touch Su Hao's throat, Tyreena's insect face suddenly turned red and her movements stopped in midair. It's not because of system problems that I can't start. She looked at the man in front of her, and a feeling she had never experienced before surged in her heart shyness. The feeling caught her off guard. Her heart was racing and she didn't know how to react. Ah! Don't look! Tyrina screamed, turned around immediately, picked up the shell beside her, spread her wings, and flew away quickly. Suhao looked at Tyrina flying away, but did not chase her. Because after the deep contract, his favorability towards me has reached 100, and he is a worm in his pocket. I believe I will come back soon and be his wife. He sat in Tyrina's cocoon, moved his mind slightly, and opened the system panel. Name, Suhao. Gender, male. Age, 20. Strength, 13,080. Agility, 13,050. Endurance, 13,030. Defense, 13,020. Spiritual power, 13010. Spiritual power, 45. Talent, 99. Skills, Supernova Burn, Devour, Eye of the Void, Replicate, Telekinesis, Chaos Thunder, Demon Summoning, Empower. Equipment, Dragon Scale Spear, Houtian Divine Stick, Sword of the End, Clock of Time, Divine Wings of Escape Light. Special ability, Exploring Eyes. Current realm, Creation level. Number of contractors, 10. Allocated value, 50,000. Suhao stared at his own data. This time it's a direct deep contract. In addition to the most basic values and the skills and weapons drawn, you also need to complete the tasks assigned by the system. How should these 50,000 values be distributed? He immediately added 10,000 to each of the 5 attributes. Because he wants to be a pentagonal warrior. At this time, his combat power directly rose to 23,000. If you add in the fact that he uses supernova combustion, the terrifying power will be tripled, which is simply terrifying. This strength may have exceeded the planetary level and is even more powerful than Lingyao. Combat power above 50,000 is considered planetary level. Once you reach this stage, you can almost crush most of the human warriors in the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. His next task is to contract 10 top-notch women of different races, and to do so in a deep way. This is, you just don't treat me as a human being. But I like it. Suhao became even more excited, like a fox, a lion, an angel, a succubus, a beast, a giant, an elf. All of them are his contract targets. Of course, only the best ones recognized by the system can be used. Suhao, that human, he actually let me see this humiliating state. I must teach him a lesson, I must. Tyrina put on her shell and flew back. She kept thinking in her mind how to deal with this human who dared to peek at her true appearance. Her eyes were fixed on Suhao. He stretched out his claws again, ready to teach Suhao a lesson. When the sharp claws were about to touch Suhao's body, they stopped in mid-air again. Why, I have clearly made up my mind. Tyrina's body froze in the air. Little bug, I still like your pure white look just now. You looked like a cute little white bug. Suhao raised his eyebrows and chuckled softly. Shut up. How dare you tease me like this? Tyrina's cheeks flushed. She really couldn't understand, why is this happening? I wasn't kissed by you, so why would you? You mean why you like me? Do you really think that only women who are kissed by me will succumb to me? Suhao approached her step by step. Little bug, be my wife. Tyrina was slightly stunned and frowned, saying, You weak human, I am the queen of the Zerg. I am different from those weak human women. Don't even think about it. Zerg queen, haha. Suhao couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're clearly deeply in love with me, yet you're so dishonest. Kneel down, he ordered in a deep voice. Tyrina immediately bent her knees and knelt on the ground. How could it be that my body is not listening to me? Suhao gently placed 2 fingers on her chin and lifted her delicate face. Now, I give you 2 choices, become my wife or be my slave. Tyrina blinked and struggled. The queen of the Zerg, will never. Ugh. She hadn't finished her words yet. Suhao had already bent down. He sealed her lips with a forceful kiss. Until she felt Suhao's warm lips. The stubborn look on his face gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a flushed red bug face. Chapter 80, Give Up the Throne. For this kind of little bug, whose favorability has clearly reached the maximum, but who refuses to be honest about his own feelings. Suhao knew that he could only use his skillful kissing skills to make her fully understand her true feelings. Really? Under Suhao's affectionate and powerful kiss, Tyrina's defenses collapsed step by step. Her body gradually softened. This feeling is really, really comfortable. This man in front of me, person. I like him so much. She involuntarily opened her arms and hugged Suhao tightly, as if she wanted to absorb all his strength. Their lips intertwined, and they kissed each other 99 times before reluctantly separating. Tyrina's insect face turned red with shame, and insect silk flowed out from the corners of her mouth unconsciously. The insect breath she exhaled gently blew on Suhao's face, bringing a hint of sweet fragrance. That is the unique insect scent of the Zerg Queen. I like you, please let me be your wife, okay? Please. Facing Tyrina's pleading, Suhao pretended to be reserved for a moment. Little bug, please don't force yourself. Please. Tyrina thought he didn't agree, so she hugged him tightly, tears in her eyes. I want to be with you so much. I like you. If I don't become your wife, then I will lose the meaning of living. I understand. From today on, you are my wife. Suhao gently stroked her insect face. Really? I'm so happy. Tyrina was so moved that she burst into tears. Actually, I've been observing your life. When I saw you with other women, especially you and your first wife every night, I was so envious and wanted to join in. But I'm a Zerg. I didn't expect that today, after thousands of years, I feel so alone, so lonely. Woo. Okay, little bug, from today on, you are no longer a lonely bug. I will always be with you, and there are other good sisters to accompany you. Suhao gently comforted Tyrina. He did not expect that as the queen of the Zerg, she actually had a side that longed to be loved so much. From this moment on, he decided to protect her well and make her an indispensable part of his life. Little bug, you looked very cute in white just now. Can I admire you again? Suhao looked at her seriously. It's disgusting that you actually made such a request. Tyrina immediately lowered her head, too shy to raise it. Isn't it possible? Then. Sure. Tyrina immediately shed her shell. Her entire body is covered in a solid shell, which is part of her body, so it is particularly fragile after it is removed. When Suhao saw the white insect, he was delighted. The following scenes are not pretty, so the author will watch them on behalf of all the lovely readers. 3 days later, the two finally emerged from the cocoon. Now, can I call you husband like sisterling? Tyrina asked cautiously. Of course. Suhao hugged her waist. Honey, let me take you to learn about our Zerg. Tyrina immediately grabbed Suhao and introduced the Zerg. Zerg, as the name suggests, is a race of insects. They survive in groups. Tyrina is the only queen of this population. After thousands of years of cultivation, she has trained a total of 800,000 Zerg warriors. These mainly include 4 major insect types. There are insect workers who engage in construction, insect warriors who are responsible for the main combat force, insect guards who protect the home, and insect soldiers who are involved in various purposes. These Zerg are absolutely loyal to their queen, Tyrina, because they were all grown from her cells. Honey, how is it? After introducing, Tyrina looked at Suhao expectantly. Very good. I didn't expect your Zerg to be so powerful. Suhao stroked her insect head and praised. He really didn't expect that the Zerg Queen had so many soldiers and generals, including 800,000 absolutely loyal Zerg warriors. They are not afraid of death, obey orders, and even the weakest Zerg warrior is much stronger than ordinary humans. Based on their combat effectiveness, even the entire Holy Kingdom of Heaven could probably be easily taken down by the Zerg. I have summoned all the Zerg. Now, my dear, will you come with me to witness the birth of the new emperor? There was a glint of excitement in Tyrina's eyes. She held Suhao's hand tightly, as if she couldn't wait to announce this important decision. New emperor? Wait. Suhao frowned slightly. Before he had time to think about it, he was pulled outside by Tyrina. The scene in the square was spectacular. At the bottom are 800,000 Zerg warriors. They densely covered the entire ground, forming a spectacular scene of a sea of insects. Although these Zerg warriors are all insects, their appearances are different. There are hundreds of different types of Zerg people. Some look like mantises, some look like beetles, and some look like strange creatures that mix the characteristics of multiple insects. On the high platform, Tyrina sat majestically on the throne of the Zerg Queen, with the flag of the Zerg Imperial City fluttering in the wind behind her. Su Hao stood beside her, feeling the gazes of the Zerg warriors below. Today, every one of you standing among our Zerg warriors is here to witness a major event that concerns the future of our Zerg. Tyrina's voice resounded throughout the square. She paused, then continued, from today on, he, Su Hao, will become the new emperor of our Zerg. Tyrina pointed at Su Hao. This little bugger, is he planning to give me the entire Zerg race? Su Hao shook his head slightly. But that's exactly what I want. 800,000 Zerg warriors, I'll take them. With these 800,000 Zerg warriors, he will be able to fight no matter what kind of enemy he faces. The Zerg warriors were very quiet. As loyal Zerg warriors, they strictly followed the orders of the Zerg Queen. However, there are 4 exceptions. These 4 people are the 4 Zerg generals second only to Tyrina. They have long evolved extraordinary intelligence and have their own thoughts. Your Majesty, said the mantis-like Zerg general, Dao Mantis, who was the first to step forward. You have always led the Zerg to become so powerful today. Why are you suddenly allowing an outsider to become the Zerg Emperor? That's right, Your Majesty. Then, with 2 wings flapping, the female moth Feifei knelt down on the stage. He is a human after all. Please think twice before you decide how to take on the role of our insect emperor. Your Majesty, you are the only queen of the Zerg. I will never agree to let anyone else give way. Beetle Sky stood up and knelt on his knees. Your Majesty, humans are too weak. They are only fit to be our slaves. You must not be deceived by them and bring our Zerg into an irretrievable situation. The 8-legged worm bent its body, pressed its 8 arms to the ground, and pleaded. How dare you? I am the queen of the Zerg. How could I possibly be deceived by humans? Tyrina frowned slightly and shouted angrily, I have decided that only his strength can lead our Zerg to glory. Since Her Majesty the Queen said he is powerful, please let him demonstrate his great strength. That's right. If we can convince our 4 generals, we are willing to follow the new emperor until death. Please allow us to fight him. The 4 Zerg generals all volunteered to fight. Honey, I'm sorry. I made the decision without your consent. I also wanted to give you a surprise. Now. Tyrina walked silently to Su Hao and lowered her head. Thank you, little bug. Su Hao gently wiped her bug face and smiled slightly, leave it to me next. He walked up to the 4 generals and looked down at them, since you want to see my power, then come together. Chapter 81, Meeting the Insect Emperor. Daolang, Qingtian, Feifei, and Mina, the 4 Zerg generals, were shocked to hear that Su Hao dared to challenge them at once and asked them to attack together. This made them unbelievable for a moment. Shock spread among them. After hesitating for a moment, Feifei fluttered her wings and walked out first. Let me see how strong you are. Name, Feifei. Race, Zerg. Age, 365. Attribute, Flying. Strength, 18,800. Agility, 23,950. Endurance, 20,600. Defense, 18,080. Spiritual power, 20800. Quality, Ordinary. Spiritual power, 86. Appearance, 90. Favorability, 15. Su Hao's eyes were fixed on the fluttering moth flying up in front of him, and he noticed that her combat power value had reached a staggering 20,000. If the fluttering moth already possesses such strength, then the combat effectiveness of the other 3 Zerg generals will undoubtedly be higher, and it is very likely that they all exceed this number. If he really fought against these 4 insects, it would probably be quite difficult, and he didn't yet understand their respective abilities. But Su Hao had no intention of really fighting with them. He already had a plan in mind. The Zerg were indeed bred from Tyrina's cells, and all Zerg warriors should be under her control. According to the deep contract, he can completely command Tyrina, which means he can also completely dominate all Zerg. You're not worthy of being my opponent. Su Hao smiled. I've already told you, all 4 of you, come at me together. The 4 Zerg generals were stunned again. They exchanged glances with each other, then looked at Tyrina, as if seeking her instructions. Tyrina waved her finger and said calmly, since he said so, you can all come together. With Tyrina's agreement, the 4 Zerg generals quickly surrounded Su Hao. How dare you challenge us all at once? You are such an ignorant human being. Xingtian's voice was like thunder in the distance, shaking the air. Our 4 Zerg generals have fought countless battles to reach our current status. We will never be defeated by mere humans. The starling raised its 8 strong arms, ready to attack at any time. I want to see what ability you have to be so arrogant. The mantis' voice was sharp and piercing, and his forelimbs were waving in the air, as if he couldn't wait to tear his opponent apart. Su Hao stood in the center of the encirclement formed by 4 Zerg generals, his posture calm and composed. His eyes swept over each general one by one, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Come on, do it. The 4 generals saw that Su Hao looked down on them so much. The anger in my heart was instantly ignited. Their breath began to rise sharply, their muscles tensed, and the Zerg's fighting instinct made them extremely ferocious. Just when they were about to launch the attack, Su Hao suddenly said in a deep voice, "Kneel down, don't move." This order was like thunder, and the sound spread out from Su Hao, shocking every insect present. The 4 Zerg generals who had been rushing towards Su Hao aggressively were overwhelmed by an invisible force after hearing this order, and fell heavily to their knees on the ground. Their expressions changed from anger to shock, and then to disbelief, and they were simply unable to resist Su Hao's orders. At the same time, the 800,000 Zerg warriors below the stage also felt the invisible pressure and knelt on the ground. The entire square. Except Su Hao, who stood like a pine tree. The rest of the creatures all knelt. What's going on? I can't move. Why is this happening? Could it be he who did it? A mere human being could never possess such power. The 4 Zerg generals discussed in low voices. They raised their heads tremblingly. Su Hao looked down at them like a god. Submit to my power. The 4 generals' bodies trembled involuntarily. They tried to resist, but some force within them prevented them from moving. They had to admit that the human before them possessed power beyond their imagination. That kind of power is enough to make these proud Zerg generals bow their noble heads. Faced with this absolutely overwhelming dominance, the resistance in the hearts of the 4 Zerg generals gradually collapsed. Finally, they gave up resistance and shouted in unison, "Meet the Insect Emperor." The 800,000 Zerg warriors in the audience also knelt on the ground. Their voices surged like a tide, echoing throughout the square. Greetings to the Zerg Emperor, hello to the Zerg Emperor, hello to the Zerg Emperor. The sound waves came one after another. Tyrina walked to Su Hao's side and whispered, "Your Majesty the Insect King, these 800,000 Zerg warriors, including me, are now yours. As long as you give the order, one day, we will conquer the entire blue planet." Su Hao stood on the high platform, listening to the shouts of the army and feeling the surging power surging in his chest. He muttered to himself, "Conquering Blue Star? This might indeed be a very interesting thing." Tyrina stood beside him, her eyes sparkling with excitement, thinking that Su Hao had the same ambition as her. I really didn't make a mistake about him. She sighed. Turning to the Zerg warriors in the audience, Tyrina opened her arms and passionately announced, "Fellow Zerg warriors, did you hear that? Our new emperor will lead us to conquer the blue planet. One day, we will follow him into the universe. Conquer the blue star. Head towards the universe, conquer the blue star, head towards the universe, conquer the blue star, head towards the universe." Slogans were heard one after another, and the crowd was excited. This. Su Hao stood there in a daze. He touched his nose awkwardly. His heart did not really desire such a conquest. For him, living happily with his wife and enjoying happy days. This is the life he truly pursues. Return to the hive. One man and one insect couldn't wait to get into the cocoon. They are of the opposite sex and have a huge attraction. So it's addictive. Especially when Su Hao felt Tyrina's insect body, which was softer than a human baby, he simply couldn't touch it enough. 2 days passed before I knew it. Tyrina's entire body was white, with only her face showing a hint of red. She snuggled up to Su Hao's chest, a look of contentment on her face. "Hubby, I feel really happy right now. You smell good too, cute little white worm." Su Hao stroked her soft white body after removing the shell. "It's been several days. Come back with me." "But..." Tyrina hesitated. "Only 3 days, isn't it too short?" 3 days plus 2 days, that's already 5 days. Su Hao smiled slightly and said, "Don't be too greedy, little bug. I will accompany you slowly from now on and will never treat you unfairly." "Okay." Tyrina nodded, "I'll go back with you right away." Next, he decided to take Lina back to Ling Yao's residence. Tyrina has a special ability that allows her to open portals anywhere she is marked. At Ling Yao's home, The 6 people from the hexagram, as well as Ling Yao and Yen Linger, were all waiting anxiously. Chapter 82. One by one. 5 days have passed. Where did he go? Oh, I'm so worried. Xia Yun lay on the sofa, tossing and turning anxiously. That's right. It's been such a long time and he hasn't sent any message. Could it be that he has left the Holy Kingdom of Heaven? Xin Wu guessed. That shouldn't be the case. He didn't tell anyone. Could he be in danger? Guan Yu lowered her head in thought. Sister Ling, where is my husband? Don't you even know? I'm so worried about him. Yen Linger sat next to Ling Yao with a worried look on her face. Don't worry, everyone. I believe he will be fine. Ling Yao's lips moved gently, comforting the people present. But she was also worried. Her thoughts raced, speculating on the possible reasons for Su Hao's disappearance. Had the Fong family sent more men to capture him? Or had the Xinglong Society intervened? Or was it the dreaded assassin organization, Longling? If I knew that they were the ones who hurt my husband, I would never let them go and would have to eliminate them all. Ling Yao clenched her fists unconsciously. Just then, the sound of footsteps interrupted her thoughts. Su Hao's figure appeared at the door. When the 6 people and 1 dragon saw Su Hao, they immediately stood up from their seats, ran over and surrounded him tightly. Husband, you are finally back. We were so worried about you. Where have you been these past few days? Did you encounter danger? Why didn't you tell us? They were talking to each other. She kept expressing her concern for Su Hao. Su Hao stood in the center of the crowd, a gentle smile on his face. He gently stroked the tops of their heads one by one. Okay, I'm back, aren't I? Everything is fine, don't worry. Then, he turned his gaze to Tyrina, who was standing behind him, and introduced her to everyone present. This is my new wife, her name is Tyrina. Hello everyone. Tyrina took a step forward and waved to everyone with a shy expression. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tyrina. Taking in humans and dragons is fine, but he actually took in this strange creature as his wife. Sume gently stroked her slightly hot cheek with her hand. Brother is so perverted, I like it. You disappeared suddenly. Do you know how worried we were about you? Ling Yao stood not far away, with her arms crossed over her chest. This time, she was really angry. After all, Su Hao disappeared inexplicably because he got a new wife. He should at least inform everyone in advance instead of making everyone anxious. Su Hao walked in front of Ling Yao, looking at her slightly red cheeks with soft eyes. Yao Yao, my dear, okay, I won't do this next time. Ling Yao humped softly and turned her head away. She seemed to still be angry about his sudden disappearance. Su Hao secretly wondered if she was really angry. He immediately held her cheeks gently with both hands, and before Ling Yao could react, he leaned over and kissed her tender red lips deeply. There is nothing that a kiss cannot solve. If it can't solve the problem, then the kiss is not comfortable. Su Hao hugged Ling Yao's soft body tightly, letting her press tightly against his solid chest. His lips continued to explore hers, and the passionate kisses conveyed his love for her. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The whole room fell into silence. Only the slight sucking sounds from the 2 kissing and Ling Yao's involuntary gasps echoed in the air. The 6 people in the hexagram already knew about their close relationship. But when they saw their beloved men kissing their worshipped god of war so passionately, they couldn't help but blush. 3 minutes later, Su Hao and Ling Yao slowly separated, but their eyes were still locked together. Yao Yao. Husband. The 2 looked at each other affectionately and called each other's names. I'm really afraid of losing you, that's why. Ling Yao's fingers gently touched Ling Yao's cheek. I'm sorry, I won't do this again next time. Su Hao gently placed his palm on Ling Yao's hand. They just stared at each other quietly until the tide of emotions gradually subsided, and then they reluctantly separated. Just then. Husband, I want one too. I want a kiss. Yen Linger jumped up excitedly, her little mouth slightly opened. And me, brother, kiss me. Sume twisted her body and walked in front of Su Hao in a charming manner. Her fingers gently hooked Su Hao's collar, and her eyes were full of temptation. What about me? What about me? Xia Yun also came over. The other wives also gathered around. Some lowered their heads shyly, while others stared at Su Hao boldly and asked for a kiss from him. For a moment, he was surrounded by 7 women. He smiled awkwardly, not knowing whose kiss to start with. Okay, don't be anxious, wives, everyone line up, maintain order, and come one by one. When Yen Linger heard that they had to queue, she quickly sat next to them. The other 6 people sat down one by one. Su Hao finally stopped after kissing 864 times. At this time, the quiet of the night enveloped the entire room. The 6 have left. Only Su Hao, his Yao Yao, Charmander, and Little Bug were left in the room. Su Hao sat on the soft sofa, with Yen Linga lying lazily on his left leg and Lina on his right leg. Su Hao told Ling Yao about his experiences over the past few days. Ling Yao sat opposite. She was shocked as she listened to Su Hao's story. After completing the mission, his personal abilities were greatly improved. He made a deep contract with Tyrina and obtained 800,000 Zerg warriors. Each of these is incredibly difficult. Husband, I really haven't seen you before. You are so amazing. Ling Yao couldn't help but praise. That's right, I was conquered by my husband's strength and swear to follow him for the rest of my life. Tyrina closed her eyes and felt Su Hao's body temperature. My husband is the strongest human being in my heart, even stronger than the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Yen Linger looked at Su Hao carefully. Su Hao listened to his wife's praises, holding the little fire dragon and the little bug in his hands. He felt very comfortable both in his heart and in his hands. Now all 10 wives are gathered together. 10. Etc. There is still one person who hasn't come yet. Su Hao remembered that Ai Li had not been dealt with yet. If I could get all 10 wives together. When he thought of Ellie, he thought of the new task assigned to him by the system, deep contracts with 10 people of the opposite sex of different races. Humans, dragons, and Zerg. These are the 3 races he is contracted with. As long as you complete the deep contract with the vampire, you can complete 4. Then, Su Hao decided to go to Wanhua Street tomorrow. Complete a deep contract with Ellie. Chapter 83 Dragon Horn. Husband, you are going to Wanhua Street tomorrow. Remember to bring sisters Linger and Chong. Ling Yao sat opposite Su Hao and reminded him. Don't worry, I won't forget them. Su Hao raised his eyebrows. What about you? Don't you want to go with me? I don't have the time. Ling Yao sighed softly. How much she wished she could go out and play with Su Hao, but reality always had various constraints. Yen Linger lay on Su Hao's legs, stroking Tyrina's hard body curiously, and suddenly remembered what Su Hao had just said. My husband said that your skin down there is very special, white and tender. Can you let us see it? Yes, Sister Chong, I'm curious too. Ling Yao joined in with a wicked smile. Ah. This. Tyrina looked at Su Hao somewhat awkwardly, blinking slightly, as if seeking his opinion. Don't worry, we are all family. I believe they will never hurt you. Su Hao smiled softly. Tyrina naturally trusted them absolutely. She hesitated for a moment. Wow, Sister Chong, you are so cute. Yen Linger stood up. It's just a cute big white bug. Ling Yao couldn't help but get closer and stuck to it with love. The next day, Su Hao brought Yen Linger and Lina to Wanhua Street. In order not to attract attention, he took the 2 of them shopping for clothes. Outside the fitting room, Su Hao moved his mind slightly and opened the system panel. Name, Su Hao. Gender, male. Age, 20. Strength, 23,080. Agility, 23,050. Endurance, 23,030. Defense, 23,020. Spiritual power, 23010. Spiritual power, 45. Talent, 99. Skills, Supernova Burn, Devour, Eye of the Void, Replicate, Telekinesis, Chaos Thunder, Demon Summoning, Empower. Equipment, Dragon Scale Spear, Houtyan Divine Stick, Sword of the End, Clock of Time, Divine Wings of Escape Light. Special ability, Exploring Eyes. Current realm, Creation level. Number of contractors, 10. Assignable value, 0. Su Hao stared at his newfound ability Bestow. This ability is extremely unique. It allows him to pass on his skills to his wife, with whom he has a deep contract. This process does not consume any energy for him. He thought especially of the 6 people in the hexagram. Their strength is not that strong. If you can complete a deep contract with them, then, through this empowerment, their combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Su Hao secretly made up his mind to find an opportunity to complete a deep contract with them. Then, his attention turned to his newly acquired weapon, the light escape wings. This weapon grants him the ability to fly at the speed of light through the sky, but it is not without limitations. First of all, the speed of flight reaches the speed of light instantly. It's more like teleportation. Secondly, no attacks can be performed during flight. Despite these limitations. However, Su Hao took it for granted. After all, if one could launch an attack while moving at the speed of light, the force would be enough to shake the heavens and the earth. And his next step? Complete the deep contract with Ellie. Su Hao recalled the scene when he first met Ai Li. Although the other party has some feelings for her, it is unlikely that she will agree to a direct request for a deep contract. So there's no need to wait for Ellie's consent. Etc. Isn't this the case for all completed deep contracts? The corners of Su Hao's mouth rose slightly, and he became inexplicably excited. What would it feel like to be a vampire? It feels cool when you kiss. Wouldn't her body be cold too? Just as Su Hao was lost in thought. Yan Linger and T Lena have already changed their clothes. Yan Linger was wearing a bright red short skirt, the hem of which fell just mid-thigh, and the upper part clung to her body, highlighting her graceful figure. Her neckline is designed in an elegant V-shape, slightly revealing her fair neckline and delicate collarbone. T Lena was wearing a black lace dress, the style of which was very different from Yan Linger's. The lace is light and thin and the skirt is knee-length. The intricate lace pattern at the hem adds a touch of retro charm. The top is also made of lace, which fits her body tightly and shows off her perfect curves. Both women have their own unique characteristics. Yan Linger's fiery passion and T Lena's mysterious elegance form a beautiful landscape. People can't help but be attracted by their charm. Sister Chong, you are so beautiful. Sister Linger, you are cute too. A dragon and a bug looked at each other. There was admiration in each other's eyes. Let's go, let's let our husbands appreciate it. Yan Linger took the initiative to pull T Lena's hand, and prepared to walk together toward Su Hao, who was sitting not far away. However, just as they were about to take a step, a voice suddenly interrupted their actions. Wait a moment. The voice came from the side, and a man and a woman walked out and stood in front of Yan Linger and T Lena. Brother, the clothes she's wearing are so beautiful. The woman looked Yan Linger up and down, her eyes finally fixed on the dragon horns on her head, especially the dragon horns on her head. I like them too, I want them, please help me get them. You heard what my girlfriend said, didn't you? The man smiled softly and ordered, take off your clothes, and the dragon horns on your head, and give them to me. Tyrina frowned slightly, sensing the other party's unfriendly attitude. Sister Linger, ignore them, let's go. They are leaving. What should I do? What should I do? I like the dragon horn decoration on her head. The woman stamped her feet anxiously. Don't worry, dear, I'll get it for you, you wait here for a moment. The man smiled at her. Both of them had Su Hao in their eyes and were not on guard at all. The man walked up quickly, and while the two were not paying attention, he reached out and grabbed the dragon horn on Yan Linger's head. Yan Linger's face immediately turned gloomy. This was the dragon horn that only Su Hao could touch, and now it was being touched by a strange man. Chapter 84 Beautiful Legs. Seeing the dragon's horn being touched, Yan Linger stood there in a daze, her expression gradually changing from initial surprise to anger. There was a flame in those eyes. Although she seems to be very happy with Su Hao, she still maintains the nobility of the dragon clan. In her heart, except Su Hao and his wife, any human being is a lowly being. So he couldn't control his anger at all at this moment. Sister Linger. T Lena, who was standing next to her, noticed the change in Yan Linger and called out anxiously, while also glaring at the man. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, they had already become very close. When she saw Sister Linger being bullied, murderous intent immediately burst out from her. One dragon and one insect. The powerful murderous aura emanating from them was like a physical entity, instantly sweeping through the surrounding air. What on earth is going on? Facing this sudden aura, the man was so frightened that his face turned pale and he involuntarily took a few steps back until his legs went weak and he sat on the ground. He felt a sense of fear. That is a fear that comes from biological instinct. This is no wonder. The pressure from the Zerg Queen in Julong is simply not something that weak creatures like humans can withstand. And the girlfriend next to him had long disappeared. Charmander. Su Hao came to Yan Linger and found that her body began to undergo subtle changes. There seemed to be flames surging under her skin, and her eyes became sharper, which was a sign of her extreme anger. It looks like she's about to transform into dragon form. Charmander, calm down. Su Hao stretched out his hand and gently stroked Yan Linger's head. Husband. Yan Linger gradually regained consciousness under Su Hao's comfort. My dragon horn was touched by a human. All right, little Charmander, be good. Su Hao immediately hugged Yan Linger tightly in his arms and looked at the man. How dare you touch my wife's dragon horn? You're courting death. The man felt the seriousness of the situation. He struggled to stand up and prepare to escape. But Su Hao was faster. He stretched out his hand, and a dragon scale spear emerged from his palm, instantly piercing the man's shoulder and nailing him to the wall. Ah! The man let out a painful cry and looked at Su Hao in horror. What do you want to do? You touched my wife's dragon horn, and you still ask me what I want to do? Su Hao snorted coldly, then turned to Yan Linger in his arms and asked in a gentle voice, Little fire dragon, I will kill him immediately, how about that? You bastard, do you know who I am? You actually want to kill me for something like this? The man roared hysterically. Such a thing. You actually said such a thing. Su Hao's eyes fixed, and the dragon scale spear began to spin on the man's shoulder, stirring his wound. Do you know how precious my wife's dragon horn is? Apart from me and my other wives, anyone who dares to touch it will surely die. Charmander, why don't you eat him? I'll use his meat to compensate you. Eat him? Yan Linger frowned and glanced at the man nailed to the wall with disdain. You've hurt him so badly, it's disgusting to see. Just give him a little punishment and then let him go. Charmander, when did you become so kind-hearted? Su Hao gently kneaded Yan Linger's cheek. No way. Yan Linger lowered her head shyly, because Sister Ling taught me not to cause trouble for my husband. As expected, he's my little good dragon. Su Hao smiled slightly. Well then, little bug, take him to the insect nest and torture him for 3 days and 3 nights as a punishment. Yes, sir. Tyrina smiled as she walked to the man's side and waved her hand gently. A crack of a space portal appeared in the air. Come with me. Where are you taking me? The man asked tremblingly. Of course, it's a great place to take you and enjoy yourself. As Tyrina finished speaking, the man's body was dragged by an invisible force and disappeared into the portal. In this world, just like humans study insects, they dissect, torture, and make them into specimens. The Zerg also study humans in this way. As the former queen of the Zerg, Tyrina also established a human research department, and her methods were extremely cruel. There are some Zergs who like to torture and interrogate humans. Countless humans have been killed by them. After dealing with this matter, Su Hao immediately brought Yan Linger and T Lina to Shishue Tower. He went to the top alone. When he entered the room, Ellie was sitting elegantly on an exquisite chair, her posture lazy and noble. She was wearing a white, sexy, transparent coat, which was light and thin, vaguely outlining her perfect figure. Her golden hair shone in the light, as dazzling as the sun's rays. The most eye-catching thing is her exposed legs, which have tight lines and fair skin, and look very seductive. The vampire queen is indeed very tempting. Su Hao thought secretly in his heart that this Ailey had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a fair complexion, and looked like she exuded a European and American style all over her body. Especially her face, which looks very much like a young European model. After all, she is a vampire who has lived for thousands of years. It is definitely more perfect than those young models on Earth, especially this pair of legs that are so perfect that they cannot be more perfect. Su Hao's eyes unconsciously stared at her legs. Starting from the top of the thighs, the legs showed off their breathtaking beauty. The skin there is smooth as silk. As the muscle lines slowly extend downwards, a nearly perfect curve is formed. As the gaze moves downward, the thigh gradually transitions to the knee. Here the lines become softer. The bony knees contrast sharply with the surrounding skin, adding a touch of fragile beauty, making people want to touch them but afraid of destroying this perfection. Next is the calf. The muscles are firm, without a trace of looseness. When the light moves down to the ankles, it is even more exciting. Su Hao couldn't help but admire in his heart, what a pair of exquisite little jade feet that have been preserved for thousands of years, even jadier than ordinary jade feet, simply a perfect ancient uncut jade. Ailey didn't seem surprised by Su Hao's arrival. Her gaze lingered on Su Hao for a moment, and she slowly asked, Tell me, what do you want to see me about? Su Hao did not answer her, but silently listened to her thoughts. Why is this guy here again? I still can't hear what's in his heart. Doesn't he have any thoughts about me at all? Wait, what am I expecting? He actually dared to kiss me last time. No human has ever dared to kiss me. Will he come again this time? I must have been overthinking it. I didn't think he would dare to be rude to me again. Why did he keep staring at my legs? His lustful eyes made me a little nervous. How about changing your position and testing him again? Chapter 85. Do you know young European and American models? Ailey stared at Suha, who had not spoken yet, raised her legs slightly, changed her position, and stacked them elegantly. Suha's heart moved, and he said without any concealment, Ailey, can I touch your legs? Ah. What did you say? Ailey's eyes widened. She never expected Suha to be so direct. Your legs are so beautiful. Can I touch them? Suha smiled slightly and spoke again. What bad intentions could he have? I really just like this pair of beautiful legs. I want to touch them and then sleep with the owner of these beautiful legs. Ellie is the vampire queen. Although she has some feelings for this human, it is only because he looks familiar. I let him off last time. In order to get him to agree to help her find her lost heart, she even allowed him to kiss her. Unexpectedly, he was still not satisfied and dared to make such an unreasonable request. She thought to herself that this human was so shameless that he had to be taught a lesson. Ailey's expression changed instantly, and her voice turned cold. Suhao, you are too presumptuous. Don't think I won't kill you. Suhao raised his eyebrows and said, I came here today just to touch your legs. He paused, then continued, besides, I want you to be my wife. Do you know what you are talking about? Ellie was even more surprised, thinking that this human didn't know that he was talking to a vampire queen. Be my wife, I will love you well and of course help you find your heart back. Suhao stood up and approached Ailey, who was sitting on the chair step by step. You, don't even think about it. Ellie's roar echoed in the room. Finally, she was really angry. Behind her, a pair of huge black wings instantly spread out. They flapped slowly and carried Ellie's body into the air. Her face became even paler, almost transparent, and the two fangs at the corners of her mouth flashed coldly under the light. This is her vampire form. Human, you are so unreasonable. It seems I have to teach you a lesson. Ailey's tone was cold, trying to scare Suhao. Suhao blurted out, so beautiful. Ellie was stunned again. Written from this angle, these legs are even more beautiful. I must get them. Suhao held his chin and stared straight up at Ailey's pair of legs floating in the air. It seems that I must let him know how powerful I, the vampire queen, am. Ellie is ready to use the blood mark she planted on Suhao. Suhao, don't think you can resist me. Just help me find the heart and I'll spare you. If you have those thoughts again, I'll punish you severely. Suhao shook his head. He didn't expect his wife to resist. It seemed that there was no point in talking to her anymore. It would be better to be direct. If you can move your mouth, you don't need to talk too much. Wife, I'm going to marry you today. Suhao raised his eyebrows. Your body and soul are mine, including these beautiful legs. Human brat. Don't blame me for being rude. Ailey's eyes narrowed, and she immediately used her vampire abilities to weaken Suhao. Get down. As soon as the words fell, an unexpected scene happened. Ailey's body, which was originally floating in the air, suddenly lost its strength and fell straight down from the sky. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a pair of strong human hands caught her. How is that possible? My body? I had just cast the blood seal on him, so why was it me who fell? Ellie was filled with doubts. Suhao held the female vampire with huge wings in his arms and gently placed her on the table next to him. His eyes lingered on her, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He whispered, Wife, don't resist. What do you want? Ellie's voice trembled slightly. She couldn't understand why she, who had lived for thousands of years and was so cautious, ended up in the hands of this human. Of course I want you to be my wife. Suhao leaned close to her ear and smiled slightly. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you. Ellie threatened, wanting to dodge but feeling powerless. Wife, you say you want to kill me now, but believe it or not, in a while, you will love me to death. Suhao stroked her face that was full of European and American charm. Impossible, I'm a vampire, how dare you do this to me? Before Ailey could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Hao. What I like is your vampire look, and this. Su Hao's eyes moved to her legs, his fingers gently sliding across her skin. Little jade legs, little jade feet. Asshole, I am the queen of vampires. If you dare to do this to me, my followers will hunt you down to death, and I will also, well. Su Hao would not let her keep talking, and immediately kissed her on the mouth. Congratulations to the host, the ultimate woman who has obtained a deep contract. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 10,000, agility plus 10,000, stamina plus 10,000, defense plus 10,000. Host, please select skills or equipment. This time the value actually increased by 10,000. Will the contracts increase by 10,000 in the future? That's right, since the host has completed the system assigned task, the reward has been upgraded. After the contract is completed, the attribute value will increase by 10,000. Su Hao didn't expect that if he continued to increase his attribute values at this rate, he would probably have to contract a few more and directly reach the planetary level. By then, he would be truly invincible on the entire blue star. He immediately chose the extraction skill again. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Mind Control. Skill Introduction can manipulate the target's mind, mainly including mental abilities such as will reshaping, memory acquisition, emotional manipulation, and sensory deception. Consumption, mental power. Su Hao, I love you so much, please be with me, okay? Ailey, who was in Su Hao's arms, looked at him lovingly and had completely surrendered. What I said just now was right, you will definitely love me to death. Su Hao tapped Ailey's nose. Hate it, you're right. Ellie lowered her head shyly and smiled slightly. But I really can't control myself. I don't know why, but I really like you. Do you still mean what you said? Can I be your wife? This must be the system's credit. With the system, even enemies can become lovers. Of course, you are my wife now. Su Hao couldn't help but smile. Then it is yours too. Ailey put one leg on Su Hao's shoulder. Do you like it? It will belong to you forever. I like it very much. Su Hao flicked it lightly and listened carefully to the sound of the beautiful legs popping and making a soft sound. By the way, your appearance. He stared at Ailey's blonde and blue-eyed features. Do you know any young European and American models? Chapter 86 Delicious Blood. What? What European and American young models? Ailey looked at Su Hao in confusion, frowning slightly, obviously puzzled by this phrase. It's okay. Su Hao responded indifferently. He thought that this vampire might be a time traveler like him. But then he thought, how could Europeans and Americans travel through time? He smiled and dismissed this ridiculous idea. From now on, I'll call you a young model, how about that? Su Hao gently stroked his soft golden hair. Young model? What do you mean? Ailey asked in confusion. It means you are tender and fresh. Su Hao explained. Ailey burst out laughing. I've lived for thousands of years. I've lost a lot of water. How can I still be so tender? By the way, as a vampire, you must like drinking blood, right? Su Hao asked curiously. That's right. I rely on my followers to obtain blood from humans and then drink it. Then why don't you suck the blood yourself? Because anyone I suck blood from will become a vampire, so I haven't sucked blood for over 1,000 years. What does that matter? I don't want to turn others into vampires. Little model, you're so pitiful. It turns out you're so kind that you can't bear to hurt others. Su Hao stroked Ailey's head sympathetically. Suddenly, he bit his finger and put the bleeding finger to Ellie's mouth. From now on, you will drink my blood. I will feed you. But, you will become a vampire. Ellie exclaimed. Don't worry, I won't. Su Hao smiled slightly. If I can let you drink fresh blood, then I can become a vampire. So what? Then we can be a vampire couple. Of course he knew he wouldn't become a vampire. As a man who loves his wife, he definitely has the obligation to cultivate her, which of course includes becoming her blood bank. Ailey watched the bright red blood flowing from Su Hao's fingertips, and her vampire desire began to stir. For 1,000 years, she has been drinking cooling blood every day. As we all know, drinking cold blood can easily cause diarrhea. It had been a long time since she had drunk human blood. Can I drink it? Ellie's throat rolled, she swallowed, and asked cautiously. Of course, drink as much as you want. Suhao slowly inserted his fingers into Ai Li's tender and tempting mouth. Ah! The moment Ai Li's fingers touched Suhao's, her body trembled violently, as if she was hit by an electric current. Her wings popped open involuntarily, and her whole body seemed to lose gravity and flew into the air unconsciously. If she couldn't hurt Suhao, she would have probably used her sharp teeth to hold Suhao and flew away. At this moment, Ellie felt the long-lost temptation of blood. That was a desire she had suppressed for thousands of years. Her body was suspended in the air, her wings flapping constantly, her eyes staring at Suhao, as if she was struggling, but also as if she was surrendering. It's blood. It's blood. It's fresh blood. What a divine delicacy this is. It smells so good, so fragrant. Oh shit. Her reaction is too big. Poor little model. She must be ravenous. Suhao listened to Ai Li's inner thoughts, stroked her head and said soothingly, as long as you like it, there's no rush, drink it slowly. Ai Li sucked with her little mouth, and after drinking enough, she lay in Suhao's suspicion. At this moment, she felt that her life had reached its peak. A few tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Vampires don't usually cry unless they can't help it. Now, I feel so happy. I wish it could be like this forever. Wife, I will always be with you and will never let you be alone again. Suhao wiped the tears from her waist. As long as you want to drink blood, you can do so anytime. I am your blood bank. Thank you, Suhao. Ai Li curled up in Suhao's arms and closed her eyes gently. Finally got her. Suhao was overjoyed as he now had 10 wives. Now we can bring them together. Thinking that each deep contract can increase the attribute value by 10,000, he still has 6 wives who have not yet entered into deep contracts. That's a full 60,000 attribute points. He also needs to contract 10 races within 2.5 years. He has now contracted with 4 races: humans, dragons, insects, and the vampire Ellie. Suhao's lips gently touched Ai Li's ear. Little model, call me husband. These words seemed to have a kind of magic power, making Ai Li's heart beat faster, and her cheeks flushed. Then she responded in a sweet voice, hubby, I love you. Suhao looked at Ai Li deeply. By the way, there is something I need to tell you. I have 9 other wives. I believe you don't mind us living together. Ellie's smile didn't waver at all. She smiled softly, of course I don't mind. I've already sent people to investigate you. I already know a lot about you. The only thing I haven't investigated yet is your background. Suhao then smiled even deeper and teased, okay, so I've had thoughts about you for a long time. Did you fall in love with me after I kissed you for the first time? Ellie's face turned even redder. She shyly turned her head away and softly defended herself, how could I? I was just a little interested in you before. Who made you so bold as to kiss a vampire? Suhao hugged her tightly, little model, I only know that you are my wife now, but I don't care what kind of person you are. Ai Li leaned in his arms, her voice soft, okay, husband, I get it, I will be with you forever. She paused, then continued, because I've lived for thousands of years, I'm familiar with many things about Blue Star. I also have a huge intelligence department established by my followers. That's why I want to investigate the little pervert who kissed me. Suhao nodded silently, I see. Ai Li continued, also, most of the industries on Manhwa Street were established by me, including the entire Celestial Kingdom and even other countries on Blue Star. I have people of all sizes here, so, husband, if you want to know anything in the future, I can help you investigate. I didn't expect this young model to be so amazing. Suhao thought that he was indeed very knowledgeable now, so he told Ai Li everything about his life, including a few recent events. Husband, I didn't expect your life to be so tragic. Ai Li stroked the wounds on Suhao's body, looked at his lost left eye, and said with tears in her eyes, okay, it's all over. Now I have you by my side, and my other 9 wives. Suhao smiled. The Fong family, the Xinglong Society, Li Depeo, and the Dragon Spirit Killer are indeed troublesome, especially your biggest enemy, the Fong family. They are even more powerful than the Dragon Spirit Killer, and even have planetary-level masters in charge. Ai Li wanted to explain, but she heard a rapid knock on the door. Master, this is bad. A lot of people have surrounded us. Please go out and take a look. Chapter 87 I will not forgive you. In the hall. Yenlinger snuggled up to Lina's shoulder and said, Sister Chon, it's been so long, why hasn't your husband come down yet? Do vampires really smell good? Tyrina tilted her head slightly, looking at Yenlinger's anxious look, and couldn't help laughing. Sister Linger, you can't wait any longer. Although Tyrina calls Yenlinger sister, in fact, Yenlinger is much younger than her. In Tyrina's heart, she still loves the sister very much. Yenlinger pouted her cute little dragon mouth in dissatisfaction and complained, 4 hours have passed. You left us two to play with ghosts. You have no conscience. Lina gently patted Yenlinger's faucet and said, okay, let your husband have some comfort. Maybe vampires are really extraordinary. What Su Hao did was indeed wrong. If I were the author, I would definitely bring them both along. Unfortunately, Shin He is here, so he has to bear with it. Just as Yenlinger and Lina were chatting, there was a sudden noise outside the door. Immediately afterwards, 6 people filed in. Among this group of people, a haggard-looking woman walked in and stared at the two of them. That's them. Following the woman's accusation, a bearded man quickly walked up to the 2 women and said, You're the ones who kidnapped my son, right? Hand him over now. Yenlinger and Lina just looked at him silently and did not answer immediately. The man's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. Seeing that they were silent, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Why aren't you talking? At this time, the woman spoke again. It was them. I saw it with my own eyes. She took my brother away. Did you hear that? Hand the man over quickly. If you dare to hurt my son, I will tear you into pieces. The man said fiercely. Looking for death. Tyrina glanced at him coldly, and the powerful murderous aura instantly frightened the man. If she hadn't been afraid of causing trouble for Su Hao, she would have taken action long ago. With her strength, she could have killed this man in seconds. What's going on? She doesn't look like a human. What kind of monster is this? The man thought secretly in his heart as he looked at Tyrina. Suddenly, there were footsteps outside the door again. I saw 2 figures walking in from outside the door. He went straight to Yenlinger and Lina. One of the middle-aged men, with a serious expression, asked directly, Tell me, where did Su Hao go? The old man next to him looked Yenlinger and Lina up and down and said, They don't look like they are human. Why not take them back? Maybe we can sell them for a good price. Sister Chong, why don't you kill them all? Yenlinger's fingers trembled slightly, and she couldn't wait to take action. Sister Linger, how can I trouble you with this kind of thing? I'll take care of them. Lina immediately stood in front of Yenlinger. Are you ready to die? Little kid, you think you can kill us? The man smiled disdainfully. Little baby. Tyrina's face instantly turned gloomy. She was the queen of the Zerg who had lived for 800 years, but was actually called a little baby. It was a great shame and humiliation. Just as they were about to take action, a loud shout suddenly rang out, Stop! I saw Su Hao and Ailey slowly walking down from upstairs. When Yenlinger saw Su Hao, she immediately ran over excitedly and hugged him joyfully, complaining with a hint of coquettishness, Husband, you're finally done. You made me wait for so long. Little Charmander, little bug, sorry to have kept you waiting. Su Hao smiled and patted Yenlinger's dragon head. He took the hand of the woman beside him and introduced her to everyone. This is Ailey, my new wife. From now on, she is your sister. They looked at Ellie curiously, as it was the first time they saw the legendary vampire. Yenlinger's eyes scanned Ailey up and down, finally stopping at her slender legs. She couldn't help but admire. Wow, she really is extraordinary. What a pair of seductive legs. They look about a meter long. Tyrina also praised, it's really long, white, long and tender. Su Hao nodded and responded with a smile, yeah, I also like her long legs, that's why I call her little tender model. Ailey felt shy at the direct praise from the 3 people. You guys, don't look like that. Then we will call you young sister from now on. The fairy took her hand. That's right, our young sister. Tyrina also pulled up her other hand. Ailey didn't expect these 2 people to be so enthusiastic and accept her completely so quickly, which made her a little overwhelmed. Actually, my age. Young model. Su Hao interrupted her immediately, stroking her grimace, you are the most tender among me. Don't worry, you can treat them as your sisters from now on. Ailey felt the passion of the 2 people and saw Su Hao treating him like this, and she was immediately moved. Yeah, I understand. The three of them were communicating happily. Now the people around him finally couldn't stand it anymore. You have no manners. Asshole, how dare you ignore us? Give me back my disciple. Who are you? Su Hao asked puzzledly. He didn't care about the identities of these people at all. What he hated most was that they disturbed his intimacy with his wife. Ali explained softly to Su Hao, "Hubby, that man's name is Wang Ba, the middle-aged man is Li Dipao, Li Xiaopao's father, and next to him is the elder of the Xinglong Society, Huang Hema." Wang Ba couldn't wait to speak. "You are the one who took my son away, hand him over." Su Hao was confused for a moment. "Who is your son?" "That's him." The woman immediately pointed at Su Hao and said excitedly, "You're the one who kidnapped my boyfriend, right?" So it was him. Su Hao then remembered the person he had just taken away and tortured. He made an unforgivable mistake. "I will naturally let him go in a few days." Wang Ba's expression turned even uglier. "Nonsense. Release my son immediately. Otherwise, I will not forgive you." Su Hao responded calmly, "What do you want?" "Of course you release my son, and then." Wang Ba stared at Yenlinger and T. Lina, his eyes wandering between the two women, "And then give these two beauties to me, maybe." He hadn't finished speaking yet. Su Hao's movements were as fast as lightning. Rushed forward in one stride. His left hand suddenly grabbed Wang Ba's head with such force that Wang Ba was unable to move in an instant. In Su Hao's palm, the dragon scale spear stretched out and pierced his head. Wang Ba's body twitched violently, his legs kicked weakly, and his neck instinctively shrank. He was no longer breathing. "I told you, I'll definitely let him go after I've taught him a lesson." Su Hao's expression changed. "But if you dare to have any thoughts about my wife, I won't let you go." Chapter 88. It smells really good. Su Hao held Wang Ba's head tightly with one hand. The dragon scale spear pierced through his forehead. The bright red blood dripped slowly along the tip of the gun, making a tick-tick sound. The entire hall fell into silence. Ailey stood aside, her face flushed, staring at Su Hao's murderous posture infatuatedly, and couldn't help but praise him out loud. "Hubby, he is so handsome. I like him more and more." Yenlinger said coldly, "Well done. This hateful ant should have been punished like this long ago." Tyrina seemed a little dissatisfied and muttered to herself, "These inferior humans should be killed by me personally. They are not worthy of my beloved husband's personal efforts." These three people? No, these three are not human at all, so they are even more cruel and ruthless. Especially when seeing Su Hao killing people. This stimulates them to secrete more hormones. The more cruel Su Hao was, the more they loved him to death. The five people behind Wang Ba. Four of them were his guards, and the other one was the woman who accused Yenlinger and T. Lina. At this moment, they watched the scene in front of them in horror. "I didn't expect that I didn't have time to make a move. The boss died tragically. What about my salary? Who can I ask for it?" Driven by fear, they turned and tried to flee. However, Su Hao was faster. The dragon scale spear that had pierced Wang Ba's head instantly turned into countless tiny dragon scale fragments and shot towards the five people. In the blink of an eye, the five people were instantly killed by the dragon scale fragments and fell in a pool of blood. "This guy is so cruel." Li Dipao clenched his fists, but when he thought that his son was killed by this man, he wanted to kill Su Hao immediately. If I'm not mistaken, the woman with dragon horns on her head must be a member of the dragon clan. The yellow toad's eyes never left Yenlinger, thinking to himself, "A dragon person, or a female dragon, or a young dragon, I must get her." Su Hao waved his hand nonchalantly and threw Wang Ba's body casually to the ground with a dull sound. He turned his head and looked at the remaining two people with a cold gaze. "And you, what do you want from me?" Li Dipao's face twitched as he pointed at Su Hao and demanded, "You killed my son, Li Xiaopao, didn't you?" Su Hao nodded nonchalantly and replied, "You're talking about him?" "Yes, I killed him because he deserved to die." "You're not trying to avenge him, are you?" Then, he turned his gaze to the yellow toad. "You are also from the Xinglong Society, do you want to kill me too?" The yellow toad sneered a few times. Hee, that's right. I am the elder of the Xinglong Society, and I have been ordered to take your life. In that case, none of you can leave today." Su Hao was worried that he didn't have time to look for them, but he didn't expect them to come to him on their own initiative. "This time, I must find out who is behind them." Li Dipao waved his hand, and nearly 100 people filed in from outside. "You are so shameless. You are dead this time. He believed that no matter how strong Su Hao was, it would be impossible for him to face so many powerful warriors unscathed. Seeing this, Yen Linger, T. Lina and Ai Li immediately prepared to take action and expressed their willingness to help Su Hao. No one is allowed to take action. Su Hao turned around and glanced at Ai Li. Don't let any of them leave here. Ellie nodded in understanding, understood. She quickly gave the order and had someone activate the red blood formation, trapping everyone in the hall. Come together and kill him. Following Li Depeo's order, those rushed towards Su Hao. Instantly engaged in battle with him. The first warrior swung his sword and slashed at him. He slightly turned his body and easily dodged the blade. Then he slapped back with his palm, and the edge of his palm was like a sharp blade, directly cutting the warrior's throat, and blood gushed out instantly. Immediately following, a warrior tried to stab Su Hao with a spear. But Su Hao's speed was astonishingly fast. He jumped lightly, turned his body 180 degrees in the air, and kicked the spear, sending it flying. It directly pierced the shoulder of another warrior. Immediately following, Su Hao took out the dragon scale spear and locked his eyes on the target. The dragon scale spear in his hand turned into rays of death, taking away a life with every strike. Su Hao enjoyed killing more and more. Yen Linger, T. Lina and Ai Li, who were watching the show nearby, became more and more excited. They sat on chairs, their chins supported by their hands, and watched Su Hao's heroic figure as he killed the enemy with focused eyes. Wow, the way my husband kills people is becoming more and more charming. Yen Linger couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, with stars shining in her eyes. Tyrina smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. My husband's strength is indeed much stronger than the last time I saw him. At this rate, he might surpass me in the near future. Ai Li was completely immersed in Su Hao's battle. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were blurred, and a trace of saliva unconsciously flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was completely attracted by Su Hao's heroic figure. Yen Linger noticed Ai Li's strangeness and couldn't help but covered her mouth and laughed. Young sister, what's wrong with you? Not only are your eyes stringy, but even your saliva is stringy. As she spoke, she reached out and wiped the saliva from the corner of Ellie's mouth. White, like. Yen Linger paused mischievously, and actually stuck out her tongue to lick her fingers, pretending to taste them. Seeing this, Tyrina also touched the saliva on the corner of Ai Li's mouth, licked it, and then smiled and said, Young sister is really fragrant, no wonder Su Hao is so obsessed with her. You are so bad. Ai Li's cheeks flushed with shame at their actions, and she muttered softly. Across from them, Wang Ba and Huang Toad had completely different reactions. They stared at Su Hao as he continued to kill people, and saw more and more corpses falling at his feet. What's wrong with this guy? Can't we kill him with so many people? Wang Ba roared. Don't worry. The yellow toad laughed softly. Don't you still have me? Even if he survives, he's probably exhausted. As long as I take action, I will definitely be able to capture him. Until only a dozen people were left. Those people finally knew what fear was. You can't beat him, run. I don't want to die, Mom. He's horrible, not even human. Don't be afraid, come back here. Wang Ba shouted loudly, trying to stop them. Look, he's almost dying. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with a small target. Hear the 3 words small goals. Those warriors who had originally fled stopped, turned around and charged towards Su Hao again. They can't resist the temptation of small goals. It's just right. I can get rid of you all at once. Su Hao jumped lightly and his body floated in the air. Chapter 89 Toad Magic. At this time, Su Hao stood quietly in mid-air. The dragon scale spear disintegrated into countless gleaming dragon scale fragments. These fragments surrounded Su Hao like loyal soldiers, awaiting their master's orders. Ever since Su Hao mastered telekinesis, he then learned the ability to fly for short periods of time, and can precisely control each dragon scale. As his mind moved, the dragon scale fragments fell from the sky like a rainstorm and shot towards the enemies on the ground. The screams came one after another, and were soon drowned out by the sound of dragon scales being cut. Massacre in just a few seconds. The dozen or so people left in the hall had all fallen in a pool of blood, and no one survived. Su Hao's cold eyes swept over the corpses on the ground, and he silently calculated in his mind, more than 100 people, such a sacrifice is enough to summon a powerful demon. He intended to use the sacrifice of these corpses and souls to summon a powerful demon. Su Hao wiped the blood off his face and looked directly at Li Depeo and Huang Hema. These two people are still of great value to him because they have the information he needs. Therefore, he had no intention of ending their lives immediately. The yellow toad walked forward with heavy steps, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Boy, don't be complacent, let me, the yellow toad, deal with you. Suhao stared closely at the old man in front of him, who was already very old and almost half buried in the ground, with a frown on his face. He really couldn't figure out what kind of hidden abilities this old man had. Unfortunately, his eyes couldn't see the numerical values of men, which made Suhao feel a little uneasy. He began to doubt. Things may not be as simple as they seem. Does this old man really have any hidden abilities? Alarm bells rang in Suhao's heart, and he immediately became alert, ready to deal with any possible emergency. Spiritual power surged throughout the yellow toad's body. He bent his limbs and prostrated himself on the ground. A huge toad shadow actually began to appear on his body. He smiled slightly and said, "Hee hee, let me show you my toad magic skills." Toad magic? Could it be that he is Ouyang Feng who traveled through time? Suhao was confused, and before he could figure it out, the yellow toad had already shouted, "Toad jump." As he shouted, the yellow toad flew into the air in an instant, and his body rushed straight to the ceiling like a bullet. Suhao stared at the sky, fully alert, with the sound of crackling. It seemed as if something was falling from the sky. Is it coming? Suhao immediately prepared for battle, ready to meet the impending attack at any time. There was a loud bang. The yellow toad fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He stood up and staggered around a few times. Sorry, I jumped over the top. Next is this move, the toad kick. He jumped towards Suhao. After Suhao dodged, he shouted again, "Toad dancing." Countless toad shadows flashed past Suhao in the air. This attack posed no threat to him. Toad diving, toad scratching, toad sticking out tongue, toad peeing, toad scratching its butt. Seeing that Suhao dodged his move, he finally used his strongest move, "Look at me, toad splashing water." The yellow toad opened his mouth wide, and a powerful stream of water gushed out of his mouth, continuously impacting everything around him. Suhao dodged nimbly, his figure like a phantom, moving easily between the water columns. He knew in his heart that this water column was extraordinary and he must not let it hit him or anyone else. Just then, he noticed that the water column was heading towards his three wives. Yenlinger, Tilina, and Aili were still immersed in Suhao's heroic fighting spirit just now. His eyes were blurred, as if he was in a dream. Suhao immediately stepped forward and stood in front of them, while using the Eye of the Void to successfully block the oncoming water column. He turned around and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Wow, so handsome." Yenlinger, Tilina, and Aili praised in unison. Suhao. He was able to dodge my toad spray. This guy is really capable. The yellow toad wiped the sweat from his forehead and had a new understanding of his opponent. "Brother Toad." A rough shout came from the side. Huang Hamajua was nervous and turned her head to look. I saw Li DePeo looking at him shyly. He suddenly hugged him and kissed him all over, and his beard pricked his wrinkled skin, causing pain. Turn out to be. The water column sprayed by the yellow toad is called aphrodisiac water. Once touched, both men and women will fall completely in love with him and will hold him tightly even if they are beaten. So this water also makes me love yellow toad. Suhao and his wife stared at the figures of Huang Hema and Li DePeo struggling on the ground, both of them looking confused. Tilina immediately covered Yen Linger's eyes and said, "Sister Linger, this is not good looking. Don't look at it." However, she herself watched with great interest. Forget it, let them do whatever they want. Suhao smiled and shook his head, then turned to look at Aili, a little model, lock them up in the small room. No one is allowed to disturb them. Let them have fun. I'll interrogate them after we're done. Yes. Ellie responded. Suhao's gaze fell on the corpses on the ground again. There were 150 people in total. He decided to use these corpses to summon demons. He stretched out a hand. He muttered to himself. The abyss of shadows, the center of chaos. I use soul as guide and blood as chapter. Make a pact with the void, and the devil will respond quickly. I will exchange the soul for your present life. Dark demons, heed my call and break through the boundaries to descend. After finishing reading, he did not forget to look back at his three wives. Because chanting this spell is too embarrassing. Wow, so handsome. The three of them still spoke in unison. At this time, they actually became crazy about it. Su Hao's voice echoed in the hall. He finished the last spell, his eyes fixed on the 150 corpses on the ground. With the power of the spell, the corpses began to change. They were gradually soaked in a layer of black liquid, as if they were wrapped in some evil power. The color of the corpses became darker and darker, until finally, they were completely covered by black water and lost their original shape. The black water transformed from the corpses gathered in the air, forming a black sphere with a diameter of about 1 meter. Are they coming? With 150 human bodies and souls, I wonder what kind of powerful demon they can summon. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Su Hao's eyes. He stared at the black ball in front of him. This would be the first powerful demon warrior he summoned. Excitement reached its peak. Su Hao opened his arms and shouted with all his might, "Come out, my demon!" The demon in the black ball slowly opened his eyes. It flapped its wings and the black ball exploded. A powerful demonic energy spread out. Chapter 90 Together. What appeared in front of Su Hao was a pure black demon, whose body seemed to be condensed from darkness. A pair of huge wings spread out behind it. Although its outline is somewhat similar to that of a human, it has no other human characteristics. Type: Dark Magic. Level: 46. Ability: Shadow Invisibility. After the devil appeared, its eyes moved slowly, taking in the surroundings, as if confused by its sudden appearance in this strange place. It's actually a level 46 demon, Su Hao said in surprise. Although he didn't know how powerful a level 46 demon was, he knew from the oppressive feeling emanating from the demon that this summoning far exceeded his expectations. Ding 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 ding. Devil language. Su Hao stood in front of the demon and said in a deep voice, "From today on, Xiaohei will be your lifelong code name. You must obey my orders. Do you understand?" Beep, beep, beep. Devil language. Su Hao frowned and said, "Remember, if you dare to betray me, I will turn you into nothing." As the summoner of the devil, Su Hao has the power to destroy Xiaohei at any time. This is his trump card to control the devil. Beep, beep, beep. Devil language. Xiaohei seemed to understand Su Hao's threat. It immediately knelt down on the ground with its head lowered, as if to show obedience. Although Su Hao didn't understand what the devil said, he knew that it had accepted the order when he saw Xiaohei's actions. It doesn't matter if we don't speak the same language. After all, demons don't have human rights and are ultimately just his tools. He immediately stretched out his hand and took the demon into the different space, waiting to release it and use it when needed. The next step is to interrogate those two people. Su Hao ordered AI Li to bring the two people to him. Li DePeo's purpose was to avenge his son, so he is not worth interrogating. The yellow toad standing aside is a member of the Xinglong Society. As to why they want to deal with him, they need to interrogate him thoroughly. Su Hao looked at the two of them with a cold gaze and asked, "Tell me, why do you want to kill me?" "I want to avenge my son," Li DePeo shouted. "We in the Xinglong Society kill people. Do we need a reason? Let me tell you, you'd better let me go, otherwise you'll be dead," the yellow toad said fearlessly. Without saying a word, Su Hao raised his hand and the dragon scale spear instantly pierced Li DePeo's head, and the warm white brain matter splashed onto the yellow toad's face. The yellow toad was stunned. He didn't expect that the man who had just had a gay relationship with him would die like this. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me." The yellow toad knelt on the ground and cowed out for mercy. Night falls. Stars dot the dark sky. Su Hao returned home. In the past, at this time, he must be entangled with Ling Yao. It seemed unusually peaceful tonight. Su Hao sat on the sofa. Yan Linger sat on his left, her body leaning lightly on Su Hao's shoulder, her eyes closed. Her breathing was soft, and her long hair fell on Su Hao's chest, emitting a faint fragrance. Lina on the right also had her eyes closed, in the same posture as Yan Linger. At Su Hao's feet, Ailey sat quietly, sucking the blood flowing from Su Hao's fingers with her little mouth, with a cute look of enjoyment on her face. Ling Yao sat opposite him, watching her beloved husband surrounded by a dragon, a bug and a ghost. She thought to herself, "My husband is so powerful. He is loved by so many powerful people. I must be a good wife to him and take good care of these concubines for him." But she soon noticed Su Hao's mood change. "Husband, what are you thinking about? Is there something bothering you?" Su Hao turned his head and his eyes met Ling Yao's. I'm thinking about what Huang Hema said today. During the interrogation, he mentioned that the president of the Xinglong Society's Jiangnan branch had received a commission from a mysterious person to capture me. I suspect those people might be the ones who once imprisoned me. He recalled his escape from a small island, but the exact location was a little vague. I don't have time to wait for them to come to me. I want to go and kill them myself and find out who the client is. Husband, I support you. With your current strength, you can kill anyone you want. Even though the Xinglong Society is powerful, if they dare to attack you, just destroy them. I will continue to support my good husband. Yao Yao. Su Hao looked at the woman who loved him deeply and supported him no matter what. However, he also expressed his concerns. My current skills mostly rely on mental strength, but my mental strength is not strong, so I need to improve it. He needs to improve his mental strength now. This is the only way to gain more powerful strength. But he didn't have any quick way to improve. According to Ling Yao, one needs spiritual cultivation methods, or a spiritual core dropped by a beast king above the star level. Only these two methods can improve mental strength. Therefore, there are very few warriors on Blue Star who practice spiritual power. Ailey burped softly at this time, then looked up at Su Hao and said, "Honey, I'm full." Su Hao smiled and patted his thigh. "Little model, come here and sit on my lap." Ailey gently placed her long, beautiful legs on Su Hao's legs, then rested her head on his chest and lay down comfortably. The young model is really attractive. Su Hao looked at Ailey's face full of European and American charm, and her white beautiful legs, which looked like she was wearing white. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He moved his face closer to Ellie, aiming at her lips and preparing to kiss her. Because kissing Ellie is so delicious and addictive, all thanks to her saliva it's numb. Wait. Just as their lips were about to touch, Ellie suddenly stopped him. Su Hao was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Are you shy because there are other people here? Don't worry, they are all my wives, they won't mind. Ling Yao also echoed, that's right, we are all his wives. He can kiss anyone he wants. We won't be jealous. Just accept his kiss. She covered her mouth and laughed, our husband is a very good kisser. Let's see if you can hold on. Su Hao licked the corner of his mouth and said, come on. No, that's not the reason. Ellie's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head shyly and whispered, I just heard you discussing ways to improve your mental strength. I have a method here that may be able to help you. Chapter 91, Mind Control. Name, Su Hao. Gender, male. Age, 20. Strength, 33,080. Agility, 33,050. Endurance, 33,030. Defense, 33,020. Spiritual power, 33010. Spiritual power, 209. Talent, 99. Skills, Supernova Burn, Devour, Eye of the Void, Replicate, Telekinesis, Chaos Thunder, Demon Summoning, Empower, Mind Control. Equipment, Dragon Scale Spear, Hautian Divine Stick, Sword of the End, Clock of Time, Divine Wings of Escape Light. Special ability, Exploring Eyes. Current realm, Extraordinary level. Number of contractors, 10. Assignable value, 0. My mental strength increased to over 100 at once. Su Hao stared at the mental strength value on the system data in surprise. Mental strength is very difficult to improve. Complex emotions surged in his heart. Yao Yao, what happened to them? Su Hao asked with concern, thinking, it's only been 3 days, and they have become like this? Ling Yao covered her mouth and laughed. Her laughter was particularly clear in the quiet room. How dare you ask? Su Hao didn't expect that he was so powerful. Or maybe it wasn't him who was powerful, but the power of the dual cultivation technique he learned from Ailey? His gaze fell on Ling Yao again. Yao Yao, you seem to be in good spirits. How about, let me give you some private time, alone, and love you well. Ling Yao immediately stood up and protested, I don't want to. I've been with you these past few days, and I have to go to work tomorrow. Just let me have a good rest. Su Hao took her hand and pulled her back into his arms, saying softly, okay, Yao Yao, I know you're tired. Then have a good rest. I won't disturb you. Ling Yao hummed softly, closed her eyes, relaxed her body, and leaned on Su Hao's solid chest. At this moment, a voice was heard behind him. My husband, you are a bad guy, a big bad guy. You don't know how to feel sorry for dragons. You actually bully me like this. I am the princess of the dragon clan. My husband, please be gentler to me. Yen Linger's coquettish voice echoed in Su Hao's ears. Her body curled up into a small ball, and she looked so happy and shy, it was so adorable. Tyrina lay on the bed with her body completely relaxed. Her body stretched out, as if she was still savoring the passion just now. Hubby, you are so strong, you are so strong, I like you so much, I like you so much. Ellie looked peaceful. She wrapped herself tightly with a pair of wings and slept very soundly. She felt her satisfaction reach an unprecedented level, more intense than ever before. Su Hao's gaze lingered on these beloved faces. He looked at Ling Yao in his arms again and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's good to have many wives. It was discovered that the principle of this practice method is to enhance the mental state of excitement, thereby improving the mental strength of both parties. Not just himself. Even his wives have improved. This method of cultivation, coupled with the assistance of the system, is a perfect combination. Think of this. An impulse surged in Su Hao's heart, and he couldn't wait to improve his strength together with the other 6 wives. After his mental power was improved. Start preparing for the next move. Su Hao stood at the door, ready to say goodbye to a few people and go to the branch of Xinglong Society alone to conduct an investigation. Ling Yao stepped forward and asked softly, "Husband, do you really want to go by yourself? Don't you need our help?" Aili also stood up and volunteered, "Yes, husband, I heard that the Xinglong Society is very powerful. How about I go with you and take care of you?" Tyrina waved her little fist and said, "You don't need to do this kind of thing yourself. I will lead the Zerg warriors and will definitely be able to eliminate those hateful humans." Yen Linger looked at Su Hao with her big, pleading eyes and said softly, "Husband, I want to go too. I want to face it with you." Su Hao looked at them, smiled gently, and said soothingly, "Don't worry, I can handle it myself. Just wait for me at home." After hearing this, several people immediately rushed over and hugged him. "But I have 4 wives and I can't hug them all." Su Hao looked at Ling Yao, who was standing not far away, and thought that Yao Yao, the eldest wife, was the most sensible. "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, this is just a small matter and you don't need to do anything." With Su Hao's patient comfort, the few people finally reluctantly agreed to let him go alone. Su Hao's plan had already been brewing in his mind. He knew that the people from Xinglong Society wanted to capture him alive. So he planned to take advantage of this. He found the yellow toad he had captured again. As soon as the yellow toad saw Su Hao, he immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. I've already told you everything I know, please, let me go." Su Hao smiled slightly and squatted down. "Don't worry, I came here just to free you." The yellow toad asked uncertainly, "Really?" "Of course it's true," Su Hao replied, then paused and continued, "But before that, I need you to do something for me." The yellow toad said eagerly, "As long as you can let me go, I will do anything." Su Hao stood up and said calmly, "It's very simple. You just need to capture me and bring me back to report." The yellow toad was stunned and looked at Su Hao in disbelief. What did you say?" Su Hao didn't explain any further. He walked forward, reached out and pinched the yellow toad's head, while activating his mind control ability. P.S. Dear readers, since I missed updating 2 chapters yesterday, I will make up for it today. Please give me some feedback to urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 92, Cut to Pieces. Since Su Hao's spiritual power has been improved, his abilities that rely on spiritual energy have been strengthened. Especially the ability of mind control. His mental power is like invisible tentacles, able to penetrate into the consciousness of others and manipulate their behavior. At this moment, when Su Hao concentrated his mind and used his mind control ability on the yellow toad, an invisible force surged out from his brain, followed his line of sight, and directly hit the yellow toad's will. The yellow toad's eyes became empty and lifeless in an instant, his body trembled slightly, and then he became completely still. Like a puppet waiting for instructions. Now the yellow toad has completely become his puppet, and his every thought can be executed unconditionally by the yellow toad. He began to give orders. "Yellow toad, your mission now is to lead me into the Xinglong Society. Remember, act naturally and don't arouse anyone's suspicion." The yellow toad nodded mechanically. "Yes, I will follow your orders." Su Hao nodded with satisfaction, and then he was tied up, placed in a large box, and taken to the branch of Xinglong Society. Not long after, Su Hao was taken to a small room with the door closed, where he was held in solitary confinement. A day has passed. The outside world was unusually quiet, and no sound reached Su Hao's ears. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and used his mental perception ability. His consciousness spread out like water waves, sensing the surrounding environment. At first, he didn't notice anything unusual. The only sounds in the room besides his own breathing and the occasional hum of electricity from the light bulb. However, Su Hao did not give up. He continued to perceive deeper and expanded his perception range beyond the room. Just when he was about to give up, a faint voice came into his spiritual perception. "President, have you finally caught him?" "That's right. I didn't expect him to be involved with the principal of Qinglong Academy. There's no way we can do anything about it within the academy. It's only been a month. Luckily, we found her in time. Otherwise, if the Fong family knew he had escaped, it would have been disastrous. We, the Xinglong Society, are allies of the Fong family and will still help you." "But who on earth is he, a powerful figure that the Fong family actually sent someone to guard him?" "I only know that this man is called Fong Hao. We can neither let him die nor let him escape. His last name is Fong too. Could he be related to the Fong family?" "That's none of my concern. Alright, I'm going to take him there right now. He actually dared to run away. I'm going to punish him so badly that he won't dare to run away again." Su Hao listened to the conversation between the two. He felt that the voice of one of them was extremely familiar, and the other one was most likely the president of Xinglong Society. Crack! There was a sound of metal friction and the door opened. A beam of light cut through the darkness in the room. As the man's figure gradually became clearer, Su Hao finally saw his true face. With a beard, a scar on his face, and a ferocious look, it was indeed him. The man who was like a nightmare in Su Hao's childhood memory. Moment. Childhood memories flooded into Su Hao's mind. At that time, he was still called Fong Hao, and he lived a carefree life with his mother Su Xian in the Fong family. However, everything changed suddenly when he was 3 years old. That year, he opened his eyes. It is the eye of the Emperor of Heaven that has shocked the world since ancient times. This should be a sign of exceptional talent. But it became the beginning of his misfortune. His third eye was ruthlessly dug out and transplanted to his younger brother Fong Han. And he became a one-eyed dragon from then on. But this is not the end. He was imprisoned in a dark cage and suffered brutal beatings every month starting at the age of 3. These tortures left countless scars on his body, and the one who inflicted these atrocities was the man in front of him. The scarred man walked up to Su Hao with a ruthless gait. This made Su Hao slightly stunned. Over 200 beatings over 17 years. It actually made him feel fear towards the man in front of him. However, this feeling was fleeting. Instead, there was a surge of anger. "This time, I will make him pay double." Su Hao glared at the scarred man and swore secretly in his heart. "Finally found you." The scarred man stood a few steps away, his eyes cold. "Run away if you dare. Let's see how far you can get. I heard you hooked up with the principal of Qinglong College. What a joke. Let me tell you, a loser like you has your fate sealed. It's a life of imprisonment, destined to have no freedom." As he spoke, he put on his brass knuckles. The cold light of metal flickered in the dim room. "Your wings have hardened, right? It seems necessary to let you review the marks left on your body." He took a step forward, reached out and grabbed Su Hao's clothes, ready to beat him brutally again. Just as the scarred man was about to touch Su Hao's body, Su Hao's anger finally reached its peak. He could no longer control his emotions and instantly entered the void realm. The eye of void exploded, and the scarred man's 2 arms turned into nothingness silently. It all happened so fast that the scarred man didn't even have the slightest reaction before he lost both arms. His body was suspended limply in the air. The airspace he stood in could cover a range of 10 meters around him. This means that within this radius, nothing can escape his observation and he can destroy anything within it. At the same time, he used his telekinesis to fix the body of the scarred man in mid-air, like a lamb to be slaughtered. How could it be possible?" The scarred man's voice trembled and his lips quivered, unable to fully express his shock. "Tell me everything you know." Su Hao's voice was as cold as ice. He stared straight at the scarred man, wishing he could skin him alive immediately. I don't know anything, ah." The scarred man hadn't finished speaking. Su Hao's eyes turned cold. The scarred man's ankle suddenly twisted and deformed, as if it had been twisted into a knot by an invisible force. The intense pain made him scream. I'll ask you again, tell me everything you know. Su Hao's voice was still calm, but the threat contained in it made the scarred man shudder. I don't know anything. I'm only responsible for guarding you. It was the Feng family asked me to do this. The scarred man replied with his face distorted in pain. Su Hao's mind moved slightly, and the scarred man's ankle twisted again, this time more seriously than before. The sound of the dislocated bones was particularly harsh in the silent room. Ah, help me, President, come and save me. The scarred man began to shout for help, but all around was quiet and there was no response. Stop shouting, no one can save you. You'd better tell me the truth. Su Hao used his telekinesis again, and the scarred man's calf began to twist upward, and his body was deformed in extreme pain. His void realm eliminated the surrounding sounds, so no one would hear the scar man's cries for help no matter how hard he tried. Damn Feng Hao, you can't do this to me. Just wait, the Feng family will definitely kill you. The scarred man gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words from between his teeth with difficulty. Asshole, don't call me that name. Su Hao roared, and suddenly pieces of dragon scales flew out from his palm. These fragments were like sharp blades, pressing precisely against the scarred man's skin, ready to pierce his body at any time. Su Hao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Tell me everything you know, or I'll let you taste the pain of being cut into pieces. The scarred man felt as if countless blades were slowly piercing his entire body, and the pain was indescribable. He was so scared that he burst into tears and finally broke down. Please, don't kill me, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Chapter 93, Convening. Scarred man Lin Zhong finally broke down under Su Hao's torture and told everything he knew. I hope this can buy me a glimmer of hope. His name is Lin Zhong. 17 years ago, he was sent by the Feng family to a remote island near Jiangnan City, and a secret facility was built specifically to imprison Su Hao. His task is to guard Su Hao. And starting from the age of 3, Su Hao was tortured once a month, but he was not allowed to die. After each torture, Lin Zhong also wanted to take a picture of Su Hao's tragic appearance and then send the photo to the Feng family as proof of execution of the Feng family's order. This kind of life lasted for 10 years. According to Lin Zhong's guess, all this seemed to be intended to use Su Hao to threaten someone, but he was not qualified to know the truth behind it. After Su Hao escaped, the scarred man found the principal of the Jiangnan branch of the Xinglong Society and secretly captured Su Hao. If you really can't catch him, you can kill him if necessary, and then disguise it as suicide and tell the Feng family. Since the Xinglong Society and the Feng family are allies, the Xinglong Society as president, Lin Shua, has a good relationship with the scarred man, so that's why he helps him. That's all I know. I really just followed orders. As for why I did this, I really don't know. Please, spare me, I don't want to hurt you either. It's all because of the Feng family's coercion. Even if it were someone else, they would do the same to you. This has nothing to do with me. Lin Zhong's voice was trembling, and every word he said seemed to be buying time for his life. The Feng family, the damn Feng family, and that Feng Han, sooner or later, I will kill all the members of the Feng family. Su Hao clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger. But he still forced himself to calm down, slowly approached the scarred man, stared at him with eyes like sharp blades, and asked, "What you just said was the truth, right?" "It's the truth, it's all the truth." Scarred man Lin Zhong nodded desperately. Of course, Su Hao couldn't completely trust him. So he reached out and gently pinched the scarred man's head, and began to explore his memories. Countless memory images flashed through his mind. 1 minute later. I'm not lying, but it seems like there's one thing you haven't explained clearly. Su Hao sneered, the Feng family only ordered you to abuse me for 10 years. What about the other 7 years? That is, I. The scarred man Lin Zhong was sweating profusely, his eyes were panicked, and he was unable to give a reasonable explanation. You got addicted to playing for the next 7 years, didn't you? Su Hao said calmly, his eyes revealing a chilling indifference. I was wrong, please, let me go. I won't dare to do it again next time. The scarred man was exposed and completely panicked. Su Hao was not in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he took out the clock of time, and the clock face appeared behind him, covering the entire room. At the same time, he urged the dragon scale fragments to move forward, and 1,000 pieces of dragon scale fragments were like sharp blades, continuously piercing into the body of the scarred man. Ah no, stop, ah. The scarred man's screams echoed in the room. Su Hao looked at him indifferently. He didn't want this man to die easily at all. This was the punishment he deserved. Su Hao wanted him to pay back 100-fold or 1,000-fold for the pain he had once inflicted. That's all. Su Hao tortured the scarred man Lin Zhong for 6 hours. Until he was finally killed completely. Under the reflection of this clock of time, less than 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. Much more comfortable. Su Hao looked at the unrecognizable corpse on the ground, exhaled lightly, and felt that the anger in his heart seemed to dissipate a little. However, with the death of the scarred man, more questions gathered in his mind like fog. Feng family, why don't you just kill him? Who are you threatening with him? Could it be his mother? This thought flashed through Su Hao's mind. It is indeed possible. I haven't seen my mother since I was imprisoned here. It's been 17 years. I wonder if she is okay. Su Hao muttered to himself, knowing that he had to investigate everything and find out the real purpose of the Feng family. And the whereabouts of his mother. Based on the memories extracted from the scarred man Lin Zhong's mind, plus the information Ai Li had told him. The Feng family's influence spreads throughout the Holy Kingdom of Heaven, and it is a behemoth that cannot be underestimated. The Feng family still doesn't know that he has escaped. To be on the safe side, Su Hao decided to eliminate all insiders who might leak the information. That is to kill everyone in the Xinglong society. And there are the men that Scarman sent out to look for him. After Su Hao made up his mind. The first target was the Jiangnan city's Yinglongui branch. By the way, we can let Xiao He take action. When he thought of this, he stretched out his palm, and Xiao He in the alien space responded to the call and crawled out from his palm. Xiao He, this is the first task I assign to you. Catch him for me. Su Hao said, and passed the image of the president of Xinglong Society that he got from the scarred man to Xiao He. Memory sharing is also one of his abilities of mind control, which can transmit memory images to other people. After Xiao He received the image, his dark eyes gleamed with excitement as he knelt on the ground. Beep, 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 beep. Note, this is the devil's whisper, which Su Hao couldn't understand. But looking at its appearance, it seems that it can't wait to carry out this task. Each demon possesses 2 unique abilities. First, they are extremely difficult to eliminate. The only thing that can destroy them is light. Or is it the legendary holy light? The Yuan Ma and Qi that Su Hao summoned before were not dead, but they had no fighting power and could only be kept to coax the children in the future. Second, in addition to their basic abilities, demons each possess a special skill. This is similar to the warriors on Blue Star. However, the summoned demons are extremely loyal to Su Hao and are far more reliable than warriors. Xiao He, its special ability is to control shadows. It can hide in the shadows, making it an ideal choice for stealth and assassination missions. At this time, Su Hao sat in the room, thinking to himself, I wonder if a level 46 demon can successfully complete this mission. He had little understanding of demons and felt a little uneasy. 3 minutes later, Xiao He returned with the joy of completing the mission. It knelt in front of Su Hao. A person was pulled out from the shadow on the ground. That person was Lin Shua. He opened his eyes, his face full of confusion. Where is this? Why am I here? Seeing Su Hao and the dark monster beside him, he was even more confused. Who are you? Su Hao was very satisfied with Xiao Hei's performance and praised him with a smile. Xiao He, you did a good job. When Xiao He heard the praise, his dark face turned even darker. Ding ding, ding ding ding, ding 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 ding. Note, Devil's Whisper, the author cannot provide a translation. Su Hao saw that it was very happy to hear the praise and smiled. Okay, loyal demon Xiao He, I know you are very capable. He turned to Lin Shua and asked, you are the president of Xinglong Society, right? Lin Shua finally came to his senses. He angrily asked, who are you? How dare you bring me to a place like this? Since you know I'm the president, why don't you just let me go? Before he could finish his words, Xiao He pressed his head with a black hand and pressed him to the ground. Xiao He angrily yelled, beep beep beep, beep beep beep. Note, the curse is too filthy to translate. Su Hao waved his hand, signaling Xiao He to let go of Lin Shua. Xiao He, let him stand up. He said coldly, I want you to issue an order to gather all members of the Xinglong Society together. I am the president of the Xinglong Society, and I have countless powerful men under my command. How dare you order me around? Noisy! Su Hao was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and immediately used his mind control to manipulate Lin Shua's consciousness. He began to ask questions. How many people are there in the Jiangnan City branch of the Xinglong Society? 1,358. How long will it take to gather everyone together? 3 days. Well, gather everyone immediately. Yes, sir. No matter what Su Hao said, Lin Shuo mechanically agreed and then went to carry out his orders. Among more than 1,000 people. I don't know how many people know his real name. No matter what, kill them all. Su Hao began to think that it would not be difficult to kill them. He could just gather them together and then create a nuclear explosion. Rumble. More than 1,000 people were vaporized in an instant. It's cool to think about this spectacular sight. But his eyes turned cold, and he whispered to himself, if we sacrifice the bodies and souls of 1,358 people, I wonder what kind of powerful demon we can summon. Chapter 94 Order. Su Hao can create a nuclear explosion using supernova combustion. When used at full power, its impact range can easily cover a radius of 10 kilometers, and its power is comparable to that of an atomic bomb. However, unlike an atomic bomb, the power of an atomic bomb cannot be controlled once it exceeds a critical point. His supernova burns allow him to precisely control this energy without producing a destructive shockwave. This makes it perfect for clearing out mobs. Perfect enough to effortlessly gasify all carbon-based organisms. As his spiritual power continues to increase, the power of nuclear explosions is also increasing. In the future, destroying a planet will definitely be a piece of cake. Despite this, Su Hao does not prefer to use this method. He prefers to kill the enemy with his own hands and enjoy the feeling of killing with his own hands. And based on the principle of no waste, the dead body can be put to good use. At this time, a thought suddenly flashed through Su Hao's mind. Could it be that those powerful people regard the lives of all living beings as worthless? In his opinion, apart from his important wives, other people's lives are indeed not within his consideration. Now, he gathered more than 1,000 people and thought about how to kill them all. If these people find that the situation is not good, they will probably scatter and flee. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I immediately thought of Ellie's red blood formation. If he could trap all these people in the formation, he could kill them to his heart's content without worrying about anyone escaping. Then, Su Hao immediately set out for Shishue Tower to look for Ai Li. When he arrived, the vampire manga immediately stood in front of him, obviously unhappy with his arrival. Damn human, why are you here again? Mengya said in a bad tone, our master is not at home, please leave quickly. I'm warning you, stay away from our master. As a vampire transformed by Ellie, Mengya is extremely loyal to her master. She couldn't understand. Why would a powerful master who has lived for thousands of years be so close to the man in front of him? While Ellie is away, she decided to give Su Hao a good warning. Facing Mengya's obstruction, Su Hao just smiled slightly and said, Mengya, your master is my wife now. You should be more respectful to me in the future. Mengya immediately retorted, you are talking nonsense. How could my master be with a man like you? Absolutely not. Su Hao looked at the excited Mengya and was not angry. He chuckled and said, since your master is my wife, you should call me master from now on. Mengya was slightly stunned. You are talking nonsense. Don't blame me for being rude to you. Su Hao stared at Mengya and said calmly, your current attitude is not the right way to speak to your master. Come on, call me master. Su Hao's words made Mengya even more excited. Mengya gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, as if trying to control her emotions. How dare you? How dare you? Her vampire instincts were aroused, and her sharp fangs were faintly visible at the corner of her lips. I will never allow you to insult my master like this. My master will not follow you. In her opinion, it is impossible for a noble master to unite with humans, as humans are only fit to be food for vampires. It seems that I, your master, need to teach you a lesson. Su Hao said as he slowly walked forward. You're courting death. Seeing Su Hao walking towards him, he roared, and with a flash of his body, he pounced towards Su Hao at lightning speed. The sharp nails went straight to his throat. Su Hao seemed to have anticipated Mengya's attack and easily dodged it, mocking her, Xiaoya, your attack is too tender for me. Stop talking nonsense. Mengya missed her attack and became even angrier, roaring angrily. Her figure left a trail of afterimages in the air, each time trying to find Su Hao's weakness. Why on earth is this guy even stronger than the last time I saw him? What on earth happened to him? Manya was shocked. The last time I saw Suhao's strength, he didn't seem so strong. Only a few days have passed, and he seems like a completely different person. Seeing that his attacks failed repeatedly, the rage in her heart grew even stronger, and she screamed, concentrating all her strength on her fingertips as she stabbed towards Suhao's heart. Just then, Suhao dodged Mengya's fatal blow by turning sideways, and without waiting for Mengya to retract her hand, he stretched out his index and middle fingers and lightly flicked Mengya's forehead. Bang! A soft sound. Mengya only felt a sharp pain on her forehead, and her body instantly lost balance and hit the wall. The wall seemed to feel the impact and shook, and Mengya slid weakly to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Mengya touched her forehead and groaned in pain. She didn't expect that she would be like a child in front of Suhao. Now you should be obedient. Suhao shook his head gently. Call me master, maybe I'll forgive you. I just don't believe it. Mengya struggled to get up from the ground and shouted, Sisters, come out and attack together. One figure after another walked out slowly. More than a dozen female vampires appeared around Suhao. They are dressed sexy and good-looking, but their combat power is relatively low, around 3,000. However, even with this combat power, he is much stronger than ordinary people. There are more than a dozen such vampires around him. Almost at the same time, these female vampires aimed at Suhao and rushed forward like arrows. Facing this sudden siege, Suhao stood still, calm and composed, and said softly, kneel down. Right at this moment, the dozen or so vampires that were originally moving rapidly in the air seemed to be hit by an invisible force. Their bodies lost balance in the air and fell heavily to the ground. The moment my legs touched the ground, they seemed to lose all their strength and I fell to my knees. What is going on? Mengya knelt on the ground, her eyes full of shock. She knelt on the ground, leaning forward slightly, as if wanting to stand up, but the invisible pressure prevented her from moving. She could clearly feel that a pressure even more powerful than Ellie's was looming over them. This power made it impossible for her and her sisters to resist. As AI Li's follower, Mengya and other vampires are suppressed by Ellie's bloodline, and Ellie has complete control over their lives. The suppressive power displayed by Suhao made Mengya feel that it was a power even stronger than AI Li's. Suhao calmly walked through the vampires kneeling on the ground, sat elegantly on a large chair, then crossed his legs, looking as if he was in control of the situation. He glanced at every female vampire present and asked calmly, So, do you still want to resist? The hall was silent. Mengya raised her head and asked intermittently, Why, do you have this power? Suhao slowly approached her and said, This is natural, because I am your master. How could you possibly resist me as your master? No, I don't admit it. You are just a human being. It's impossible. Mengya still said stubbornly. Stop struggling. Suhao waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Call me master now. He had just finished speaking. The female vampires immediately responded in unison, Master. Although Mengya was reluctant, she still shouted out. They simply couldn't refuse Suhao's orders. Before Ellie comes back, you best just serve me well. Suhao lay on the chair and ordered those beautiful female vampires to give him a massage. Chapter 95, Dragon and Ghost. Ailey walked quietly on the way back to Shishua Tower, her heart full of the surprise she was about to prepare for her husband Suhao. However, when she stepped into the spacious hall of Shishua building, the scene before her stunned her for a moment. Suhao was seen lying lazily on a luxurious bench, surrounded by a group of female vampires, 5 of whom were giving Suhao a comfortable massage with their unique gentle techniques. As soon as Mengya saw Ailey coming back, she immediately ran over with tears in her eyes, knelt at Ailey's feet, and cried, Master, he bullied us. Please give us justice. Suhao stood up and stretched his muscles. Little model, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mengya was so frightened when she saw Suhao approaching that she quickly hid behind Ailey. You don't come over here. Suhao shrugged, turned his gaze to Mengya, and asked, Xiaoya, what should you call me? Mengya's body trembled noticeably. She didn't dare to resist anymore and said in a low voice, Master. Master. Suhao nodded with satisfaction, that's good. Mengya couldn't help but look at Ailey for help, muttering softly, You forced me to do this, I won't. Xiaoya. Ailey gently stroked Mengya's hair, then turned to look at all the female vampires present, and listen carefully. From now on, he is also your master. You must obey him unconditionally, just as you obey me, and give him everything you have. Do you understand? The female vampires all knelt down and responded in unison, "Yes, master." Why did you suddenly come here? Ailey immediately went up to him and gently hugged Suhao's neck. Little model, let's go to the room and talk slowly. Suhao took her hand and the two of them went to the top floor. Only the confused female vampire was left watching the show. Suhao really likes the feeling of being with Ailey, especially when they are alone together. After all, there is bound to be some trouble. They came to a familiar room, a familiar location, a familiar ground, a familiar hug, and were wrapped in familiar wings. At the same time, Suhao also told her the purpose of this trip. So that's how it is. Do we need to trap more than 1,000 people? Ellie thought with a flushed face. That's right, little model, you can definitely do it, right? Of course. At this time, Ailey had completely fallen into Suhao's charm, and no matter what Suhao asked for, she would agree without hesitation. If we want to trap them, we need to activate the 36-man red blood formation. 3 days of preparation is more than enough. Suhao nodded, thank you for your help then. Then he asked, where did you go today? Why did you come back so late? He knew that Ailey seldom went out, and today's abnormal behavior made him very curious. Ellie hesitated, this. Suhao immediately noticed something was wrong with Ailey. He gently touched her neck and rested his forehead against hers. Little model, if you have any difficulties, please tell me. You are my wife, and I will love you well. Of course, I won't force you if you don't tell me, but that would make me worry. Husband. Ellie stared at him closely, her breathing became rapid, and a faint red light emanated from her white body. Looking at her husband who was nourishing her alone, she didn't dare to hide anything. That's because Sister Ling prepared a surprise for you, and she didn't let us tell you. Yao Yao? Suhao nodded thoughtfully. Since Ling Yao deliberately concealed it, she must have her reasons. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's move on. Husband. Ailey suddenly stopped. Young model? Suhao looked at her in confusion. Sister Linger, she seems hungry. There are more than 1,000 people here. Can you let her eat a little? Ailey said seriously. Little model. Suhao stroked her head. I didn't expect you to care about her so much. Of course, Sister Linger is my relative, and she is so cute, how can I not care about her? Ailey snuggled in Suhao's arms. Suhao thought that Yen Linger often had poor meals after being with him, which was really hard for her. Human warriors are the perfect supplement. Soon, seeing Suhao and Ailey together, Yen Linger did not feel anything strange. More than 1,000 people, I must have a good meal this time. Charmander, I'm sorry I haven't fed you for a long time, Suhao stared at her guiltily. I'm glad to know. Yen Linger called out in a delicate voice, husband. Of course Suhao knew her intention. Yen Linger's dragon scales and dragon horns both give her a strange feeling. Ailey's body is white and cold, she is slender and has big wings. Until the early hours of the next morning. The 3 senior executives came out and summoned 36 vampires to go to the location of the Xinglongui Jiangnan City branch. After Lin Shuo gave the order, people from the Xinglong Society came to the open space one after another. Why did the president issue such an important order? He hasn't issued an emergency summons in years. I don't know either. Maybe the president has something important to announce. It seems like this is a particularly urgent matter. They want all of us to gather within 3 days. It's really strange. Suhao and Yen Linger walked among the crowd wearing black cloaks, listening to the discussions around them. Wow, are these people really edible to me? Yen Linger looked at them, but she soon discovered a problem, their meat seems a little old. Little Charmander, just make do with it. Suhao smiled slightly, stroking her cute little dragon head. Don't worry, I will choose a tender and good-looking human for my little Charmander to enjoy. Happy. Yen Linger hugged Suhao's arm tightly, thank you, husband. You are so good to me. She then saw a few young men appear nearby and immediately chased after them, calling out, husband, come and see, there are some handsome men and beautiful women with delicate skin and tender flesh. Suhao looked at Yen Linger's happy expression and smiled unconsciously. It's perfectly normal for her to eat a few humans just to make Charmander happy, a dragon eating a human is like a human eating a pig. Besides, the people of Xinglong Society are evildoers who do all kinds of evil. They all deserve to die. Beauty, are you also a member of the Xinglong Society? Yan Linger heard a voice coming from the side. She found that a burly man was staring at her with a squinting look. Just as Yan Linger turned around, the big man flicked his finger lightly, and the cloak fell off, immediately revealing Yan Linger's dragon horns and face. Dragon horn? It's just a decoration, right? The big man was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Or, your dragon horn is real." Chapter 96 Massacre. Yan Linger, her true body is 100 meters long. As she looked down at the humans on the ground, the feeling is like humans looking down on ants, full of condescending contempt. However, when she transformed into human form. But she is a short and cute girl. In the crowd, Yan Linger faced the burly man in front of her. She instinctively wanted to turn around and go back to Su Hao, but at this moment, the big man quickly stretched out his arms and stopped her. "Little girl, you are so cute. Can you tell your uncle your name?" Yan Linger's face was as gloomy as water, and she said in a cold voice, "Get out." The big man laughed instead of getting angry. "Ha, little girl, you have personality, I like it. You look so cute, but I didn't expect you to have such a hot temper. It's dangerous to be alone here, why don't you let me, your uncle, accompany you?" The crowd around started to boo. "Look, isn't that brilliant?" "Yes, I heard that he is very powerful. Any woman who is favored by him will be in trouble. It's going to be a good show. Go ahead, capture her." "Yeah, such a pretty girl, if you don't go for it, then I won't be polite, ha." Gao Ming stretched out his hands and moved closer to Yan Linger. "Come, let me take you to a safe place." A flash of anger flashed in Yan Linger's eyes, and she clenched her fists, ready to attack. At this moment, a muffled sound was heard, and Gao Ming's two wrists suddenly broke, and blood gushed out. "Ah, my hand." Gao Ming knelt on the ground in pain, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. Su Hao had quietly appeared in front of Yan Linger and gently wiped off a few drops of blood from her body with his hands. "Little Charmander, I'm sorry, I accidentally stained you." He draped his cloak over Yan Linger's shoulders. Gao Ming reacted and rushed towards Su Hao, waving his remaining limbs. "Asshole, I'm going to kill you." Su Hao glanced sideways slightly. The dragon scale fragments that appeared in his hand flashed across in an instant. Hiss. Gao Ming's head broke off and rolled to the ground. The tall figure also fell down. The crowd in the square fell silent instantly. What's going on? What happened? Gao Ming is dead. He did it. Who is he and why have I never seen him? Murder. He really dares to kill someone here. Su Hao looked around. It was discovered that the blood-red formation had been activated. He can now kill without restraint. A man stepped out from the crowd and demanded, "Hey, who are you? How dare you kill someone in a place like this?" Su Hao didn't answer, but gently stroked Yan Linger. "Little fire dragon, if we start fighting soon, it won't be good if you get stained by this dirty blood. You should enter the alternate dimension first, and I'll find a tender human to bring to you." As he said that, he took Yan Linger into the different space. The questioner slowly approached Su Hao and said, "I'm asking you a question. Answer my question. Do you know that this is the Xinglong Society? How dare you kill people here? Come with me to see the president." Su Hao's eyes were cold. He was too lazy to say anything more to these dying people, and even more lazy to pretend to be cool with them. Because it would only lower his status. "You are too old." Su Hao glanced at him and stretched out the dragon scale spear in his hand. The gun shot out and pierced the man's head directly. He killed someone again. What's wrong with this guy? He actually killed two of us, he must be sick. Damn it. He even dared to touch our people. Could this person be the legendary undercover agent? The people in the square were still confused. Su Hao glanced around and said in a deep voice, "Today, everyone here will die." The people around were stunned at first. Then there was a roar of thunderous laughter. He must be crazy these past 2 days. Does he know what he's talking about? All of us from the Xinglong Society are here today, and he actually wants to kill us all. That's ridiculous. Crazy, this guy must be crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous, ha ha ha. But they stopped laughing immediately. Su Hao activated the replica ability. His eyes were like a scanner, quickly capturing the movements and gestures of everyone around him. He held the dragon scale spear tightly in his hands, and moved through the crowd like a ghost. Every swing brings a feast of death. The tip of the gun flashed with cold light, like a vivid dragon, suddenly piercing through the bodies of the three people. Su Hao turned his wrist and pulled the spear out from their backs, and blood splattered as the spear blade was pulled out. He never stopped. Continue to pierce the bodies of those around you with precise attacks. While killing, Su Hao also focused on the age and appearance of those people. In fact, Yan Linger is still a face control. He knew that although Yan Linger didn't say it, she preferred young and handsome men. For those young people with good looks, Su Hao would use his devouring ability to suck them into another space. In a different space, Yan Linger transformed into a giant dragon and opened her mouth wide. The young man who was devoured became her delicacy. In a short time, countless people fell down. The scene was extremely tragic. The chaos in the square continued to escalate. Until someone shouted, "Don't panic, calm down, he is alone." After losing nearly 200 people, the rest of the people began to recover from their panic. They united and tried to fight back against Su Hao. Then, they either drew their weapons or used their respective skills, preparing for a life and death battle with this man who was like a god of death. Good job. Su Hao sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. His eyes quickly captured the subtle movements of everyone around him, analyzing their attacks one by one. A strong man swung a hammer and smashed it towards Su Hao with a sound of breaking through the air. Su Hao dodged the attack with ease with a flick of his body. He fired a shot with his backhand, and the sharp blade of the dragon scale spear slashed across the sturdy man's throat. Blood instantly dyed the ground red. On the other side, a female swordsman danced with sword skills like flowing clouds, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Su Hao's vital points. Swordswoman? Charmander would definitely love it. Su Hao smiled slightly and moved forward instead of retreating. His figure shuttled through her sword light like a ghost, and he slammed his palm into her chest. At the same time, the swallowing started and sucked her into the different space. Not far away. Why don't you do anything yet? But there are still people in the guild who are entangled with him. I'm afraid. I can't care less. I must kill him. Understood, do it immediately. In an instant, the weather changed suddenly. Suddenly, several dazzling rays of light flashed across the sky. The fireball and lightning headed straight for Su Hao's location. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The place where the fireball and lightning met turned into a sea of fire. Su Hao and the dozen or so people from the Xinglong society around him were all swallowed up by this sudden attack. Ha, he's completely dead now. This bastard, I didn't expect him to kill so many of us. Burning him to death is a bargain for him. That's right, he should be ground into dust. Just as these people began to cheer, someone immediately noticed something was wrong and pointed at the flames. Look, what is that? Chapter 97 Meng Meng. Su Hao's figure was looming in the flames. It was as if the raging sea of fire was just a gentle baptism for him. He walked out of the sea of fire with steady steps, unharmed, his eyes revealing an indifference that was not of an ordinary person. Without saying anything, he rushed into the crowd like a cannonball and started a brutal fight again. He had already grasped the dragon scale spear in his hand at some point, and every swing of it took a life. At the same time, he did not forget to communicate with Yan Linger in another space with his mind, and continuously delivered food to the little fire dragon. The battle lasted for some time. At this time, the originally densely packed crowd around had dwindled to more than 300 people. These people have long lost their fighting spirit. All that was left in their eyes was the desire to survive, and they tried desperately to escape from this hellish place. However, the power of the red blood formation enveloped the entire battlefield. They were like wild beasts trapped in a huge cage. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape. Charmander, are you full? Su Hao asked Yan Linger in the alien space with his mind. Yan Linger circled its huge body, burped with satisfaction, and responded, I'm full, I'm so stuffed that I can't eat any more tender human flesh. Hearing Yan Linger's answer, Su Hao immediately took off and flew into the air. He was ready to end the battle quickly, so he took out the Haotian divine stick, which instantly turned into a huge weapon 100 meters long. He waved the Haotian magic stick. Like waving a giant dragon, he constantly stirred the ground beneath his feet with a stick. Every swing of the stick brought up a gust of wind and stirred up a cloud of dust. Those who tried to escape were swept by the force of the sticks and fell to the ground. Until the ground became devastated. There is no life anymore. Su Hao stood on a pile of ruins, looking down at everything below with a cold gaze. On the battlefield, corpses were scattered everywhere and blood flowed like a river. It seems that they are all dead. It's time. Su Haobei sacrificed these lives and souls and summoned a powerful demon. Even if these people's flesh and blood are separated, as long as they have not turned into ashes, their vitality and souls can still be used for sacrifice. Su Hao began to chant the spell, and the flesh and blood of the dead were immediately sucked away by an invisible force. The blood rolled in the air, wrapping around pieces of flesh, and finally condensed in the void to form a huge black sphere with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. So big. Su Hao looked at the huge black ball in front of him and said in surprise, "The demon summoned by more than 1,000 people is indeed extraordinary." Time seemed to stop at this moment. All sounds disappeared. Only the black sphere remained, pulsating silently. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the sphere, and then the crack rapidly expanded, and the entire black ball began to vibrate. With a deafening cracking sound, the black ball finally exploded, and a dark aura spread. When the smoke cleared, a huge minotaur 50 meters tall appeared in front of Su Hao. Its body is huge and its muscles are as hard as rock. The horns on its head are curved like hooks, and its eyes flash with a ferocious black light. The minotaur let out a deep roar, the sound waves shaking the air around it. It waved its huge fist, and every step it took made the earth tremble. Type: Bull Demon. Level: 118. Ability: Rage. Su Hao stared at the information about the minotaur in front of him, thinking to himself, "This bull is indeed quite good, and quite powerful. However, it's a bit too big. If I let it out, it would be rather conspicuous and could easily cause unnecessary trouble." He wanted to put him into the different space, but unfortunately Su Hao did not have the strength to absorb such a huge creature. Just as he was thinking this, the minotaur suddenly moved, its huge body slowly bent, and it knelt on its knees, making a dull sound. "Greetings, master." "Can you speak?" Su Hao was a little surprised. "Yes, master. I went to school and learned human language when I was in the demon world," the bull demon explained slowly. "What's your name?" Su Hao asked. "My lord, my name is Aniu." Yomo's answer made Su Hao slightly stunned. "Aniu?" He looked him up and down. "You're a little too big, aren't you? What did you eat to grow up?" "Master, the cows are eating grass." "Su Hao." "Please don't worry, master." Aniu seemed to understand Su Hao's concerns, and its body began to undergo strange changes. The originally huge body gradually shrank until finally, it turned into a cute little black cow 1 meter tall. It has big, cute eyes, its body is covered with soft, short black hair, its forehooves are small, and its tail swings gently, just like an ordinary domestic calf. There was no trace of the ferocious look from before. "Ania, your current form is much more convenient," Su Hao said with a satisfied smile. "You will follow me from now on. I will give you a new name, Meng Meng." He waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force wrapped Meng Meng and then sucked it into the different space. At the same time, Yen Linger, who had just eaten, was released from the alien space. Yen Linger appeared lightly in the void, her fiery red figure looking particularly dazzling in the sunlight. When she saw Su Hao, she flew over happily, put her arms around his neck, and a satisfied smile on her face. "Thank you for the hospitality, my husband. I enjoyed the meal very much. As long as you like it." Su Hao narrowed his eyes and gently stroked Yen Linger's smooth dragon horn, as if he was stroking a precious treasure. Yen Linger closed her eyes comfortably, enjoying Su Hao's touch, making people want to hold her in his arms. Night falls. Stars dot the deep blue sky. Moonlight falls into the quiet room. Su Hao and his friends gathered together, discussing the next plan. "Honey, I have done as you said and asked the Zerg warriors to take care of all those who are looking for you outside." Tyrena's voice was soft as she leaned on Su Hao's shoulder. "Little bug, you did a great job." Su Hao smiled slightly and gently stroked her hair. "Hubby, I have collected all the information about the Fong family, as well as the families in the Holy Kingdom of Tianchao that are friendly with them." Ling Yao immediately passed the collected information to Su Hao. "Yao Yao, you did a great job too." Su Hao nodded with a smile, then reached out and touched Ling Yao's head opposite him. Ling Yao closed her eyes, enjoying Su Hao's touch, with a satisfied smile on her face. "Honey, I'm here too." Ai Li immediately came over, looking forward to Su Hao's praise. "Of course I haven't forgotten you." Su Hao smiled gently. "This time it's all thanks to my young model." On the side, Yen Linger stared at the intimacy between Su Hao and the three people, and her little mouth pouted unconsciously. Sister Linger, what's wrong with you? Ling Yao noticed Yan Linger's mood change and patted her shoulder gently. Yan Linger lowered her head, her voice a little low. You all helped him, but I. How could that be? Your husband loves you the most. Ling Yao smiled softly, trying to comfort Yan Linger. That's right, Su Hao pulled Yan Linger to his side. Little foodie, you've helped me eat quite a few people. Your strength is also very valuable to me. Chapter 98, Gun God Family. The Fong family is one of the three great imperial clans of the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. The magnitude of its power is unimaginable. That is an existence more powerful than the god of war. The strongest man in the family, his strength has reached more than 50,000 combat power, and he is known as the War Emperor. Among the imperial families, the Fong family is unique. They have complete control over 2 of the 4 major cities, and various forces are intertwined and extremely large. Legend has it that deep within the Fong family, there are powerful beings who are far superior to humans. Their power is even enough to destroy the entire human race. Such strength makes people dare not underestimate it in the slightest. In the Holy Kingdom of Heaven, only the slightly weaker Zhao and Sun families could barely compete with the Fong family, maintaining a delicate balance. After Su Hao understood the Fong family's background, he said in a deep voice, no matter who they are, I, Su Hao, will eliminate all those with the surname Fong on Blue Star and let them know that those who bully us will die. Husband, we will all support you. Ling Yao walked forward and held Su Hao's face with both hands. Wife, thank you. Su Hao looked at the 4 people in front of him, his heart full of gratitude. He knew that as long as they were with him, no matter how difficult the road ahead was, he would have the strength to face it. T. Lina, Ai Li, and Yan Linger also nodded. Su Hao began to carefully calculate his current strength. He, Ling Yao, Yan Linger, T. Lina, and Ai Li have a combat power of about 30,000. This does not include the Zerg army controlled by Tyrina and Ellie's loyal followers. Coupled with his own many extraordinary abilities, his overall strength is already quite impressive. Such power still seems insufficient when facing the Fong family. The Fong family's foundation is too deep. Just the War Emperor with a combat power of more than 50,000 is not something they can contend with at the moment. Husband, don't forget, you still have 6 wives. Ling Yao reminded softly. Those 6 people? Su Hao thought of his 6 wives. That's right. As long as you complete the deep contract with them, you will become the strongest among humans, and becoming a war emperor will be no problem. Ling Yao chuckled softly and said, also, there's one more thing you may not know yet. The forces behind these 6 people should not be underestimated either. He said slowly, Linny comes from a family of spear gods, Xiayun comes from a casting family, Ziling, although a sword immortal in decline, but the sword immortal heritage is still powerful. Sumei represents the power of the top wealthy, Xinwu comes from a hidden beast taming family, and Guanyu, although a princess of a fallen country, still has many remnant forces secretly ready to make a move. As long as you gain their support, you will surely be able to possess power equal to that of the 3 great imperial clans. Su Hao pondered Ling Yao's suggestion. My mind gradually became clear. Deep contracts and then gaining the recognition of the forces behind them is indeed a way to quickly expand power. In his current situation, every time he completes a deep contract, he can gain a 10,000 combat power increase. 6 wives, 6 deep contracts, that means a combat power increase of 60,000. Adding to his original combat power of more than 20,000, he will have a combat power of more than 80,000. With such strength, he had enough confidence even when facing the War Emperor. Husband, I'm ready for you. Ling Yao's voice interrupted Su Hao's thoughts. Are you ready? Su Hao looked at Ling Yao with some confusion, not sure what she meant. That's right, just come with me tomorrow. Ling Yao seemed to have arranged everything for Su Hao. The next day, the morning light began to appear. Ling Yao led Su Hao to a luxurious villa in the suburbs. The villa is located halfway up the mountain, with its back against the green mountains and facing the sea, enjoying a unique natural landscape. Ling Yao gently pushed open the door and said to Su Hao with a smile, this will be our new home. Yao Yao, is this the surprise prepared for me? Su Hao asked, looking at the huge villa in front of him. That's right. Ling Yao nodded proudly. Our previous home was indeed too small. Now that there are more people at home, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to show your talents, so I bought this place. How about it? It's not bad, right? Do you like it? Yao Yao, you are so thoughtful. Su Hao looked at her affectionately. Ling Yao gently took Su Hao's hand with her warm palm and led him into the villa. Come with me, there are surprises waiting for you inside. Su Hao felt as if he was being kept by a rich woman. With their pace, his eyes kept looking around. As they walked into the spacious hall, Yanlinger, Tilina, Aili, Guanyu, Xiayun, Suming, Qinwu, and Ziling, the 8 wives were sitting on the sofa in the hall, as if waiting for the protagonist to appear. Let's live here together from today. Ling Yao jumped up excitedly. Yao Yao, you're so kind. Su Hao hugged her waist. I will complete the contracts with the 6 wives as soon as possible. Happiness. Ling Yao touched the tip of Su Hao's nose. You little pervert, be gentle with them. Don't be as rough as you are with us. I'm just as gentle with you all. Su Hao looked at Ling Yao's beautiful appearance and thought of everything she had done for him. He wanted to kiss her, especially my first wife. You're the most gentle. All right. Ling Yao struggled slightly. They haven't seen you for several days. You should stay with them first. At this time, Su Hao was very moved and decided to have a good intimate with her first, so the 2 of them kissed unscrupulously. Let other wives see the envy. After separation, Su Hao's eyes swept across the hall one by one, but suddenly paused in the search. Where's Lin Yi? His brows furrowed slightly. Why didn't she come? Guan Yu stepped forward gently, as if she had some words that were difficult to say. About this, Lin Yi. Lin Yi comes from a prestigious family of gunmasters. In Su Hao's eyes, she always had a heroic air, and her marksmanship was superb. However, at this moment she did not appear in this luxurious villa to greet him with other wives. Guan Yu's words made Su Hao even more confused. She told him. The Lin family, where Lin Yi belongs, is holding a competition that is held once every 10 years, which will determine the next head of the Lin family. As an important member of the family, Lin Yi is naturally making intensive preparations for this competition. But Guan Yu revealed that things are not as simple as they seem. The reason why Lin Yi did not appear here was probably to distance herself from Su Hao. As for the specific reason, Guan Yu was not clear. Su Hao decided not to wait for news anymore and to go to where Lin Yi was in person to find out what was going on. According to Guan Yu, he came to where Lin Yi lived. After pushing open the door, the first thing I saw was Lin Yi practicing shooting in the yard. Chapter 99 Abuse. Here I come. Su Hao's eyes were fixed on Lin Yi. He shouted and walked towards her quickly. However, Lin Yi's reaction was beyond his expectations. She looked at Su Hao indifferently, and there was no joy on her face as she saw him approaching step by step. When Su Hao was about to approach, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Su Hao rushed forward and stretched out his hand to tightly grasp her wrist. You seem to be avoiding me? Why is that? Lin Yi's body stiffened instantly. She did not answer immediately, and the atmosphere in the air seemed to freeze. After a long time, she slowly turned around, her eyes calm. I already have nothing to do with you, please don't come to me again. Su Hao's smile froze slightly, but he didn't give up and held her wrist even tighter. You are my wife, how can there be no relationship between us? No, it was a misunderstanding. Lin Yi's voice was still cold. Su Hao's body involuntarily moved closer to her. You promised to be my wife, and you also said that you like kissing me. A subtle fluctuation flashed across Lin Yi's face, but she quickly regained her composure. That was in the past. Now, I don't have any feelings for you. Su Hao looked at the cold Lin Yi, recalling what Guan Yu had said to him. Lin Yi's father, Lin Chang, is an ambitious man. He has always longed to seize the position of head of the Lin family. Therefore, he has been extremely strict in training Lin Yi since childhood. As to the extent of this training, no one can really understand except Lin Chang and Lin Yi themselves. Lin Yi's image in the family has always been that of a quiet person with a cold expression. Even her sisters find it difficult to get a glimpse into her inner world. Just let me see what you really think. Su Hao muttered to himself. If he wanted to untie the knot in Lin Yi's heart, he had to understand her past and her true feelings. He began to check the memories in Lin Yi's mind. You useless thing, is this how you use a gun? I've taught you so many times, but you just can't learn it. Practice shooting obediently. I raised you to learn how to shoot. Otherwise, what use are you to? If you can't learn this trick, don't eat. Keep learning until you do. Daughters are troublesome. They are short and weak. If it were a son, why would I end up like this? You lost to me again. I've told you so many times, you just have to win, just win, that's the only way to prove your worth. A girl dares to learn the Lin family's water spear. If this gets out, it will probably bring shame to our family. In Su Hao's field of vision, Lin Yi's memory is like a broken mirror, each piece reflects her painful experience. As these memory fragments gradually piece together, Su Hao's mood became increasingly heavy. A fire of anger burned in his eyes. He saw a young Lin Yi, who was constantly practicing his shooting skills under his father's harsh reprimands and ruthless beatings, and his small body was under tremendous pressure. Every mistake resulted in a beating. Su Hao saw the helplessness in her calm eyes and the loneliness as she silently licked her wounds in the dead of night. That's too much. He gritted his teeth, unable to imagine how a father could be so cruel to his daughter and treat his child as a tool. You, let me go and leave quickly. Lin Yi's voice was no longer calm, but trembling, and her eyes revealed complex emotions. Was it resistance, fear, or a deep and hard-to-let-go attachment? She turned her head away, not wanting Su Hao to see the weakness in her eyes. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Su Hao, however, held her hand tightly and pulled her into his strong embrace in an instant. No, absolutely not. You are my wife. How can I let you go? You, let go, I'm not. Even if Lin Yi struggled, she couldn't break free from his grasp. Wife. Su Hao gently placed one hand on Lin Yi's head, and immediately pressed his mouth over and kissed her hard. Although his movements were urgent, they were also gentle, as if he was telling her in his own way how much he cared about her and how much he wanted to heal the scars in her heart. Lin Yi opened her eyes wide, and was momentarily at a loss for what to do by this sudden kiss. But the warmth from Su Hao's lips was like a spring breeze blowing across the frozen lake, causing her calm heart to begin to melt. Her body gradually relaxed and her eyes softened, as if she had found warmth in Su Hao's arms. Su Hao kissed her hard, alternating his lips and tongue. Rotate 360 degrees, click style, wave style. He poured all his emotions into this kiss, and with skill, he kissed Lin Yi very comfortably. My wife, please stay with me. I will treat you well. Yao Yao is waiting for you, and your other sisters are waiting for you too. Let's go home, okay? Lin Yi's heart began to waver. On one side are the carefree and gentle Su Hao and her many sisters, and on the other side is the responsibility instilled in her by her father. Tell me, you are my wife, you must be with me forever. Su Hao's hand gently stroked Lin Yi's cheek. Just say it out loud, and I will take you home, back to our shared home. Lin Yi's lips trembled slightly, as if 1,000 words were surging in her heart, but in the end, they only turned into a hesitant word, I. Just then, a loud shout came to mind, let go of my daughter. Accompanied by shouts. The spear flew out like lightning. The two people who were hugging each other tightly were separated in an instant. The spear pierced the ground between the two people with a sound of breaking through the air, causing dust to fly. Not far away, a middle-aged man walked over with firm steps. He was wearing a gorgeous black mink coat, with an imposing manner and a glare like a knife, staring straight at Su Hao. How dare you treat my daughter so frivolously? What is your relationship with her? Su Hao's gaze was like two sharp swords, piercing straight at the middle-aged man in front of him. In his heart, a fire of anger was burning. Lin Chang, is that him? This man was the one who had abused Lin Yi since she was a child and regarded her as a tool to seize family power. Anyone who bullies his wife deserves to die. Father, Lin Yi was about to speak, but was stopped by Lin Chang. Shut up. Lin Chang looked at Su Hao again. How dare you seduce my daughter, boy, no matter who you are, I advise you to stay away from my daughter, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Humph. You're welcome? Su Hao sneered and took a step forward with a stern look in his eyes. I don't think you're worthy of being her father. Chapter 100 Returning Home. Su Hao's gaze was like ice, coldly locked on Lin Chang. The scene of Lin Yi being abused like a tool when she was a child kept flashing through his mind. Lin Yi was his beloved wife, and he could not bear any pain she had ever suffered. At this moment, his heart was filled with hatred for Lin Chang, and he wished to kill this man immediately. Lin Chang challenged, What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Su Hao didn't back down at all. I say, you are not worthy of being Lin Yi's father. Lin Chang's face instantly turned ashen. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. It's not your turn to make the decision about our family's affairs. Su Hao raised his voice a few notches. Lin Yi is my woman. Lin Chang sneered and turned to look at Lin Yi, who had remained silent. He said you were it, right? Linny lowered her head, and her expression could not be seen clearly. The silence in the air was almost suffocating. How Suhao wished that Linny could say yes. Even if she just nodded slightly, he would take her away from this place full of painful memories without hesitation. However, Lin Yi's silence was like an invisible barrier, blocking Suhao's hope. Lin Chang broke the silence with a sneer. See, she didn't answer, so it has nothing to do with you. Leave here immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Suhao's eyes never left Lin Yi. Finally, he took a deep breath, turned around slowly, and prepared to leave and find another way. Even though I feel very reluctant. But he knew that without Lin Yi's consent, he could not rescue her from all this. Bang! A crisp sound broke the silence. Suhao paused and looked back suddenly. Lin Yi's thin body was slapped and fell heavily to the ground. 5 bright red fingerprints quickly appeared on her face, looking so glaring and heartbreaking. Lin Chang stood aside, his eyes filled with anger. He stared at Lin Yi on the ground fiercely. You actually brought a strange man home. I always taught you that you are not allowed to have any contact with any man. You are a disgrace. Suhao could no longer control his emotions when he saw his beloved woman being beaten. This was his precious wife, the one he was about to hold as she slept. How could he tolerate her being treated like this? A surge of spiritual power surged out of his body, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Lin Chang. His hands were like iron pliers, tightly gripping Lin Chang's neck. If you dare to hit my woman, I will kill you. Lin Yi's voice came from the ground. Suhao, wait. Suhao paused, turned his head, and looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. He treated you like this, and you still plead for him. Lin Yi struggled to get up from the ground. He is my father. Suhao's hands slowly loosened, and his strength dissipated along with his emotions. He did not forgive Lin Chang, but because he had glimpsed Lin Chang's memory during the conflict just now. Who is this guy? Lin Chang murmured as he looked at Suhao's receding back. Night falls. The Lin family's mansion looked particularly gloomy in the darkness. Lin Chang walked into Lin Yi's room and said, I'm sorry for what happened this day. I didn't mean to hit you. It was you who ignored my advice and went out with those strangers. I told you that there are only bad people out there. You just need to practice your marksmanship well. If you help me win the position of patriarch of the Lin family, I will find you a good family. Lin Yi sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes empty, and her face still bore traces of the beating she had received in the afternoon. She just replied woodenly, oh. Lin Chang nodded with satisfaction, walked over to Lin Yi, and patted her shoulder. This is my good daughter. As he said that, he took out a cup of tea that he had prepared long ago. Come on, daughter, drink it and go to bed early. Lin Yi took the teacup and drank it all in one gulp without thinking too much. Soon, she felt her consciousness becoming blurred, her body went limp, and she fell to the ground powerlessly. Mr. Fong, it's okay. Lin Chang called softly and winked at the door. A man in gorgeous clothes walked in from outside. He was Fong Tianhua, the son of the richest man in Jiangnan City. He smiled and said, Mr. Lin is indeed straightforward. Don't forget our promise. Lin Chang reminded. Don't worry. As everyone knows, I, Fong Tianhua, am the son of the richest man in Jiangnan City. As long as you offer me your lovely daughter, I will bribe the Lin family members. The position of family head will be in your pocket. Fong Tianhua said confidently, squatting down, his eyes greedily scanning Lin Yi's body. What a lovely woman, she is indeed a beauty that can topple a country. Mr. Fong, as you said, the dosage of medicine I gave her only made her whole body weak. Her consciousness was not affected, and she can move a little bit, so you can enjoy it. Lin Chang explained. Well done. Fong Tianhua nodded with satisfaction. Okay, take your time. Lin Chang glanced at Lin Yi lying on the ground again. My daughter, Mr. Fong is a rich man. You will definitely not suffer any loss if you follow him. I am doing this to help you. Lin Yi opened her mouth slightly, her voice weak. Father. Lin Chang turned around and left without hesitation, leaving Fong Tianhua approaching with a lewd smile. You, get away from me. Lin Yi struggled as hard as she could, but her body couldn't move. Lin Yi, your father gave you to me. Tonight, let me teach you well. You haven't experienced it yet, so let me, Fong Tianhua, love you well. Lin Yi looked at his approaching figure, a trace of regret flashing in her eyes. But this is all my own fault. I was too cowardly to abandon Suhao. Someone like me is not worthy of being with him. Fong Tianhua's fingers played with the belt around his waist, and the metal buckle reflected a cold light in the dim light. He leaned over and put his mouth close to Lin Yi's ear. Are you scared? Lin Yi, you should feel honored to be the plaything of our heavenly kingdom. Just as he stretched out his evil hand and was about to touch Lin Yi, Su Hao in the dark finally made his move. He had long known that Lin Chang wanted to do something this inappropriate to Lin Yi, so he wanted Lin Yi to see her father's true face before rescuing her. He would never allow anyone else to touch his wife's body, so the moment Fong Tianhua stretched out his hand, he finally couldn't help it and punched Fong Tianhua out. Wife, are you okay? Su Hao held Lin Yi in his arms and asked with concern. Su Hao, why are you here? Lin Yi looked at him quietly. Su Hao smiled and said, of course I'm bringing my beloved wife home. Chapter 101 Everything is up to you. Go home? Can I really come back to you again? Lin Yi's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of expectation, as if she was seeking an eternal promise. Su Hao's heart was deeply touched, and he responded gently, you have always been my beloved wife. Not only me, but also your other sisters, your sister Ling, sister Linger, sister Yun. They are all waiting for you to come home. His gaze was like warm sunshine, penetrating the haze in Lin Yi's heart and reaching the deepest part of her softest heart. Lin Yi's eyes were slightly red and tears were welling up in her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. She never thought that there were so many people in this world who could love and accept her unconditionally. Usually, Lin Yi always gives people the impression of being taciturn. She seems to keep a distance from everything around her, which is actually a cover-up for her inner inferiority. Forced by Lin Chang to practice shooting since she was a child, her life was filled with cold guns and constant training. It seemed as if her vitality was only limited by the mechanical movement of swinging the gun. The appearance of Su Hao was like a ray of light, illuminating her dark world. That sudden kiss made her feel the sweetness of love for the first time. It turned out that life could be so beautiful. At this moment, Lin Yi let down all her guard, and she gently put her arms around Su Hao's neck. She never wanted to lose the man in front of her, the man who gave her warmth and hope. Hold me tight, Su Hao said softly. Lin Yi stared at Su Hao's face, wrapped her arms around his waist, and felt his breath. Su Hao took her out of the room slowly. Fong Tianhua and several of his bodyguards immediately surrounded them. Bastard, who are you? How dare you hit me? You don't want to live, right? Fong Tianhua pointed at Su Hao's nose and shouted angrily. His bodyguards also showed ferocious expressions, as if ready to attack at any time. Just then, Lin Chang also heard the noise outside. He walked over quickly and said, why are you here again? Put my daughter down quickly. From now on, she is my, Su Hao's, wife. Su Hao ignored the threats from Fong Tianhua and Lin Chang. His eyes remained fixed on Lin Yi. Call me husband and let me take you home. Lin Yi felt an unprecedented sense of security in Su Hao's arms. Her heart had already made up its mind that she was willing to follow this man, no matter what the weather. She looked up at Su Hao and said, husband, can you please take me home? Su Hao's lips curled up into a gentle smile, and he replied softly, no problem, let's go. But he wasn't going to leave so easily. The people around him wouldn't let him go just like that. Leave my daughter behind. Lin Chang rushed forward with a gun, ready to use all means to stop Su Hao from taking Lin Yi away. Su Hao just stretched out his hand lightly, and Lin Chang was swallowed into the different space and disappeared from everyone's sight. Hurry up and kill him for me. Fong Tianhua witnessed all this in horror, but he was still unwilling to give in and gave orders loudly. His 4 bodyguards acted upon hearing the order and rushed towards Su Hao without hesitation, ready to carry out the order. As soon as the 4 bodyguards approached, they disappeared without a trace. Because Su Hao simply didn't bother to get entangled with them. In the Void Realm, his Eye of Void could destroy some things within a range of 10 meters. What's going on? What happened? Fong Tianhua widened his eyes, his face full of horror. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon before, and his body involuntarily stepped back, trying to keep a distance from Su Hao. Su Hao's eyes swept over Fong Tianhua coldly, and he said in a deep voice, you come with me too. He stretched out his hand again and pointed directly at Fong Tianhua. Fong Tianhua wanted to escape, but his body seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. Under Su Hao's devouring ability, he was also swallowed into the alien space. Only Lin Yi and Su Hao were left at the scene, and everything around them became unusually quiet. Su Hao withdrew his palm and looked down at Lin Yi. Now, no one can stop us from going home. The two returned to the new residence that Ling Yao bought for him. Ling Yao was already waiting at the door to greet her. She signaled with her eyes, led the two into a warm room, and then gently closed the door. Sister Ling, are they okay? Yeah, should we go in and ask? They don't look right. Suhao's other wives all expressed their concerns. Don't worry. Ling Yao's lips curled up slightly. I think they are doing fine. I'm afraid there's nothing for us to do today. Let Sister Yi accompany him alone. Su Hao gently placed Lin Yi on the soft big bed. He was conflicted. Should he leave and let her rest alone, or should he stay with her? Lin Yi had just experienced such a thrilling event. She really needed a good rest, but she also needed company, especially at a time like this. Su Hao couldn't take his eyes off Lin Yi's charming appearance. Deep in his heart, a voice told him that now was the best time to complete the deep contract. After all, there are still many people queuing up behind. Bah, he didn't think so. That wasn't the real reason he stayed. What he really wanted was to give Lin Yi greater power, help her gain true freedom, and allow her to break away from the shadow of the past and embrace a new life. Have a good rest. Su Hao slowly turned around and prepared to leave the room. Wait a minute. Lin Yi's voice suddenly sounded. Su Hao stopped. This was exactly what he wanted. Okay, I won't leave. He turned around and stroked Lin Yi's smooth and beautiful cheek. I will accompany you well. He lowered his head gently and kissed her slowly. At the same time, he hugged her delicate body with both hands. Lin Yi's body trembled slightly, and this sudden tremor made Su Hao stop. Are you scared? Then No, I am. Lin Yi's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, and her face flushed. I am a little excited. Only you, I can give everything to you, my body, mind, and soul. Su Hao leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered softly, then tonight, leave everything to me. Why is there no sound inside? What on earth are they doing? Sister Ling said that the soundproofing in each room is very good, so no matter how much you yell, you won't be able to hear it. Shout. Why would you yell? I don't understand what you're saying. Sister Yun, you will understand in a few days. Sister Lin Yi is so cunning, she actually got there first. Several people were chatting at the door. Ling Yao appeared behind them. Ladies, didn't I tell you to go back and rest? They then ended their conversation and returned to their respective rooms. Chapter 102, The Flow of All Things. Congratulations to the host, the ultimate woman who has obtained a deep contract. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 10,000, agility plus 10,000, stamina plus 10,000, defense plus 10,000. Host, please select skills or equipment. After completing the contract with Lin Yi, Su Hao chose to extract skills this time. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill All Things Flow. Skill introduction: the user can create water molecules at will, causing them to condense, disperse, and deform according to their will. Consumption: mental power. Su Hao listened to the voice of the system coming from his mind. As expected, each of the basic attributes increased by 10,000. Just acquired skills. Everything is changing. Isn't this a water-based ability? He was thinking, and everything was changing. It's like being able to control the flow and shape of water. But this is a water-based skill that consumes mental energy. It made him ponder. Of all the elemental abilities, water is considered the most malleable. Imagine how many wonderful things you can do by controlling the water element with your mental power. This ability. Su Hao thought it was very good and very suitable for Lin Yi. He immediately decided to pass this ability to Lin Yi through the system's granting function. She already has water powers, and I believe that with this new skill, she will become even more powerful. Hubby. Lin Yi's voice interrupted Su Hao's thoughts. She lay on Su Hao's chest and opened her eyes slightly. From now on, I never want to leave you again. Then stay with me forever. Su Hao patted her body gently. But I'm too weak. Lin Yi felt a little disappointed. Su Hao looked at her seriously. I like your usual calmness, your dazed expression, and the way you let me control you just now. Besides, you are very strong too. You have to believe in yourself. Really? Lin Yi looked at Su Hao doubtfully. That's right, you have to believe in yourself. Su Hao said, and suddenly remembered something. He gently put clothes on Lin Yi and said, Come, let's go somewhere. It was still dark and the night was still thick. The two of them quietly came to the courtyard of the villa. Su Hao hugged Lin Yi's waist and said, "Hold me tight too." Lin Yi hugged him very obediently, her cheek pressed against Su Hao's chest, feeling his warmth. "Hold me tighter," Su Hao reminded again. Lin Yi obediently tightened her arms. She hugged Su Hao tightly, her heart beating faster. "What do you want to do?" Of course, it flew up into the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Hao immediately used his strength to fly Lin Yi high into the sky. Everything on the ground quickly became smaller buildings, trees, and courtyards all became tiny models. Until they stayed high in the air. There is a quiet night sky all around. The stars seemed within reach. Lin Yi hugged Su Hao tightly. "You can actually fly in the sky," Lin Yi said in disbelief. "You can do this little thing too," Su Hao replied with a smile. "Me? Can I really do it?" Lin Yi's eyes flashed with uncertainty. She had never thought that she would have such ability. "Believe in yourself," Su Hao encouraged. "What should I do?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "Listen to your inner voice and follow your spiritual instincts," Su Hao said slowly. "I'm going to let go. Are you ready?" "Wait." Lin Yi instinctively grabbed Su Hao. Su Hao smiled slightly, then gently let her go. Lin Yi's body lost support in an instant. She closed her eyes nervously and felt herself falling rapidly. However, after falling only 2 or 3 meters, her body suddenly stopped falling, and she was surprised to find herself suspended in the air. "What is going on?" Lin Yi opened her eyes. She looked at Su Hao, then looked down at herself, as if she couldn't believe that all this was true. Su Hao hovered beside her, a proud smile on his face. "This is where you find your strength, Yi. Not only that, you have even more powerful powers. Close your eyes and feel it." Lin Yi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. As she released her mental power, the air around her seemed to begin to fluctuate. Her perception expanded to its limit, and she could sense the presence of water molecules in the surrounding clouds. Those water molecules seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and gathered towards her, forming a huge water vortex that wrapped her and Su Hao in it. "Could this be my power?" Lin Yi opened her eyes. She looked at the flowing water around her, feeling the connection between them and her mental power. "That's right." Su Hao flew in front of her. "In the future, are you willing to use this powerful force to fight for yourself and for me?" "Yes, I do." Lin Yi nodded vigorously. "Very good." Su Hao smiled slightly. "Next, I want you to win the top spot in the Lin family election and take the position of Lin family head. What Su Hao needs is a strong Lin Yi, a wife who can fight for him at night and during the day. This will make Lin Yi more confident and help her find herself again. Moreover, if he seizes the position of the head of the Lin family, he can completely control the Lin family and the soldiers under the Lin family. As we all know, in battle, the most effective weapon is not the sword, but the spear. The power of the spear lies in its range and flexibility, which allows the Lin family to always have an advantage in battle. Therefore, the Lin family has many supporters. Those people may not be powerful individually, but their numbers are large, and when they unite, they are a force that cannot be underestimated." After Su Hao and Lin Yi returned to their residence, the atmosphere immediately became lively. As soon as Xia Yun saw Lin Yi, he ran over impatiently and hugged her tightly, his worry evident in his words. "Sister Yi, what happened? I'm so worried about you." Her voice was filled with tears as she hugged Lin Yi tightly, as if she was afraid of losing her again. "Okay, Sister Yun, it's okay. We will never be separated again." Lin Yi comforted Xia Yun softly, her palm gently patting Xia Yun's back. Guan Yu also came over and looked at Lin Yi seriously. "Sister Yi, you made us so worried." "I'm sorry, sister, I know I was wrong." Lin Yi lowered her head. "Sister Yi, I don't blame you." Sumei held Lin Yi's hand with a wicked smile on her face. "You and your brother stayed in the room all night last night. What bad things did you do?" Lin Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her usual composure and replied softly, "It's just sleeping." "Sleep, sleep?" Xia Yun's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe it. "We're going to sleep separately?" Su Hao watched his wives happy from the side, and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, how nice it would be to be with them forever, and have more children in the future. "Yao Yao, come with me." Su Hao called Ling Yao, who was watching on the side, and the two came into a room. "Honey, it seems like you finally got her." Ling Yao approached Su Hao and raised her eyebrows, seeming to be quite curious about what happened last night. That's right. Su Hao nodded, confirming Ling Yao's guess. How many times? Did she resist? Were you gentler? Was there bleeding? And Ling Yao's barrage of questions made Su Hao a little overwhelmed. Wait, Yao Yao, why are you more excited than me? Su Hao smiled helplessly. As their eldest sister, I should care about my younger sister, okay? Ling Yao defended herself. I didn't expect that Ling Yao is such a curious baby. Okay, Yao Yao. Su Hao interrupted her question, we can talk about that later when we have time. Now I have something else to do. He then stretched out his hand and released Fong Tianhua and Lin Chang from the alien space. Chapter 103 Slaves. Fong Tianhua and Lin Chang spent a day and a night in Su Hao's alien space. When they were released, they looked around in confusion, completely losing their sense of direction. Where is this? Fong Tianhua's eyes darted around. When he saw Su Hao, anger immediately surged in his heart. He pointed at Su Hao and cursed loudly, "You little bastard, how dare you treat me like this? When I find my father, I'll make him kill your whole family. I'll sell the men to brothels, the women to hard labor, and even sell you to Wang Lauer." Lin Chang followed closely behind, his eyes filled with anger. He glared at Su Hao and gritted his teeth, "That's right. Do you think our Lin family is easy to bully? First you seduced my daughter, and now you treat us like this. The Lin family will never let you go." Su Hao seemed unusually calm in the face of their insults. This level of provocation was like the buzzing of mosquitoes and flies to him and could not touch his emotions at all. However, Ling Yao beside him was completely different. She exuded a chilling murderous aura, as if she would kill the two men at the next moment. Ling. Principal Ling. Fong Tianhui immediately recognized Ling Yao, the renowned ice domain god of war in Jiangnan City, upon seeing her. He tried to seek her protection. "Hurry up and save me, Principal Ling. This bastard actually dared to hurt me. You must teach him a lesson for me. No, kill him for me." "Shut up." Ling Yao's voice was cold, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. A powerful cold air burst out from her body in an instant, freezing half of Fong Tianhua's body in place. "Ling. Principal Ling, I'm Fong Tianhua, the son of the richest man in Jiangnan City. Don't forget, our Fong family once sponsored Qinglong College." Fong Tianhua's teeth chattered, trying to use past friendship to save his own fate. "You're talking too much nonsense." Ling Yao frowned impatiently, her murderous intent growing stronger. "If you keep on talking nonsense, I'll kill you immediately." Fong Tianhua was so frightened by Ling Yao's anger that he dared not say a word. He had never seen the terrifying look of the ice domain god of war when he was angry, so he could only shut his mouth obediently. "Okay, Yao Yao, why bother being angry with them?" Su Hao gently hugged Ling Yao's slender waist. "What's the point of keeping these two people? Let me kill them." Ling Yao's eyes were still full of murderous intent. "Wife, don't always think about killing people." Su Hao touched Ling Yao's cute little nose and smiled. "Hubby, I like killing people. Instead of wasting time talking to them, it's better to just make them disappear." Ling Yao raised her fist and shook it in front of Su Hao. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of people for you to kill in the future." Su Hao suppressed Ling Yao's murderous intent and slowly approached Fong Tianhua. "I want him to serve me." "You, what do you want to do to me?" Fong Tianhua struggled in fear, but his body was frozen and he couldn't move an inch. "Don't come over here." Su Hao gently patted the back of Ling Yao's hand to show his comfort. "Don't worry, Yao Yao, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to show your abilities in the future. Now, I want to use them for my own benefit." He turned around, his eyes fell on the trembling Fong Tianhua, and slowly approached him. "You, what do you want to do to me?" Fong Tianhua's voice trembled as he struggled desperately. "Don't come over here." Su Hao stretched out his hand and gently held Fong Tianhua's head. His mental power surged from his palm and began to explore Fong Tianhua's memory. In Su Hao's perception, Fong Tianhua's memories were like pictures, flashing quickly through his mind. He saw Fong Tianhua's growth process, how he relied on his father Fong Mingyuan's power to do evil, and his connection with Su Hao's enemy, the Fong family. Fong Mingyuan, the richest man in Jiangnan City. His business empire is enormous, and his main business is weapons manufacturing. The reason why the Fong family's power can run rampant in the Holy Kingdom of Heaven is largely due to the powerful weapons support provided by Fong Mingyuan. These weapons not only armed the Fong family, but also circulated to other forces, becoming an important force in the underground world of the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. However, despite Su Hao's in-depth investigation, Fong Tianguo's memory did not contain any specific details about the manufacture of weapons. Obviously, this part of the information was carefully hidden, or Fong Tianguo was excluded from these secrets. A gleam of light flashed in Su Hao's eyes. He let go of Fong Tianguo and had a plan in mind. Fong Tianguo and his father Fong Mingyuan will become important pieces on his chessboard. Your memory is very valuable to me. Su Hao's voice was as cold as ice, and his eyes penetrated Fong Tianguo's fear and looked straight into his soul. What do you want to do? Let me go. Fong Tianguo tried his best to swallow his saliva. Although his body could not move, his eyes were full of the light of survival. Obviously, he had given up resistance. I just want to escape from this scary man. I can let you go, of course. Su Hao smiled slightly, but that smile did not contain any warmth, instead it made people feel a chill. Really? Fong Tianguo pretended to be calm. Then can I leave now? As long as I leave here, I promise I will never pursue what happened today. You can leave now, but you must become my slave. Su Hao stretched out his hand again, ready to exercise deeper control over the other party's kingdom. What did you say? How can you? Before Fong Tianguo finished speaking, his consciousness began to blur. Su Hao's palm seemed to have some kind of magic, reshaping his brain. He erased Fong Tianguo's original memories and imprinted new memories of a slave on him. Lin Chang witnessed all this and was completely shocked. He didn't know what Su Hao had done specifically, but seeing that even a strong man like Ling Yao obeyed Su Hao, coupled with Fong Tianguo's painful and confused expression, he realized how terrifying the man in front of him was. After Su Hao finished brainwashing Fong Tianguo, he let go of his hand. Fong Tianguo stood there with a dull face and said nothing, like an empty shell without a soul. From today on, your code name is Tengu. Su Hao said in a deep voice. Yes, Tengu will follow the master's orders. Fong Tianguo's voice was mechanical and had been completely controlled by Su Hao. Go back and pretend nothing happened. Don't let the Fong family notice anything wrong. If you have any major discoveries, notify me immediately. Su Hao gave the order. Tiangu obeys your command. Fong Tianguo responded. Then, he turned around mechanically and, following Su Hao's instructions, quietly left this place and returned to his original world. In his mind, there was only one thought left: obey the master and follow orders. And you? Su Hao looked at Lin Chang again. Guess how I should deal with you? Lin Chang froze for a moment, then fell to his knees. Please, spare me, Linny, my daughter. I give her to you. I only ask that you spare me. Chapter 104, My Wife's Room. Faced with Su Hao's horrific methods, Lin Chang completely lost the courage to resist. He now only wanted to save his own life. In desperation, he tried to exchange this for his own safety. I am willing to give you my daughter Linny. When Su Hao heard this, the anger in his heart instantly burned even more fiercely. He thought about how much pain Linny had endured because of this shameless man, and now, this man actually wanted to use her in exchange for his own safety. Su Hao clenched his fists, wishing he could kill Lin Chang immediately. However, he finally suppressed the anger in his heart. Killing Lin Chang would not really bring relief to Linny, and Lin Chang still had other uses for him. Give it to me, how dare you say such a thing? Su Hao's eyes were cold, and Lin Chang was so scared that he wet his pants instantly. Please, I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. I will treat her well in the future. I will never hit her again. I will never force her to practice shooting again. Never. Lin Chang begged incoherently, his body shaking like a sieve. Shut up. Su Hao's voice was like thunder, interrupting his plea. Didn't you hear what I just said clearly? Linny is my beloved wife, she belongs to me. From now on, she has nothing to do with you. Did you hear that clearly? Yes, I heard it clearly. Lin Chang responded repeatedly, his head lowered almost to the ground. There is something you need to do now. Su Hao's voice returned to calm. Just give me your orders. Lin Chang answered tremblingly. Su Hao approached Lin Chang, and at the same time, a small nuclear energy ball emitting a faint blue light condensed in his hand. He pulled up Lin Chang's collar and stuffed the small nuclear energy ball into his mouth. What is this? Didn't you promise to spare me? Lin Chang looked at Su Hao in horror. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Su Hao's voice was cold and hard. I want you to become the head of the Lin family and obey my orders for the rest of your life. As he spoke, Su Hao once again condensed thermonuclear energy in his hands and gently waved it into the sky. A dazzling light flashed across, immediately following. With a bang, a small explosion occurred in the room, but it did not affect anything around it. Yes, sir. I will obey your orders all my life, be your slave, and serve my master. Lin Chang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and kowtowed desperately. He was afraid that the small ball of nuclear energy in his body would explode at the next moment and shatter him into pieces. Lin Chang left tremblingly. Only Su Hao and Ling Yao were left in the room. Ling Yao remained silent until this moment, when she couldn't help but ask, "Husband, why don't you use your mental power to control him? Isn't it too easy for him to let him go like this? Let him get away with it?" Su Hao sneered, a cold glint in his eyes. Using mental power to turn him into a slave means erasing his entire memory. In that case, he's as good as dead. But if you dare to bully my beloved wife, the only way is to let him live in fear every day. Isn't that more painful than erasing his memory? Are you really planning to let Sister Lin Yi participate in the Lin family's election? Ling Yao continued to ask. That's right. Su Hao nodded. I have given her even more powerful abilities, and I believe she can do it. Only by fighting for herself can she fully find herself and break free from the shadows of the past. Hubby. Ling Yao looked at Su Hao seriously and smiled softly. It seems that you really love Sister Lin Yi. You are so good to her. I'm not doing this for her. Su Hao gently pinched Ling Yao's delicate cheek. Each of you is my beloved wife. I will never let anyone bully you, especially my most beloved wife. Hubby. Ling Yao hugged Su Hao tightly, moved. Tears welled up in her voice. When you say that, I really feel so happy. Yao Yao, it was you who called the 6 of them together and gave us this big villa. I really want to thank you very much. Su Hao gently stroked Ling Yao's hair. Didn't I tell you that there's no need to say thank you between us? Ling Yao raised her head. What's mine is yours. This is our shared home. By the way, let me introduce each of their rooms to my husband. She immediately pulled the villa into the depths. This is the residence that Ling Yao specially built according to the styles of Su Hao's wives. Each room has a unique style. In addition to the 10 rooms that have been occupied, there are several to 20 vacant rooms that have not yet been renovated. That was what she prepared for Su Hao's future wife. Ling Yao took Su Hao to the first room first. Honey, this is where I live, how is it? Su Hao looked around and saw that the decoration here was very simple, completely the ordinary decoration style on Earth. Well, Yao Yao, you really understand me. The memories on Earth are our most unique memories. It feels like home here. Walking in here is like going home. It's very warm. Su Hao walked to the bed and sat down. He immediately wanted to pull Ling Yao to his side. Hate it. Wait a minute, what are you rushing for? Ling Yao said coquettishly, we've only just visited the first room, and we haven't seen the rest yet? Okay, then take me there. Su Hao could only shake his head and follow Ling Yao into the next one. The second one is Yen Linger's room. The most obvious feature here is the large bed, and the room is also the largest of all the rooms. Sister Linger likes to make trouble. The bed I left for you is big enough, you can roll around on it as you like. Ling Yao covered her mouth and laughed. Yao Yao, you little rascal, you guessed it right. Su Hao hooked her nose. The third room is Tyrena's room. There was only a bed in the room. I know Sister Bug likes to sleep in the air. It's made of soft and stretchable material and can wrap you together. Do you like it? Ling Yao explained seriously. Of course I like it. Su Hao looked at Ling Yao and said thoughtfully, in the air. Yao Yao, let's experience the feeling of aerial combat someday. You are disgusting. I don't want it. Ling Yao blushed immediately. Are you sure you don't want to? Su Hao stared at her closely, as if he had guessed that she was moved. Then, try it, just once, no more, just once. Ling Yao stretched out a finger. Okay, then 100 million times. Su Hao held her fingers. The fourth room is Ellie's room. As Su Hao's young model, AI Li's room is of course in a white European style. Husband, you little pervert, it seems you have watched a lot of European and American movies. Ling Yao couldn't help laughing again. Yao Yao, you really understand me. The European and American style, paired with the young model and those beautiful legs, I can't wait to try it. Su Hao sat on the soft big bed. Get up, there are still several rooms to look at. Ling Yao took Su Hao's hand and continued to explore the next room. Chapter 105, The Little Rabbit's Troubles. Open the fifth door. Su Hao and Ling Yao entered Guan Yu's residence. The room is carefully decorated like a princess's bridal chamber, filled with the atmosphere of a traditional Chinese wedding. Mahogany furniture, embroidered curtains, festive red decorations, every detail reveals a strong Chinese style. Spending the bridal chamber with the princess? Interesting. Su Hao looked around with a satisfied look in his eyes. How is it? Not bad, right? Ling Yao asked with a smile. Her eyes swept across the room, as if confirming whether every arrangement was to Guan Yu's liking. Yao Yao is so thoughtful. Su Hao praised. Then they came to the sixth room. This is Qin Wu's residence. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a warm red. The decoration of the room is full of wild style, which complements Qin Wu's unruly personality. Little Tiger Fong. Su Hao murmured softly, and Qin Wu's wild personality and muscular figure emerged in his mind. Qin Wu is the most muscular wife among all the wives. It must be nice to sleep with her. Su Hao said softly, with a smirk on his face. Honey, it turns out you like the King Kong Barbie doll. Ling Yao joked. I just like a wife with unique characteristics. Su Hao replied. Special. Ling Yao took Su Hao's hand and said, Come on, I'll take you to see the next special wife. They came to Su Mei's room. As soon as Su Hao entered the room, he couldn't help but comment, It's really the style of the horny wife. No, it's the style of the little slut's room. His eyes wandered around the room, taking in every detail. The whole room is immersed in rich pink. The air was filled with fragrance and seemed to be filled with the smell of hormones. If Su Mei was in the room at this time, coupled with her unique body fragrance, Su Hao would probably find it difficult to control himself. Next, they entered Zi Ling's room again. The decoration here is mainly purple, simple and elegant, without too many decorations, just like Zi Ling herself, simple but full of charm. Xiao Man Yao, she doesn't seem to be in the room either. Su Hao muttered to himself, his eyes sweeping across the room. They are all chatting outside. Let's go. There are only 2 rooms left. Ling Yao reminded and pulled Su Hao to move forward. The 9th room belongs to Lin Yi, where Su Hao has been intimate with his beloved Lin Yi. This room is dominated by blue and decorated in a soft water style, giving people a sense of tranquility. Finally, they came to the door of the last room. This must be the little rabbit's residence. I wonder what her room looks like. Su Hao asked curiously. Why don't you go in and take a look? Ling Yao pushed open the door with a smile. After the door opened, what Su Hao saw was a carrot-colored wall. Xia Yun was lying on a big bed that looked like a rabbit. When her Xia Yun saw them coming in, she immediately jumped off the bed and ran towards them lively, as if a real little rabbit had found its home. Woo woo woo. Xia Yun gently hugged Su Hao and started crying. Little rabbit, what's wrong with you? Su Hao felt a pang of pain in his heart when he saw Xia Yun with tears streaming down her face. He thought she had suffered some great injustice. Tell me who bullied you, I will help you vent your anger. Why am I the youngest, woo woo? Xia Yun sobbed and sobbed, her voice was nasal and sounded pitiful. The youngest? Su Hao frowned, obviously confused by Xia Yun's sadness. Yes, they are all my sisters. I am your youngest wife. Why? Xia Yun became more and more emotional. She began to sob, tears falling like pearls from a broken string. I have known you before your other wives, so why am I the youngest wife? Turn out to be. This is why the little rabbit was sad. Su Hao couldn't help but shook his head, feeling a little amused. He patiently explained, Little rabbit, listen to me. In my heart, all of you are equal. There is no distinction between big and small. Call them sister. I believe they will all love you well. Really? Xia Yun raised her tearful eyes and looked at Su Hao suspiciously, and at the same time looked at Ling Yao, as if seeking confirmation. Of course it's true. Ling Yao smiled and leaned over, gently touching Xia Yun's head. The little rabbit is so cute, and Su Hao loves little rabbits the most. Let him take you out to play, okay? He'll make you happy. That's great. Xia Yun's face instantly turned from cloudy to bright, and she immediately jumped up happily. The previous sadness and grievances seemed to be thrown away in an instant. Yao Yao, you're asking me to take her out to play right now. I'm afraid you have other motives. Su Hao frowned slightly. He knew very well that Ling Yao would not usually make decisions for him without reason, especially when he still had a lot of important matters to deal with. Proposing to take Xia Yun out to play was definitely not as simple as it seemed. That's right. Ling Yao nodded gently. Do you remember what I told you about the method to improve your mental strength? It's a secret method of spiritual cultivation, or it's absorbing the cores of spiritual beasts above the planetary level. Su Hao answered immediately. He remembered this information clearly. There is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity now. There will be an auction on the skyship in a few days. The item to be auctioned is the spiritual core of a planetary-level monster. Ling Yao's tone was a little excited, knowing that Su Hao would definitely be interested. It seems. Su Hao fell into deep thought. He said thoughtfully, according to the information I got from Feng Tianguo's memories, this auction does exist, and the entry threshold seems to be very high. That's right. The organizers are very strict. Only a certain person needs to be designated to enter. Only a few families have a few places, and among them is the Foundry family where Xia Yun is from. Ling Yao explained. You mean that you want me to gain the recognition of her family through Xia Yun, and then enter the skyship and seize the spiritual core? Su Hao understood Ling Yao's intention. The spiritual core is too precious, and it can only be obtained in this way. How about it? Are you interested? Ling Yao stared at him expectantly. Don't worry, I will definitely get the spiritual core. Su Hao smiled slightly and glanced at Xia Yun, who was excitedly preparing to go out to play. This time, I have to complete the deep contract with her, my little rabbit. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait any longer. After all, no one would refuse the temptation of sleeping with a cute little rabbit. Chapter 106 Giant Rabbit. This. After listening to Su Hao's request, Xia Yun frowned slightly and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Little rabbit, since you don't want to do this, I won't force you. Su Hao smiled gently. No. Xia Yun shook his head slightly. It's just that I haven't been home for a long time, so I suddenly made this request. Our Xia family only has 3 places to enter the skyship. What status should I use? So that's what you're worried about. Su Hao gently lifted Xia Yun's chin, asked her to raise her head, and looked directly into her eyes. I'm your husband. This. Xia Yun's cheeks instantly turned red, and she was a little overwhelmed by Su Hao's direct declaration. Don't you want to be my wife? Su Hao looked at her seriously. Of course I would. Xia Yun answered without hesitation. In that case. Su Hao's lips curled up into a gentle smile, and his thumb slowly pried open her lips. Xia Yun's 2 big eyes sparkled under the light, and her round face became even redder at this moment, like a ripe apple, tempting to pick it. Her moist lips opened slightly, and she kept exhaling a little hot air. As Su Hao gradually approached, her body unconsciously tensed up and her heart beat faster. Little rabbit, you are so cute. Su Hao stared at the cute little face and loved it very much. Xia Yun's face turned even redder. She lowered her eyes shyly and scolded softly, Stupid. Stupid, why did you suddenly say such a thing? My little rabbit is really cute. Can I kiss you? Su Hao smiled with his eyes narrowed. You. Xia Yun's voice was weak, not knowing how to respond. His eyes glanced to the side involuntarily. You clearly know that she won't refuse, yet you still ask. Little rabbit. Su Hao's eyes were fixed on Xia Yun's face. He no longer hesitated, gently lowered his head and kissed Xia Yun's lips. Xia Yun's eyes widened instantly, but under Su Hao's gentle kiss, she gradually relaxed her body until she fell on the bed. Please, be gentle, I'm a little scared. Xia Yun closed his eyes tightly, looking very nervous. Don't be afraid. Su Hao leaned close to her ear and said, My little rabbit, I will be very careful and take my time. I will never let you suffer any injustice. Yeah. Xia Yun nodded slightly. Congratulations to the host, the ultimate woman who has obtained a deep contract. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 10,000, agility plus 10,000, stamina plus 10,000, defense plus 10,000. Host, please select skills or equipment. 24 hours later, although the process was a bit up and down, he finally succeeded in completing the deep contract with Xia Yun. Su Hao chose a skill again. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Universal Divine Body. Skill description: use this to rapidly grow your body, becoming immensely larger. This change isn't just about volume expansion, it also includes a comprehensive increase in strength, endurance, and defense. Consumption: spiritual power. Finally, is it over? Su Hao stared at the little rabbit curled up in his arms. Xia Yun closed her eyes at this moment, hugged his arms tightly with her little hands, and a happy smile was on her face. Husband, I love you so much, I love you so much. Xia Yun kept repeating. I love little rabbits, too. Su Hao gently stroked Xia Yun's head with his big hands, his movements gentle, as if he was protecting a precious treasure. Will you always stay with me in the future? Xia Yun raised her head and looked at Su Hao, hoping to get a positive answer. I will always be with you and protect you forever. Su Hao answered without any hesitation. After all, he loved such a cute little rabbit very much. Not only Xia Yun, but as long as they are his wives, he wants to be with them forever. Hubby Xia Yun rubbed her head back against Su Hao's chest again, her mouth making soft humming sounds, turning into a coquettish little rabbit. Hubby, I will take you home tomorrow about what you said. I will make sure my father agrees to take you to the skyship no matter what. Xia Yun raised his head and vowed. Little rabbit. Thank you. Su Hao said softly. I'm your wife, and I've said before that I'll definitely help you. Xia Yun paused, but my strength is still too weak. I'm afraid you don't know, but the foundry family I belong to is mainly based on strength. Due to my short stature and lack of strength, I can't be taken seriously. And I have an older sister. Little rabbit, come with me. Su Hao held Xia Yun's hand, pulled her through the door of the room, and came to the courtyard. Su Hao stretched out the Haotian divine stick from his palm and handed it to Xia Yun. From now on, this is your weapon. What is this? Xia Yun took the stick and looked at it curiously. It's called the Haotian divine stick. Su Hao then told Xia Yun how to use it and about the abilities he had just given her. Since Su Hao doesn't use the Haotian divine stick often, it would be better to give it to Xia Yun so that she can play a greater role. The all-seeing divine body can make itself gigantic, and this ability is very suitable for Xia Yun. Xia Yun's golden ability, coupled with his enormous strength, gigantic body, and gigantic weapons, will definitely make him stronger. It's just that her spiritual power is insufficient, so I have to find a way to help her increase it in the future. Come on, release your power. Su Hao said in a deep voice. Release the power. Xia Yun's eyes changed, and she tightly grasped the Haotian divine stick and began to circulate the spiritual power in her body. Inside the villa. It's been a day. How long are they going to stay in the room? Su Mei said calmly, lying on the table. Don't worry, my husband will definitely treat little bunny very gently, just like he treats me. Yan Linger said with a smile. Sister Linger, you are a dragon and Sister Yun is a human, how can we be the same? Ling Yao covered her mouth and laughed secretly. By the way, Sister Linny, can you really become stronger by following him? Ziling looked at Linny and couldn't help asking. That's right. Linny said softly, adding, becoming so strong. Guan Yu, Qin Wu, and Ziling all looked at him with envy. Guan Yu, in particular, thought, I am their elder sister, why do I always let them get ahead of me? No, I also want to become stronger, and I must be ahead of them this time. Qin Wu had a foolish look on her face and wiped her saliva silently. What she wanted was not to become stronger, but she simply wanted Su Hao's body. After all, she liked strong men. Ziling was as calm as ever. She was the most rational woman among them, except when she was not kissed. What is that? Su Mei pointed outside. Is it a person? No. That is? Sister Yun. Qin Wu recognized her. They came to the courtyard together and saw Xia Yun turned into a giant over 20 meters tall. The little rabbit turned into a giant rabbit. Chapter 107 Muscle Man. The maximum height is 20 meters, and the duration is 1 minute. This is the limit of what I can do in my giant form. Xia Yun stood in the center of the courtyard. Her breath had not yet completely calmed down, and she reported her results to Su Hao breathlessly. You have done very well. I believe you will become stronger in the future. Su Hao stood by, gently supporting Xia Yun and constantly encouraging her. Sister Yun, was that you just now? How did you get so big? Isn't this too amazing? Several of Su Hao's wives gathered around to admire him. Of course. Xia Yun puffed out her chest, folded her arms across her chest, and a confident smile spread across her face. This is the ability my husband gave me. Let's see who dares to call me small in the future. Now I can become super big. Sister Yun, it's only been 1 day since we last met, and you're already calling me husband so affectionately. Su Mei walked up and touched Xia Yun's head with a smile. That. Xia Yun mustered up her courage and pinched her waist. My husband turned me into an adult last night, humph. Envy, very envy. Guan Yu, Qin Wu, and Su Mei immediately surrounded Su Hao, clamoring to become adults too. Even the usually quiet Ziling came up quietly, tugged at the corner of Su Hao's clothes, and whispered, "Can you turn me into an adult too? Okay, you are all my wives, and I will naturally satisfy you in the future." Faced with the requests of the women, Su Hao could only smile and nod in agreement. But he was very happy in his heart, thinking that having many wives was good and he could experience different wives. The little rabbit is cute. I wonder what type the next one will be. I'm even more looking forward to it. Okay, let's go back. He still has things to do. Ling Yao finally spoke. Several people immediately stopped arguing and dispersed obediently. After all, they all listened to Ling Yao very much, and they dared not disobey her orders at all. Yao, I'll leave them to you to take care of. Su Hao turned his head and his eyes fell on Ling Yao. Don't worry. Ling Yao smiled slightly and nodded knowingly, as if telling Su Hao that she would take care of everything. Then, Su Hao and Xia Yun went to Bo City, the most famous foundry in the entire Celestial Kingdom. Arriving at the door of the Xia family, Xia Yun stopped and turned to look at Su Hao. You wait outside. I'll go tell my father. Before she left, she reminded him, don't run around. I understand, little rabbit. Su Hao gently touched Xia Yun's cute face. Hate it. Xia Yun lowered her head and said shyly, we'll be seen. She turned around quickly and walked quickly into the house. Su Hao stood at the door of the Xia family, his eyes involuntarily cast on the people walking around. He found that the people here had similar body features, tall and muscular, like bodybuilders. In comparison, Su Hao's figure seemed a little out of place. Little rabbit. He looked at Xia Yun's back as he walked in, and always felt that this time it would definitely not be so smooth. Daughter, you are finally back. As soon as Xiaoba saw Xia Yun, his huge body moved instantly. He rushed towards Xia Yun like a gust of wind and lifted her up easily. He was 2 meters and 5 feet tall, his skin had a healthy bronze hue, and his muscles were incredibly well developed. Even through his clothes, one could feel the explosive force that almost burst through the fabric. Father, let me down. I'm not a child anymore. What are you doing? Xia Yun struggled in the air and could only let her father lift her high. Yuner, why did you take so long to come back? Your father missed you so much. Xiaoba stared at his daughter closely, tears almost bursting out of his eyes. Father, I'm sorry. Xia Yun felt a little guilty. It's good that you're back. From now on, you should stay at home and don't go to Qinglong Academy anymore. Xiaoba held his daughter in his broad arms. Father, why? Xia Yun asked in confusion. I've told you long ago that your strength is too weak. You just need to stay at home and find a good man in the future. Even 100 years from now, there will be someone to protect you. You don't need to become a warrior at all. Xiaoba said firmly, obviously not wanting his daughter to take risks. But Xia Yun wanted to argue, but seeing her father's resolute eyes, she did not continue to refute, but changed the subject. Father, I came back this time for something. Oh, what's the matter? Tell me. Xiaoba's interest was aroused. He sat back in his chair, waiting for his daughter's next words with a serious expression. Xia Yun took a deep breath, then told his father everything about Su Hao, and expressed his wish to take Su Hao to the skyship. Is that so? Xiaoba sat in his chair, pondering for a moment before speaking. Let him in first. Let me see what kind of man my lovely daughter has chosen. Outside, Su Hao was waiting. At this time, a man and a woman came from not far away. The man was 2 meters and 3 meters tall, with a square face and a flat head, and his muscles were not inferior to Xiaoba. The woman next to him was 2 meters tall, with a figure like a Barbie doll, and her hair was tied into many braids at the back of her head. The woman's name is Xia Qing, Xia Yun's sister, and the man next to her is her boyfriend Wu Fan. Brother Fan, now that you've come back to see father, I believe he will like you. Xia Qing held Wu Fan's hand. Of course. I'm the new bodybuilding champion of both city, so my physique is naturally impeccable. Wu Fan immediately struck a handsome pose. Wow, Brother Fan is so handsome. Xia Qing clapped softly beside him. We're almost at your house, right? Wu Fan asked, as if he couldn't wait to show off his figure. We're here. This is it. Xia Yun pointed at the door. Strange, why is there a man standing there? Look at how skinny he is. I wonder if he is begging at your doorstep. Wu Fan smiled. Xia Qing burst out laughing. I think so too, he doesn't even have any muscles, what a weakling. Then go somewhere cool and don't get in the way of me, the 31st Mr. Bodybuilding Champion. Wu Fan waved his hand without even looking at Su Hao, as if Su Hao was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. You weakling, how dare you stand at my door? Xia Cheng followed Wu Fan closely, looking back and laughing at Su Hao as she walked. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by Su Hao, but he did not get angry about it. He just glanced at Xia Qing lightly. When he discovered that Xia Qing's system value showed that her quality was just average, his interest immediately waned. Her last name is also Xia, could she be related to the little rabbit? A hint of doubt flashed through Su Hao's mind, but he quickly put the thought behind him. Until two people walked past him. He tilted his head slightly and sneered, "Humph, dead muscle." Wu Fan turned around immediately after hearing this, his tall figure looking down at him. What did you just say? Su Hao smiled and said, imaginary. Chapter 108 Trial. Wu Fan, the muscular bodybuilder, hates being called dead muscle or false strength the most. When he overheard Su Hao spit out these two words contemptuously, his anger was instantly ignited. He immediately stood in front of Su Hao. His tall stature was much taller than Su Hao, and he oppressed Su Hao like a mountain. Facing Wu Fan's protest, Su Hao seemed fearless. He even stretched out his finger and gently poked Wu Fan's hard muscles. Then he spoke again, dead muscles, weak strength. You actually insulted me like this, bastard. Wu Fan was furious. He raised his hand and grabbed Su Hao's collar, as if he was going to attack in the next second. Let go. Su Hao raised his head, his eyes were cold and sharp as knives, staring straight at Wu Fan. This sudden cold look made Wu Fan stun for a moment, and he subconsciously let go of Su Hao's collar. What's going on, just now? Wu Fan was still a little dazed. He couldn't understand why he was frightened by Su Hao's look. Brother Fan, what's wrong with you? Xia Qing looked at Wu Fan in confusion, obviously puzzled by what had just happened. Su Hao calmly adjusted his collar, thinking to himself, this guy has some skills. Could it be that he has a strong sense of perception? I did have murderous intentions just now, and he could sense it. Interesting. At this moment, someone came out from the Xia family's main gate and said, Who is Su Hao? The head of the family invites you in. Upon hearing this, Su Hao immediately walked towards the door. How did he get into my house? Xia Cheng immediately took Wu Fan's hand and said, Come on, let's go in and take a look. The man chosen by my daughter, I want to see what kind of brat he is that my lovely daughter would like him. Xiaohoba stared outside with some anticipation. Su Hao, Xia Cheng, and Wu Fan walked in together. Father. Xia Qing immediately called out, It's Qinger, you're here. Xia Yun was obviously not more enthusiastic about his daughter's return home. After all, he loved his youngest daughter very much. He saw Wu Fan next to him and immediately stood up and ran over. Not bad, you have a great figure. Greetings, Master Xia. My name is Wu Fan, and I'm the 31st Mr. Bodybuilding of both city. Wu Fan said respectfully. So it's the 31st. I was the 20th champion back then. Xiaohoba patted Wu Fan's shoulder. Yuner has good taste. She actually picked a champion. I'm very satisfied. Yuner? What Yuner? Xia Qing immediately came forward and hugged Wu Fan's arm. Brother Fan is my boyfriend. Your boyfriend? Xiaohoba scratched his head and looked to the side, only to find Su Hao hugging Xia Yun. Little rabbit. Su Hao called softly. Just by looking at the little rabbit's cute face, it seemed as if all his worries disappeared. Hubby, I've already told my father about our relationship. Xia Yun lowered her head shyly. Little rabbit. Su Hao called Xia Yun's nickname softly. As long as he saw Xia Yun's cute face, he seemed to be able to put all his worries behind him. Hubby, I've already told my father about our relationship. Xia Yun lowered her head shyly. Little rabbit, you did a great job. Su Hao gently tapped Xia Yun's little nose, his eyes full of pampering. So, he is. Seeing the intimate interaction between them, Xia Hoba was so angry that his chest heaved violently and he breathed heavily. Their Xia family has always respected strength. He never thought that his beloved little daughter would find a man who did not look strong. In his opinion, no muscles means no strength, and people without strength are weak in his eyes. How could he let his precious daughter be with such a man? There is another reason. Xia Hoba only has 2 daughters. In the future, his son-in-law will inherit the position of the head of the Xia family. He hopes that his youngest daughter can appear to be a man who can inherit. But now, because of Su Hao's appearance, his plan was disrupted. Boy, are you Yun'er's boyfriend, Su Hao? Xia Hoba stood in front of Su Hao and asked coldly. What? Boyfriend? Xia Qing came over immediately, her eyes sizing up Su Hao, and then sneered, Sister Yun'er, is this the boyfriend you found? He's skinny and as thin as a piece of crap. You wouldn't really. Before she could finish her words, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. The shrill laughter echoed in the air, further arousing Xia Hoba's anger. Boy, I don't care who you are, leave my daughter immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Xia Hoba warned. Xia Yun immediately stood in front of Su Hao. Father, what do you want to do? He is my husband, the man I love the most, and he said he would protect me forever, and no one can separate us. I'll protect you forever? Xia Hoba's rage intensified, his voice practically clenched between his teeth. Do you know the tradition of our Xia family? Strength is everything. Only great strength can protect our family. Look at him, how could he possibly protect you? I want my husband, and no one can separate us. Xia Yun's momentum did not diminish in the slightest. Husband, have you been drugged by him? Have you been deceived by him, or have you been pua by him, innocent Sister Yun'er? Xia Qing shook her head helplessly, but she was secretly happy in her heart. She knew that her father doted on this youngest daughter and intended to pass the position of head of the family to her. Now Xia Yun had found such a weakling in her eyes, and she took the opportunity to suppress him. I don't agree. Xia Hoba pointed his finger at Su Hao. Now, leave Yun'er immediately. Leave? How is that possible? Su Hao finally spoke, gently hugging Xia Yun's waist. She is my little rabbit, my woman, my beloved wife. There is no way I can leave her. Then, prepare to die. Xia Hoba's body erupted with powerful spiritual energy, his muscles swelled even further, and his body grew even larger. See? This is true power. Anyone without power is unworthy of being with my daughter. Su Hao looked at Xia Hoba's muscles and did not see much movement. The power generated by them was just pure strength and could not represent the real strength. Since you want to see my power. Su Hao calmly moved forward, deciding to show his strength at this moment. Husband, he is my father. Xia Yun said worriedly. She had witnessed Su Hao's strength before, so she didn't think her father could surpass Su Hao in strength. Don't worry, I won't hurt your father. Su Hao turned his head and smiled gently at Xia Yun. Ah? What did you say? You won't hurt me? Xia Hoba's anger almost reached its peak, and his voice rose a few degrees. You little bastard, you're making me so mad, I'm going to kill you. Then you can give it a try. Su Hao remained calm. Wait a minute, father. Just when the tension was about to explode, Xia Qing suddenly spoke up to stop Xia Hoba. Since Sister Yun'er thinks the person she chose is very strong, why not let him participate in our family trial? This would be a great opportunity for Brother Fan to participate as well, so they can understand what true strength is. Chapter 109, Level 1. Xia Hoba's gaze lingered on his daughter Xia Qing's face for a moment. Trial? That's right, it's the trial of our Xia family. Xia Cheng nodded firmly. Xia Hoba pondered for a moment, restraining the majestic aura that he inadvertently exuded, and turned his gaze to Su Hao standing next to Xia Qing. Boy, do you dare to accept our Xia family's trial? Su Hao was not intimidated by Xia Hoba's aura. He straightened his back and replied fearlessly, why not? Very good. Xia Hoba nodded, seemingly satisfied with Su Hao's response. Please come to my Xia family tomorrow to accept the trial. If you can't pass, don't bother my daughter anymore. He waved his hand and gave the order to send the guests away. Let's go. Xia Yun held Su Hao's hand tightly, ready to leave together. Yuner, you stay at home. Xiaohoba turned around, put his hands behind his back, and said in an unquestionable tone. Father, I want to go with him. Xia Yun was obviously unwilling to be separated from Su Hao. Su Hao leaned close to Xia Yun's ear and whispered, Little rabbit, just stay here. I'll come find you tonight. Hearing Su Hao's words, Xia Yun smiled. She nodded and finally agreed to stay. Night. Xia Yun sat alone in the room, muttering, My husband said he would come to accompany me tonight, let him come back. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Xia Yun happily opened the door, thinking it was the Su Hao she had been thinking about, but it turned out to be her father who walked in. Father, why are you here? My daughter. Xiaohoba smiled meaningfully. I came here specially to show you some good things. He walked into Xia Yun's room and took out a few photos and placed them in front of her. This is Zhang Chao, 2.45 meters tall, known as the Big Muscle King. This is Wang Biao, 2.28 meters tall, known as Crazy Biao. This is Zhao Ji, 2.15 meters tall, also known as Zhao Mianji. This is... Father, what do you want to say? Xia Yun finally asked impatiently. Daughter, choose one of them to be your boyfriend. They are all real men with strong physiques, much better than that weakling Su Hao. No, I don't want anyone else except Su Hao. What's so good about him? He has no height or build. He is the man I love most. No, our Xia family's son-in-law must be a muscular man, not a skinny weakling. Su Hao is not like that. He is very strong and he will protect me. The father and daughter started arguing. In short, as long as Su Hao cannot pass the trial, I will never let you two be together. Think it over carefully. After Xiaohoba finished speaking, he turned around and pushed the door open, leaving behind a heavy silence and Xia Yun's lost figure. Xia Yun sat alone in the room, the grievances in his heart surging like a tide. She lay on the bed, her shoulders trembling slightly, and she couldn't help sobbing. This was the first time she had such a fierce argument with her father. I just want him, only him. Xia Yun's voice choked, and her tears wet the bed sheets. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded softly, Who made my cute little rabbit cry? Xia Yun looked up and saw Su Hao through her tearful eyes. An expression of surprise instantly appeared on her face. Husband, she called out, and without hesitation threw herself into Su Hao's arms, hugging him tightly. I don't need anyone but you. I just want to be with you. Xia Yun's voice was filled with tears. Okay, I know, we will never be separated. Su Hao patted Xia Yun's back gently. What if tomorrow's trial? Xia Yun was still worried. Don't worry, nothing can stop me. Su Hao gently pinched her cute little nose. Have you forgotten that you are a cute little rabbit and I am a playful carrot? Rabbits and carrots will never be separated. Seeing that Xia Yun was still in a low mood, he took her hand and said, Come on, I'll take you to a good place. Su Hao held Xia Yun's hand, walked through the path in the night, and came to a soft lawn. The grass on the lawn swayed gently, and the moonlight cast a silvery glow. The two lay down side by side. Xia Yun looked up at the starry night sky, his face full of confusion. Why did you bring me here? Xia Yun's voice was soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing the tranquility of the night. Su Hao turned his head and his eyes fell on Xia Yun's face. Her round cheeks looked even softer under the moonlight, her lovely eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her petite body presented seductive curves on the grass. He couldn't help but lower his head and kissed her gently. Xia Yun was caught off guard by Su Hao's sudden kiss. She blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like a fan, and asked weakly, Bringing me here, is it? Yes, of course it's rolling on the grass with my cute little rabbit. Su Hao gave a wicked smile. In fact, he had already imagined such a scene. On the lawn under the moonlight, with such a cute little rabbit in his arms, the two of them rolled around together. That must feel wonderful. He imagined the feel of grass blades caressing his skin, and Xia Yun's adorable rabbit calls echoing through the night sky. Little rabbit, let's start rolling. Su Hao said, then hugged Xia Yun tightly and pulled hard. The two rolled on the lawn, grass clippings flying with their movements, and the moonlight cast mottled shadows on them. After rolling around for a while, the two finally got tired and lay down quietly, panting. Xiaoyun's breathing was a little rapid, her hair was messy and stuck to her face, and she was so tired that she could hardly open her eyes. She gently pounded Su Hao's chest and said coquettishly, "Hubby, you're such a bad guy, you actually treat me like this. Do you like it?" Su Hao caressed her delicate body, his fingers leaving a series of warm marks on her skin. "Bad husband, it's only the second time and you make me, Xiaoyun panted, her face unable to hide the excitement. "But you have so many wives. If you have a new wife in the future, will you ignore me?" Xiaoyun's voice gradually lowered. "Little bunny." Su Hao held her hand and made her look him in the eye. "No one else can take your place. So, don't worry. I will only love you more. No matter how many wives I have, you will always be my one and only cute little bunny husband." Xiaoyun hugged Su Hao tightly, as if she wanted to merge into his arms. After one night, Xiaoyun's uneasiness has disappeared. All she has to do is believe in Su Hao and continue to believe in him from now on. The next day, the trial officially begins. There are 3 levels in the trial. The first level is a strength test. The rules are simple. Chisel through the 10-meter thick ice and retrieve the gems underneath. Chapter 110 High Temperature. I heard that the head of the family is choosing a son-in-law today and there will be a trial. Really? This is a big event that has shocked the whole city. We must go and see it with our own eyes. Look at those 2 guys over there. The one with the muscular body looks like Mr. Wu Fan, the bodybuilder from Bo City. The other person is too skinny, he doesn't even have any muscles. How could such a weakling possibly participate in the trial? More and more people gathered in the Xia family's courtyard, and everyone came to watch this lively trial. Almost everyone is optimistic about Wu Fan. After all, he is not only the bodybuilder of Bo City, but also famous for his amazing strength. The trial involves drilling through a 10-meter thick layer of ice. It sounds very challenging, but it is actually extremely difficult. The tool is a huge axe, weighing an astonishing 500 kilograms. It is difficult for ordinary people to even lift it. I have made the rules very clear. Let's get started. Whoever breaks through the ice first and takes out the stone inside will be the winner. Xiaohoba said calmly. Wu Fan walked out confidently, took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. He gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands, took a deep breath, and lifted the 500-pound axe with ease. What a powerful force! That's incredible! That axe weighs 500 kilograms. As expected of Mr. Bodybuilder. Everyone praised him. Even Xiaohoba couldn't help but nod in praise. Young man, you have quite a bit of strength. Su Hao admired Xiaoyun's shy face. He seemed to hear her cute cries from last night, and the touch of her soft body in his hands, which made him miss it terribly. He whispered, "The little rabbit is so cute. Don't look at me." Xiaoyun lowered her head shyly, intoxicated by Su Hao's gentle gaze. "Little rabbit, wait a moment, I'll be back soon." Su Hao gave Xiaoyun a reassuring smile, then began to walk towards the ice. He did not pick up the axe, but stayed on the ice and slowly stretched out his hand. A small hole appeared in the 10-meter thick ice layer, and the stone under the ice layer instantly passed through the hole and came into his hands. "I already got it." Su Hao raised the stone in his hand. Wu Fan, who was standing next to him, froze in place before he could pick up the axe to chop it down. Everyone was staring at the glowing stone in Su Hao's hand. Even Xiaohoba had never seen such a situation. Su Hao clearly did nothing. Why does he have a stone in his hand? Was it given to him by Yuner? That's impossible. Yuner couldn't have done that. Not knowing how Su Hao had done it, Xiaohoba had to feign calmness and said, "Did you hear me clearly? According to the rules, you can only do this by breaking the ice. So that's how it is. Then I'll smash it." Su Hao's mouth curled up slightly, and he stretched out his palm. Nuclear energy began to gather in his palm, and the energy quickly condensed into an energy ball that flashed with a faint blue light. He waved his hand lightly, and the energy ball hit the center of the ice accurately. What happened? Wu Fan was holding up the axe, ready to swing it down, when he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shaking. He looked at the strange scene happening in the ice in front of him with a confused look on his face. It's going to explode. If you don't leave, you will die. Su Hao turned his head and reminded Wu Fan, who was still in a daze. Boom, 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 explosion? Wu Fan reacted instantly. He immediately dropped the giant axe in his hand and ran away, not even daring to look back, for fear of being affected by the impending explosion. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in the air, and the powerful shockwave instantly blasted a large hole in the thick ice layer that was 10 meters deep and 10 meters long and wide. As the ice broke, all the gems that were originally frozen underneath were exposed. They sparkled in the sunlight, flashing an alluring light. The crowd was stunned by this sudden change. They couldn't believe that this thin-looking young man actually possessed such amazing strength. Xiaohoba was even more shocked. Obviously, he did not expect Su Hao to complete the trial in this way. This method was originally intended to test strength. Because the Xia family is a foundry family, they need strong arms, so they set this rule. Although he didn't follow the rules, this strength is very unexpected. Could he be hiding his strength? Oh, right, maybe he's a hidden muscle man. Let's wait and see. After Xiaohoba made up his mind, he immediately announced the next round of trials. The second round of trials is a test of endurance. That's right, roasted over fire. Su Hao and Wu Fan entered the furnace separately. Then as the temperature of the furnace continues to increase, the longer you persist, as long as it exceeds 100 degrees, you will pass the test. Let me make it clear first, if anyone can hold on, they must run out immediately, otherwise their lives will be in danger. Xiaohoba reminded. Life-threatening? Wu Fan's face was full of confusion. Yes, it will be roasted and smell delicious. Xiaohoba smiled. After the two entered the oven, the temperature starts to rise from 0 degrees. As a weapon maker, the Xia family needs strong ability to withstand high temperatures, so they conduct this trial. Sister Yuner, my brother Fan is not afraid of even 100 degrees. Your Su Hao is bound to lose. Xia Qing covered her mouth and laughed. Xia Yun remained silent because she always believed in her beloved husband. The area around the oven where Su Hao and Wu Fan were located continued to turn red. As the temperature rises, Wu Fan was already sweating profusely. It's so hot. What kind of a test is this? Are they treating me like a nobody? He glanced at Su Hao in the oven next to him. He must be too hot too. I have to persevere. What temperature can Su Hao's body tolerate? The answer is no matter how high the temperature is, it doesn't matter. Supernova combustion can use his body as a container, and then a powerful thermonuclear reaction. It can even make his body temperature reach tens of billions of degrees. Theoretically, the amount of nuclear energy released depends entirely on the amount of his spiritual power. And the temperature his body can withstand is unlimited. I can't take it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. Wu Fan's whole body was almost smoking. When the temperature reached 86 degrees, he couldn't bear it anymore and ran out of the oven. Brother Fan. Are you okay? Xia Qing walked up to him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's too hot. If we stay any longer, we might get roasted. Wu Fan glanced at Su Hao. How come he's okay? Brother Fan, isn't it just great that nothing happened? Xia Qing laughed secretly. Do you have any ideas? Wu Fan immediately guessed what she was thinking. So Xia Qing went to the control room while no one was paying attention and pressed the button that set the temperature to the limit. You still want to snatch it from me, Brother Fan? Turn it into ashes completely. As the temperature rose to its limit, the oven temperature instantly reached 1,000 degrees, and finally a raging fire ignited. Chapter 111, Power Collision. It's on fire, what's going on? Xiaohoba shouted immediately when he saw the raging flames burning in the oven in front of him. Dad, there was a problem with the oven. Xia Qing came back immediately, trying to distance herself from the matter. What's the temperature now? It's 1,000 degrees. What do you mean by 1,000 degrees? Then he's finished. Xiaohoba shook his head. He just wanted to test the young man, but he didn't expect to kill him. My daughter, since he has turned to ash, to make it up to you, I'll pick out the ones I chose for you last night. Please consider them. They are all strong and muscular men. Unexpectedly, Xia Yun was still staring at the oven. No, even if he turns to ashes, I want to be with his ashes. Besides, I believe in him because he promised me that he would always be with me and would never. The only thing she could do now was to believe in Su Hao, believe in his promises, and believe in everything about him. Really? Not long after, Su Hao slowly walked out of the fire. Xia Yun immediately ran over and hugged him. I knew you were okay, you must be okay. Although she said this, she was still worried in her heart. Only when she saw that her beloved husband was fine did she feel relieved. Good little rabbit. Su Hao stroked the rabbit's head and looked up at Xiaoba. Did I pass the second test? You are actually fine. How is this possible? Xiaoba looked at Su Hao in disbelief. In his opinion, the human body can only withstand 150 degrees, and now it is 1000 degrees. It's impossible for him as a mere human being. Is he not a human being at all? Xiaoba was even more confused and couldn't see through Su Hao at all. Next is the third trial. The final trial is much simpler. All you need is Xiaoba's 3 punches. Xiaoba, whose ability is Overlord Fist. Known as the Fist of the King, it is a powerful force that concentrates strength and fully explodes, capable of destroying everything. The first person to accept the trial was Su Hao. Boy, let me make it clear first. If you give up or admit defeat now, I can spare you. Otherwise, you may die under my fist. Xiaoba's voice was low, and his eyes revealed a warning to Su Hao. Su Hao stared at Xiaoba quietly, but secretly laughed at the other party in his heart for not understanding the true power. Xia Yun is my woman, I will not give up on her. Su Hao took a step forward and walked straight to Xiaoba, ready to accept the challenge. In that case, let me show you the Overlord Fist that's been passed down from our Xia family. Xiaoba roared, and the aura of his body instantly became violent. As he shouted, his body seemed to be inflated, his muscles became well-defined and full of explosive power. Xiaoba took a step forward. Although his speed was not fast, each step seemed extremely heavy, as if every step could leave footprints on the ground. He ran straight towards Su Hao and threw a punch straight at Su Hao's face. Su Hao remained calm and thought about how to proceed. If he used his body to block it, wouldn't that make Xiaoba lose face? He must be the little rabbit's father. So he raised his fist as well. The two of them collided with a loud bang. They both took a few steps back. Of course, Su Hao only took a few steps back symbolically. You actually used your fists to fight me head-on. Xiaoba chuckled softly, I only used 30% of my strength in that punch just now. Boy, how much strength did you use? It's also 3 points. Su Hao also smiled. In fact, he is 100%. Good boy, your strength is comparable to mine. Come on, let's fight again. Xiaoba roared, and his clothes burst open instantly. His whole body swelled up like a balloon, making the already extremely tall man even taller. It's the master's clothes exploding technique. He's going to take it seriously. That's right, every time the head of the family can't help himself, his clothes will explode, so he is also called the explosion tyrant. That guy is dead. He definitely won't dare to take it head-on. I think he will definitely dodge it. The people around were watching with great interest, all looking forward to the next clash of power between the two. Boy, this is twice as strong as before, it's 6 times as strong. If you are afraid, you can dodge it. Xiaoba said aggressively. I can't hide, and I can also use 6 points. Su Hao said calmly, of course his was a 100-point system. Arrogant little brat, watch out. Xiaoba's figure was like a tiger descending from the mountain, and his huge fist, with the sound of breaking wind, rushed straight towards Su Hao's face again. Su Hao stood there with a helpless smile on his face. This was just a game that he had to play. Never mind. Since you are the little rabbit's father, just play with him. Su Hao stretched out his arm and punched seemingly casually. Boom! There was another deafening collision. The two fists met again. This time, Xiaoba's body was like a stone shot from a slingshot, suddenly retreating more than 10 meters, and his feet left 2 deep marks on the ground. He stood firm and looked at the motionless Su Hao in disbelief. Could this kid's strength be even a little bit stronger than mine? He didn't want to believe this fact, but the scene before him forced him to re-evaluate his opponent. Boy, you are really great that you can let me use my full strength. Let us both use our full strength and let's fight. Xiaoba increased his strength again. Full strength? Su Hao shook his head secretly. He didn't dare to use all his strength. After all, he didn't want to really hurt Xia Yun's father. You are worthy of being the head of the Xia family. You are really powerful. I will also use all my strength and hope to compete with you. Come on. Su Hao responded loudly, pretending to be excited. After hearing this, Xiaohoba became even more excited. His smile turned ferocious, as if he was extremely excited. Boy, I recognize you. Among those who have clashed with me in power, no one is stronger than you. Come again. Said. Xiaohoba rushed towards Su Hao for the third time. His figure came like a gust of wind, rushing towards them. Su Hao also raised his fist and rushed forward. Bang! Another loud bang. The two men's fists collided again, and the power surged in the air, as if even the air was trembling. After this collision, the two of them stayed where they were calmly. None seemed to be affected. Xiaohoba put away his fist and patted Su Hao on the shoulder. Boy, not bad. I didn't expect that at your young age, you have such powerful energy hidden in your body. I believe you will surpass me in the near future. I see unlimited potential in you. Well, what should I say at this time? My strength is still inferior to yours. I only took advantage of my youth. I used all my strength to barely block your small attack. Su Hao said, taking 2 steps back. Ahem, I actually got internal injuries. Your strength is indeed well deserved. The penetrating power is truly astonishing. Chapter 112 Awkward. Ha, well said. I like you very much. Be my son-in-law. Xiaohoba patted Su Hao's shoulder. Xia Yin immediately ran over and threw herself on Su Hao. That's great, father agrees that we can be together. You must treat my daughter well from now on. Xiaohoba warned him, if you dare to do anything wrong to my daughter, I will not forgive you. Don't worry. Su Hao looked at Xia Yin tenderly, she is my beloved little rabbit. Night falls. Su Hao and Xia Yin were lying on the bed. After several close contacts, the tacit understanding between them is self-evident. Xia Yin got rid of her initial shyness and even learned a few tricks. This made the relationship between the two even closer. Hubby, my father has agreed to our request and agreed to take the two of us to the skyship to attend the auction. Xia Yin sat on Su Hao's body, her voice cheerful. I understand, little rabbit. Su Hao looked at Xia Yin and thought that the little rabbit who took the initiative was also very cute. Xia Yin noticed Su Hao's gaze and her cheeks flushed slightly. She closed her eyes and whispered, Don't look at me. Just as Su Hao was immersed in passion, the communication device on his wrist suddenly beeped. He turned on the device and a screen floated in the air. Ling Yao's face immediately appeared on the screen. Honey, you haven't slept yet. Ling Yao's eyes wandered between Su Hao and Xia Yin. Seeing Xia Yin closing her eyes, her face flushed, and completely immersed in the state, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Hubby, you're amazing. It's only been a few days, and Sister Yin has become so proactive. Of course. Su Hao smiled proudly, adjusting the angles so Ling Yao could see them more clearly. By the way, it's so late, what's going on? There are a few things I need to report to my husband. Ling Yao said, and Tyrena's figure appeared on the screen. Husband, according to your instructions, I have sent out many assassins. Those who knew your identity have been killed. However, I am afraid that this concealment will not last long. Little bug, you did a great job. Su Hao nodded with satisfaction. He did this just to reduce unnecessary trouble and facilitate the investigation of the Feng family's purpose of imprisoning him. Now, even if he was discovered, he was not afraid at all. Ailey appeared on the screen again. Hubby, I have used the intelligence network to investigate a lot of the Feng family's connections. I will send it to you right now. Young model, you did a good job too. Su Hao praised. By the way, I also found out that there might be some problems with the skyship auction this time. Ellie continued. Problem? Su Hao was puzzled. That's right, Ailey explained. This auction is very attractive. Important figures from the 4 major cities will be attending. Furthermore, the dragon spirit killers are also stirring, seemingly planning something. They've always had connections with the Feng family, so I'm afraid this time they're going to stir up quite a stir. Don't worry, continue investigating and notify me immediately if you find anything. Su Hao lowered his head in thought. That Long Ling killer who was known as the #1 killer? If he is really connected with the Feng family, it would be better to eliminate them all at once. The spiritual core can greatly enhance his spiritual power, so he must get it at all costs. Xia Yun couldn't contain her emotions. Hubby, you're so great. I really like you. Your body, everything about you, I love you so much. Well, I love you so much. I love you so much. I love you, I love you. Her voice became more and more excited, and every word was like a carefully carved note, echoing in the quiet night. On the other side of the screen, 9 pairs of eyes watched all this quietly. At this moment, she finally opened her eyes and met the 9 pairs of eyes on the screen. And this, what is this? Xia Yun was petrified on the spot. The scenes just now, those private words and actions echoed in her mind. Thinking about it now, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into and never come out again. Xia Yun's ears were filled with the comments of the sisters on the other side of the screen, and her cheeks instantly turned red like ripe apples. She quickly pulled the quilt over and wrapped herself tightly, leaving only a pair of panicked eyes flickering at the edge of the quilt. Okay, the little rabbit is shy. Su Hao looked at Xia Yun's actions and couldn't help laughing out loud. He didn't mind the situation. After all, they are all his wives and there is nothing to hide between them. Such little episodes may even enhance the intimacy between them. Hubby, just play with the little rabbit. Ling Yao said word by word. As the screen went dark, the call ended. Little rabbit. Su Hao gently hugged Xia Yun's waist and whispered to her in comfort, they can't see it anymore. Wow, why didn't you tell me earlier? Everything was seen, all seen by my sisters. Xia Yun covered her head, her voice full of grievance. You are all my wives, this kind of thing is normal. Su Hao hurriedly comforted, trying to calm Xia Yun down. But, the way I looked just now, they, my sisters, would laugh at me. Xia Yun cautiously poked her head out. They envy you so much that they can't wait to laugh at you. Su Hao gently stroked her hair. It seems like this. Xia Yun finally calmed down, she stared into Su Hao's eyes. The next day. Sunlight streams into the room through the window. The two packed their clothes and prepared to go to the skyship. Looking at the little rabbit still jumping around after last night's passion, Su Hao smiled with satisfaction. But he is also very much looking forward to his next wife. Why not go back this time and follow Guan Yu? He thought of Guan Yu's envious eyes. After all, she was their sister. Take special care of her when you get back. As a man who loves his wife, Su Hao attaches great importance to his wife's experience and will try his best to satisfy her. On the other side, Hailuo City. This is also one of the 4 major cities of the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. In addition to Jiangnan City, there are also Hailuo City, Jinbei City, and City A. They are located in the south, west, north and east of the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. Among them, Luohai City and Jinbei City are all controlled by the Feng family. Somewhere in Hailuo City. At the highest level meeting of the Feng family. I didn't expect this auction would attract so many big names. After all, the core of a planetary-level spiritual beast is a priceless treasure. I'm afraid they can't imagine that this will be their burial place. I'm afraid there will be many war god-level strongmen among them. We have already cooperated with the dragon spirit killer, and we also have that secret weapon. You mean the Furies? It's been 10 years. Her memory might have been completely erased. This is a good opportunity to test her power. Chapter 113 Strange Sound. The skyship is more like a huge city flying in the sky than a ship. This place is not under the jurisdiction of the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. Its true creator is unknown. There are all kinds of business activities, transactions, etc., and the items auctioned at the auction are priceless. You two follow me closely and don't cause trouble after entering the skyship, okay? Xiaoba said to the two. I know, father. I have my husband to protect me, so nothing will happen. Xia Yun held Su Hao's hand tightly, as if she was reluctant to leave him for a moment. Good little rabbit. Su Hao touched her head. Xia Yun immediately rubbed his shoulder. Yuner, she's calling me husband so skillfully. Is my daughter a love-brained girl? Alas, Xiaoba sighed softly when he saw how close the two of them were, and didn't say anything else. After all, he has already acknowledged their relationship, but he always feels that Su Hao is not a simple person. He doesn't look like an honest man. He shouldn't be two-timing. If that's the case, I will definitely not let him go. Xiaoba looked at Su Hao and thought secretly in his heart. Su Hao is indeed not two-timing. After all, he has 10 wives and the number is still increasing. After the two stepped onto the skyship, they traveled around like an ordinary couple in love, admiring the wonderful scenery on the ship. Su Hao enjoyed every relaxing moment with Xia Yun. For him, no matter which wife he was with, it was a moment he cherished. Honey, let's go over there and take a look. Xiaoyun excitedly pulled Su Hao's hand and walked through the passage. They came to a spacious street where cages were neatly arranged around, and in the cages were various slaves being sold. In the Holy Kingdom of Heaven, the slave trade is legal, and the slaves on the skyship are carefully selected high-quality goods. Honey, this place, why do I feel a little scared? Xiaoyun's voice trembled slightly. She looked around carefully. Some of the people imprisoned in cages had empty eyes, while others were full of despair. This made her feel uneasy. Don't be afraid. Su Hao held Xiaoyun's hand tightly, calming her emotions, and at the same time leading her to go deeper into the slave market. Su Hao had his own plans in mind. He was looking for the best ones mentioned in the system information, especially those new races that had not yet been contracted. Top quality? It's really not that easy to find. Su Hao thought secretly in his heart that although there were women of many races here, they were far from the best. His combat power exceeds 50,000, and such strength makes it extremely rare to find a top-quality woman who matches him on Blue Star. Please, save me. Sudden. A faint voice sounded in Su Hao's mind. Who is it? Su Hao instantly became alert and used his mental power to scan the surroundings, trying to find the source of the sound. Please save me, the voice came again. Who are you? Su Hao responded with his mind, and at the same time his mental power was like an invisible tentacle, exploring in the air. I am Vivian from the Nutshell Planet. Please save me, I will repay you. The owner of the sound introduces himself. Su Hao couldn't help but frown when he heard the sudden voice. The voice seemed to appear out of nowhere, and he couldn't confirm its authenticity. Don't doubt it, I have no ill intentions. I am at the deepest part of the street. Please save me. The weak voice sounded again. Honey, what's wrong with you? Xiaoyun noticed Su Hao's abnormality and asked with concern. It's okay, let's go over there and take a look. Su Hao shook his head slightly, took Xiaoyun's hand, and walked inside. At the same time, he continued to communicate with the voice. Why do you want me to save you? You are the only one who has the power to save me. What do you want me to do? Are you still there? Su Hao asked again with his mind. But this time, the voice did not respond. Until he reached the deepest part of the street, several burly guards blocked his way. You can't go in here. I'm here to buy slaves. Su Hao explained calmly. I'm sorry, the items inside are not for sale. If you want to get them, you can only obtain them through auction. After hearing this, Su Hao did not force his way in. His main goal now is to find the spiritual core. As for this strange sound, perhaps he can find the answer at the auction. But who made this sound? Gokra Planet, sounds familiar? Su Hao became even more confused. The two arrived at the auction site. This place is surrounded by a huge iron wall, which is thick and solid, like an indestructible fortress. The auction will last 3 days. Participants will be locked in this enclosed space until all the lots are found their owners. I didn't expect so many big names to attend the auction this time. Xiaohoba walked through the gate, observing his surroundings keenly. His gaze swept across every corner, identifying many prominent figures. That's Jinbei City's god of war Lin Lei, renowned for his formidable reputation. That's Jiangnan City's wealthy businessman Zhao Qian, with his vast wealth. And then there's Hailuo City's massage expert Wang Xiazi, whose techniques are unparalleled. Even that loyal bootlicker Guodebang is here. His eyes suddenly fixed on a figure. It's him, Fang Tianwu, one of the senior members of the Fang family. When Su Hao heard the name, his body stiffened. According to the information he got from Ling Yao and Ai Li, Fang Tianwu was one of the 7 elders of the Fang family. Moreover, from the perspective of family relationships, he is also Su Hao's 6th uncle. Su Hao's father Fang Dao is the head of the Fang family, and the power of the Fang family is jointly held by 7 brothers. Su Hao's memories of being 3 years old are vague. But his mental power is now extremely strong and he can manipulate the thoughts of others, so he has an extremely clear understanding of that long-lost memory. He remembered that he had indeed met this 6th uncle. Su Hao's eyes became complicated, and he thought that perhaps he could discover more secrets of the Fang family from him. Su Hao, Xiaohoba, and Xiaoyun each received a number plate and walked into the auction venue together. The first day of the auction officially begins. Daughter and son-in-law, you two just sit here. Remember, this place is not as peaceful as it seems. Don't run around. I'm going to meet some old friends. After Xiaohoba made the arrangements, he left alone. Welcome everyone, this is the Skyship Auction House. Over the next 3 days, we will auction off the extremely rare treasures of the entire celestial kingdom. The host spoke incessantly about the opening speech on the stage. Please save me. Su Hao heard that strange voice again. Chapter 114, Phantom Water Spirit Clan. Who are you? Su Hao's heart was disturbed again by the inexplicable voice. He frowned, and the doubts in his heart grew like a snowball. This person can actually communicate with himself using his mental power. Such an ability is not common in this world. Could it be that the owner of this voice is a slave with special abilities? I was captured by humans 3 days ago. I hope you can rescue me. The voice continued to ring in Su Hao's mind. Do you know what I'm thinking? Su Hao's heart tightened. Such ability was too dangerous. If the other party was really an enemy, then all his secrets might be exposed. Yes, I know everything you think. Hearing this, Su Hao immediately became very alert. Don't get me wrong, I said, I have no ill intentions, I just want you to rescue me, I won't tell anyone about your affairs, and I will never hurt you. The voice seemed to sense Su Hao's murderous intent and hurriedly explained. Various thoughts raced through Su Hao's mind. No matter whether this person was an enemy or a friend, he had to find out clearly. Little rabbit, wait here obediently. I have something to take care of. Su Hao's hand gently stroked Xia Yun's head, as if comforting a child. Something? A hint of doubt flashed in Xia Yun's eyes. She looked up at Su Hao, her face full of reluctance. Then I'll go with my husband. Little rabbit, do you remember what I said? Su Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and gently pinched her cheek with his fingers. You have to listen to me, and you will be a cute and obedient rabbit. Okay, I understand. Xia Yun's voice softened immediately. She nodded obediently, like a little animal that had received an order. I'll just sit here and wait for my husband to come back. Su Hao stood up, scanned the crowd with his eyes, and then, following the instructions of the voice, quietly passed through the crowd and came to the depths of the auction venue. His speed was like lightning, and his combat power of nearly 50,000 allowed him to sneak in easily without anyone noticing. Until he arrived at the door of the treasury where the auction items were stored. The guards here were even stricter and the door was extremely solid, but for Su Hao, all these were useless. He used the eye of the void to open a passage on the hard ground and entered the treasure house silently. The room was filled with all kinds of treasures, sparkling brightly, but Su Hao's eyes were fixed on the cage covered with golden cloth. She should be in here. Su Hao muttered to himself as he reached out and tore off the golden cloth covering the cage. As the fabric slips away, the secret inside the cage is revealed. What appeared before Su Hao was a girl who seemed to have come from another world. Her body was wrapped in a layer of clothing that flowed like liquid mercury. The clothing seemed to be insubstantial, but was condensed from some kind of energy. It rose and fell gently with her breathing, shimmering with a subtle luster. Her eyes had no pupils, like two bottomless lakes, emitting an icy blue light. That kind of light makes people feel as if they are being sucked into another dimension at first glance. Her skin was a light silver white, and her hair was like flowing liquid metal. The silver hair fluttered naturally in the air, without any wind, yet it seemed to have its own life. Her facial features are incredibly delicate, and the aura revealed between her eyebrows and eyes is beyond words. If fairies really exist, she is probably 3 times more beautiful than fairies, with no flaws on her face. But what is most eye-catching are her pointed ears, which tremble slightly as if they can capture subtle sounds that are imperceptible to humans. Name, Vivian. Race, Water Spirit. Age, 259. Attribute, Water. Strength, 5,680. Agility, 5,800. Endurance, 5,600. Defense, 5,060. Spiritual power, 4,500. Quality, top quality. Spiritual power, 2,860. Appearance, 99. Favorability, 1. Su Hao's eyes fell on the woman and he was instantly shocked by her beauty. The appearance is 99, which is almost perfect. He had 10 beautiful wives, each with their own merits, but when facing this woman, he still stood there in a daze, unable to recover from his amazement for a long time. Even though the woman in front of him was so beautiful that it made his heart flutter. However, Su Hao's heart was not completely shaken by this. Because his wives also possessed extraordinary beauty, this woman only slightly attracted him. A little bit more. Moreover, he didn't know whether this woman was a friend or an enemy, and this uncertainty made him maintain the necessary vigilance. Soon, Suhao recovered from his shock. His eyes were fixed on the numerical values appearing on the woman's body. Her combat power was as high as 5,000, which wasn't very strong in terms of physical combat power, but what shocked him even more was her mental power. 2,860, such a value means almost invincible mental attack power. What is the concept? If Suhao possessed such powerful mental power, he could destroy the entire blue planet with just a thought. Such a strong person should not be bound by anyone, let alone sold as a slave. Why is she locked in this golden cage? Before Suhao could ask, the woman said softly, "Because I am a little weak now, I don't have the strength to fight, and I am not good at fighting." The moment Vivian opened her mouth, an ethereal voice reached Suhao's ears, and the voice was as beautiful as the sound of nature. As a voice control enthusiast, Suhao was even more moved. A top-notch girl from another race, isn't this the goal of the contract? If I can get her, etc. She can read my thoughts. Didn't she hear it all? Suhao was right. Vivian had heard his thoughts. After hearing the word contract, he understood what he meant and immediately dodged back subconsciously. This won't do. We must not let her find out. After Suhao calmed down, he said in a deep voice, "If you want me to save you, the first thing is that you are not allowed to find out any of my thoughts. If you can do that, we can still discuss it." Chapter 115 Two Contracts. Vivian was silent for a moment, as if weighing some important decision in her mind. After a long silence, she finally nodded gently, "Okay, I promise you." Suhao seized the opportunity and immediately began asking questions. "Who are you and why are you imprisoned here?" Vivian spoke slowly, "My name is Vivian. I come from the distant planet Nutshell. I am a member of the Phantom Water Spirit Clan. Our race is known as one of the most beautiful in the universe. Because my race was invaded by enemies, they sealed my power and prepared to sell me to another planet." She paused and continued, "While flying in the spaceship, we were attacked by the giant space beast Majora, and I accidentally fell here. After that, I was captured and imprisoned here, preparing to be sold." Suhao frowned. "You said your power was sealed?" Vivian nodded. "Yes, the evil Black Hawk sealed my power with a curse. Now I can only communicate with people through my mind." Suhao continued to ask, "Then why did you look for me?" Vivian's answer surprised him a little, "Because I sense that your mental strength is stronger than anyone here, and you don't treat women as slaves." Suhao's eyes became sharp. "How much do you know about me?" Vivian answered calmly, "I can only sense your inner thoughts after entering the skyship. Your heart is filled with love for your wife and your so-called contract." Suhao interrupted her and said in a serious tone, "I remind you again, from now on, do not try to pry into any of my inner thoughts without my permission." He really didn't like the feeling of being seen through. Vivian responded softly, "I understand." Suhao looked directly into her eyes. "Since you want me to save you, you should be ready, right?" "Excuse me, am I the best?" Vivian asked cautiously. The two looked at each other silently. Suhao knew in his heart that he could accept Vivian. Her beauty was indeed heartwarming and almost reached the extreme. Moreover, her powerful mental power will undoubtedly help him, but her identity is too bizarre and involves forces outside of Blue Star. If he accepts her, it is likely to bring a lot of trouble. However, in the face of such beauty, even if it is a little troublesome, it seems acceptable. Vivian also understood Suhao's thoughts. She knew he wanted to take her as his wife. As the most beautiful race in the universe, they are extremely picky, but now she has no choice. Her power is sealed and she cannot resist. If it is bought by someone else, endless torture will be waiting for her. Rather than facing such a tragic ending, it is better to choose to follow the man in front of you. This is also a helpless act. Without any hesitation, Suhao took a decisive step and walked into the cage where Vivian was imprisoned. He squatted down, a gentle smile on his face. "Be my wife. As long as you agree, I will set you free." A complex emotion flashed in Vivian's eyes, and she asked softly, "Can I think about it?" Suhao's answer was firm, "No." Vivian frowned slightly. "Then, you will treat me well." Suhao confidently replied, "Although I, Suhao, have 10 wives, all readers know that I am the man who loves his wives the most. If you become my wife, of course I will treat you well." Vivian lowered her head, lost in thought. Looking at her silence, Suhao thought to himself, "This alien beauty is quite good at pretending. Since she contacted me on her own initiative, she must have expected that I would treat her like this." An idea suddenly came to his mind. How about Suhao's eyes were fixed on Vivian's extremely beautiful face and body. Her breasts are as plump as jade peaks covered with snow, her waist is slender and charming, her legs are long and straight, like the jade pillars of Tian Shan Mountain, and her skin is as smooth as snow. What struck him as even more peculiar was Vivian's clothes. It didn't seem like ordinary clothing, but more like it was integrated with the skin, flowing like mercury. And her small and cute pointed ears exude an alien charm that does not belong to the blue planet. Suhao finally couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her pointed ears. Vivian's body trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She looked up at Suhao and whispered, "Then I promise you, take me out first, and in the future I will become your wife." "In the future, that won't work. Just stand there." Suhao smiled softly, while his fingers moved from Vivian's ear to her chin, and then lifted it up gently. Finally, he kissed her tender lips hard. Congratulations to the host for the initial contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 10,000, agility plus 10,000, stamina plus 10,000, defense plus 10,000, spiritual power plus 10,000. Host, please choose a special ability or weapon. Suhao listened to the system's voice and did not make a choice immediately because she was completely attracted by Vivian's mouth. It was a smell that did not belong to humans. Although he has kissed many non-human species. But Vivian's lips were very smooth, too smooth. If he hadn't been an expert kisser, he would have missed the target. And her saliva is unusually sticky. Until their mouths parted. There was still a silvery white thread between their lips. "I'm sorry, this is my first time kissing, so," Vivian said as she sucked hard. As a result, the force of the thread was so great that it directly pulled Suhao's lips over, and the two continued to kiss. This is indeed an alien. Suhao was amazed and unconsciously hugged Vivian in his arms. At this time, he immediately felt the smoothness of her skin. If Tyrena's skin is extremely soft, then Vivian's skin is extremely smooth. It is smooth, tender, soft, fragrant, and sticky to the lips. Suhao decided to complete a deep contract with her. What does he want to do? Waiyan was a little panicked and immediately stopped him. Wait a moment, She moaned softly, but it was too late to stop it. Originally, she wanted Suhao to save her, and then the two of them would slowly get to know each other. If they felt it was appropriate, they would find a chance to return to the Gokor planet. After being approved by their parents and the tribe, the two of them would hold a grand wedding ceremony before they could truly do this. I never expected this. Suhao not only wanted to save her, he also wanted to have sex with her immediately. Damn, I was careless. He is indeed, just like those people. After? As a real man, Suhao couldn't wait to do something that could be done right away. Why did he have to wait until later? For him, it would be a waste if he didn't eat the meat that was already in his mouth. Moreover, it can only be a deep contract, and the favorability level must reach 100, so that such a woman can be fully trusted. Otherwise, he would never take the huge risk of bringing an alien with such a suspicious identity with him. Congratulations to the host for the deep contract with the top-notch woman. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 10,000, agility plus 10,000, stamina plus 10,000, defense plus 10,000, spiritual power plus 10,000. Host, please choose a special ability or weapon. 2.5 minutes later. The two of them hugged each other in the cage. It's over? Vivian gasped for breath, staring at Suhao and suddenly said, "Can you give me a little more?" Chapter 116, The Hongmen Banquet. This is Suhao's 11th wife. The fight ended in just 2.5 minutes. He is not a fast boy. It's just because the identity of this alien woman is too special that he wants to raise his favorability to 100. Only in this way can we gain his complete trust. Moreover, Vivian's mental power was much higher than his, and he was unable to explore her memory at all. Under Suhao's care, Vivian's affection for him reached its peak, and her heart and body were completely in love with Suhao. She begged reluctantly, "Please, just a little more. Just a little bit." Suhao comforted her softly, "Okay, I will definitely play with you in the future, but now is really not the time." However, Vivian, who was deeply shocked, found herself enjoying this brief and wonderful feeling so much. When she heard Suhao's refusal, tears came to her eyes. These tears were not ordinary tears, but silver tears that sparkled like mercury, slowly sliding down. Seeing this, Suhao's heart softened. He sighed and thought, "Who makes me feel so sorry for my wife?" especially this new and beautiful wife. I should just put myself aside and spend some time with her. He immediately took out the clock of time and adjusted the flow of time in the treasure house to make it different from the outside world. The two of them entangled together again. Suhao's body roamed unscrupulously on Vivian's slippery skin. Time passed in their caress, 10 hours passed, and they finally closed their eyes contentedly. Vivian knew in her heart that this strong liking for him was most likely due to Suhao's system, which made her have such a deep liking for him. However, she had no complaints, because a favorability of 100 was enough to make any woman crazy about him and love him to death. Vivian is willing to indulge in this relationship. Wife, you are so good. How about I call you Little Beauty from now on? Suhao caressed the slippery Vivian. He used to call Sume a little beauty, but Vivian is obviously more like a beauty, and Sume should be called a little slut. Little beauty? What does that mean? Vivian asked puzzledly. It means that you are extremely beautiful, simply the most beautiful beauty. No, the most beautiful alien. Suhao smiled. Okay, then I'll be your little beauty. Vivian snuggled up to Suhao's chest contentedly. Then everything you told me doesn't mean you're lying to me? Suhao asked doubtfully. Vivian was slightly stunned. Actually, there's something I didn't tell you. My sister and I landed on this planet together. I wanted to. She didn't dare to continue. In fact, what she wanted was to let Suhao take her away first, and then find her sister, and the two of them would find a way to leave this planet. But she didn't expect Suhao to sleep with her directly. Vivian, who had completely fallen in love with Suhao, of course told him the truth without reservation. It was just as I expected. Suhao secretly thought that if there was no deep contract, she, with her impure thoughts, would definitely be a hidden danger. Now it's all right, she's completely conquered. It turns out there's nothing a woman can't handle that a deep contract can't solve. I'm sorry, please forgive me, okay? Vivian lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. As long as you don't lie to me again and remain my beloved wife, how could I blame you? Suhao stroked her smooth face. Call me good husband. Good husband. Vivian stared at Suhao intently, completely attracted by his appearance. Suhao said seriously, first, I have two things to tell you. First, you are not allowed to hide anything from me or lie to me. Second, you are not allowed to pry into my thoughts, and of course this also applies to your other 10 sisters. Third, you must treat them like your closest family. Can you do that? I can. Vivian answered without hesitation. Then now, you are my wife. Suhao hugged her tightly in his arms. I will love you forever. My dear husband, I love you. I didn't expect to come here unexpectedly. I thought I would. I am so lucky to meet my husband. Vivian kept expressing her love for him. She then explained her identity in detail. Vivian is the princess of the Water Spirit clan, and the fruit shell planet where she lives is 100 times larger than the blue planet. The star field where it is located is called Tianshui area, where there are countless planetary level powerhouses, and even stellar level, nebula level, star field level, and even cosmic level powerhouses. At the same time, she is also a star singer in Tianshui district. Etc. Vivian said too much, which made Suhao a little confused. A hint of apology flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you this just now. It's not because I wanted to hide it from you, but because the information is too complicated and I can't explain it clearly at the moment, so. Suhao interrupted her, his palm gently stroking Vivian's hair that flowed like mercury. Okay, I know that your current identity is my wife, and the little beauty in my heart. That's enough. Nothing else matters. He stood up, ready to take Vivian out of the cage. Next, I'll take you out. Waiwayan suddenly grabbed his hand and said, wait a minute, I have something else to tell you. I've sensed a lot of things on the skyship these past few days. Suhao sat back down beside her and listened to her. It turns out that this auction is not as simple as it seems. It is actually a Hongmen banquet carefully planned to weaken the various forces of the Celestial Kingdom. The mastermind behind this banquet is none other than the Fong family. The Fong family teamed up with the Dragon Spirit Killer, and they planned to catch all the wealthy participants when they finished auctioning their items and were about to leave. In this way, they can not only obtain a lot of money, but also achieve their goal of weakening other forces. Hearing this, Suhao frowned, realizing the importance of this news. He asked, then do you know the spiritual core of this auction? It's too precious to be guarded by a special person? Is that so? Suhao lowered his head, thinking. If the little beauty is brought with her at this time, it will definitely attract attention and may even cause the auction to be cancelled. The spiritual core is probably even more difficult to obtain. It seems that I can only wait until the auction is over and take the opportunity to take the little beauty and the spiritual core away. Thinking of this, he decided to keep Vivian for the time being. Little beauty, you have to stay here for now. She may be auctioned off later and may be bought by someone else. But don't worry, you are my wife, and I will never let anyone else accompany you. Su Hao vowed. Honey, don't worry. I'm not afraid of anything with you here. Vivian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Su Hao's current combat value has reached 70,000. So he has nothing to fear at all. That's right. There are 2 more chances to draw. Su Hao immediately activated the system to draw rewards. Why hasn't my husband come back yet? In the hall, Xia Yun waited more and more anxiously. At this time, Su Hao had only been away for 10 minutes, but in her eyes, it felt like he had been away for a century. She didn't know yet that in these short 10 minutes, she had a beautiful sister. And her husband, whom she had been thinking about all the time, was enjoying himself with his new wife. Chapter 117 Conflict. Su Hao had 2 chances to draw the lottery, and he chose skills and weapons respectively. After all, he had everything he needed now. There is no difference between the 2. Skills are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill alchemy. Skill description: the ability to transform spiritual energy into metal. Through this skill, you can refine pure metal elements and then cast various tools. Consumption: spiritual power. Weapons are being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon Ice Soul Sword. Skill introduction: a divine sword with extreme cold power, capable of unleashing unparalleled icy sword energy that can freeze everything. Consumption: spiritual power. The system prompt sounded in Su Hao's ears. He listened attentively and evaluated secretly in his heart. Alchemy: this skill is quite practical, he thought to himself. It allows me to create various tools, which can bring great convenience both in battle and in daily life. Then, he heard the Ice Soul Sword and realized that this sword was not completely compatible with his own attributes. However, Ling Yao's figure immediately appeared in his mind, and this sword would be the most appropriate gift for her. Su Hao turned his head and looked at Vivian, his hand gently stroking her hair. Little beauty, just wait for me for a moment, I will take you away from here soon. Vivian nodded gently, yes. I'll wait for you. Su Hao gave her a reassuring smile, then turned and left the room. Brother, look, there's a petite beauty sitting alone over there. Wow, such an exquisite beauty, she is really top-notch. A pair of fat twins stared at Xia Yun greedily, exchanged glances with each other, and prepared to go forward and tease her. After all, Xia Yun, without the rabbit mask, is cute enough to attract the attention of those lechers. They stood on either side of Xia Yun, staring at her with that uncomfortable smile, and said with a smile, "Little sister, are you alone? It's so dangerous to be alone. Why not let our 2 brothers protect you?" Xia Yun clenched his fists tightly and said coldly, "Get out of here." Oh, this little temper is quite hot, I like it. Kai Qian's smile became even more distorted. I'm Kai Qian, and this is my younger brother Kai Kuan. Come with us. I'll give you 1 million a day and ask you to serve us 2 brothers well. Kai Kuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Yun. The 2 men were of burly build, with fleshy faces. The golden clothes they wore and the large gold chains they wore undoubtedly revealed their identities as the stupid sons of the landlord. Xia Yun was so angry that his body was shaking slightly, and his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. Get out of here immediately, or I will not be polite to you. Look at her when she's angry. She's getting cuter and cuter. Kai Qian laughed even more exaggeratedly. I must make you serve us brothers well tonight. Kai Kuan's eyes moved up and down Xia Yun. Xia Yun didn't want to cause trouble. Su Hao had told her to wait for him here, so she could only suppress the anger in her heart. Seeing that Xia Yun did not resist, Kai Qian and Kai Kuan became bolder. This face is so tempting to touch. Yeah, it's really exciting. They kept getting closer to Xia Yun. Bang! Bang! Just as their hands were about to touch Xia Yun, a powerful force suddenly knocked them away. The 2 men's bodies fell into the crowd like meatballs, knocking down several onlookers. The sudden change stunned everyone present. Little rabbit! Su Hao's voice suddenly sounded behind Xia Yun. Husband! Xia Yun opened her arms excitedly, jumped onto Su Hao like a lively little rabbit, and hugged him tightly. You are finally back. Su Hao smiled and caught her, gently stroking her bunny head. Little rabbit, why don't you teach them a lesson? You can beat them, right? Xia Yun buried her head in Su Hao's chest. My husband told me to wait for you obediently. I was afraid that if I made a move, it would cause you trouble, so I didn't dare. You silly rabbit. Su Hao shook his head gently, his eyes full of doting. You have to learn to protect yourself. If they dare to bully you, you have to teach them a lesson. Do you understand? Xia Yun raised her head and said, I understand. She thought she had done something wrong and her expression was a little timid. Seeing her expression, Su Hao's heart softened and he consoled her. All right, I'm not blaming you. I just want you to be careful when you encounter this kind of situation next time. For people like them, you should just smash their heads with your stick first. Don't worry about it. After hearing this, Xia Yun nodded vigorously and repeated fiercely, yeah, I get it. Next time I'll smash their heads hard. Asshole, you dare to hit us? Do you know who we are? Kai Qian staggered to his feet. I am Kai Kuan, and that is my brother Kai Qian. Our father is Kai Ji from the Holy Kingdom of Heaven. You actually hit us. You are asking for your own death. Let my father kill your whole family. Kai Kuan walked towards Su Hao with heavy steps. Who are you? Tell me your name. Kai Qian pointed a finger at him. We never fight nameless people. You dare to touch my wife? You're seeking death. Su Hao immediately released the Void Realm, ready to eliminate the two men on the spot. Stop. The guards of the auction house finally appeared. Fighting is prohibited here. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame us for expelling you. The guards stood in a row, issuing warnings menacingly. Under the strong restraint of the guards, the twins could only give up unwillingly. They exchanged glances and turned away. Just when he was 10 meters away from Su Hao, Kai Qian whispered, I must get that lovely little beauty. That's right, kill that man, then grab the beautiful girl and have some fun with her. Kai Kuan responded with a sinister smile. The two looked at each other and smiled, as if they had already won. Su Hao looked at their backs coldly, a murderous intent flashed through his mind, but he finally decided to hold back for the time being. He didn't want to reveal his strength too early. However, he will never let go easily of those who dare to touch his wife. Honey, you've been gone for so long, have you found anything? Xia Yun stared at Su Hao curiously, with anticipation glittering in her eyes. Su Hao turned his head, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he said mysteriously, Little rabbit, you will know in a moment. At the same time, Fong Wu stood not far away, staring coldly at Su Hao's back. He gave an order to his men beside him. Who is this person? Find someone to investigate his background. Fong Wu recalled the scene just now. He knows all the masters in the auction house well. But this person's movements were too fast and too clean to be an ordinary person. His appearance made Fong Wu feel a little uneasy. This person might become a variable in his plan. Chapter 118 shocks the audience. The second day of the auction. The atmosphere became increasingly heated. One after another, rare treasures were presented to the auction table, attracting the attention and bids of many bidders. Under the gorgeous lights, each lot shone with an alluring glow, triggering round after round of bidding frenzy. Xia Yun leaned on Su Hao's shoulder, a hint of fatigue in her eyes. She was not interested in the treasures on the stage. Honey, it's been almost 2 days, why isn't it over yet? Xia Yun complained softly, closing her eyes in boredom, enjoying the quiet moment with Su Hao's company. To her, these treasures are far less precious than the time she spent with Su Hao. Once they return home, they may not have so much time to accompany each other. After all, Su Hao has 10 wives and he can't keep up with them all. Su Hao gently stroked Xia Yun's hair and asked softly, Little rabbit, are you tired? Xia Yun opened her eyes sparkling with happiness. Of course not. Being with my husband is pure happiness. I will never be tired. Su Hao smiled slightly and said comfortingly, Don't worry, it should be over tonight. Xia Yun looked up in confusion. Tonight? Isn't the auction supposed to last 3 days? Su Hao did not answer Xia Yun's question. He knew in his heart that the third day would be a bloody massacre against them. He changed the subject. By the way, little rabbit, if I find you a sister, you will take good care of her, right? Xia Yun was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Sister? What do you mean? Suhao smiled and said, if I find another wife, of course I should call you sister. Xia Yun's eyes lit up immediately. Really? If that's the case, then I can be your sister, too. That's great. Little rabbit. Suhao's eyes were fixed on Xia Yun's face, as if he was searching for any sign of her emotions. You're not surprised or jealous at all? Xia Yun blinked her cute and adorable big eyes, seeming confused by Suhao's question. Jealous? Why should I be jealous? Sister Ling has long told us that we should trust and support you unconditionally. That's what makes a good wife. So we have long been prepared for you to take a wife. Of course we won't be jealous. Suhao couldn't help laughing out loud. Thinking of Ling Yao's silent support behind him and every considerate and good wife he met, he felt extremely happy. You are indeed all my good wives. He praised, thinking to himself that perhaps this kind of trust was also one of the criteria the system used to determine what was top-notch. Honey, where is the new wife you just mentioned? I want to see which outstanding woman has caught the eye of my playboy husband. Xia Yun covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. You'll be able to meet her soon, and I'll introduce her to you then. Suhao patted her head gently. As her older sister, you're responsible for introducing her to others. I'll take good care of her when I'm not around. Do you understand? Yes, husband. Xia Yun nodded seriously and continued to snuggle on Suhao's shoulder. I'm going to be a sister too. I must take good care of this little sister. I have to be a considerate and gentle sister, hee hee. Just then, the atmosphere on stage suddenly changed. A crackling sound was heard. A large cage slowly came into everyone's sight, and the host stepped forward and solemnly introduced it in a passionate voice. Dear distinguished guests, the next item will be the most special item in this auction. I believe all men will be crazy about it. That is a female slave. The audience in the audience began to talk. Female slaves were not uncommon to them. After all, the people here are either rich or noble. Every family has a few slaves. Everyone, this is no ordinary female slave. The host paused mysteriously, then continued excitedly, she is a beauty from a distant alien planet, far more beautiful than even the people of Blue Star. She is a one-of-a-kind alien female slave, extremely rare. The atmosphere in the audience was instantly ignited. Alien female slave? Could she be a female scion? Let's take a look. Let's see clearly what makes her so special. As the golden curtain on the stage slowly opened, a figure appeared in everyone's sight. That was Vivian. Her appearance was like a visitor from outer space, instantly attracting everyone's attention. For a moment, the originally bustling auction hall suddenly became silent. Because every pair of eyes was fixed on Vivian. She is so beautiful. All the audience stood up unconsciously. Some people were trembling. Someone immediately stood up. Someone was drooling all over the floor. There were also people whose bodies moved forward uncontrollably, like puppets, until they encountered the restrictions at the edge of the auction hall and stopped. Vivian's existence seems to be a praise and interpretation of the word beauty. Her face, skin, and body from top to bottom, every movement, cannot attract others. Thousands of eyes seem to be fixed by magic, staring blankly at Vivian on the stage. After all, Vivian is a star singer of a well-known entertainment company in the Tianshui Star region, and she is already accustomed to this level of attention. Her eyes swept through the crowd. It was not until she met Suhao's eyes in the audience that the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. In her heart, this man is her savior, and she believes that he will definitely rescue her from here. When the audience saw Vivian smile, they seemed to have received some kind of signal and started shouting wildly. Ah, so beautiful, so beautiful. Fuck, what kind of divine beauty is this? This beauty is so beautiful that she is not a human, but a fairy from heaven, a goddess, a master. If I could have a beauty like this, it would be worth dying for. No, I can't stand it, Xia Yun sat next to Suhao, frowning slightly as she looked at Vivian on the stage in confusion. She's so beautiful. How could such a woman be a slave? Bastards, damn it, they actually put my wife on display and said she was a slave. These bastards, sooner or later I will kill them all. Suhao roared angrily in his heart. Although he wanted to act immediately, he knew that now was not the best time. Husband, could she be it? Xia Yun keenly noticed Suhao's emotional changes, and she immediately guessed that this woman might be Suhao's new wife. Husband? Xia Yun called out again when she saw that he didn't hear her. That's right. Suha took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. She is your sister, Vivian, also known as Little Beauty. Chapter 119. She belongs to me now. A glint flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes. She turned to Suhao and said excitedly, sure enough. Such a beautiful woman, only she is worthy of my handsome husband. Let's rescue her quickly. In Xiaoyan's heart, once Suhao acknowledged Vivian's identity, he regarded Vivian as his own sister. Suhao gently patted Xiaoyan's hand, don't worry, I will definitely save her. At this moment, the host on the stage was enthusiastically introducing Vivian. Dear audience, this is the alien female slave we captured not long ago. There is only one of her in the world, and the starting price is 15 million. Everyone, this is a rare opportunity, don't miss it. The atmosphere at the auction venue was instantly ignited. The bidding sounds came one after another. I'll give you 16 million. I'll give you 19 million. I'll give you 20 million. I have 30 million. The bidding kept growing like a snowball. The audience competed to bid, all wanting to take this unique alien beauty home. The price continued to rise until it reached a high of 500 million, at which point the number of people participating in the competition had decreased significantly. Vivian maintained an elegant posture on the stage, her eyes always fixed on Suhao. I'll give you 800 million. This voice rang out in the auction venue, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes turned to the two huge fat men sitting in the seats. They were the brothers Kai Qian and Kai Kuan. Kai Qian showed a lewd smile, his eyes almost glued to Wei Wei's body. Such a beauty must be mine. Kai Kuan stared at Vivian with lustful eyes. Her beautiful skin and figure are simply superb. After I get her, I'll sleep with her every day. The price of 800 million is an astronomical figure for most people, enough to discourage them. Hearing that no one raised the price, the brothers Kai Qian and Kai Kuan laughed triumphantly. Just when they thought they had secured victory, a majestic voice interrupted their laughter. 900 million. The two brothers turned their heads and saw that it was Suhao. Damn it, it's him again. Kai Kuan gritted his teeth and continued to raise the price unwillingly. 1 billion. 1.1 billion. Suhao responded without hesitation. 1.2 billion. Kai Kuan's voice began to tremble. 1.3 billion. Suhao paused after quoting the price. 2 billion, she's mine. Suhao's offer was like a heavy hammer. The venue fell into a brief silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Suhao, waiting for the final answer. The brothers Kai Qian and Kai Kuan looked at each other, knowing that they could no longer follow. Suhao's offer was beyond their affordability. Originally, Suhao had no intention of using money to redeem Vivian, because he knew very well that there were hidden secrets behind this auction. All transactions would be conducted at the last moment, and the items displayed at the auction would not actually be handed over to the buyers. However, when he saw Vivian locked in a cage, being watched and bid upon like a commodity, he could no longer suppress his anger and decided to take immediate action. Since no one is bidding any higher, this alien slave girl belongs to that gentleman, the host announced, then waved his hand for someone to take Vivian away. Wait a minute. Suhao shouted in a deep voice. He took a step forward, walked down from the audience, and walked towards the center of the stage step by step. Although there were restrictions around that prohibited spectators from entering, these were nothing to him. Sir, what are you doing? You can't get close to the auction items. Several guards quickly stepped forward to intercept him. Suhao looked at Vivian in the cage and said, of course I have to take her away. She's mine now, isn't she? Sir, according to the rules, all items must be collected after the auction ends. Please return to your seat. The host tried to stop Suhao's behavior. Since she belongs to me, I have the right to take her away now. Suhao said coldly. But this is against the rules. Rules? Suhao sneered, are you afraid I won't pay? That's not the question. Our rules are. The host wanted to continue explaining. That's enough. Suhao took a deep breath and interrupted him, I can give you the money right away, but I have to take her away now. He continued walking forward as he finished his words. Stop him, the host ordered. The two guards immediately rushed forward, but Suhao just waved his hand lightly and the two were knocked away. He walked over to the cage where Vivian was imprisoned and said, Little beauty, I'm sorry I only got you out now. Vivian smiled and shook her head, it's okay, it's nothing. Suhao immediately stretched out his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, the chains of the cage broke. At the same time, the chains bound around Vivian's neck were also easily broken by him. From today on, no one will dare to treat you like this again. Suhao gently hugged Vivian, and slowly, their lips met and they kissed each other passionately. Damn it, they actually kissed each other. How happy he must be to kiss such a beautiful woman. I want it too. I wonder what the lips of an alien beauty taste like. Just bought it and he can't wait to kiss it. This guy is such a pervert. Everyone was watching Suhao and Vivian kissing, and there was a lot of discussion. Suhao didn't care about other people's eyes. In his eyes, there was only Vivian, his wife, his little beauty. Let's go, I'll take you to see my sister. Suhao took Vivian's hand and prepared to take her off the stage. Someone, come and stop him. The host gave the order, and the surrounding warriors rushed forward to stop Suhao. Sir, keep her here immediately, the host shouted, or we will be rude to you. I told you, she's mine. Suhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I must take her away. I'm afraid you can't take it away now. The host said calmly, no one can break the rules of the auction house. The surrounding guards rushed towards Suhao and Vivian. Suhao seemed unusually calm. He knew that since he had promised Vivian, he would never let her go back to that cage. He knew in his heart that although the auction house was powerful, would it really attack him in public? Stop. Sure enough, a voice suddenly rang out. Fang Wu spoke up to stop the guards. His appearance was just as Suhao had expected. The Fang family's target this time was everyone at the auction, and they would definitely not cause a bigger conflict because of such a small matter. Fang Wu slowly walked up to Suhao and glanced at him. Boy, what's your name? Chapter 120, Integrate into Us. Fang family, Fang Wu. Suhao's gaze shot towards Fang Wu in front of him like a sharp arrow. The sufferings that the Fang family had endured over the years flashed through his mind, and the anger in his heart almost burned out. He wished he could kill the Fang family members in front of him immediately. He thought of his mother again. If this Fang Wu is the elder of the Fang family, so is it possible that he knows his mother's whereabouts? This thought made Suhao calm down quickly. My name is Suhao. He took a deep breath and answered. Fang Wu narrowed his one eye and looked at Suhao carefully. He felt that this young man looked familiar. One-eyed, also called Suhao. Could this be just a coincidence? His doubts grew stronger and stronger. These signs reminded him of Fang Hao, who had been imprisoned in Jiangnan district for more than 10 years. Fang Wu told himself that maybe this was just a coincidence and decided to continue investigating the matter. Fang Wu said, I can let this matter go. You can take her away, but you must pay the 2 billion auction fee. Okay. Suhao said calmly, as if 2 billion was just a small amount to him. He is not short of money. Ling Yao gave him 2.5 billion, AI Li owns a whole street of services, and T Lena makes even more money. Tyrina can control puppet insects. Let many people transfer their money to Suhao. This is the downside of virtual currency. Suhao immediately transferred 2 billion to the auction house. Although he knew that the 2 billion would go to the Fang family, he just regarded it as feeding the dog. I didn't expect that he actually got this beautiful female slave. It must be very exciting for him. Look at how impatient this guy is. If he goes up and kisses her, it will be very hard for this female slave in the future. That's right, beautiful people don't have to suffer. Ha, the female slave is indeed beautiful, and she will suffer in the future. Suhao stood on the auction table and had not yet stepped down, but his ears were filled with the discussions and foul language of the people around him. Shut the fuck up. His voice exploded like thunder, its powerful wave instantly sweeping across the auction hall, shocking everyone present. Whoever dares to let me hear the word female slave from his mouth again, I'll kill him right now. Under the powerful sense of oppression from Suhao, the originally noisy auction hall suddenly became silent. Even if Suhao did not take action, the aura of more than 60,000 spiritual powers emanating from his body was enough to make everyone feel his power. He brought Vivian to the stage, and Xia Yun immediately greeted them warmly, holding Vivian's hand. You must be Suhao's new wife. Yeah. Vivian nodded shyly. I'm Xia Yun, and I'm Suhao's wife. From today on, I'm your sister. Xia Yun introduced herself happily. Sister Xia. Vivian smiled. In fact, she had known Xia Yun's identity for a long time. After all, ever since Suhao entered the skyship, she had been monitoring his inner thoughts. Little beauty, You can just call her Sister Rabbit. Su Hao reminded with a smile. Sister Rabbit. Vivian immediately changed her tone. Xia Yun blushed slightly. As Su Hao's youngest wife, she had always called others sister. She never expected that she would become a sister now. She immediately took Vivian's slippery hand and said, "Little sister you, let's sit down and talk slowly." Then, Xia Yun and Vivian leaned on Su Hao's shoulders, one on each side, and started chatting. They quickly became familiar with each other. Su Hao held Xia Yun in his left arm, feeling her petite body and cute face, and occasionally letting out a silver bell-like laugh. He held Vivian in his right hand, and her smooth skin, beautiful face, and moving voice intoxicated him. Even if Su Hao didn't say anything and just listened quietly to the two people chatting, he would already feel satisfied. What he looked forward to even more was the coming night. Just then, the host's voice sounded again, attracting Su Hao's attention. Next, we are about to auction the last item of the day, the spiritual core of a planetary beast. On the stage, the staff pushed a huge glass box, attracting everyone's attention. Under the light, a stone emitting a faint blue light in the box looked particularly attractive. This is the core dropped by the legendary planetary-level spiritual beast. For those who cultivate spiritual power, it is undoubtedly a dream treasure. By absorbing it, I can improve my mental strength again. Su Hao's eyes were fixed on the stone that was shining with blue light, like a hungry person seeing delicious food. However, despite his longing for the spiritual core, Su Hao did not participate in the auction. In the end, it all depends on snatching. Into the second night. Everyone will have a dormitory arranged by the auction house. Little sister you? Xia Yun took off all his clothes and stood next to Vivian, looking at her body. Su Hao always called Vivian Little Beauty, and Xia Yun called her Little Sister you. This little rabbit was so embarrassed when her sister saw her body a few days ago, and now. Su Hao looked at Xia Yun's bold look and sighed helplessly. Sister Rabbit, I. Vivian was a little shy and didn't know what to do. Sister Xiaoyu, I've actually always been curious about what your body structure is like since you were so beautiful. Let me, your sister, study it carefully. Xia Yun smiled evilly. Little rabbit, you have learned bad things. Don't bully your sister. Su Hao patted Xia Yun's head. That's not the case. Xia Yun puffed up her cheeks adorably. I just want little you to learn how to integrate with us. Don't you really want that, husband? Little beauty, then take off your clothes. We are all family. Su Hao immediately changed his words, thinking that what Xia Yun said was correct. Then I will. Vivian's clothes began to slowly disintegrate and fade away, and finally disappeared as if they were integrated into her body. Little sister you? Xia Yun asked in surprise, what kind of ability is this? I've never seen it before. This isn't a skill, it's just high technology, Vivian explained, completely exposing her body. Her real skin is a silvery white like mercury, slightly different from her face, and her body is as smooth as a mirror. Little beauty, you are so beautiful. Just as the three of them were studying, many killers gradually approached them. Somewhere at an auction. How are the arrangements going? Fong Wu asked in a deep voice. Don't worry, none of them will escape today. Chapter 121 Treasure Hunt. A few hours later. Xia Yun sat next to Vivian and excitedly introduced her sisters to her. Sister Linger is a dragon, her body can grow to hundreds of meters long, very majestic. Sister Chong is a big white bug, and there's also Sister Ai Li who can suck blood. Su Hao sat aside, watching Xia Yun's enthusiasm, and couldn't help but smile. Little bunny, how can she remember all the information you've told her? Let's introduce it slowly after we get back. Xia Yun nodded, but when she turned to look at Vivian, she found that her expression was a little strange. Sister Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Are you worried about something? She suddenly thought of a possibility and immediately pointed at Su Hao. Did your husband hurt you by doing something naughty just now? Su Hao smiled awkwardly. Sorry, little beauty, your body is too slippery, I can't control myself. He also thought that he was too excited. This little beauty was so beautiful that he couldn't help but want to bully her more. Vivian quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. No. No, you grasped it just right just now, I am very satisfied. She took a deep breath and continued, but you've heard about my identity, right? I'm from the Tianshui Water Region, Xiang System, and the Wanshui Spirit Clan on Guoka Star. I'm also a singer belonging to the Lingyan organization. If they find out I'm here with a strange man, they'll definitely wipe out the entire blue planet. Suha was not intimidated by her identity. Instead, he looked at her more firmly. Little beauty, you only have one identity now, and that is my wife. You only need to remember this. Xia Yun also comforted her. That's right, our husband is very strong, and we sisters are here to protect you. Vivian's eyes moistened. She looked at Su Hao and Xia Yun with emotion, her voice choked with sobs. Husband, Sister Rabbit. Thank you for letting me meet you. On this strange planet, she finally found her home, and now she only hopes to stay here forever. Suddenly, Vivian's eyes became sharp. Although she lost most of her powers in her sealed state, her super strong perception abilities remained. After the passion with Su Hao just now, she finally calmed down and activated her passive skill of sensing danger. Vivian's perception extended to the surrounding environment. She could hear the inner whispers of people in the distance and feel their emotional fluctuations, but at the moment, none of this mattered. She sensed the impending murderous intent. According to our employer, our goal this time is to kill 1,000 people at the auction house. We will deploy 100 dragon spirit assassins this time. We must not make any mistakes. Each of us must kill at least 10 people. Following the leader's orders, 100 dragon spirit killers sneaked into the rest area of the auction house like ghosts. As a trained killer, they have clear goals, act quickly and cleanly, and achieve their goals almost silently. Until one of them entered Su Hao's room. Su Hao instantly grabbed his neck and sensed his memory, understanding everything. It's the dragon spirit killer again. It seems they've already taken action. Oh no! My father! Xia Yun thought of her father, Xia Hoba. Without a moment's hesitation, she led Su Hao and Vivian to Xia Hoba's room. When they pushed open the door, the scene before them made Xia Yun's heart almost stop beating. Xia Hoba was lying on the ground with a huge hole in his abdomen. Blood had dyed the ground red and steam was still coming out of the wound, obviously a severe injury he had just suffered. Father! Xia Yun rushed to Xia Hoba's side, knelt on the ground, and supported him with trembling hands. Father, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Xia Hoba struggled to open his eyes, his breath weak. Forgive me, I can't take good care of you anymore. Father, father! Please don't be in any harm to you. Xia Yun's voice was filled with tears, and tears welled up in his eyes. Xia Hoba's breath was getting weaker and weaker, but he still tried to say the last words, but I'm really happy that you can find someone to take care of you for the rest of your life. After saying this, he closed his eyes and seemed to fall asleep forever. Father, father! Xia Yun's crying echoed in the room, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Just then, Vivian stepped forward and said, Sister Rabbit, your father will be fine. Really? Xia Yun raised his head. Yes, I can repair his body. Vivian nodded. Although her ability was sealed, she could still repair wounds. In addition to her perception abilities, she can also repair everything. Su Hao quickly glanced around and realized that it was not suitable to stay here for long. It's too dangerous here, you should hide first. As he spoke, he took Xia Yun, Vivian and Xia Hoba into the different space. Finally, it began. Now is the best time to act. Su Hao's primary goal is to obtain the valuable treasures on display at the auction and to find and capture Feng Wu. He walked out of the room quietly and into the corridor. At this time, the dragon spirit killers had completed their bloody mission, and most of the participants in the auction had fallen under their knives. Only a few stronger ones were still fighting desperately. However, when he finally arrived at the location of the treasure house, he found that it was far more chaotic than he had imagined. At the entrance of the treasury, several warriors were fighting fiercely. They were obviously here for the treasures in the treasury. Sword lights crossed and various explosions occurred. The battle in front of the treasure house was extremely fierce. As time went on, the sounds of battle gradually faded, until finally, only 8 warriors were left standing. They were both breathing heavily and staring at each other warily, but no one continued to attack. A burly man raised his hand, his voice echoing throughout the treasure trove, Everyone, stop. The echoes of the battle gradually faded away. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Everyone, the man continued, this auction venue has been attacked by an unknown force. I know everyone wants to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. However, if we continue to fight each other, I'm afraid no one will leave here alive. A man wearing glasses stepped forward, his eyes calmly scanning the surroundings as he analyzed the situation. I think it's best if we call a truce for now, take the treasures here, and then leave together. If we divide it equally among the 8 of us, each of us can get at least a dozen treasures. The others exchanged glances, and between the threat of death and the temptation of treasure, they finally chose to cooperate. After all, no one wants to die here in vain. Okay, we agree. I agree too. And me. Several people nodded. At this moment, Su Hao appeared and walked to the box where the spiritual core was placed. Chapter 122. Who are you? Is this the spiritual core? Su Hao's eyes were fixed on the huge stone in front of him. Its surface emitted a faint light and the energy fluctuations were extremely strong. He knew in his heart that once he absorbed it, his mental strength would undergo a qualitative leap. His hand slowly reached out to the spiritual core, ready to absorb it into his own alien space. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the core, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop, don't touch it. Su Hao paused and looked back in the direction of the voice, only to see the 8 men who had just stopped fighting at the entrance of the treasure house slowly walking towards him. This is our treasure, don't even think about getting your hands on it. That's right, we have already set our eyes on these treasures. You'd better not have any unreasonable expectations. Among this group of people, the twin brothers Kai Qian and Kai Kuan were also there, and they immediately recognized him. It's you! Kai Qian smiled, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Kai Kuan also smiled and looked at Su Hao. By the way, where are your 2 beautiful companions? Why don't I see them following you? That's right, Su Hao. As long as you call out the little beauty and the female slave, we might consider letting you go. Kai Kuan said as he wiped the corner of his mouth, as if he couldn't wait to see the 2 beauties. I have been thinking about those 2 little beauties for a long time. If you don't hand them over, you won't leave here alive today. Hearing the word female slave, Su Hao's anger was instantly ignited, and he said coldly, I said, whoever dares to say these 3 words again, I will definitely kill her. He could tolerate many things, but insulting his wife was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Isn't she just a female slave? No matter how beautiful she is, she's still a slave. Who knows how many times she's been passed around? Are you in love with a slave? Ha ha ha. Kai Qian's laughter echoed in the treasure house. The others also laughed out loud, as if they thought it was a huge joke. Falling in love with a slave, ha ha ha, that's impossible. Slaves are such low-level creatures, only fit to be toyed with. Ah, that's right, especially sexy female slaves, they are perfect to be used as tools. Su Hao's eyes were cold, and white lightning began to condense at his fingertips, flashing with dangerous light. He waved his fingers lightly, and lightning flew out like a living snake, accurately passing through Kai Qian's head. Kai Qian's laughter stopped abruptly, and his body instantly turned into a headless body, with blood gushing out. Keep laughing. Su Hao's voice was as cold as ice, and he looked at the others coldly. The laughter of the people around immediately stopped, and they all looked at each other, fear spreading in their eyes. When Kai Kuan saw his brother's body, his mind went blank. He subconsciously ran over and said in a trembling voice, Brother, why is your head gone? Answer me, brother. Don't worry, don't be envious. I will make you like your brother soon. Su waved his arm again, and lightning struck. Kai Kuan's head exploded in an instant, and like Kai Qian, he fell directly into a pool of blood. The deaths of the 2 people plunged the scene into a dead silence. The remaining people looked at Su Hao in horror. They realized that this man was not someone they could easily provoke. Sir, I'm not familiar with either of them? That's right, I'm just here to take the treasure. Since you want this spiritual core, I'll leave it to you. I will leave immediately after taking the treasure and will never become your enemy. The remaining 6 people expressed their positions. Su Hao's eyes were cold. Just now, you guys laughed too. Before he finished speaking, he raised his finger again, and white lightning flashed on his fingertips, as if ready to take the lives of these people at any time. The 6 people looked at each other and knew that there was no hope of begging for mercy, so they decided to fight to the death and rushed towards Su Hao at the same time. Looking for death. Su Hao waved white lightning, forming a white light chain in the air, which instantly pierced through the bodies of several people. The 6 people's bodies were split into 2 in mid-air. Su Hao looked at the people on the ground and muttered, This is what happens when you laugh at my wife. He was still very merciful, and the people killed in this way did not suffer much. After killing the obstacle, Su Hao put all the spiritual core and the treasure house into the different space. The next step is to catch the old man from the Feng family. Su Hao stretched out his hand and released Vivian from the alien space. Little beauty, help me find Fong Wu's location. Yes, husband. Vivian responded obediently. Her mental power began to spread out like water waves. Although her true power was sealed, it was still easy for her to cover the entire skyship and see everything here. After a moment, Vivian's eyes lit up. I've found it. She raised her finger and pointed in a specific direction. Fong Wu was in that direction. Su Hao nodded with satisfaction. She kissed Vivian's beautiful cheek lightly, leaving a shallow kiss mark. Because her skin was so smooth, he couldn't help but sigh, her skin is so smooth, I can't even kiss it. After Su Hao learned of Fong Wu's location, his figure immediately turned into a stream of light and flew quickly in that direction. During the flight, he constantly activated the Eye of the Void, so that wherever his sight reached, the walls and obstacles seemed like illusions and were easily decomposed by him. His progress was not hindered at all. Fong Wu at this time. He was completely unaware of Su Hao's approach. He was sitting comfortably in a luxurious chair, a cigar in his mouth. Amidst the smoke, a smug smile appeared on his face. There was a glass of red wine on the table. He took a sip of it while enjoying the pleasure brought by the cigar. At the same time, he could hear the constant reports from his subordinates. He seemed to be listening to their reports while thinking about the next plan. Reporting to Elder Fong, most of the targets have been eliminated. Only a very few have escaped and are being pursued. Very good, these idiots are all fools who disobey our Fong family. I didn't expect to eliminate so many at once. As long as they are gone, I believe the power of the Fong family will be even stronger. He laughed a few times and ordered, don't let any of them go. Kill them all. Yes. The subordinate immediately left the room. Just when he was getting carried away, he found that the wall in front of him disappeared and Su Hao's figure appeared in front of him. Fong Wu's eyes fell on Su Hao, who suddenly appeared, and he said to himself with confusion, this person? Why is he here? As soon as he asked the question, he immediately reacted and shouted an order, go up and catch him immediately. The dozen or so warriors around Fong Wu moved at the sound, and they rushed towards Su Hao like tigers descending from the mountains. However, Su Hao just glanced at those warriors indifferently, and those warriors disappeared completely without any warning, without leaving even a trace. Fong Wu's eyes widened, he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He stood up and took a step back involuntarily. Who are you? Chapter 123 The Truth. Su Hao's gaze fell on the man in front of him, Fong Wu, and those unbearable past events came to his mind. He recalled the pain of having his eyes gouged out. I remembered the torture I suffered every day. Those endless days and nights, 17 years of suffering, were all caused by the Fong family. And the Fong Wu standing in front of him was his sixth uncle by blood. How could he have nothing to do with this matter? Su Hao still wanted to hear him tell the truth with his own ears. Long time no see. Su Hao said in a calm voice. Long time no see? Fong Wu's eyes widened. Who are you? Do I know you? Su Hao spoke slowly, then let me remind you. 17 years ago, the Fong family had a 3-year-old child who displayed extraordinary talent from a young age and awakened the eyes of heaven and earth, said to be possessed only by gods. Everyone initially thought he was the next in line to become the family head, but unexpectedly, his younger brother gouged out his eyes. At this point, Su Hao became emotional. But this isn't the end. They locked a 3-year-old in a cage, torturing him every day, beating his tiny body relentlessly. This went on day after day for 17 years. 17 years. He paused and took a deep breath. 17 years later, that child has grown up, recognized the truth, and gained powerful strength. How do you think he will take revenge on the Fong family? Hearing this, Fong Wu's face lost all color. He finally understood the identity of the young man in front of him. He was Fong Hao, who had been imprisoned for 17 years. You are Fong Hao? Fong Wu's voice trembled. Fong Hao? Ha ha, Su Hao laughed a few times, don't call me that name anymore. I have nothing to do with the Fong family. My name is Su Hao now. I didn't expect that you could escape from that place. How did you do it? Xiang Fong asked in confusion. Su Hao did not answer his question, but he was now certain that Fong Wu must have known about this matter and that he was inextricably linked to it. Tell me, why did you lock me up there? What is your Fong family's purpose? Su Hao asked. Fong Wu gradually calmed down. After seeing Su Hao escape and witnessing his strength just now, he was indeed a little surprised. But he was still confident. After all, he absolutely did not believe that the young man in front of him could compete with their Fong family on his own. And their Fong family has an even more powerful trump card. Fong Wu looked at Su Hao, trying to impress him with his family affection. Fong Hao, we are all family. Why did it have to come to this? What happened more than 10 years ago was indeed unfair to you. You suffered injustice. But if you are willing to return to our Fong family and serve us, we will do everything we can to compensate you. Compensation? Ha ha ha. Su Hao sneered, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. You're still talking about compensation? How can you possibly compensate for 17 years of pain? Fong Hao. Fong Wu tried to call him by his real name again. I told you, my name is Su Hao. Su Hao interrupted him. Whether it's Fong Hao or Su Hao, as a member of the Fong family, you should understand how powerful our Fong family is. How can an ant like you resist? Fong Wu's tone became stern. As long as you return to the Fong family, we will definitely make you the young master of the Fong family again. If you don't want to, you can let me go back, but there is one condition. What conditions? I want you to exchange Fong Han's life for mine, maybe I'll consider it. You, bastard, don't go too far. You know that's impossible. Then don't make any conditions to me. Now you just need to tell me the truth? Fong Wu's eyes turned gloomy. You will never know. Since you showed up on your own initiative, then go to hell. 5 dragon spirit killers walked into the room. Elder Fong, is it finally our turn? The blonde man in the middle asked, his hands in his pockets. Who do you want us to kill? Fong Wu secretly felt lucky that he had found a few dragon spirit killers just in case. After all, those who participated in the auction were all well-known figures, and unexpected troubles might arise. These 5 people are all top 50 killers, but no one expected to use them to deal with Su Hao. These 5 people are Jin Ling, the blonde man. The other 4 are Earth Spirit, Stepping Spirit, Leg Spirit, and Moving Spirit, all of whom are well-known figures among Long Ji's killers. Come together and kill him for me. Fong Wu pointed his finger at Su Hao. Kill him? Jin Ling glanced at Su Hao. You invited 5 of us dragon spirit killers just to deal with one person. Do you look down on us? If we kill one person, there won't be enough for the 5 of us to share. The blonde man said calmly. If the 5 of you kill him, I will record 1 head for each of you. Hurry up, this man is very strange. Fong Wu urged. Well then, today I'll let you witness the true strength of our 5 dragon spirit masters. Jin Ling looked at Su Hao and shook his head, then turned back to look at the 4 people behind him. Why would it take 5 of us to kill him alone? Who among you will do it? I'll go. I'll go. I haven't killed anyone in more than 10 days. Let me go and finish him off in one move. I'll go. The 4 of them stood there arguing over who was the first. Su Hao smiled slightly, stared at them with his eye of void, and made them disappear in an instant. Finally, it's quiet. He continued to look at Fong Wu. Let's continue. You, what's wrong with you? Are you a human or a ghost? Fong Wu was shocked. He had never seen such a strange ability. Just now his guards disappeared in an instant, and Long Ling's 5 killers also disappeared without any warning. Is this something a human can do? Even Fong Wu, the elder of the Fong family, felt fear. This man seemed to be beyond his understanding. I'm already very impatient. Since you don't want to tell me, then I will. Su Hao sneered, appeared in front of Fong Wu in an instant, and strangled his neck. He wants to find out the truth of what happened back then by exploring Fong Wu's memory. It turns out that in addition to seizing his eye of the Emperor of Heaven, the reason why Su Hao was not killed and imprisoned somewhere was to use him to threaten her mother. Because his mother was too powerful, he could only threaten her in this way. Later, he continued to torture his mother and erased her memory, until she no longer needed him. But just in case, it is better to save Su Hao's life. His mother now has only a code name, Goddess of Vengeance, and is the ultimate killing weapon of the Fong family. Chapter 124 Mother. After learning the truth of everything, Su Hao was in turmoil. It turns out that the real murderer behind the scenes is his second uncle Fong Jiren, whom he has always respected. He conspired with Shen Mengting to cruelly dig out one of Su Hao's eyes, and then supported his younger brother Fong Han to sit on the throne of the young master. The other 5 were accomplices in the conspiracy. As for his father Shen Dao, his whereabouts are still unknown. What shocked Suhao even more was that his mother Su Siyun, whom he thought had passed away, was actually still alive and had become a puppet of the Fong family. Suhao felt a darkness before his eyes. Although he was mentally prepared, the truth was still hard for him to believe. His memory of his mother is vague, only lasting until he was 3 years old. He remembered that when he was born, the first thing he saw was the gentle face of his mother Su Siyun. During that wonderful time, his mother was by his side every day, giving him endless love and care. When I was 3 years old, everything changed. Su Siyun and Suhao suddenly separated. After learning that Suhao was missing, Su Siyun fell into despair. The Fong family used Suhao's safety as a threat to force Su Siyun to become their pawn, thereby consolidating their position in the family step by step. Suhao's heart was filled with anger and grief. He never imagined that the Fong family would do such a cruel thing to him and his mother. He swore to kill them all. Suhao's mother, Su Siyun, possesses strength close to that of a star. She is extremely powerful and terrifying. Her memory was erased by the Fong family in order to control her power. It was precisely because they could not fully control her powerful power that the Fong family did not kill Suhao. Vivian noticed his strangeness. She asked softly, "Honey, are you okay?" Although she didn't know what had happened, she could sense the importance of the matter from Suhao's solemn expression. "I'm fine." Suhao stood up and said resolutely, "Let's go, get out of here." He now had only one thought in his mind, which was to rescue his mother from the control of the Fong family. At the same time, in the Fong family's high-level meeting room. According to the news just received, Elder Fong Wu has lost all signs of life. Could it be that something went wrong with the skyship auction? We sent a lot of assassins this time. No matter what, there can't be any mistakes, otherwise our Fong family will be completely exposed. Activate Nemesis immediately and completely wipe out the skyship. In the laboratory, Su Siyun was released. She was dressed in black armor and instantly flew above the skyship, ready to carry out her mission. Fire the ultimate wave cannon immediately. The instructions from the top of the Fong family came to her mind. Su Siyun had a blank expression on her face and empty eyes, as if she had lost all emotions. She listened to the voice in her head and began to condense a huge beam of energy in her palm. Suhao and Vivian came outside. They both looked up at the sky, a sense of foreboding setting in. Vivian possessed a special ability that allowed her to sense malicious intent by reading other people's thoughts. If someone wanted to hurt them under normal circumstances, she would have been able to detect it long ago. But this time, Su Siyun was simply following orders and had no real killing intention in her heart, which prevented Vivian from detecting the danger in advance. It was not until the huge energy condensed in the air that Suhao and Vivian suddenly realized the impending disaster. Boom! There was a deafening bang. The energy beam instantly covered the entire skyship. In that instant, the skyship, along with all the buildings and life on it, was ruthlessly wiped out. Confirmed that the target has been destroyed, and biological detection is in progress. Su Siyun's eyes began to scan the ruins below. The life indicators of 2 people have been detected. Upon receiving the report, the Fong family's senior management gave the order without hesitation: don't let anyone go. Kill them immediately. The 2 people who survived were Suhao and Vivian. The entire skyship was destroyed. Suhao looked at the empty surroundings and couldn't believe that the town that was so prosperous and bustling just now disappeared in an instant. His gaze shifted to the figure in the sky. Based on the opponent's strength and Fong Han's memory, he suddenly realized something. Could it be Mother? As Su Siyun's figure gradually became clearer in the air, Suhao's heartbeat accelerated. He finally confirmed that it was his long-lost mother. Without any hesitation, Su Siyun flew across the sky and headed straight towards Suhao, launching a fierce attack. Suhao tried his best to dodge his mother's attack, shouting, "Mother, it's me. I'm your son." Su Siyun's eyes were still empty, and there was no emotion in her actions, only cold attacks. Suhao knew that he had to find a way to restore his mother's memory, otherwise they would all be in danger. "Mother, don't you remember me?" While dodging the attacks, Suhao kept recalling the time they spent together and telling stories about their time before they were 3 years old. He mentioned the first time they met, the first time he drank milk, the first time he called her mother, and the first time he walked. Gradually, Su Siyun's attack speed began to slow down, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. "You are my son?" She stopped and stared at Suhao. "Xiao, is that you?" The 2 of them just stood in the void, staring at each other. Su Hao had imagined the scene of mother and son recognizing each other countless times, but he never thought that it would happen in such a place and in such a way. It's me. Su Hao's body trembled, tears streaming down his face. I'm Xiao Hao, your son. My son. Su Siyun looked at Su Hao. Although time had changed his appearance, how could she not recognize her son? My head. Suddenly, a harsh voice came from her mind, making her feel extremely painful. Mother. Su Hao immediately wanted to rush forward. Don't come over. Su Siyun raised her hand to stop him. In the Fong family's high-level command center, alarms continued to sound, warning, the goddess of vengeance's memory is confused, the goddess of vengeance's memory is confused, and it is being forcibly deleted. The Fong family elders quickly realized that Su Siyun had the problem they least wanted to see. Mother, what's wrong with you? Su Hao desperately wanted to rush to Su Siyun and help her. Don't come over. Su Siyun's voice sounded again. She clearly felt that her memory was being forcibly erased by the Fong family through some technical means. She couldn't let Su Hao get close to her, for she was afraid that at this critical moment, the power she couldn't control would hurt him. Su Siyun's body kept twisting and struggling in the air, her expression distorted, and she looked extremely painful. Her body seemed to be pulled by two forces. On one side is the control of the Fong family. On one side is the maternal love awakening deep in her heart. What should I do? There must be a way. I can definitely save my mother. Su Hao's brain was thinking of a solution quickly. The moment he looked up, his eyes froze. He saw his mother actually inserting her hand into his heart. This scene nearly made Su Hao's heart stop. Su Siyun's movements were so resolute, as if she were using this extreme method to make a final struggle against the power that controlled her. Her body trembled in the air, and blood gushed from her heart, staining her armor and Su Hao's vision red. Chapter 125 Heartache. In order to completely break free from the control of the Fong family, Su Siyun made an extreme decision. She stabbed her heart hard with her palm, lost her balance and fell rapidly from the sky. Mother! Su Hao watched this scene in disbelief. He shouted and rushed forward desperately to catch his mother, who was about to fall to the ground. Mom, why? Why are you doing this? Su Hao cried out in grief. Xiao Hao, I can no longer control myself. Su Siyun's voice grew weaker and weaker. And I made a mistake I can never forgive myself for. I am satisfied to be able to see you before I die. Mother, I don't want you to die. I still have a lot to say. Now that I have powerful strength, we can protect you. By the way, I have 11 wives and I want to introduce them all to you. There are dragons, insects, and even you, the vampire. Su Hao looked at the weak mother in front of him with a broken heart. He was unwilling to accept such an ending. Xiao Hao, you've grown up. Su Siyun forced a smile on her face, her eyes full of relief. Mom, you will be fine. Su Hao forced himself to calm down. It suddenly occurred to him that Vivian must have a way to save his mother. Little beauty. He immediately shouted to the sky, hoping that she could come as soon as possible to repair her mother's body. Xiao Hao, hurry, go. Su Siyun's face suddenly turned pale, and she had a premonition of what was about to happen. Mom, don't worry, everything will be fine, I will save you. At this moment, Su Hao only hated that he had no medical ability. He had many skills, but most of them were destructive. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought of the clock of time, which could be used to slow down time long enough for Vivian to arrive. At the same time, the Fong family heard the sound. Nemesis has fully recovered her memory. They were very aware of Su Siyun's strength, and if she retaliated, the consequences would be disastrous. In order to control Su Siyun, they used the young Su Hao to threaten her, erased her memory, and implanted a destructive device in her body. Once it is out of control, it will start without hesitation. Sure enough, after learning that Su Siyun had recovered her memory, they immediately activated the destruction device. Su Hao did not discover this from Feng Wu's memory, so he knew nothing about it. Xiao Hao, forgive me for not taking good care of you. Live and live the life you want. Su Siyun used all her strength to push Su Hao out. Mother! Su Hao didn't know what was going on. He just saw his mother looking at him with a smile on her face. That was the last smile his mother left for him. Then, there was a loud bang. Boom! Su Siyun's body exploded violently. Su Hao watched his mother disappear before his eyes. The brief reunion lasted less than 5 minutes. He stood there, unable to believe it. Husband. Vivian's voice sounded in Su Hao's ears. Little beauty. Su Hao's eyes were dull, as if his soul had been taken away, leaving only an empty shell. He slowly turned to Vivian, his voice trembling with an almost imperceptible tremor. My mother, where is she? You must be able to sense it, right? Help me find her, okay? Vivian looked at Su Hao, who was in so much pain. She bit her lip and said, I got it. Su Hao suddenly spoke calmly. There was an unusual calmness in his voice, but beneath that calmness lay emotions about to burst forth. Little beauty, do you know of any way to resurrect my mother? Vivian lowered her head and took a deep breath. There's nothing I can do. Her body is already impossible, absolutely impossible. So what if the body is gone? There is still a soul. Yes, it is a soul. As long as there is a soul, it can be resurrected. Isn't that what those novels say? Su Hao's voice became more and more excited. His hands clenched unconsciously, and his knuckles turned white. He held Vivian's arm tightly. Little beauty, humans have souls, right? As long as I can control the soul and reshape the body, I can definitely revive my mother. Vivian's lips trembled, but she could only answer weakly, I really want to help you, but I'm sorry. Su Hao's body stiffened instantly and his eyes became empty, as if all the light had disappeared from his world. How could it be, my mother? Finally, Su Hao accepted the cruel fact that his mother had left him forever and would never be resurrected. For 17 years, he has been tortured. The only thing that can make him feel warm is the memories of his mother. He has always longed to reunite with his mother. Now they had only been together for 5 short minutes, and he watched his mother vanish before his eyes. It hurts so much. Su Hao couldn't bear this heavy blow. His body collapsed to the ground limply, his face dull, tears unconsciously sliding down and dripping onto his clothes. Su Hao returned home with heavy steps. He walked straight up the stairs without making any sound, locked himself in the room, and isolated himself from the outside world. In the hall downstairs, the wives sat quietly in their seats, and the atmosphere was depressing and heavy. After listening to Vivian and Xia Yun's explanation, there was no communication between them, save for an occasional sigh. The clock in the room ticked, and every tick seemed to strike their hearts. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ling Yao pushed the door open and walked in. Her appearance seemed to bring a bit of life to the dead silent room. When they saw her, everyone immediately gathered around her. Sister Ling, please go and see my husband. Tears welled up in Yan Linger's eyes. He looks so scary. I've never seen my husband like this before. Yes, he looks so sad. We don't know how to comfort him. Tyrina sighed. Seeing him like this, I feel so heartbroken, Sister Ling, I'm worried about him. Xia Yun held Ling Yao's hand tightly. Ling Yao frowned slightly, and immediately realized that something was wrong. Don't worry, what happened? After Vivian's detailed explanation, Ling Yao finally understood the whole story. Don't worry, sisters. I'll go in and take a look. Ling Yao said, then turned and walked toward Su Hao's room. Ling Yao stood at the door of Su Hao's room, took a deep breath, and knocked gently. Honey, are you okay? She asked softly and waited for a few seconds, but there was no response from the room. She gently pushed the door open. The room was dark, with only a small lamp on the bedside emitting a faint light. Su Hao sat on the edge of the bed with his back to the door. His figure looked particularly lonely under the light. Ling Yao walked into the room cautiously, walked to Su Hao's side, and gently buried his head in her chest. My dear husband, you have suffered. I am here. If you feel uncomfortable, just cry. Chapter 126, The Contract of 4. Su Hao's emotions were like a flood blocked by a dam, finally breaking through at this moment. In front of his other wives, he always tried to maintain a strong image, but when facing Ling Yao, he could no longer hide his vulnerability. Ling Yao is not only his first wife, but also more like his sister. They have a special connection as time travelers. She is the only one who can fully understand and support him. When Ling Yao held him in her arms, all of Su Hao's defenses collapsed. He burst into tears like a child, and his tears flowed out like a broken dam. Ling Yao didn't say a word, but just hugged him quietly, gently stroking his back with her hand, giving him silent comfort. Time passed slowly in the silence between the two. Until Su Hao's emotions gradually calmed down, he was the first to speak, his voice hoarse. Yao Yao, thank you. Hubby, don't be afraid. You still have me and the other 9, no, there are 11 wives in total now. Seeing you like this, all 11 of us are so worried about you. As Ling Yao spoke, she couldn't help but let her tears fall. She knew the pain in Su Hao's heart, and she was also heartbroken. I'm sorry for making you worry. Su Hao looked into Ling Yao's eyes, and his eyes seemed to have regained their previous calmness. But Ling Yao could see that there was something called hatred in those eyes. This was a hatred that was 100 times or 1,000 times stronger than before. It was a hatred towards those enemies who had used his mother as a tool and then ruthlessly abandoned her. When Su Hao came into contact with his mother, he read the memories in her mind and learned that her first task as a tool was to kill his father with her own hands. After being separated from her family for 20 years, she became a tool to kill her husband. Just as she regained her memory and saw her son, she was blown to death again. Thinking of this, Su Hao's hatred almost overflowed from the screen. Husband, what do you want to do? Ling Yao asked softly. She knew this question was crucial. I will kill everyone in the Fong family with my own hands. Su Hao spoke calmly, but beneath this calmness was a surging murderous intent. Husband, I will help you. Even if I don't become the principal, I will still help you. And I believe your other wives will help you as well. Ling Yao said firmly. Wife, I know, but this matter must be done by me personally. I want to kill all the Fong family members alone, leaving no one alive. Su Hao said resolutely. However, with your current strength, although it is very strong, the Fong family is huge, and they have their own forces in the 4 major cities. Ling Yao said with some concern. Su Hao has made up his mind that he must deal with the Fong family himself, and he doesn't want any of his wives to get involved this time. Seeing how persistent he was, Ling Yao finally agreed that she would support all of Su Hao's decisions. Before that, Su Hao still needs to use existing resources to improve his strength. The spiritual core he had just obtained would greatly enhance his spiritual power as long as he absorbed it. In addition, he needs to enter into deep contracts with his 4 wives to gain more powerful strength. All of this is for the upcoming revenge. Su Hao pushed open the door and walked out. His wives had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When they saw him appear, they immediately surrounded him tightly, with concern written all over their faces. Honey, you finally came out. I'm glad you're okay. Xia Yin was the first to take off her mask and a relieved smile appeared on her face, as if as long as Su Hao was safe, her world would be bright again. Little rabbit, don't worry, of course I'm fine. Su Hao gently touched Xia Yun's head. Yan Linger walked forward, raised her chin slightly, and pretended to be angry and said, That's right, we are all very worried about my husband. Please don't do this again in the future, okay? If you have anything, tell everyone. You made us worry so much, humph. Little Charmander, I was wrong. Su Hao gently pinched Yan Linger's dragon face. I promise I will never do this again. Please forgive me. Ziling stood aside, her eyes calm, but Su Hao could still see her hidden worry. No one else blames you. Slim waist. Su Hao looked at Ziling and smiled slightly. He had already made a decision in his mind. Next, he needed to enter into a deep contract with Ziling and his other 3 wives to improve his strength. He walked forward and looked at Ziling. Their eyes met in the air. Ziling's face froze slightly, as if she realized Su Hao's intention. What are you doing? Su Hao didn't give her too much time to think. He gently held Ziling's face, leaned forward, and kissed her gently to warm up for the deep contract that was to come. Ziling's body trembled slightly, but soon she relaxed, closed her eyes, and enjoyed this moment that belonged to them both. When others saw the 2 kissing, they all stared at them, waiting for them to finish. Because they all know that it will be their turn next time, and of course they don't want to give up this opportunity. After Su Hao released Ziling's mouth, he looked at her affectionately and directly stated his purpose. Xiao Manyao, I want to sleep with you. Are you willing to give your body to me? Ziling was stunned at first, then immediately blushed. Stupid. Stupid, you don't even understand the atmosphere right now and suddenly say something like that. Little waist, you don't want to. Su Hao smiled slightly. Of course, I'm willing. Ziling turned her face away. Then go to the room and wait for me. Su Hao leaned close to her ear and whispered. Then he walked towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu's heart beat faster and faster, thinking, It's my turn next, it's just a kiss, I'm not afraid. She swallowed hard. The moment Su Hao sucked her mouth, she immediately stood up straight, just like a primary school student whose name was suddenly called in class. She had forgotten all the kissing techniques she had thought about countless times, and could only passively be sucked by Su Hao. Yeah, go to the room and wait for me. I'll come find you later, Su Hao said while touching her face. Guan Yu nodded obediently. Next is Qin Wu. Su Hao approached Qin Wu and liked her more and more the more he looked at her, especially her muscular body, chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and biceps. There are also little canine teeth at the corners of the mouth, which are very cute. After kissing her, he still asked her to go into the room and wait for her. Finally, it's Sume, that little slut. Brother, is it finally my turn? Sume saw him coming and immediately jumped on his body, touching his face. Kiss me hard, don't be polite. You little slut, you're really not polite at all. Everyone else is watching us. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Good brother, we are sisters, what are you afraid of? Sume raised her eyebrows slightly and took the initiative to kiss Su Hao. Brother, I'll go to the room and wait for you. You must come. After she finished speaking, she hummed a little tune and walked into the room with cat steps. Chapter 127, Pervert. After Su Hao let his 4 wives into the room, she found that the other wives around her had gathered together, their eyes full of anticipation. Yen Linger walked lightly to Su Hao with a look of disappointment on her face. Husband, should I go to your room and wait for you? It's been several days. Her voice gradually became low. Seeing you like this, I'm really worried about you. So, let me. Little Charmander, I'll definitely stay with you for the next few days. Su Hao looked at Yen Linger and said casually, I promise I'll never make you worry again. From now on, he will never allow anything to happen to his loved ones and will protect all his wives. After hearing this, although a hint of disappointment flashed in Yen Linger's eyes, she still nodded obediently to show her understanding. Just then, Tyrina and Ellie also gathered around. What about me? You have to accompany me too. And me. Su Hao smiled and promised, okay, we'll be together in a few days. Finally, Su Hao turned his gaze to Vivian. Little beauty, I brought you home but haven't had the chance to introduce you properly. How do you feel? Su Hao stared at her closely. Sister Rabbit has already introduced them all to me. All 10 sisters are good people. I get along very well with them, so my husband doesn't have to worry. Vivian said with a slight smile on her lips. That's good. From now on, this is your home. You should get along well with them. Su Hao stroked her face. I understand. Vivian nodded slightly. Su Hao knew clearly that his next task was to complete the contract with the 4 wives. He originally planned to enjoy the process slowly, but his mother's death made him urgently need revenge and strength. The temptation of 40,000 attribute points was irresistible to him, and he knew he had to act quickly. Hubby, I just don't feel right what you're doing. Ling Yao's eyes followed Su Hao closely, her face full of worry. No? What's wrong? Su Hao frowned and looked at Ling Yao in confusion. Are you worried that my body won't be able to handle it? Don't worry, I have confidence in my body. Whether it's Zerg, vampires, dragons, or even a god of war like you, I can handle it. Besides, we were in the same room before, but now we're just divided into 4 rooms. For me, this is not a problem at all. 4. Ling Yao seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and her eyes became serious. Do you know Tiandao Shenhe? Shenhe? Su Hao's face immediately turned serious when he heard the name. Shenhe, how could I have forgotten him? Husband, if you are willing, I won't object to you finding as many wives as you want, but what if Shenhe interferes with our world? He is in existence second only to the Creator, and our world may completely collapse. I don't want to be separated from you. There was a hint of trembling in Ling Yao's voice. Yao, don't worry. Su Hao, will never let this happen. I love you all. You are all my wives. Being with my wives is a natural thing. Even if it is Shenhe, I will not yield to him. Heaven is ruthless, I will defy it, and no one can stop me from being with you. Hubby, you're so kind. Ling Yao gently hugged Su Hao, her emotions sincere and deep. Then go ahead, but don't go too far. I'm still a little scared. Remember our promise. We'll be together forever. Yao, I will be careful. Su Hao responded softly, then turned and walked towards the first room. He first pushed open Guan Yu's door. "See Su Hao come in." She immediately stiffened nervously. Su Hao's eyes wandered over Guan Yu's body, noticing that she was wearing a white uniform with the buttons on her chest tightly tied, as if they might open at any moment due to her breathing. The black hip skirt perfectly outlines her curves, making her look both dignified and seductive. Yeah, what are you wearing?" Guan Yu's face flushed instantly, and her eyes were a little evasive. This is what Sister Ling taught me. She said it's uniform temptation. Guan Yu usually has a fierce aura, but at this moment, wearing this dress, she looks more like a master, like a queen. Su Hao walked towards her, stood in front of Guan Yu, and gently held her in his arms. His fingers gently touched the collar of her uniform. Yeah, you are indeed very tempting. You have successfully seduced me. What do you think we should do now?" Guan Yu's breathing became rapid. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting shadows in the light. She leaned forward slightly, as if completely surrendering herself to Su Hao. "Whatever you say, I'll do it." Su Hao put his mouth close to her ear, and his warm breath brushed her earlobe. Yeah, I said before that I would give you strength and make you stronger. Are you still willing to believe me now?" "I believe, I have always believed. You are the only light in my life, only you, I am willing to give everything to you." Guan Yu answered without hesitation. Su Hao smiled slightly. "I want you now." Guan Yu nodded vigorously, holding onto Su Hao's collar tightly with both hands. "Yes. Please take everything from me." An hour later, Su Hao successfully signed the contract. He closed the door gently, left Guan Yu's room, and went straight to Ziling's door. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door, but he didn't expect to be greeted by a sharp sword wind. "Watch out for the sword." Ziling held the sword and chopped it down on Su Hao's head. Su Hao reacted extremely quickly. Almost instantly, he gently pinched the sharp sword blade with 2 fingers. The sword edge paused between his fingers, making a slight buzzing sound. "Xiao Manyao, what do you mean? Are you really going to murder your husband?" Su Hao stared at Ziling, not missing any change in her expression. "I heard you've gotten stronger again. I just wanted to see for myself how strong you really are." A sword light flashed in Ziling's eyes, and her figure seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, disappearing in front of Su Hao in an instant. The next moment, her figure flashed from the side of Su Hao, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at his neck, and she slashed at him again. Su Hao dodged sideways nimbly, and the sword edge grazed his collar and almost touched his skin. "Xiao Manyao, I didn't expect that you had become much stronger in just a few days of not seeing you." After dodging an attack, Su Hao couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. "Do you think you are the only one who is getting stronger?" Ziling snorted arrogantly. Her body was wrapped in a layer of flashing lightning, and her sword moves were continuous. Each sword attacked Su Hao with the force of thunder. Until the two fought for 10 minutes. Su Hao finally pushed Ziling onto the bed and held her arms down. "Little Wan Yao, I win again this time." "Well, so what?" Ziling glanced to the side. "Xiao Manyao, do you still want to fight?" Su Hao smiled and asked softly, "If you admit defeat, then I will start." Pervert, whatever you want." Ziling closed her eyes and completely lost the thought of resisting. Chapter 128. Calm down. Is it over? There were tears in Ziling's eyes. She opened her eyes carefully, as if she was afraid of feeling the pain again. "Xiao Manyao, it's only been an hour, why are you crying?" Su Hao gently wiped the tears from Ziling's cheeks. "Does it hurt?" "Yes, a few 100 million. Ziling's voice trembled slightly, and her expression revealed the difficulty she had just endured. "I'll be more careful next time." Su Hao patted her forehead gently. "You should have a good rest." "Wait a minute." Ziling suddenly grabbed Su Hao's hand, her eyes full of reluctance. "Next time? When is our next time?" Su Hao. After successfully contracting the second one, he also gave Ziling the power of Chaos Thunder to help her improve her strength. As Su Hao walked out of the room, he saw Xiaoyan running over hurriedly. "Honey, it's bad, Sister Qinwu is gone." She laughed? Su Hao frowned, a little incredulous. "Doesn't she want to be with me anymore? Why would she leave so suddenly?" He recalled every detail of his time with Qinwu. Their relationship seemed to be limited to a fight and a few kisses. Among all his wives, he communicated the least with Qinwu and his feelings were the weakest. "Impossible." Xiaoyan said firmly, "Sister Qinwu is definitely not the kind of person who would give up easily. She must have her reasons." Go and get her back. Su Hao nodded. He also wanted to find Xin Wu to ask her clearly, so he immediately ran in the direction Xia Yin pointed. Xin Wu was running on the road. Although her steps were hurried, she kept turning her head and looking behind her. Her heart was full of contradictions. On the one hand, she wondered whether it was right to leave so silently, and on the other hand, she couldn't help but hope that Su Hao would catch up with her. He didn't chase me? Xin Wu muttered to herself, her heart beating faster and faster. She knew that she still cared about him, but was her leaving really the right choice? A hint of confusion flashed across her eyes, but she finally continued to move forward with determination. Little Tiger Fawn. Su Hao's voice broke through the silent night sky. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Xin Wu, blocking her way. You, what are you doing? Xin Wu was caught off guard by the sudden interception. She stopped, lowered her head and remained silent, not daring to look directly into Su Hao's eyes. Xiao Huya, where are you going? Su Hao approached her step by step. Didn't you agree to wait for me in the room? Why are you leaving? Come back with me. He held out his hand. I don't want it. Xin Wu took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, and finally refused. No? Su Hao paused. You don't want to go back with me, or you don't want me anymore? Don't you like me anymore? I. Xin Wu was so nervous that her tongue was tied and she couldn't speak a complete sentence coherently. Little tiger teeth, tell me the reason, okay? Su Hao's voice softened. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? I'm scared. Xin Wu's voice was almost inaudible. What are you afraid of? Su Hao asked. I heard that giving birth is very painful. Xin Wu's voice trembled slightly, and she finally raised her head. I'm afraid of the pain. Just because of this? Su Hao shook his eyes wide. Yeah. Xin Wu nodded. Xin Wu's train of thought is indeed different from others. Su Hao was a little amused and could only comfort her. Xiao Huya, our technology is so advanced now, we can use cesarean sections and painless births. I'm also afraid of using a knife. Xin Wu raised her head and glanced at Su Hao shyly. Huya, I can guarantee that you will have a natural birth. Su Hao gently touched her buttocks. Because your buttocks are big, giving birth will definitely not be painful. Really? Xin Wu was still skeptical. Of course it's true. Su Hao said seriously. Then do you still want me? Xin Wu thought that it was indeed wrong for her to leave him like this. I want you for the rest of my life, we will always be together, I love you. There's nothing about me that you like. Of course not. Su Hao gently touched the two little canine teeth at the corners of her mouth. You are so cute, especially those two little canine teeth. They are simply charming. Do you forgive me then? I don't blame you at all. Actually, I like you too, and I want to be with you forever. Whenever I see you with other sisters, I just. Xin Wu was a little emotional, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry, I neglected you a little. I won't do that again. Come back with me. Su Hao stretched out his hand and gently wiped away her tears. I can go back, but can I wait a few days and then? Xin Wu's voice became smaller and smaller, and his face immediately turned red. Okay. Su Hao held her face in his hands, his eyes full of tenderness. Now let me kiss your little canine teeth, okay? Kiss. Xin Wu swallowed, her heart beating faster, just a kiss. Okay, nothing else. Come, let's sit here and kiss. Su Hao took Xin Wu's hand and they sat together on the soft grass. He thought to himself, this little fool is too naive, how could he just kiss her? Once he kisses her, she won't let me do whatever I want. Su Hao gently kissed the corner of her mouth, and her cute little canine teeth kept rubbing against each other. Sure enough, Xin Wu immediately began to tremble. An hour later, the two successfully completed the contract. Since Xin Wu has the fire attribute, Su Hao gave her the power of supernova burning. In the end, only one person was left, and that was Su Mei. Su Hao took a deep breath and walked to Su Mei's door. Just as he raised his hand and before he could knock on the door, a hand suddenly stretched out and pulled him into the dim room. Before he could open his mouth to speak, Su Mei clung to his body like a clever cat. Her lips were like a brand, leaving one passionate kiss mark after another on his face. Brother, I want you. Su Mei kept panting, expressing her desire. Calm down. Su Hao patted Su Mei's shoulder gently, trying to calm her down. Brother, I can't calm down. Why did you come just now? Su Mei's eyes were full of temptation, as if she was blaming Su Hao for favoring her at the last moment. The reason why Su Hao entered Su Mei's room last was because of her overly coquettish and charming temperament. Unlike other wives, who all wait for him to take the initiative, Su Mei is the complete opposite. Her initiative often makes Su Hao feel overwhelmed. I am afraid that once I fall into her arms, I will not be able to extricate myself in a short time. Therefore, he chose to meet her last. Things turned out just as he expected. The other three took 1 hour each. It took 6 hours to sign the contract with Su Mei, and we had a very good understanding of each other and didn't say much. It was not until the early morning of the next day that Su Mei walked out of the room with Su Hao in high spirits and came to the door of the hall. Guan Yu, Ziling, and Qin Wu all glared at Su Mei fiercely when they saw her. Chapter 129, Mental Power Enhancement. Su Mei took Su Hao's hand and walked lightly into the hall, her steps as cheerful as a bird that had just learned to fly. Her already charming face was now even more graceful, and even her eyes were filled with a gentle light. Good morning, my lovely sisters. Su Mei's voice was crisp, and she immediately waved her arms to greet the other sisters. Guan Yu, Qin Wu, and Ziling smiled at each other, then walked forward and without saying a word, pulled Su Mei to the sofa next to them. Tell me, how did you do it last night? Guan Yu asked in a cold voice with a stern face. That's right. Ziling nodded in agreement. Tell us. Qin Wu also leaned over curiously. Last night? Su Mei deliberately raised her eyebrows, pretending to be innocent. Didn't you do the same thing as me last night? Why are you asking me? I'm asking why it took you so long. Guan Yu's face flushed slightly. That's right. Ziling and Qin Wu nodded at the same time. That's what you're talking about. Su Mei suddenly realized, covered her mouth and laughed. It's very simple, just talk less, do more, take the initiative, and... Wait a moment. The three interrupted her. Then we each took a small notebook and listened to the lecture. Name, Su Hao. Gender, male. Age, 20. Strength, 113,080. Agility, 113,050. Endurance, 113,030. Defense, 113,020. Spiritual power, 113010. Spiritual power, 319. Talent, 99. Skills, Supernova Burn, Devour, Eye of the Void, Replication, Telekinesis, Chaos Thunder, Demon Summoning, Empowerment, Mind Control, Universal Flow, Universal Divine Body, Alchemy. Equipment, Dragon Scale Spear, Houten Divine Stick, Sword of the End, Clock of Time, Divine Wings of Escape Light, Ice Soul Sword. Special ability, Exploring Eyes. Current realm, Stellar Level. Number of contractors, 11. Assignable value, 0. Su Hao moved his mind slightly and opened the attribute panel, which displayed all his current abilities and attribute values. This is the power he gained from contracting with his 11 wives. His average combat power is 110,000, and he did not use the drawing opportunity obtained by the 4 people in the final deep contract. After all, he is not short of skills and weapons now. How strong is the combat effectiveness of his 110,000 troops? Ling Yao's combat power is less than 40,000, but he is already a rare war god level powerhouse in the Holy Kingdom of Tianqiao. Su Hao's combat power is already far higher than hers, and when using the full power of Supernova Burning, his combat power can reach 300,000. A value of 50,000 is equivalent to the planetary level, 150,000 and above is the stellar level, and a combat power of 400,000 and above is the galaxy level. Blue Planet, its actual size is about the same as the Earth. When Su Hao is at full strength, he can destroy half of the surface of a blue planet. If he were a galaxy-level expert, he could smash it into ashes with one punch. He possesses such powerful fighting ability that he is truly invincible on Blue Star. Looking at his system panel, Su Hao pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, I'd better absorb the spiritual core first, then go and settle the score with the Fong family. He turned to look at Ling Yao beside him and asked, Yao Yao, how do I absorb this spiritual core? Hearing this, Ling Yao shook her head slightly. Well, I don't know either. I've only heard of the existence of spiritual cores, but you also know that on Blue Star, there are only a handful of warriors who specialize in cultivating spiritual power. I'm afraid only a few people know how to absorb spiritual cores. When the others heard this, they all looked confused, obviously knowing nothing about the matter. Su Hao nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, "Is that so? If that's the case, then forget it. Even if I don't absorb it, my current strength is more than enough to deal with it." Just as everyone was silent, Vivian hesitated for a long time and finally raised her hand to indicate, "Honey, I know this." Although her voice was not loud, it attracted the attention of everyone present. "If you want to absorb the spiritual core, you just need to use the spiritual secrets of our tribe," Vivian said. Su Hao patted Vivian's head and said with a smile, "Little beauty, please teach me." Vivian hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Su Hao noticed her reaction and asked with concern, "Little beauty, do you have any concerns? If this makes you feel embarrassed, then I won't learn it." "Hubby, you misunderstood." Vivian quickly hugged Su Hao's arm. "As long as you want, I'm willing to give you anything. It's just that our clan's spiritual cultivation method is extremely precious in the entire Tianshui area. I just don't want it to bring you unnecessary danger." Su Hao smiled and comforted her, "Don't worry. I will act carefully and keep this secret." So, under Vivian's guidance, Su Hao began to learn her tribe's spiritual practice method, called the Heart Source Divine Inspiration Technique. Vivian taught word by word, and Su Hao listened attentively, nodding from time to time to show his understanding. 3 days later. "Husband, I have taught you all the key points. What remains is to absorb the spiritual core of this planetary beast," Vivian explained. Su Hao has the ability to devour, and can absorb and devour the energy that enters the alien space, and mental power is also a kind of energy. Plus the methods taught by Vivian. After he absorbed the spiritual core into the alien space, he continued to refine it and soon absorbed it completely. 7 days later, Su Hao's mental strength increased fivefold to 1200. He felt that the surroundings were bright, and when his mental power was released, he could actually sense everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. This is exactly the current release range of his void realm. His revenge on the Fong family begins now. First, let us start with Fong Mingyuan from Jiangnan City. Then the Fong family in the 4 major cities was massacred. "Young model, bring him to me. I have something to ask him," Su Hao ordered Ai Li. Ai Li immediately brought Fong Mingyuan's son over, and only then did she learn that today was Fong Mingyuan's 60th birthday. "Happy birthday. It's just right. I want to turn his birthday into his Memorial Day." Su Hao prepared to go to Fong's house where Fong Mingyuan was. Chapter 130 Gift. Fong Tianguo knelt in front of Su Hao with his head lowered, reporting to him the latest news about his father Fong Mingyuan. Fong Mingyuan, as the key figure in the Fong family's weapons supply, was naturally listed as an important target on Su Hao's purge list. Su Hao's eyes were cold. "Your father is about to celebrate his birthday. As a son, you should give him the most precious gift. You can cut off your own head as a gift to your father." Fong Tianhua had no expression on his face and responded woodenly, "Yes, master." Ling Yao watched this scene from the side, feeling somewhat worried. "Husband, I'm still a little worried. Slaughtering the Fong family would be equivalent to making an enemy of the entire Celestial Empire, and might even attract the attention of other nations on Blue Star. Let me go with you on this operation." Su Hao turned his head, looked at Ling Yao, and said softly, "Yao Yao, I understand your concerns, but I once said that I would kill everyone in the Fong family with my own hands. However, since you are worried, I can take Xiao Changzi and Xiao Nenmo with me." As soon as the words fell, Tyrina and Ai Li, the 2 wives, immediately jumped onto Su Hao's knees. Tyrina put her arms around Su Hao's neck and said, "Husband, I will definitely accompany you to kill happily." Ai Li hugged Su Hao's waist tightly, "Me too." Su Hao brought them with him just to deal with some other small troublemakers and to make Ling Yao feel at ease. Ling Yao held an extraordinary position in the Celestial Kingdom, and he did not want her to be completely involved. As for his other wives, they were all human beings and would definitely not tolerate any particularly bloody scenes. Yan Linger has a bad temper and is not suitable for being casual. Only Tyrina and Ellie, who are calm, ruthless, and obedient, are perfect for the journey. Jiangnan City. The front of the Fong family mansion was decorated with lights and was extremely lively. Today is Fong Mingyuan's 60th birthday. As the most famous person in the local area, his birthday banquet naturally attracted countless guests to come and congratulate him. Tianlong Bank President Feng Xiu is here to congratulate you. With a loud shout, Feng Xiu walked into the Fong family's gate. Congratulations on Mr. Feng's 60th birthday. This is a small gift from me, just a token of my respect. Feng Xiu handed over an exquisite gift box with a smile on his face. Feng Mingyuan sat in the main seat, glanced at Feng Xiu calmly, and asked directly, President Feng, how much did you spend on this gift? Feng Xiu smiled slightly and opened the gift box. Inside was a dazzling 7-colored spirit stone. This is a rare 7-colored crystal stone, with a market value of 16 million. Feng Mingyuan nodded and said with satisfaction, not bad, take it. Then, someone else announced loudly, Jasmine Chamber of Commerce President Qian Baiwan has come to celebrate Master Feng's birthday. Qian Baiwan walked in with a bottle in his hand and handed it to Feng Mingyuan respectfully. This is Jishi syrup, specially used for maintaining youthfulness, worth 10 million. Feng Mingyuan was still sitting on the chair, with an indifferent look on his face. Preserving youth? I can use it on my newly snatched wife. Not bad, take it. Tian Laohe from the He Xiazi massage parlor is here to celebrate your birthday. Tian Laohe walked in shakily, leaning on a cane, and took out a box from his arms. This is a black-style cupping device, my latest product. It doesn't require fire or electricity. You can do cupping just by twisting a water pipe. Feng Mingyuan glanced sideways and asked, how much? Tian Laohe chuckled and said, inventions are priceless. Feng Mingyuan's face suddenly darkened. Kick him out and break his legs. Tian Laohe's screams were immediately heard from outside. Feng Mingyuan sighed secretly, thinking to himself, if it weren't for my 60th birthday and you gave me such a cheap gift, I would definitely wipe out your entire family. I'll just break your legs this time. The guests around watched this scene, some with relish, some whispering. This Tian Laohe deserves it. Doesn't he know that Mr. Feng likes expensive gifts? He deserves a beating for giving such a cheap thing. That's right, all the people here today are big shots, even the mayor of Jiangnan City is here. Master Feng is from the Feng family of the Celestial Empire. Now the Feng family is becoming more and more powerful. Anyone who dares to provoke him is courting death. Look, there's another one coming. Oh my god, that's actually the Feng family elder instant noodles. What? It's the instant noodles of one of the 6 elders of the Feng family. He is the 6th elder, second only to Feng Jiren. Feng Mingyuan is indeed very high-ranking. Even instant noodles came to celebrate his birthday. While everyone was talking, Feng Mingyuan had already hurried out to greet instant noodles before he even walked into the room. Like a loyal dog, he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, welcome, Elder Feng. Instant noodles narrowed his eyes and smiled, Mingyuan, today is your birthday celebration, how can you go out to greet us and kneel on the ground? Feng Mingyuan prostrated himself on the ground, his tone devout, Elder Feng, I am willing to kneel before you forever. Instant noodles nodded with satisfaction, okay, very good. He extended his hand and helped Feng Mingyuan up, then let's go in and receive the gifts together. Elder Feng, I would like to give all the gifts I received to you. Feng Mingyuan stood up and bowed. Mingyuan, your birthday starts today. How can I take it all? Instant noodles looked at him seriously. Let's split it 90-100. I'll take 90 and you'll take 10. Thank you, Elder Feng. Feng Mingyuan thanked him repeatedly with emotion. Mingyuan, why can't I see your son? Instant noodles looked around but saw no trace of Feng Tianhua. This kid said he had a surprise prepared for me. He should be here soon. Tiangui is a good kid. I want to take him to the Feng family for further study. What do you think? Really? Thank you for your training. As the two were talking, a voice rang out again, Master Feng's beloved son, Feng Tianhua, is here to celebrate his birthday. Elder Feng, he's here just now, just as I mentioned him. Let's take a look at the gift he prepared. They all looked out the door expectantly. I saw Feng Tianhua walking in front, with a strange man behind him. On the left and right of the man, there were 2 beautiful women, but their clothes were a little strange. Look, that's the eldest son of the Feng family, isn't he? He's really a scumbag. No, he's a talented man. As Mr. Feng's favorite son, I believe his gift must be very valuable. How come I don't recognize the 3 people behind him? There are also 2 beauties. They are so beautiful. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Feng Tianhua walked to the middle of the hall and said, Father, your son is here to congratulate you on your birthday. Son, I heard that you prepared it very carefully this time. Please take out the gift and let us see it. Feng Mingyuan smiled and prepared to accept his son's gift. Yes, father. Fong Tianguo's face was dull, and he took out his sword and said, "Give me your head."